Chapter 1 Awakening to a Blade-Filled Vision. Lying prone in Thebad in her nightgown with her tiny feet dangling in Thieras Sered was Joanwan as he perused thick and tense off D-book, her delicate eyebrows furrowed in distaste, and she muttered, "What can doth mo frequence I novelist these? It's strangely novel. It's got Botherman BL?" Tapping lightly on Thine Mindthy text, Herod lips bartet to speak. Joanwan? Oh my god. She ingrelitasid the archaic mo frequence in martial arts novelanto the floor spittage in disgust towards Theboot. Whitways of Marie infuriating was hat the female sided character hoskiled bethemalalia dan de sharam hat the same name mesher Joanwan. The drama depicted Joanwan's existence moriasa money pit for female lead's wandering life in the martial world. Initially, female lead deceiveth the female-sided character's affections, pocketing her wealth, he turned to blind diet or mortar be his sharam. Before ethmally-sided character's demise, female lead's Naradan said some effing fat made Joanwan feel nauseated. Joanwan, play your name amin sayo you're just for some to play with, don't you think? You're full of shit. Female lead pinched the female-sided character's fairchin, gazing gather tear-filled, beautiful fist that was staring at them with intense hatred, she was a figure that elicited men's pity. At the time, female Eliad also full taped thought such a beautiful woman was not properly added to a sharam. Buthadi metarasand, and couldn't lay abandon faceless woman without martial arts skills. Blameo your alliance leader father for trusting Matuma-chan place in Jobima he was blind, how cold he have like head such a scumbag like you, how dare you lay a hand in my father wants spare you. Female Eliadon lays narrative the female-sided character's curses, it doesn't matter how much you curse him, it's no not my concern if I stay Hariandi, because to outsiders, if he always been deeply in love with you. His eyes narrowed, glancing into theaterness in the distance, his lips pressed closet oath molly-sided character seer, whispering, and it was nyoho kill la you personally, sanun can blame him. Echo ran down heath molly-sided characters as pine, har heart freezing over. Guchamu, you scumbag. Jiawanwan ruwath a short dagger prepared be her medan stabady towards female Chiart, yet, she was flung aside like a broken doll. Theman and read the girl's cry as N left the scene, leaving Jiawanwan crawling down the ground, staring at this departing back, unbeknownst to her, from the shadows behind her, cometh a sound of a wheelchair's wheels rolling. Fear surged through heath-sided character Shiart before she could turn around, Alathal's word stroke landed on her heart. The female-sided character spat out blood, clutching the sword that pierced her heart in agony, as Hess slowly turned her head, she saw the demon in a wheelchair. Before she did Shinle heard the demon's words. Gukeo muken and leadmean, how dare you gain his favor, a sockling, how dare you compete with him, die. The maiden's graceful Badawa spear said without mercy as this word was drawn, her bow sprayed blood, like flowers blooming gay crossed his face. Seeing this scene, Joanwan's entire body couldn't help but tremble, she felt deeply indignant about female elite's words. To hell with the or play, at least the female-sided character Gavahai Mak and see to avoid sleep in gaunt the streets, Yethere paid her kindness with evil, yet, in the end. Jiawan side. Oh, how to reblithe the female-sided character deed. Woman's long lashes flutter red esharaya balls moved beneath her eyelids, her nostrils swore filled with therum of delicious food braised pork, chicken, and the scent of alcohol. Wasn't she sleeping? How could she smell such delicious food? She slowly opened her eyes to a blurry vision that gradually became clear. Suddenly a large hand intruded into her view, thudding ganto thero wodentable to pasada cup wash and dead to her, one have some media. A stranger voice each in her ears. Jiawan was confused and glanced towards the sound. To her surprise, she saw a young man dressed in black, adorned in ancient totter, smiling gather all bite some wait awkwardly, like a foresaid smile. Who was these, and how did Thiek know her? Jiawan's mind was not as he surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in an unfamiliar setting, reminiscent of an ancient Theanwaspist, with wooden architecture that felt like a scene of formative drama, Toriel Tobedrium. Around her were a people she had never seen, and she could clearly see their faces. This left her deeply perplexed. Was this a dream? Jiawan observed the patron seat in 9, the either warhood sorhadwi up and their sides, nani appearing normal. There resembled the martial world figures from TV dramas, sword-wielding knights, event the sitting next to her head were on the double nearby. The atmosphere in the entire space was omiwathivi. Jiawan felt a throbbing pain in her head. History was surreal, she could have enheard the people's breathing gear lay in her ears. We've been waiting a long time, Mr. Gu. Mr. Siet, Mr. Jong, nice to meet you. The greeting she heard made her head spine a venmar. She rubbed bare forehead. Miss, are you all right? A woman gently touched Jiawan's arm, but then a flash of sword's gleam caught her eye. Jiawan sends a danger and tensed up. She hadn't figured out the situation yet when she saw the group of in the distance secretly drawing their swords and weapons. Oh my god, it seemed like they and gather. Without courage if it was a dream, Jiawan abruptly stood up. Miss, Wan? Amid the confusion on Iveryona's faces, she swiftly navigated around tables and chairs, heading straight for a small door in the distance. However, a wheelchair blocked her path. Get too tough the way, Jiawan screamed internally. Theat the Cornero Ferrayanata said her movement and instant lid with fierce words, shouting, kill them. Yes, sir. Help. She tried to escape by pushing wheelchair blocking her way. She must be to holy mother homosti first in a post-apocalyptic world butchedna choice how old puto wheelchair in the middle of a path? She heard him in a Gedman shocked exclamation, young master, followed by the sound of sword slashing. Jiawan didn't dare stop. She still her strength to push wheelchair with the long-haired woman inside, their previous position was turned into a porcupine by arrows. Oh my god, why are they trying to kill him innocent? She desperate led a with wheelchair, finding get a huge entrance. With it she bonded woman for her own survival. She jumped wheelchair reside, leaving the scene-faced long-haired woman to her fate. I twas just a dream. They wound tree lickle her, leather fen for self. If ain't no ng twas a dream, it felt surreal. Jiawan had it pain, such a cositifully. Just as I was about to escape, her wrist was suddenly grabbed with great force and yanked. Ah, Chow Wan Wan fell straight into the floor behind her back throbbing, a dark shadow covered her entire body as an adult seat crushed onto her soft chest aching from the impact. The heavy body pressed down on her, making it difficult to breathe. She tried to push the person off, but her waist was tightly held by a large hand, leaving Gary mobile. The person buried their head in her left neck. She couldn't lie sailing and the person silk-like, light life her grant there with a hint of medicine falling onto her. Chow Wan Wan realized that this person must be the woman who was in a wheelchair earlier. She must have clung to her out of a survival instinct when Chow Wan Wan tried to escape and leave her behind. Miss, let me go, it's too dangerous like Ethis. The other person didn't respond or move, only hugging her tightly as if ready to die together. Chapter 2. Directly facing the gun's muzzle, her hands still encircled the slender waist of the woman, tightening their embrace. However, the other party's body noticeably stiffened. Chow Wan Wan could only feel the flatness of the chest in her arms. Compared to the rounded figure she had envisioned in her dreams, this was simply mortifying. Was it because she had hugged her a little too tightly, inadvertently squeezing the lady, or was it something else? Listening to the slightly labored breaths, she caught a disgruntled click of the tongue nearby. Let go. Huh, that voice, why was it so deep? As Chow Wan Wan slightly opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a man's slightly disheveled collar, revealing an alluring collarbone. His Adam's apple moved subtly, and his fair skin appeared to glow. Chow Wan Wan raised her gaze, only to find the man's exquisitely shaped lips slightly parted, as if beckoning her. The prominent bridge of his nose accentuated the handsome yet aloof features of his face. She involuntarily swallowed hard. As she continued to look up, her gaze locked onto a pair of deep brown, peach blossom eyes. The distance between them was so close that she could see the delicate pores on his skin, adorned with fine, white fuzz. His flawless complexion evoked envy in any woman, as if he were a celestial being. Anyone who had glimpsed his face would find it impossible to forget for a lifetime. Chow Wan Wan was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, her heart screaming, this person was not a lady but a man. The man, under the infatuated gaze, frowned slightly, his hands at his waist remaining still. His eyes held a hint of disdain. He reached out, detaching her small hand from his waist, and forcefully pushed the woman before him away. Suddenly shoved aside, Chow Wan Wan had no time to react and found herself toppled over, her back colliding painfully against the corner of the wall. Ouch, she gasped in pain. My poor waist, it hurts. Miss, are you alright? A panicked voice reached her ears as a girl helped lift her arm. Following the arm, she noticed that the girl was dressed as a maid and looked quite familiar. Opposite her, the man who had pushed her away was being assisted by a middle-aged gentleman, now seated back in a wheelchair, immaculate and pristine. The man appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a cream-colored brocade garment with golden edges, sitting upright in his wheelchair, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur that was both alluring and unattainable. His disheveled long hair had been loosely tied with a purple ribbon to one side, enhancing the beauty of his black locks. He resembled a finely crafted sculpture, a creation of the goddess Enwa, drawing attention with an almost ethereal radiance. Perhaps sensing her fervent gaze, the man's enchanting eyes met hers for a fleeting second before disdainfully averting his gaze. At that moment, Chow Wan Wan realized something. The way he looked at her must be filled with contempt. She scrutinized him from head to toe, internally scoffing. He is indeed handsome, but how lacking in manners. She had just risked her life to save him, not even a word of gratitude, and instead, he regarded her with such disdain? Sighing, Chow Wan Wan felt a chill in her heart. How exasperating. Had she known, she wouldn't have saved him, only to be pushed away and end up with a sore waist. Oh, the waist pain. She placed her hand on her slender waist, confirming it was indeed hurting. She must have bruised it. She found it hard to believe. How could it hurt in a dream? Could it be that this is not a dream? Secretly, she pinched her thigh hard. Ouch, goodness, that hurts. This was clearly not a dream. Did she somehow traverse to another realm? No way. Chow Wan Wan's head was still spinning. The recent encounter with life and death had already given her a headache, and now discovering she might have crossed over left her in a state of disarray, her delicate face paling significantly. At that moment, a voice filled with urgent concern reached her ears. Wan Wan, you look unwell, are you injured? Chow Wan Wan glanced at the man speaking. That he was also a handsome young man, appearing to be of similar age to the one from earlier. He was smiling warmly at her, exuding a gentlemanly charm. She quickly waved her hand, smiling. I'm fine. That is good, otherwise, if Wan Wan were to be hurt, Brother Gu would be worried for you. At that, the man spoke with an adoring gaze fixed on her. One might have thought they were in a romantic relationship. However, this made her skin crawl. Although she was certain she had crossed over, she was still unclear about their relationship, leaving her feeling quite out of place. Gu Zhamu observed the woman's lack of joy, her expression rather grim, which puzzled him. Normally, when he spoke like this, she would be overjoyed, yet, she seemed oddly distant from him now. Wan Wan, are you truly alright? I'm fine. The previous young man's concern sent a chill down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What was going on? She felt uneasy. Turning to survey her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a wheelchair approaching, accompanied by a man's magnetic voice. Young Hirogu, I am here to express my gratitude once more for your timely rescue. Wait, this scene felt oddly familiar, and then, she heard the man beside her respond, Young Master Xia, you're too kind. A loud alarm rang in her head. His surname is Xia. How could it be the same as the male supporting character in that old martial arts novel she had read before bed? Moreover, Chow Wan Wan fixed her gaze on the handsome young man before her, thinking to herself, for he is also a beautiful youth in a wheelchair. What an uncanny coincidence. She couldn't help but take a few curious steps back and tugged at the maid beside her, whispering, what is his name? Following her gaze, the maid quietly replied, "Miss, don't you know, that is Sieze, the son of the Poison King, what you Sieze?" The maid quickly covered her mouth, warning softly, "Shoo. Miss, keep your voice down, discussing others behind their backs is not proper behavior, and we mustn't let the person in question overhear. Besides, everyone knows that while he is beautiful, his heart is quite the opposite." Both Spring and Summer fear for Our Lady being targeted by that man, fearing she would be skinned alive, unaware of the danger. Xiao Wanwan managed to regain her composure and nodded. The maid slowly released her hand from covering her lips upon hearing that name. Xiao Wanwan was utterly stunned. Sieze, isn't he the male supporting character in that male-oriented novel she had read before sleeping, who ruthlessly eliminated female competitors? However, the female character he had slain just moments ago was referred to by that handsome young man as Wanwan. A sudden realization struck Xiao Wanwan, her face paling to a ghostly white. She understood she might have become the character who shared her name and identity, a mere cannon fodder, and that handsome young man was the male lead, Gu Zhamu. She had truly stumbled into a den of wolves and tigers. Her face drained of color, she stood frozen in place. The young hero, Gu Zhamu, conversed with Sieze, grinning as he remarked, "What you said, young Master Xia, is not quite accurate. It is thanks to Wanwan's keen foresight in predicting the assassin's movements that I was able to capture them all." Gu Zhamu turned to glance at the girl, who was staring ahead, seemingly in shock, her mouth agape. He sensed her daze but was unaware of the reason. He couldn't tell if she had heard his praise and whether it would bring her joy. Continuing to compliment her, he stated, "Furthermore, I did not do much. It was Wanwan who saved young Master Xia." Hearing Gu Zhamu's words, the sickly beautiful man's face darkened, a shadow passing over his eyes. His perfectly shaped lips quirked slightly, but he merely uttered a soft "oh." The man's seductive eyes narrowed, casting a fleeting, chilling glance at Xiao Wanwan. He offered no thanks but instead shot her a look filled with an icy disdain, as if to say, "What, are you still waiting for me to thank you?" Xiao Wanwan felt a shiver run down her spine as she met his seemingly threatening gaze, reminiscent of a demon with glowing red eyes lurking in the dark. It felt as if saying anything might provoke him to tear her throat open in an instant. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of dread, recalling the original plot, where the female supporting character met a gruesome end at the hands of the antagonist. Her once rosy lips now matched her pale complexion, merging into one. The little voice in her head screamed in panic, "Oh my, the male lead is asking the future killer, the male supporting character, to thank her. This is tantamount to signing her death warrant. If it weren't for the consequences, she would want to seal the male lead's mouth shut right away." Help. Chapter 3, still wanting to compete for attention with the Yandere antagonist? The group relocated from the inn, journeying to the distant Yueli Inn, a staggering distance from the assassination site. Inside a lavishly adorned room, a delicate voice of a young woman could be heard. "Ah, it hurts." In the opulent chamber, a soft, grand bed cradled a young girl who lay prone, her garments discarded. She was clad only in a pink belly wrap. The exquisite contours of her back, adorned with beautiful butterfly bones, accentuated by slender ties that danced across her smooth, delicate skin. The woman lay obediently upon the bed, her rounded form compressed, exuding an alluring sensuality. Once immaculate and flawless, her slender waist now bore an unsightly bruise that stood out starkly against her skin. Her inky hair cascaded over one shoulder, creating a striking contrast against her alabaster complexion. A cool ointment was applied to her waist, and as it pressed against her injury, she gasped, tears brimming in her eyes, her brow furrowing as strands of hair slipped down her flushed cheeks. Xiao Wanwan, wearing a face of discontent, turned to the young maid who was applying the medicine. "Chuanxia, couldn't you be a bit gentler?" The maid, sensing her mistress's gaze, feared she had incited her anger and quickly withdrew her hand, watching her cautiously. The sight of her beautiful mistress, eyes reddened as if wronged, tugged at her heartstrings. How could her delicate mistress, who had never endured such indignities, have been so harshly pushed today, leaving her waist marred by a significant bruise? Having always been pampered and a martial arts novice, how could she withstand such torment? If the sect leader were to see her in such a pitiful state, he would surely be heartbroken. Perhaps he might even take it out on the gallant Gu Shaoxia. Her mistress held a fondness for Gu Shaoxia, and it would be unthinkable for the sect leader to learn that he had failed to protect her adequately at this moment. Chuanxia spoke with a sense of grievance. "Mistress, this bruise on your waist requires a bit of pressure to disperse, otherwise, the dark mark will be unsightly in the future." That is true. Xiao Wanwan pondered, realizing that the large bruise on her waist would indeed be unattractive. This simply would not do. Though this body was not originally hers, she was still a girl with a desire for beauty. Thus, she must take good care of it. After all, she couldn't squander this opportunity to traverse into a new world. She offered Chuanxia a shy smile, beseeching her, "Chuanxia, please apply it with a bit more pressure." "I can endure it." Seeing her mistress was not angry and even smiled back, Chuanxia was taken aback but quickly regained her composure. "All right, mistress, I shall assist you. Let me know if it becomes unbearable, and I will ease up. I'll even give you a massage, and your injury will heal swiftly." The cool ointment made contact once more with the young woman's slender waist, this time causing less pain. Xiao Wanwan relaxed significantly, closing her eyes to relish the sensation of someone applying medicine and massaging her. She hummed softly, contemplating, "Chuanxia's skills are quite commendable. Perhaps I can enjoy a life of ease in this body." Noticing her mistress's comfort, the maid began to chatter that young Master Sieze is truly inconsiderate. My lady saved him, yet he didn't even offer a word of thanks. Instead, he pushed you down, causing such a severe bruise. He is certainly not a good person. Upon hearing Chuanxia mention Sieze, the antagonist who had slain the female lead in the story, a chill ran down her spine. She thought to herself, "Oh right, I was just thinking about enjoying a peaceful life. How could I have forgotten that danger still lurks? What a farce of tranquility." Chuanxia's puzzled voice broke through her thoughts. "Mistress, why did you save him?" Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, murmuring inwardly, who said I wanted to save him. She opened her eyes just in time to witness an assassination plot unfolding. Instinctively, she thought only of fleeing, but unexpectedly encountered a disabled individual whose wheelchair blocked the only escape route. To leave, she would have to shift the wheelchair aside. Never one to be indifferent, her compassionate heart surged forth, and she impulsively helped the antagonist, pushing him along. In that moment of danger, realizing she could not protect herself, she had no choice but to abandon him. But he seized her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Initially, she had thought him a girl, only to discover he was a heartless male scoundrel. Recalling his gaze, a shiver of dread coursed through her. It was as though he wished to kill her. He had disdainfully cast her aside, her waist crashing into the corner of the wall, leaving her back aflame with pain. She deeply regretted her impulsive act of compassion. Had she not rescued the antagonist, perhaps he would have perished, allowing her to escape the fate of being hunted by the Yandere villain. Xiao Wanwan was at a loss, bewildered by how she had suddenly become a character within a book. Awakening, she found herself thrust into the narrative, with no time to react, merely striving to survive. How could she have foreseen such a predicament? It was hardly her fault. Oh dear. Burying her head in the pillow, she pondered in frustration. Chuanxia, noticing her mistress's unusual sounds, paused her actions, worry etched on her face. Mistress, what is the matter? Did I hurt you? No, please continue. Very well, Chuanxia resumed, her touch becoming even more gentle. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Mistress, I understand now. You saved young Master Xia because of his connection to Gu Xiaxia, right? Xiao Wanwan was taken aback by Chuanxia's interpretation. Chuanxia smiled. Mistress, I know you have feelings for Gu Xiaxia, so you consider him in every situation. While such love is truly touching, it can lead to your own suffering. Moreover, you possess no martial skills. Risking your life for Gu Xiaxia's affection is not worth it. Xiao Wanwan turned to the indignant Chuanxia, who was speaking passionately. She patted her chest, assuring her, Mistress, in the future, just command Chuanxia to handle any matters. Whatever I can do for you, I will do my utmost to achieve. Please do not wager your life as a gamble, otherwise, the sect leader will be heartbroken. You speak wisely. Chuanxia had processed everything through her own understanding, leaving Xiao Wanwan with no need to explain further. However, if she were to claim she liked the male protagonist, it would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. The male protagonist was constantly under the watchful eye of the pathological antagonist. CSA, did she truly wish to compete for his affections? Was she courting death? Chapter 4. I hold no affection for Gu Xiamu. It seems she may not even have the fortune to compete with the antagonist. Therefore, she must clarify this matter. Chuanxia, allow me to speak candidly, I harbor no fondness for Gu Xiamu. Upon hearing the young lady's denial, Chuanxia was momentarily taken aback. It was the young lady who had initially pursued Gu Xiamu. Chuanxia recalled the first time the gallant Gu visited the leader's residence to pay his respects. The young lady's gaze had not strayed from him. She had even audaciously urged Chuanxia to inquire about Gu's whereabouts. A sheltered heiress, she had willingly ventured out alone with money in hand, clandestinely trailing Gu Xiamu, leaving the home that had nurtured her since childhood. Later, when the leader discovered the young lady's absence, he was furious and had punished the servants thoroughly. Through some clues, they eventually traced her presence beside Gu Xiamu. The leader then instructed Chuanxia to make amends by persuading the young lady to return home, but to no avail. The leader, resigned, could only command Chuanxia to protect the young lady diligently as they traversed the martial world alongside Gu Xiamu until they reached a designated destination. The leader awaited her there, having made an agreement with Gu Xiamu to ensure the young lady's safety in exchange for covering all expenses of his adventures. Gu Xiamu had readily consented to this arrangement, yet now, the young lady claimed she did not like Gu Xiamu. Why had she then chosen to follow him and sneak out of her home? Chuanxia glanced at her mistress's delicate countenance, which bore an air of tranquility that belied any jest. My lady, has Gu Xiamu done something to offend you? I can assist you in teaching him a lesson. No, I simply do not like him anymore. Chuanxia blinked, pondering. Given the young lady's demeanor, she must be upset, otherwise, why would she utter such nonsensical words? Though Chuanxia felt that Gu Xiamu was unworthy of her mistress, it was evident that the young lady had once harbored feelings for him. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the leader of the martial world also held a favorable view of this promising young man. Xiao Wanwan observed the expression on her face, confirming her anger. She sighed deeply. I do not deny that I once liked him, but I have come to my senses. I possess a prestigious identity as the daughter of the martial leader. Why should I pine for someone so mismatched and devoid of merit? It is far better to remain in the comfort of my home, relishing the privileges of my status and being attended to. The latter part of her thought remained unspoken. She envisioned a future where she could indulge in the life of a wealthy heiress, living comfortably in an era devoid of modern conveniences. And who knows how delightful that existence could be. Meanwhile, the little maid pondered thoughtfully before asking, My lady, have you truly thought this through? Will you not change your mind in a few days? Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brow in annoyance. How could I possibly waver? Yet, she could not help but recall the original story's supporting character, Xiao Wanwan, who was merely a pretty face, spoiled and willful. Changing her mind at a moment's notice was commonplace. She could only gently rub her forehead. No matter what she said, Chuanxia would not believe her. Time would have to bear witness to her resolve. From this moment on, she could not afford to cling to the male lead like a lovesick puppy. She must keep her distance from him. Yes, she needed to distance herself from the male lead. In doing so, she would also ensure her own survival. Xiao Wanwan turned to the little maid and asked, Chuanxia, I know you possess martial skills, can you help me leave this place? My lady, where do you wish to go? We could inform Gu Xiamu and leave together. No, I mean to distance myself from Gu Xiamu. I wish to return home. But, Chuanxia contemplated for a moment before shaking her head in refusal. That is not feasible, my lady. The leader has previously stated that if you do not return home with him, you must wait until you reach the destination to reunite with him. If you head back now, there will be no one from the leader's residence to escort you. Cannot you take me home? My lady, my meager skills can only shield you from blades and arrows in this perilous world of martial arts. Your beauty is a treasure. Venturing outside poses great danger. Without a master like Gu Zhamu to assist, I cannot fathom the multitude of threats awaiting you. Is this martial world truly so treacherous? What do you mean, my lady? Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Wanwan inadvertently voiced her thoughts, feeling a headache coming on. Danger was merely an unknown variable, however. Staying close to the male lead with the antagonist lurking meant she was perpetually at risk of losing her head. Clenching her fists, a plan began to take shape in her mind. Since Chuanxia was unable to assist her, she would seek a way to leave surreptitiously. Chuanxia observed her mistress's silence and gently reminded her, if there are any grievances you harbor against Gu Zhamu, do voice them. Perhaps he can amend his ways. Do not bottle up your feelings. You, with your beauty, should find it easy to express your concerns, and Gu Zhamu was certain to heed your words. Xiao Wanwan regarded the beaming Chuanxia, pondering why she incessantly praised her beauty. To be frank, she had yet to truly observe her current appearance and was rather curious. Quickly, Chuanxia, fetch me a mirror. Of course, my lady. The ancient, tarnished bronze mirror soon appeared before Xiao Wanwan. In an instant, the reflection within left her utterly astonished. Is this truly me? She marveled, incredulously touching her delicate cheeks, excitement bubbling within her. The girl in the mirror was a stunning beauty of about 16 or 17 years, with fair skin and a radiant countenance. Her large, expressive almond eyes sparkled like a clear autumn lake, capable of stirring the hearts of those who gazed into them. Her luscious lips resembled strawberry jelly, tempting enough to be bitten into. She was a vision of ethereal beauty under the moonlight, with an impeccable figure. In modern times, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of allure in a sultry summer dress. Xiao Wanwan found herself captivated by her own beauty reflected in the bronze mirror, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! Is this really me?" Chuanxia, observing her mistress's infatuated expression, stifled a laugh behind her hand. The young lady's reaction mirrored Chuanxia's own when she first beheld her, both equally astonished by the presence of such exquisite beauty. Once, when serving the young lady, Chuanxia had been merely a child of 10 and now, having grown into a woman herself, she marveled at the proportional beauty they both possessed. It was said that the young lady's mother was a peerless beauty, and that the young lady bore a striking resemblance to her, hence the leader had not remarried after her passing, choosing instead to raise the young lady alone, showering her with affection, which led to her unruly nature. The leader would not allow the young lady to handle any weapons or practice martial arts, fearing that his precious daughter might injure herself. In essence, the leader was utterly devoted to his daughter. The figure in the mirror is, of course, you, my lady. Ha ha. How extraordinarily beautiful I am. What a pity that such a stunning supporting character meets a tragic end. She could not comprehend why, in this martial world, only those with martial prowess were deemed valuable, while those without were subjected to disdain. Xiao Wanwan was equally perplexed by the male lead. Surrounded by such beauty, how could he choose to cast her as mere cannon fodder? If she were in his position, she would cherish this beautiful supporting character, ensuring she suffered not a scratch. Such considerations might have prevented the antagonist from taking her life. Indeed, Xiao Wanwan believed herself to be shallow, yet, this superficiality could very well preserve her life. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Xiao Wanwan found herself in a conundrum, for with such beauty, sneaking away could either be her salvation or her undoing. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a voice rang out from the door. Wanwan, it is good age. I heard from Chuanxia that you have sustained an injury to your waist. I happen to have a fine ointment. May I come in to deliver it? Xiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that voice. It was Gu Zhamu. Chapter 5. What a pity, he is AMA. And in the corridor of the inn, there stood a handsome man clad in black, a sword strapped to his waist. The man gazed down at the box of ointment in his hands, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Surely, Wanwan would be overjoyed to receive the medicine I brought her. In that case, he could easily manipulate the foolish girl, Xiao Wanwan, into parting with her riches. Gu Zhamu tossed the ointment into the air, effortlessly catching it with one hand, his pace unwavering as he made his way toward a singular destination. Xiao Wanwan's room. Gu Xiaoxia? Upon hearing someone call his name from behind, Gu Zhamu paused. Turning around, he beheld a striking man seated in a wheelchair, his figure tall and imposing, clad in white garments adorned with intricate embroidery. He exuded an air of elegance. A peach-colored jade belt accentuated his slender waist. His long hair flowed like silk, dark and lustrous, loosely tied back with a purple ribbon. His complexion was almost sickly pale, yet even in this state, his innate nobility could not be concealed. The contours of his face, sculpted as if by the hands of Nuwa herself, were extraordinarily handsome. Beneath a pair of thick brows lay enchanting peach blossom eyes, imbued with a hint of seductive tenderness. His high nose and delicate lips, now devoid of color, evoked a sense of pity. This man had suddenly appeared behind Gu Zhamu, enveloped in a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Accompanying him was a middle-aged subordinate who pushed his wheelchair closer to Gu Zhamu. Gu Zhamu stared at him, momentarily entranced. Such a beautiful man. It was 5 years ago during a time of turmoil that he had first laid eyes on him, abandoned in a forest and besieged by numerous assassins. At that moment, his legs were rendered immobile, yet he had fought valiantly, launching icy needles to eliminate the approaching foes. Despite the overwhelming number of attackers, he managed to take down a couple, but the odds were against him. A woman with hair like a cascading waterfall, her bangs matted against her flawless face by sweat, appeared pitifully beautiful from a distance. As a newcomer to the martial realm, Gu Zhamu could not bear to leave such a sight unassisted. His heart raced at the sight of the disheveled woman. Perhaps rescuing this exquisite beauty would lead to a bond of devotion, and he would have a companion to wander the martial world with. It was indeed a tempting prospect. In that impulsive moment, youthful bravado spurred him to rescue the beleaguered Xiaze, yet, the instant the 15-year-old Xiaze spoke, Gu Zhamu was left utterly astounded. The person he had saved was an unparalleled beauty, and now, at 20, Xiaze had transformed into a breathtaking man, akin to a celestial being. Although he remained in a wheelchair, his physique and appearance were no less impressive than those of any able-bodied individual. His stunning visage rivaled that of any woman, provoking envy even in Gu Zhamu, a man. Yet, recognizing Xiaze's value, Gu Zhamu kept his discontent to himself. He offered a polite smile and a respectful nod. Young Master Xie. Xiaze, with moonlit eyes, scrutinized the item in Gu Zhamu's hand, curiosity piqued. Gu Xiaoxia, where are you headed? Oh. I'm just— Gu Zhamu tightened his grip on the ointment, smiling as he spoke. Wan has been injured, and I intend to deliver some ointment to her. Xiaze's originally gentle demeanor turned abruptly cold. Wan? You refer to that woman with such familiarity? His irritation was palpable. With a forced smile, Xiaze inquired, Gu Xiaoxia, what is your relationship with her? Why such concern? Gu Zhamu, taken aback by the question regarding Xiao Wan, paused. He viewed the woman who accompanied him through the martial world merely as a matter of mutual benefit. Xiao Wan's father had provided him the means and connections to navigate the realm, while he offered her care and protection. He regarded Xiao Wan as a capricious heiress. Aware of her affections for him, however, he found her lack of intellect and martial prowess to be unappealing. Aside from her looks, she possessed little else of merit. While he entertained the notion of engaging with her, he feared that any overt actions might draw the ire of the martial alliance leader, compelling him to wed his inept daughter. Thus, he could only escort her, ensuring her safety while engaging in transactions with the leader. Observing the sickly beautiful man before him, Gu Zhamu secretly lamented, why could this man not be a woman? If so, with his strength and future position as the head of the Xie family, he would make an ideal spouse, aiding him in his future dominance of the martial world. Unbeknownst to the man, Gu Zhamu's thoughts were laced with ulterior motives. Noticing the silence, Xiaze gently prodded, Gu Xiaoxia, is this a topic you cannot discuss? And no, not at all. Gu Zhamu hastily waved his hand, dispelling his errant thoughts. Wan is the daughter of an old acquaintance, entrusted to me for safe passage to Anqi City. Oh, I see. Only then did a smile grace Xiaze's face. Gu Xiaoxia, 5 years have elapsed, and it is a pleasure to encounter you once more. I am grateful for your assistance. He continued, as my family resides in Anqi City, I would like to extend a special invitation to you. Let us travel together for mutual support. What do you think? Gu Zhamu recalled that the Xie family was renowned for their mastery in poison and medicine. A single drop of their poison could bring even the strongest to their knees, while their miraculous medicine could extend life for years. Their remedies were so valuable that even the emperor, who shunned the martial world, struggled to procure them, offering 2 cities in exchange. The current head of the Xie family had become the lord of Anqi City, and Xiaze, as the sole heir, was destined to inherit the family legacy. Gu Zhamu, leveraging his status as a savior, might just gain access to a wealth of potent remedies. It truly was an enticing opportunity. Young Master Xie, you are too kind. I shall gladly accept your invitation. Gu Zhamu clasped his hands in gratitude, only then realizing he had yet to deliver the ointment. I must first see to the delivery of the medicine. Young Master Xie, please excuse me. Very well. Xiaze watched with a smile as Gu Zhamu departed, but the depth of his gaze darkened immediately. The smile faded from his lips, replaced by a cold demeanor. Zhongshu, investigate that woman's background. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man behind Xiaze bowed and withdrew. Xiaze's gaze lingered on the empty corridor, his eyes pensive. The daughter of an old acquaintance, whoever she may be, she shall not vie with me for his attention, or she will face dire consequences. 5 years prior, after being saved by Gu Zhamu, Xiaze had devoted his heart to the young man, who was of a similar age. For the past 5 years, he had harbored thoughts of him. Now that they had finally crossed paths again, he could not allow Gu Zhamu to slip from his grasp. However, he was troubled by the presence of another woman in Gu Zhamu's life, a distraction for the affections he wished to claim entirely for himself. He resolved that such a situation must not come to pass. Anyone who garnered Gu Zhamu's concern must perish, for only he was deserving of Gu Zhamu's care. With slender fingers, the man lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, the sound echoing softly against the wood. Within the concealed compartment lay fine needles, lying in wait. A devilish smile crept across the lips of the seated man. Assassination was his forte. Should he eliminate that woman, he would leave no trace, and Gu Zhamu would not hold him accountable. He would then bask in the cherished attention of Gu Zhamu, for the one he coveted could belong only to him, with no one else permitted to share in his affections. As thoughts of a bright future enveloped him, he raised a hand to his forehead, casting a shadow across his exquisite features, revealing only the slightest hint of a smirk. The deep timbre of his laughter resonated, causing his broad shoulders to tremble with suppressed mirth. Chapter 6. Uncovering her quilt. Gu Zhamu entered Xiao Wan's chamber, raising his hand to knock on the door when he overheard the conversation between the maid and her mistress. He leaned closer to the door, straining to catch their words. Were they speaking of him? Miss, are you jesting with Chuanxia? I am not jesting. Can you take me away from here? The man outside the door stiffened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Xiao Wanwan was throwing another tantrum. She actually wished to leave this place, to distance herself from him. The muscles in Gu Xiaomu's face twitched, and he thought to himself, it must be that he had been too aloof with her these past few days, neglecting her feelings. Thus, Xiao Wanwan had grown upset with him. Indeed, she was a willful young lady, spoiled and capricious wherever she went. He glanced at the ointment in his hand, his brow furrowing. For the sake of his future endeavors, he would have to placate her. Gu Xiaomu knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wanwan, it's your brother Gu. I heard from Chuanxia that you injured your waist, and I came to deliver the medicine and see how you are faring. Gu Xiaomu. The maid and mistress inside were startled. Xiao Wanwan quickly draped the bedding over her bare back, bewildered by his sudden arrival. How did he know about her injury? Suddenly, a realization struck her as she glanced at Chuanxia. The maid's face turned pale, aware of her blunder, and she lowered her head, murmuring, Miss, I thought you would want Gu Xiaoxia to know about your injury, to come and care for you. So, I mentioned it to him. Xiao Wanwan was infuriated, exasperated by her maid's thoughtlessness. How could you divulged such a private matter to an outsider? Do you not fear ridicule? I'm sorry, miss. I won't do it again. Chuanxia pleaded. Please, send him away, I don't need his medicine. Understood. Chuanxia hurried to the door, cautiously opening it a crack, revealing Gu Xiaomu's smiling face. Chuanxia, how is your mistress? Gu Xiaoxia, you should return. My mistress has already received treatment. Gu Xiaomu's expression stiffened at Chuanxia's dismissal. He had yet to see Xiao Wanwan, he had not had the opportunity to charm her into being enamored with him. How could he leave just like that? He forced a smile. May I enter to see your mistress? I cannot rest easy without knowing her condition. Gu Xiaoxia, my mistress is currently indisposed. In what way is she indisposed? Chuanxia hesitated, unable to disclose the fact that her mistress was completely unclothed at the moment. It was a delicate matter, and revealing it could tarnish Xiao Wanwan's reputation. She stammered, Gu Xiaoxia, my mistress is truly not in a position to receive visitors, please, return home. Gu Xiaomu's suspicions were aroused. Chuanxia had previously been respectful, knowing that Xiao Wanwan harbored feelings for him. Her current refusal to allow him entry indicated that the mistress was indeed angry with him, but why? Was it truly because he had been distant these past few days? Without waiting for Gu Xiaomu to respond, Chuanxia attempted to close the door. However, the powerful man swiftly blocked it with his hand. Gu Xiaoxia? Chuanxia, there are matters I must discuss with your mistress. Please, allow me to enter. That is not permissible. My mistress is truly not in a position to entertain guests. If there is something urgent, it can wait, or Chuanxia can relay the message. No, I must speak with her face to face. Gu Xiaoxia. The two were pushing against the door, and with a little more force, it would surely break. Inside, Xiao Wanwan, covered by the quilt, had assumed the guest would be sent away shortly. To her dismay, she now heard the commotion outside, indicating that someone was attempting to force their way in. Feeling a sense of foreboding, she sat upright in bed, acutely aware of her exposed state. In a panic, she glanced at her discarded clothing, which lay a considerable distance away on a wooden rack, a relic from ancient times. As she watched the intruder preparing to enter, she hastily cast aside the heavy quilt and leapt from the bed to retrieve her garments, hoping to dress before the male lead made his entrance. The intention was noble, but reality proved harsh. Unaccustomed to the ancient distance from bed to floor, she miscalculated and stumbled, falling ungracefully. With a thud, the young woman, clad only in her sleep pants and undergarments, landed on the ground with a gasp. The impact was painful, and her previously flawless figure was now in disarray. The loud noise instantly drew attention from outside. Chuanxia's heart raced with worry, her eyes darting towards the room, while Gu Xiaomu's brow furrowed in concern. He sensed that the maid and her mistress were concealing something from him. He turned to the maid with a stern voice. Is something amiss with Wanwan inside? And no. Chuanxia shook her head vigorously, unsure of what her mistress was doing but determined to keep Gu Xiaoxia from entering. Gu Xiaomu's expression darkened. Chuanxia, step aside. If anything has happened to your mistress, you will be held accountable. With that, he forcefully pushed the door open and Chuanxia could not resist and was shoved aside. Seeing Gu Xiaomu enter, she gasped and rushed forward to obstruct him, yet she was powerless to stop him. Gu Xiaoxia, do not enter, she called out, warning the mistress within. Miss. Gu Xiaoxia is coming in. Still reeling from her fall, Xiao Wanwan had yet to reach for her clothes. Upon hearing Chuanxia's warning, her mind raced, cursing under her breath. She thought, damn it. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she quickly sprang onto the bed, enveloping herself in the thick quilt, ensuring not a single strand of hair was exposed. She felt a surge of anxiety, reminding herself, do not be afraid, today, I must hold on to this quilt tightly, I shall not let go. Such a splendid figure should not be revealed to that duplicitous male lead. As Gu Xiaomu entered the room, he found it devoid of any presence except for the tightly wrapped quilt on the bed, resembling a zonzi with a person ensconced within. His brow furrowed, his disdainful expression gradually shifting to one of concern. Wanwan, are you alright? Is there anywhere else that hurts? May I take a look? Inside the quilt, Xiao Wanwan cursed in her heart. Damn it. Chuanxia said it was not a good time, yet he insists on barging in. I've just taken a fall, and my waist is throbbing worse than before, and now he wants to see my injury? Who does he think he is, to gaze upon my body? Get out, just leave me be. Though her thoughts were scathing, her voice remained sweet as honey. After all, she could not afford to offend the male lead just yet. Otherwise, the one to end her might not be the villain, but rather Gu Xiaomu himself. From beneath the quilt, her voice emerged, laced with feigned sweetness. Good age, I am quite well now. I feel a bit fatigued and wish to rest. Please return, I cannot see you out. The man's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the hidden figure beneath the quilt, remaining silent. He did not respond to her request to leave but gradually approached the bedside. Xiao Wanwan, shrouded in the quilt, remained oblivious to his intentions. However, she could hear the soft footsteps drawing closer, her anxiety mounting. What was he planning? Surely he did not intend to unveil her quilt? Xiao Wanwan swallowed hard, her heart racing. She tightened her grip on the quilt. Jiu Zhamu observed the girl concealed beneath the quilt, filled with suspicion. How could she hide away and not even deign to look at him? It seemed she was genuinely upset. How troublesome. Would he have to coax her again? He extended a large hand towards the quilt, inching closer. Just as Chuanxia arrived in the inner chamber, she witnessed Gu Xiaoxia's hand nearing the quilt, her face frozen in horror. The mistress's clothing was still on the rack. Initially thinking the noise had been caused by her mistress dressing, she was now alarmed to find that Xiao Wanwan had yet to put on her attire. This was disastrous. Chuanxia stood frozen, unsure whether to cover her mouth or her eyes as she watched Gu Xiaoxia's hand approach the quilt. Chapter 7. Does she harbor more resentment? Within her confines, Xiao Wanwan sensed an unwelcome disturbance as someone brushed against her quilt. A tremor coursed through her heart. This is the end. In ancient times, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Being seen by a man necessitated marriage. Xiao Wanwan could not possibly marry this scoundrel. If she did, she would undoubtedly invoke Xiaze's jealousy, and he might pierce her with a sword. I'm doomed. What am I to do? She clutched the quilt tightly in her hands. At that moment, a melodious male voice rang out from outside the door. Gu Xiong, Xia, have matters I wish to discuss with you regarding our route. The large hand that had just touched Xiao Wanwan's bedding froze upon hearing Xiaze's voice, halting any further action. The matter concerning their route was indeed of great significance. Jiu Chamu cast a glance at the woman, wrapped in the quilt and reluctant to reveal herself, and sighed helplessly. He placed the medicinal ointment beside her and gently reminded, Wanwan, I have placed the ointment beside you. Be sure to apply it well. I shall return to check on you when I have the time. Not hearing any response from within, Gu Chamu turned to leave the room. As he passed by Chuanxia, he did not forget to admonish her, take good care of your mistress. If anything happens to her, you will be held accountable. The young maid, startled by his piercing gaze, lowered her head in acknowledgement. Yes, Gu Xiaoxia, you can rest assured. Only then did the man feel at ease to depart, following Xiaze in his wheelchair out of the room. The sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away. Chuanxia raised her head slightly, watching as the two figures disappeared. With a resounding thud, she closed the door and hurried back to the room, speaking to the quilt-wrapped Xiao Wanwan, Miss, you may come out now. Gu Xiaoxia and the others have gone far. Not seeing any movement from her mistress, Chuanxia approached cautiously and gently patted the quilt. Miss? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, with a swift motion, the heavy quilt was flung aside, revealing the majority of the young maiden's fair, snowy skin. I can barely breathe. Chuanxia, gazing at her mistress's perfect, curvaceous figure, felt her cheeks flush. She hurried to retrieve the garments hanging on the rack and assisted her in dressing. Miss, fortunately, Master Xia stopped Gu Xiaoxia just in time. Otherwise, if Gu Xiaoxia had seen you in this state, the consequences would be unimaginable. Does that man possess no sense of propriety, to intrude upon a woman's private quarters so casually, truly a libertine? As Chuanxia helped her mistress adjust the pale yellow attire, she listened to Xiao Wanwan's complaints, starting to believe that her mistress's earlier words might hold some truth, that she truly did not harbor feelings for Gu Xiaoxia anymore. Xiao Wanwan, noticing the ointment by the bedside, scowled and slapped it down. With a loud crack, the box fell mercilessly to the floor. I want to avoid him, not apply his ointment. Reflecting on that pleasant male voice she had just heard, she patted her chest and sighed with relief. Fortunately, Xiaze inadvertently assisted me, preventing a greater disaster. Wait. Hold on, isn't this even worse? Xiao Wanwan's complexion turned pale as panic surged within her. If Xiaze witnessed Gu Chamu's concern for her, intruding into her private space, wouldn't it only deepen his resentment? This is dire. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's conflicting emotions, felt both delighted and bewildered by her sudden shifts. Xiao Wanwan was led to the dressing table, where Chuanxia styled her hair. She gazed into the mirror at her youthful reflection, a delicate beauty of 16 or 17, fair and enchanting. Such a splendid youth should not be squandered. She simply could not allow herself to perish. No, she must escape. All done, miss, you look so beautiful, everyone will surely adore you. Who cares if they like me? What matters is that I like myself. Xiao Wanwan caressed her cheeks, fair and tender. Her features were striking, akin to a celestial being, a rarity indeed. Her figure was curvaceous yet not at all bulky. She possessed the kind of physique that appeared slender in clothing yet alluring when undressed, complemented by her height of approximately 5'6". She was the epitome of beauty, fair-skinned, graceful, and possessing long legs. Undeniably, she was a captivating enchantress. Of course, Xiao Wanwan could only be her own enchantress. Her body belonged solely to herself, not to anyone else. Gazing at her own exquisite reflection, she was determined to live longer. With a lightened heart, she stepped out of the room and surveyed the scene outside the corridor. The inn encircled a central building, housing a lovely courtyard. The courtyard boasted mountains and waters, intended for the enjoyment of esteemed guests. Thanks to Gu Chamu's wealth, she was fortunate enough to occupy such a splendid room. Otherwise, she would have been relegated to the shabby accommodations of the front courtyard. She vividly recalled witnessing Chuanxia hand over a gold ingot, her heart bleeding at the sight. A single gold ingot so simply relinquished, it was utterly heartbreaking. 1 ingot could fetch a considerable sum in modern times, surely, it must equate to 200,000 or 300,000 in today's currency. How wasteful are the wealthy. The ancient inn was hardly extravagant. If the excess were spent on her, she would say nothing. However, to squander a portion on that freeloading protagonist was truly unwarranted. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Turning to Chuanxia, who had followed her, she exclaimed, Chuanxia, in the future, do not waste money on such high-end inns for Gu Chaomu, understood? Ha? Chuanxia, utterly bewildered, scratched her cheek in embarrassment. Miss, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. What I mean is that any silver your father gives you should only be spent on me. Do not use the same amount on others, otherwise, I shall be displeased. Oh. Chuanxia understood now, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Miss means that Gu Shaxia can stay in cheaper accommodations, while Miss must have the best. Yes, that does seem correct. Xiao Wanwan nodded in agreement, satisfied. After all, the money was hers, why not invest it in herself? While Xiao Wanwan's spirits initially soared, they soon plummeted at the thought of the grim future awaiting her. The lovely visage she possessed fell into despair. The maid, observing her mistress's capricious demeanor, inquired with concern, Miss, what troubles you, why do you look so unhappy? Chuanxia, I shall say this once more. Yes. Chuanxia, noting her mistress's serious expression, swallowed nervously, feeling somewhat anxious. Could it be that her mistress's solemnity signified a matter of great importance? Xiao Wanwan scrutinized the young maid's curious gaze, pursing her lips in contemplation. I shall ask one final time. Can you assist me in escaping this place and returning to the Alliance leader's residence? Chuanxia hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Miss, I have already told you before, the Alliance leader is not at the residence currently. Returning recklessly would be perilous. Moreover, Gu Shaxia will also accompany us to Anqi City. The Alliance leader awaits your arrival there. Once we reach, we can meet him and return to the residence. Xiao Wanwan frowned slightly, realizing that Chuanxia was resolute. There was little she could do but gather information about the outside world through her. How long will it take to reach Anqi City? Do not worry, miss, we will arrive swiftly. Xiao Wanwan's eyes brightened. Swiftly? How swiftly? Chapter 8 of the escape plan. Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance, yet, in the next moment, she was struck down by the words of her maid, feeling a blow that was more than mere disappointment. A minimum of half a month, and perhaps as long as a month. Is this considered quick? In half a month, her ashes would have already dissipated. It seems there is no hope left, and the maid beside her is equally unreliable. She must swiftly devise a plan. Leaning against the railing of the corridor, Xiao Wanwan gazed into the vast emptiness of the courtyard before her. Upon her arrival at this place, she had already surveyed her surroundings. The optimal escape route required her to traverse the courtyard, darting towards the small door on the opposite side to slip away unnoticed. Thus, she could attain her freedom. Yes, that shall be her plan. With renewed determination, Xiao Wanwan lifted her leg to depart. However, the maid was close behind, her footsteps echoing like a persistent drumbeat. Looking back, she saw the maid Chuanxia wearing a cheerful smile. Could you please not follow me? Xiao Wanwan implored. My lady, that is out of the question. It is perilous outside, and as your attendant, it is my duty to accompany you at all times, vowing to protect your safety with my life. Surely not. I shall wait obediently at the door. Xiao Wanwan sighed in exasperation. Must she be shadowed even while attending to nature's call? This was an excessive form of protection. How, then, could she escape? No, to execute her plan, she must first send the maid away. Time slipped by swiftly. A couple of hours passed in a blink. The sky gradually darkened. The town was devoid of lights, save for the red lanterns illuminating the vicinity of the inn, casting a faint glow. Inside the room, a woman sat before the vanity, observing her reflection while Chuanxia meticulously arranged the bedding behind her. An idea sparked in Xiao Wanwan's mind as she pretended to caress her stomach, calling out to her maid, Chuanxia, I find myself a bit hungry. Would you be so kind as to fetch me something to eat? Of course, my lady, I shall go at once. With that, the nimble maid exited the room, the door slamming shut behind her, leaving no sound in her wake. Xiao Wanwan clapped her hands in delight. Excellent, now she could finally slip away unnoticed. With urgency, she recalled where Chuanxia kept the purse, racing to the cabinet and opening it with a heart full of anticipation. She retrieved the bundle filled with gold and silver notes, weighing it in her hands. The gold clinked together, producing a satisfying sound. Ha, I've struck it rich. Her lips curled into a wide grin, nearly reaching her ears. Just the thought of escaping from the male lead, that vampire, and the twisted antagonist, with these riches to sustain her life outside, was enough to ensure a comfortable existence. Xiao Wanwan had already composed a melody of a better life in her heart. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack, revealing a figure dressed in a soft yellow gown. Those enchanting almond-shaped eyes peeked outside, cautiously scanning the surroundings before boldly pushing the door open and ensuring it was securely shut behind her. A heavy bundle was slung across her shoulder, providing her with a sense of safety. She was off. In the darkness, a nimble silhouette darted down the corridor. With a swift motion, she concealed herself behind a wooden post, quickly vanishing from sight. Along the way, Xiao Wanwan looked left and right, wary of anyone discovering her presence. Finally, she made it across the courtyard, spotting the back door of the inn, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Victory was within her grasp. With a soft creak, she gently opened the back door and slipped outside, gazing at the tranquil streets of the town. A haunting silence enveloped the area, unnervingly quiet. Only at the inn's entrance hung 2 red lanterns, while elsewhere lay an abyss of darkness, suggesting that the townsfolk had retreated into slumber. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but scoff, it's barely dark out. Does this town lack any semblance of nightlife? How overly cautious. She needed to tread carefully, making no noise as she departed. Lifting her skirt, she tiptoed away from the inn's back door, unaware that a familiar presence resided in the second-floor room nearby. This was Xiezhe's chamber. At that moment, Xiezhe and Gu Zhamu were seated beside the window, engaged in a game of black and white chess. Xiezhe's slender fingers hovered over the candlelight, picking up a white piece and placing it down. With a decisive thud, the outcome of the match had already been determined. The black pieces were swiftly surrounded and eliminated. The man across from him paused momentarily, not angered by his loss but rather filled with... Hearing Gu Zhamu's praise, Xiezhe felt a surge of delight, his beautiful peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of emotion, his handsome visage flushed with a faint hue. You flatter me, Gu Xiaoxia. My skills are but rudimentary. Had you not intentionally let me win, I could never have secured this victory. Ha, it appears we are quite in sync. Our future travels together will surely be even more harmonious. One can only hope. Xiezhe's peculiar gaze lingered on Gu Zhamu's face, as if a hint of affection lurked within his eyes, akin to a woman's infatuation with a man. Gu Zhamu felt a shiver run down his spine. Being scrutinized by Xiezhe made him feel like prey caught in a strange trap, a sensation that made him uncomfortable. He awkwardly turned his gaze outside the window, only to spot a familiar figure lurking beneath the inn. Wanwan. Xiezhe followed Gu Zhamu's line of sight and was taken aback to see the bothersome woman, Xiao Wanwan. Gu Zhamu, observing her alone without Xuanxia, was filled with confusion. He immediately stood, apologizing to Xiezhe. Xia Xiong, I appreciate your conversation today. We shall discuss our future journey at another time. It seems Wanwan is in need of assistance. I must take my leave. Understood. With a loud clatter, the room was left with only Xiezhe, whose expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the woman below, brimming with a sense of hostility. It's her again. Why does she keep appearing before us? What is her scheme, or is she trying to ensnare Gu Zhamu? His fingers tightened around the white chess piece, and with a sharp snap, it shattered into fragments. Unperturbed, he released his grip, allowing the powder to scatter across the table, swept away by a gentle breeze from the window. The man felt no regret, his pale lips parted to utter, Zhongshi. Suddenly, a figure darted through the window, entering the once empty room. Your subordinate is here. What is the status of that woman? Zhongshi lifted his gaze, observing his master, whose long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, his chin resting lightly on his hand as he leaned against the window. The moon's pure light streamed through, illuminating half of his face in an ethereal glow, yet, this exquisite scene was overshadowed by the dangerous aura emanating from him, particularly from his obsidian-like eyes that glimmered with the cold light. Zhongshi could sense his master's mood. Young master, it would be wise to refrain from acting against that woman for the time being. The cold gaze returned with mild curiosity. Oh, pray tell. Zhongshi, having served his master for over a decade, felt trepidation at the prospect of inciting his wrath. 5 years prior, when his master was saved by Gu Zhamu, Zhongshi had sensed a peculiar sentiment brewing within his master, akin to affection or possessiveness. Due to his upbringing, his master's temperament was somewhat unpredictable, making it difficult for Zhongshi to discern his true feelings. However, one thing was evident: anything his master cherished would not be sullied by others. If it did not belong to him, it was to be disposed of, be it a person or a pet. To his master, they were mere playthings to be discarded at will. Yet, Gu Zhamu was different, a unique prey, one that piqued his master's interest and had managed to survive the longest. Zhongshi understood that his master would do everything in his power to eliminate anyone close to Gu Zhamu. To outsiders, Xiezhe appeared to be a devil. The 30-something Zhongshi swallowed hard, endeavoring to explain to his master, she is the only daughter of the martial arts alliance leader. If anything were to happen to her, the leader would not spare us. Moreover, Gu Zhamu was vying for the position of the new alliance leader, which makes the young lady of considerable importance to him. So, she is the spoiled and willful daughter of the alliance leader? No wonder Gu Zhamu is so patient in keeping her close. As he spoke, the man retrieved a black chess piece, his gaze fixated upon it as he murmured to himself, for now, I shall refrain from taking action against her, as she still serves a purpose for Gu Zhamu. Once I secure the position of alliance leader for him, I shall strip her of her skin. He raised the tiny black piece, directing it toward the empty space below, where the woman had just been. A cruel intent flickered in his eyes. In the distance, the fleeing woman felt an unsettling sensation creeping over her, as though she were being watched, yet, upon glancing around, she found no signs of life. Xiao Wanwan comforted herself, I must be imagining things, I need to leave this wretched place with my money and fly far away. Oh yay! She tugged at the bundle slung over her shoulder and turned towards a corner. Abruptly, a shadow loomed before her. Xiao Wanwan had no time to react before colliding face-first into an unexpected wall. With a loud thud and an ow, she fell to the ground, clutching her precious bundle tightly. Ouch! How could there be a wall here? As she rubbed her head, stars dancing before her eyes, she heard a chilling voice nearby. Wanwan, Chapter 9, caught in the act of escape. Wanwan? A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the dark corner. Xiao Wanwan felt a shiver run down her spine, her instincts screaming for her to flee. Just as she turned to escape, a hand clamped down on her wrist with an iron grip. In a state of utter shock, she squeezed her eyes shut, terrified to look back. She tugged at her hand with all her might, but it remained ensnared. Desperately, she whispered to herself, Amatba. I have done no wrong, please do not harm me. At that moment, the voice returned, sounding eerily familiar. Wan, where do you think you're going? Her heart skipped a beat, and she opened her eyes wide. Good heavens, was that not the voice of Gu Jiamu? Slowly, she turned to face him. In the dim light, she could see a man dressed entirely in black, and it was indeed Gu Jiamu, who was gripping her wrist, preventing her from leaving. His eyes were filled with confusion as he scrutinized her. Frustration welled up within Xiao Wan. How could it be him? If it were merely a ghost, at least she could evade it. But this man could very well track her movements. With him watching, her escape plan would be rendered nearly impossible. Unaware of her inner turmoil, the man continued, Wan, why have you left your room? What about your maid, Xuanxia? Why isn't she with you? Xiao Wan blinked and forced a laugh. Swiftly retracting her hand, she feigned nonchalance, saying, Oh, Brother Gu, I was just feeling a bit peckish and thought I might find something to eat. Xuanxia is waiting for me nearby. Gu Jiamu narrowed his eyes, observing the girl who dared not meet his gaze, his expression growing serious. He gestured toward the pitch-black expanse outside. Are you really going out to find food? Do you not know there is a curfew here at night? If you are caught by the patrolling guards, you will be imprisoned as a thief? Ah. This was the first time Xiao Wan had heard of a curfew in this fantastical martial arts world. No wonder the streets were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any figures. Embarrassed, she chuckled awkwardly. I had no idea. In my hometown, there is no such thing as a curfew. In her recollection of the original owner's life, there had indeed been no curfew in her town. She spoke without thinking, uncertain if he would believe her. Is that so? The man nodded, seemingly convinced. This was fortunate. Perhaps he would not uncover her intentions to escape, yet at that moment, his gaze bore a hint of suspicion as he scrutinized her, making Xiao Wan feel uneasy. Brother Gu, what is it? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. As Gu Jiamu spoke, he reached out toward her bundle. Startled, Xiao Wan recoiled, clutching her package tightly. What do you intend to do? This could very well be her lifeline. She could not allow him to discover it. The man's hand grasped at empty air, momentarily taken aback observing the girl's blatant aversion, his brow furrowed in concern and faced with his increasingly grim demeanor. Xiao Wan felt her previous reaction had been overly conspicuous. Would he suspect something? Clearing her throat awkwardly, she attempted to shift the topic. Brother Gu, since there rests nothing to eat outside, I shall return now. She turned to leave, but his voice halted her. Very well, I shall escort you. Xiao Wan's face froze, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, that is unnecessary. Brother Gu, you have important matters to attend to, please do not trouble yourself. I am not a child, I can return on my own. The man fell silent for a moment, his eyes flickering with doubt. Wan, are you upset that I have not paid you any attention these past few days? I am not upset at all. Brother Gu, you are overthinking it. Then allow me to accompany you back. Seeing his persistent demeanor, Xiao Wan rolled her eyes inwardly. Could she still hope to escape? With the male lead watching her every move, it seemed utterly impossible. Thus, her first escape plan came to an abrupt end. Sighing in resignation, she resolved to devise another strategy in the future. In the narrow corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed, one man and one woman, walking in tandem, one ahead of the other. The girl hurried forward, clutching her package, while the man followed leisurely behind, observing her with a hint of disdain. She resembled a frightened rabbit, her breath quickening, fragile and delicate. Gu Jiamu scoffed inwardly. Here was the daughter of the martial arts leader, endowed with such natural advantages, yet she possessed no martial prowess whatsoever. Instead of the grace characteristic of a refined lady, she exuded arrogance and defiance. When he had offered to escort her earlier, he could have easily carried her, using his lightness of foot to transport her to her room, yet this foolish girl lacked any semblance of charm, relying solely on her feeble legs to scurry away. As she darted about, it was as if she were racing against fate itself. He could easily quicken his pace and block her path, but he refrained, wishing to grant her some dignity and to avoid drawing too close to her, lest her foolishness rub off on him. However, fearing her mood might sour and affect his interests, he opted to engage her with concerned inquiries from time to time. Wan, please do not take my recent neglect to heart. If there is anything troubling you, feel free to confide in Brother Gu. Do not bottle everything up inside. Xiao Wan felt utterly drained. She did not wish to be in the company of this man. Being near him felt akin to flirting with death. The thought that someone might be observing Gu Jiamu from the shadows sent chills down her spine. All she wanted was to return to her room and shake off the man trailing her. Having barely registered his previous words, she absent-mindedly replied, "Oh, all right." As she spotted her room just ahead, her eyes brightened. Thank heavens, she was finally nearing her destination and could escape the threat to her safety. With an impatient creak, Xiao Wan flung open the door and dashed inside, turning to slam it shut behind her. Bang! Just as the door left a small gap, she found herself unable to close it, no matter how hard she tried. Through the crack, she saw Gu Jiamu bracing himself against the door, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Panic coursed through her veins, and she managed to force a smile. Brother Gu, I am safely in my room now, so you may leave. Yes, I know, he replied, though his hand showed no sign of loosening its grip. With a blink, she looked at him and asked, "Is there something else you wish to discuss with me?" "Indeed, there is one matter." Chapter 10 is rather perplexing. What is happening? Could you elaborate? I have already conferred with young Master Xia regarding all arrangements. We shall embark on our journey to Anqi City together. It would be prudent to travel side by side, thus providing mutual support. This matter is known to Xiao Wan as well. It is precisely due to this mutual safeguard that the antagonist harbors such grave intentions against her. Wait a moment, it seems that Xieze's residence in the book is situated in Anqi City. Could it be that the female antagonist has ventured to his home and met with misfortune? Surely not. Isn't her father also waiting for her in Anchi City? This is indeed a conundrum. Xiao Wanwan did not scrutinize the book with such attention previously, and she regrets this oversight upon reflection. Outside the door, a gentleman gently reminded her, Wanwan, remember to rest early tonight. We shall set off tomorrow. All right, she replied, with a forced smile. Xiao Wanwan bid farewell to Gu Xiaomu as he departed, carefully closing the door behind her. Once her back pressed against the door, she exhaled deeply, patting her chest. Finally, he has left. The plan for escape must be postponed until we are on the road. Sighing, Xiao Wanwan walked over to the table and placed her bundle down, pouring herself a cup of tea. She had scarcely settled into her chair when the door creaked open. Chuanxia, who had been summoned to fetch food, swung the door wide upon seeing the young lady within. Her face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Miss, have you been waiting here for Chuanxia to return? Chuanxia was utterly delighted. Not wishing to shatter the maid's joyful illusion, Xiao Wanwan nodded and inquired, what have you brought back? Miss, look, Chuanxia has brought back all your favorite snacks. Oh, how delightful. Come, I am famished. All right. With a radiant smile, Chuanxia placed the box on the table, opened the lid, and presented the array of delicacies. Here are your beloved mung bean cakes, chestnut cakes, osmanthus cakes, flaky pastries, and plums, among others. The assortment of pastries indeed appeared delectable. However, was it wise to indulge in such fare at this late hour? Miss, do try it. Is it to your liking? Very well. Xiao Wanwan delicately picked up a piece of pastry with her slender fingers. Yet before she could savor it, she noticed the eager expression on Chuanxia's face, eagerly watching her every move. It was rather uncomfortable to be observed while dining. She quickly urged, you needn't just stand there. Come, sit down and eat with me. Chuanxia's eyes sparkled upon hearing her mistress's words. However, considering her lady's character, she worried it might be a test of her loyalty. Hastily, she shook her head, lowering her gaze, and humbly replied, Miss, there are distinctions between master and servant. Chuanxia cannot be so unrefined, otherwise, I could be punished by the leader. Oh, what leader? It's just you and I here. If I don't speak of it, who would know? It feels rather lonely to eat alone. Wouldn't it be wonderful to share this meal together? Chuanxia hesitantly raised her gaze, observing the lonely countenance of her mistress, which did not suggest jest. Her eyes instantly brimmed with anticipation as she cautiously asked, Miss, is it truly permissible? Xiao Wanwan smiled and gestured for her to join. Of course. Come. All right. Chuanxia cast aside her reservations and boldly sat beside her mistress. Xiao Wanwan also served her a piece of pastry. Eat up. The little maid relished the treats, her cheeks puffed with delight as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. No need for thanks. Now Xiao Wanwan could eat in peace. The pastries melted in her mouth, rich and fragrant, utterly delightful. A curious sound escaped Chuanxia as her hand reached towards the bundle on the table. Miss, what are you planning to do with this package? Upon glancing up, Xiao Wanwan realized Chuanxia had inadvertently touched the bag containing gold. She could not help but chuckle at her own forgetfulness. Rummaging through her mind for an excuse to address Chuanxia's inquiry, she replied, I was merely concerned in counting our remaining cash. I was contemplating how we've been rather extravagant these past few days. At this rate, we shall deplete our funds before returning home, which would be unwise. After all, we must retain some money for self-defense. Chuanxia's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at her mistress, exclaiming, Wow! So Miss is also adept at managing finances. You have even contemplated future plans. Truly remarkable. Chuanxia must learn more from you henceforth. Really? Xiao Wanwan chuckled at the little maid's admiring gaze. Did the original owner truly lack the ability to count money? Was she quite dim-witted? How could Xiao Wanwan be so utterly incompetent? She acknowledged that her recent traversing into this world made her clumsy with the attire of this ancient era, which was reasonable enough. However, surely counting money was a basic skill. It appeared that Xiao Wanwan was simply too affluent to care. No wonder Chuanxia was so anxious about her mistress's well-being. Without her, she might struggle to survive. With a serious expression, Xiao Wanwan recalled Gu Xiaomu's earlier reminder about leaving for Anchi City the next day. She realized she needed a map to effectively prepare for her escape route and devise an infallible plan for the future. Casting a sly glance at Chuanxia, who was still happily indulging in pastries, a clever idea formed in her mind. Chuanxia, we are departing with Brother Gu and the others tomorrow. Could you procure a map detailing the route to Anchi City before we leave? Miss, rest assured, I shall find the map by tomorrow morning. Before dawn had broken, as the cocks crowed, Chuanxia quietly rose from her outer quarters, glancing at her mistress still sound asleep within. She tiptoed out of the room, ensuring not to disturb her lady's rest. As the morning light crept in, the young woman nestled on the soft bed gradually awakened. Stretching languidly, she sat up, relishing the comfort of an early rise. Her exquisite features bore a hint of sleepiness as she listened to the bustling sounds outside. Steamed buns, freshly steamed buns. She felt slightly dazed, wondering if her home was adjacent to a market. Why could she not recall? Never mind. She hastily got out of bed to brush her teeth and wash her face before heading off to work. With long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, she had just set her delicate foot down from the bed when an astonished voice outside interrupted her. Miss, why didn't you wait for Chuanxia to return before getting up? Chuanxia? Blinking her bleary eyes, Xiao Wanwan gradually recognized the young girl approaching her. The memories of the previous day flooded back, her eyes widened slightly as she recalled. Oh, I almost forgot, I have transmigrated into a martial arts novel as a supporting female character. Chapter 11 of The Willful Beauty. Everything was in order. Dressed in a lively jade green attire, Xiao Wanwan descended the staircase of the inn, with Xuanxia trailing behind her. She held tightly to the map that Xuanxia had just procured for her heart brimming with joy as her mind was consumed by thoughts of her escape plan. Oh! What a stunning maiden! A chorus of admiration arose from the crowd below. Those seated by the window, waiting, also noticed something. Turning their heads, they beheld a fairy-like figure clad in jade green. Her almond-shaped eyes resembled exquisite paintings, and her delicate pink lips curved slightly in a gentle smile, exuding the grace of a refined lady from a noble family. Even the autumn breeze seemed to favor her, wafting through the window to caress her. Her silken hair danced in the gentle wind, and even the few wayward strands that were tousled across her smooth forehead appeared irresistibly enchanting. The breeze lightly grazed her delicate visage, brushing against her rosy earlobes, which were adorned with slender silver earrings that sparkled against her alabaster neck. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, captivating all the guests and attendants below, their eyes wide with awe, unable to look away. Unconsciously, they gazed upon her face with longing, silently admiring the ethereal woman before them. Gu Xiaomu also glanced in that direction, where a pure and radiant young woman gracefully descended the stairs. For a moment, he found himself entranced. At that moment, the man in white across from him, who was sipping tea, followed Gu Xiaomu's astonished gaze toward the enchanting figure. Upon seeing her, his brows furrowed slightly. This instant, Xiao Wanwan appeared to have donned a delicate layer of makeup. Her complexion significantly improved, even her demeanor seemed transformed. Gone was the foolish, infatuated girl who had relentlessly pursued Gu Xiaomu the day before, her gaze now devoid of that irritating obsession. Those bright, large eyes blinked innocently, radiating purity. Xiaozhe observed the man across from him, who was fixated on the approaching maiden. He gripped his teacup tightly, sensing a hint of threat. Was this part of her strategy to entice him? Just then, Xiao Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She caught sight of the group at the opposite window, among whom Xiaozhe stood out ominously. His dark eyes resembled a frigid pool, his face shrouded in gloom. Xiao Wanwan locked eyes with the handsome man, only to detect a palpable hostility emanating from him. His cold gaze, tinged with a hint of murderous intent, seemed to convey a warning. Should she dare to act recklessly, the consequences would be as dire as the shattered cup in his hand. Xiaozhe tightened his grip on the cup, which shattered with a resounding crash, leaving him clutching the sharp shards that pierced his palm, crimson blood oozing forth. The ever-watchful butler, Zhong Guan, witnessed the young master's self-inflicted wound, his eyes widening in alarm as concern washed over him. Young master, are you hurt? The man opposite Xiaozhe also noticed the injury. He was perplexed as to how a martial artist could sustain such a wound so easily. Perhaps it was merely an accident. He hastily offered a bandage, admonishing, "This cup is of poor quality, isn't it? It cut your hand. Quickly, wrap it up, or it may scar." "Thank you, brother Gu. We are allies, no need for formalities," Xiaozhe replied, a gentle smile gracing his features, though it did little to mask the turmoil within. Gu Xiaomu, feeling Xiaozhe's gaze upon him, smiled awkwardly. "Zhongguan, please assist your young master with his injury. I will go fetch Wanwan." "Yes, sir." Zhongshi accepted the bandage and began to tend to the bleeding wound. Xiaozhe's expression darkened as he watched Gu Xiaomu approach the jade-clad maiden, his gaze lingering on her as she drew nearer. "Xiao Wanwan, it's her again." Frustration bubbled within him, leading him to brusquely shake off Zhongshi's attempts to bandage his hand. "Young master? Leave me be." Zhongshi observed the blood dripping onto the floor from Xiaozhe's hand, his heart heavy with concern. The young master, already tormented by poison, appeared pale and fragile. "Young master, let me help you." Zhongshi persisted, but Xiaozhe's stubbornness kept him at bay. "I said no need." He extended his injured hand, indifferent to the blood staining his palm, muttering, "A little blood won't kill me." What infuriated him further was that despite his disheveled state, he felt overshadowed by that woman. Once decisive and capable of obtaining whatever he desired, Xiaozhe now found himself a pitiful figure, consumed by jealousy. How intriguing it would be on their journey to Anqi City. Darkness clouded his thoughts. Even if he could not eliminate her, he would ensure she felt the consequences of her actions. How dare she compete with him? She would not escape unscathed. Jiu Zhaomu approached the enchanting woman, his gaze fixed on the resplendent Xiao Wanwan. At that moment, she appeared utterly transformed from her usual willful self, exuding an air of mysterious grace. Jiu Zhaomu could not help but marvel at her newfound beauty, realizing she was quite suitable to be his companion. As she paused in her steps, she noticed Gu Xiaomu's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Her finely arched brows furrowed slightly as she blinked her delicately curled lashes, asking in confusion, "Brother Gu, what's the matter?" Upon hearing her gentle voice, Gu Xiaomu snapped back to reality, his heart racing. He could not help but be drawn to her rosy lips, which appeared soft and fragrant. His throat went dry, and he found himself stammering, "Wanwan, have you packed your belongings?" "Ah, shall we be off then?" "Yes, let us go to young master Xia's side." "Indeed." Xiao Wanwan nodded and made her way toward the window, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, though she could not pinpoint its source. Today, the male lead seemed strangely different, resembling a devoted puppy, trailing her with a beaming smile, far from the insincere grin of the previous day. Surely, he hadn't developed feelings for her? She was well aware that the male lead had always been using her, tolerating her capriciousness. If he were truly to harbor any peculiar emotions toward her now, her fate would surely be dire. She needed to devise a plan to distance herself from him or perhaps engage in actions that would repel him. In this world of martial arts, the domineering male lead despised nothing more than being made a fool. As Chow Wan walked, her mind raced with thoughts. As they passed the front desk of the inn, she caught a glimpse of the man who had stared at her intently. Wasn't he the innkeeper who had cheerfully accepted their silver coins the day before? He had even taken a whole gold ingot from them, his grin wide enough to split his face. This wretched inn had offered them no worthwhile experience. How vexing it was to have wasted so much money. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Chow Wan's mind. Money. Chapter 12 of the conspicuous package. How could she possibly overlook the matter of money? They had only stayed for a single day. It would be such a pity if they did not seek a refund. Moreover, this could provide her with an opportunity to create a scene, to provoke the male lead and stir the faint tremors of his heart. In but a fleeting moment, Chow Wan's mind was abuzz with thoughts. She had meticulously planned everything. Abruptly halting in her tracks, she exclaimed loudly, "Wait!" Her voice rang out, drawing puzzled glances from those around her, plunging the atmosphere into an uneasy silence. This included the distant gaze of Xieze and his servant, who were observing the scene. Jiu Zhamu noticed the young woman's furrowed brow, as though she were contemplating a grave issue. Curiously, he inquired, Wan, what's wrong? Is there something you haven't done? Yes, indeed, there is something I have yet to attend to. Brother Gu, please, give me a moment, Chow Wan replied. Gu Zhamu regarded the charming young lady, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Very well, Brother Gu will wait for you. A wave of nausea washed over Chow Wan as she forced a smile. Then, she lifted her foot, pivoted, and strode purposefully toward an unexpected destination. The innkeeper, taken aback by the approach of the beautiful maiden, momentarily froze, his wide eyes betraying his shock. With a resounding thud, she slapped the front desk, startling the innkeeper. The ethereal beauty that had captivated everyone now appeared as a shrew, one hand on her hip and the other emphatically striking the table. Innkeeper, I kindly request a refund for our room reservation. This money is of utmost importance to me, thank you. Her declaration left those behind her momentarily dumbfounded. Chuanxia's face blanched, fearing her mistress was throwing another tantrum. She hurriedly stepped forward to restrain her, offering a hasty apology to the innkeeper. I'm sorry, our young lady is merely speaking nonsense. Chow Wan bristled at the dismissal. How could a mere maid negate her words? Shaking off Chuanxia's grasp, she asserted, what nonsense am I speaking? We booked for several days, and now we are checking out early. Shouldn't the inn refund us the remaining silver? Mississippi. Chuanxia attempted to interject, but Chow Wan raised her hand to silence her. Go away, do not disturb your lady while she is conducting business. With her mistress's words ringing in her ears, Chuanxia felt compelled to step aside, hoping that this time her lady's outburst would not lead to excessive embarrassment. After all, Gu Shaoxia did not favor such antics. If Chow Wan could hear Chuanxia's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. I could not care less whether he likes me or not. If he detests me and keeps his distance, I would thank the heavens. Behind her, Gu Zhamu's face paled as he observed the transformation of the once angelic Chow Wan into a tempestuous figure. She now pounded the front desk, her other hand directed toward the innkeeper's rotund visage, persistently urging, Innkeeper, refund the money, I say. The onlookers were left agape by the young woman's laugh. Their initial impression of her beauty was now overshadowed by her outrageous demeanor. They silently mourned for the innkeeper, who had fallen victim to this peculiar woman's whims. Jiu Zhamu, utterly bewildered by Chow Wan's bizarre behavior, felt his heart shatter. Indeed, she was who she was, regardless of her exquisite appearance. Her brazen and willful nature could not be concealed. Just moments ago, she had wished for everyone to know she was his woman, yet now her actions made him wish to distance himself from her. His complexion darkened as he reprimanded, Wan, cease this nonsense at once. Chow Wan discerned the subtle anger in Gu Zhamu's voice but chose to ignore it, placing a finger to her lips. Shoo! Brother Gu, wait here for me. I will have the innkeeper refund the money shortly. Gu Zhamu felt his face flush with frustration, realizing that no matter what he said, this willful young lady would not heed his words. Speaking further would be a waste of breath. Thus, he retreated, unwilling to approach her any closer, fearing that even a single step might bring him shame as onlookers would point and laugh at him. Meanwhile, Xieze, who had been observing from a distance, found himself amused by the young woman's antics. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Having only met her the previous day, he was not well acquainted with her, but he perceived her as a spoiled heiress, an adversary for his affections. Yet, who would have thought her silly antics could be so entertaining? Casting a glance at Gu Zhamu, he found the situation intriguing, as her behavior might even provoke Gu Zhamu's disdain for her. Such a character was undeniably fascinating, and he felt a strange reluctance to harm her amidst this spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, as he watched the scene unfold, a smile crept onto his lips. Standing beside Xieze, Zhongshe caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. His heart raced as he realized he had witnessed a smile from the usually stoic master, one that was distinctly different from his usual demeanor. He quickly focused his gaze, only to find the master seated in his wheelchair, silent and contemplative, sipping his exquisite tea. Ah, perhaps I am mistaken, Zhongshe mused, slightly astonished. How could the master ever exhibit genuine joy? Having watched him grow, Zhongshe knew how difficult life had been for him, tormented by his father since childhood, his face perpetually shadowed by gloom. Innkeeper, refund the money, or I shall remain here indefinitely. When new guests arrive, I will tell them you run a rogue establishment. Chow Wan reveled in her role as the tyrant, mentally commending herself. Yes, this is how it should be. Like a jester, I shall cause a ruckus. Her actions would surely incite further aversion from the male lead, driving him away and distancing him from her. Sacrificing her reputation here mattered little, for none knew her. The innkeeper, pressed by her demands, turned pale, recognizing her as a person of the martial world, accompanied by a swordsman. He dared not offend her. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he forced a strained smile, attempting to explain, "Dear guest, our inn has no policy for refunds. Please do not make life difficult for us humble proprietors." "What? That is an entire ingot of gold. We stayed for only one night. What gives you the right to refuse a refund? This is outright fraud." The surrounding townsfolk gasped, astonished at the mention of an ingot of gold. What a wealthy person! To produce gold merely for a night's stay is simply extravagant. "Dear guest, the room you occupied is a top-tier suite, which is naturally more expensive than usual. Yet this so-called top-tier room hardly seems remarkable. There was not even a servant to deliver meals, my maid had to fetch them herself from the kitchen. Is this the treatment you provide to your esteemed guests?" The patrons present began to sympathize with the young lady's insistence on a refund. The inn was neither large nor small, and even the luxurious room offered only mediocre service. To demand an ingot of gold in return for such accommodation was indeed unreasonable. As the crowd began to murmur in agreement, Xiao Wanwan turned to them, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you all for your support." Faced with the collective voice of the crowd, the innkeeper conceded. "Fine, I yield to you. I shall refund your money." "Excellent." The innkeeper hastily produced several silver coins, handing them over to the obstinate young woman. "You are truly a wonderful innkeeper, wishing you a pleasant life." She turned to leave, urging the crowd to disperse. The innkeeper, having lost money, felt his heart ache. Just yesterday, he had reveled in the happiness brought by the generous guests who had provided that ingot of gold, only to find himself empty-handed today. Was this not a fleeting dream? Chapter 13. Where are my silver coins? In her hands, Xiao Wanwan held a hefty pouch containing 20 pieces of silver, her heart brimming with joy upon witnessing her frugality. Chuanxia couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, praising her mistress. "My lady, you are truly remarkable. You managed to convince the shopkeeper to return all the leftover money?" "Of course, it should be refunded. Such money must not be wasted," she replied. "Now, let's go." "Very well. Oh, by the way," Xiao Wanwan glanced at the pouch of coins in her hand before her gaze fell upon the young man in a wheelchair seated by the window, patiently awaiting their return. A portion of the funds she had just reclaimed from the shopkeeper belonged to Xiaozhe. Feeling somewhat guilty about pocketing someone else's money, she decided to take out a few coins and approached him with her maid. The man, who was sipping tea with his head bowed, suddenly noticed a pair of delicate embroidered shoes appearing before him. Momentarily taken aback, he raised his gaze. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the girl's fair complexion, adding a captivating glow to her features. A shallow dimple danced on her flawless skin as she flashed him a sweet smile, extending her hand to offer him the silver coins. "Young Master Xia, this is yours. I managed to get a refund from the shopkeeper, and this portion belongs to you as well." Xiao Wanwan hoped that Xiaozhe would soften his feelings towards her, recognizing her thoughtful gesture. The young man gazed into her star-like eyes, which shimmered with anticipation. He blinked, momentarily overwhelmed by her brilliance, and averted his gaze, puzzled by his own instinct to escape. Why was he avoiding her? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. This girl had actually gone out of her way to retrieve the silver for him. Staring at the few extra coins in her delicate hand, he was perplexed. Had she truly come to return this to him personally? His enchanting peach blossom eyes turned back towards Xiao Wanwan. At that moment, her smile resembled that of a playful kitten, her large apricot eyes sparkling like stars, gazing adorably at him. However, suspicion gnawed at him. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether she had ulterior motives. Yes, he must not underestimate her. She was a woman of considerable cunning and capriciousness. Soon, the man's expression regained its composure, his features deep and inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. His eyes, cold as a frigid lake, could freeze anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Xiao Wanwan's arm began to ache from holding the coins aloft. As the man remained still, she felt compelled to remind him, "These are your silver coins, I am returning them to you." Only then did his beautiful eyes slowly drift to the coins in her hand. The thought that the person before him was one who had previously taken from him caused his brows to furrow and distaste. The silver, held by her, felt sullied. He would not accept what she offered. He had no regard for the money he had lost. Thus, setting down his teacup, he raised his gaze and coldly declared, "I generally do not retrieve things I have discarded." Xiao Wanwan was momentarily stunned by his words. Upon grasping his meaning, her expression darkened. What did he mean by retrieve? Did he think her actions resembled those of a scavenger? This was merely reclaiming her own money. Just because he had wealth, he could carelessly toss it away without a second thought? Was he truly so magnanimous? Why then, did he not exhibit a similar generosity in matters of the heart? Though she internally criticized him, she still needed to clarify the fate of the silver, forcing a smile as she inquired, "Then what shall happen to the silver?" Before she could finish, his indifferent voice cut in, "You can discard it." "What?" Xiao Wanwan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Discard it? Where would she toss it? She held a full 10 taels of silver in her hands, enough to sustain an ordinary person for an entire year. How could he so casually suggest she throw it away? Retrieving her hand, she objected, "That simply won't do. If you do not want it, then I shall take it." "Suit yourself," he replied nonchalantly. Xiao Wanwan could hardly believe her ears. Was he truly agreeing so easily? The man, who had always regarded her with disdain, was now willing to relinquish the silver. With a hint of caution, she asked, "So, I can truly keep your silver?" The man noticed her apprehension and sensed an undercurrent of fear. Did she suspect he might pose a threat to her life? Was this why she was attempting to win his favor? However, that was impossible as his thoughts were known only to Zhongshi. Besides, Xiao Wanwan was merely putting on an act before Gu Xiaomu, aiming to alter his perception of her by showcasing her demure and gentle nature. It was evident that Gu Xiaomu favored such qualities, and he, as her rival, would not grant her any opportunities to shine. Xia Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an unsettling aura. Bothersome, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, discard it. Contrary to his expectations, Xiao Wanwan did not react as he had anticipated. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. With a beaming smile, she tucked the silver into her pocket. Thank you, young master, I shall accept it. Her heart was filled with elation as she muttered to herself, to refuse money and throw it away? That would be foolish. The man, whom she had just silently deemed foolish, observed her with a pensive expression. Why was she not pressing him for more answers? Shouldn't she have asked Gu Xiaomu to persuade him to accept the silver, thereby displaying her grace and thoughtfulness? None of her actions adhered to the expected pattern, leaving Xia Zhe perplexed. Even Gu Xiaomu, who had hurried over to calm his earlier irritation towards Xiao Wanwan, was momentarily taken aback by her words. From a distance, Gu Xiaomu spotted Xiao Wanwan handing money to Xia Zhe, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. It seemed that the silver she had just reclaimed was not a loss after all. She was even distributing it. Surely, there was a share for him as well. Quickly suppressing his earlier annoyance, he approached, watching as she stowed the silver away, and extended his hand. Wanwan, what about mine? Xiao Wanwan, taken aback by Gu Xiaomu's sudden presence and his question, felt utterly bewildered. Yours? What do you mean? My silver. Xiao Wanwan found his self-importance rather amusing. What did he mean by his silver? Had he contributed anything to her livelihood? Had he ever spent a single coin? Did he expect her to pay him? What audacity! Thus, with a smile, she reminded him, Gu de Gu, have you forgotten? Chapter 14. He is a freeloader. These are all my silver coins. When have you ever contributed even a single cent? Upon uttering this statement, Xiao Wanwan immediately plunged the surrounding atmosphere into an oppressive silence. A raven caught overhead, its cries echoing through the tense air. The entire ambience became exceedingly awkward. The protagonist, Gu Xiaomu, found his smile cracking under the weight of the woman's blunt words. Was this not a clear declaration to all that Gu Xiaomu was indeed a confirmed freeloader? Suddenly, a sound erupted from the crowd, a suppressed chuckle that belonged to the steward Zhongshi, who, unable to contain himself, let out a laugh that turned his weathered face a shade of crimson. A piercing glance from Xia Zhe, his master, served as a warning. Zhongshi shuddered, acutely aware of his master's displeasure. He quickly feigned a cough, explaining, Ahem, my apologies, I was momentarily choked by my own saliva. Everyone present could see through his pretense. Gu Xiaomu, who had just been humiliated by Xiao Wanwan, felt the heat of embarrassment flooding his face, transforming it into a hue reminiscent of liver. He glared at the woman who had insulted him, maintaining a facade of innocence, while his clenched fists trembled with barely contained rage. Feeling the chilling aura surrounding her, Xiao Wanwan instinctively recoiled, reminding everyone, aren't we supposed to leave? Now that my matters are settled, let us depart. Indeed, miss, chimed in Xuanxia, who sensed Gu Xiaomu's growing ire, rendering the atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Xiao Wanwan's forthright nature often led her to speak without considering the consequences, and it was only natural for some to be provoked. However, in Xuanxia's heart, her mistress reigned supreme. Thus, she promptly urged Gu Xiaomu, Gu Xiaoxia, let us hurry, the leader is still awaiting you in Anqi City. Gu Xiaomu, whose thoughts had turned murderous, felt his fury dissipate upon hearing Xuanxia invoke the leader's name. He mentally consoled himself, were it not for this woman having some utility, I would have long since discarded her. How fortunate she is to be the leader's daughter, enjoying his protection. Otherwise, her sharp tongue would have surely led to her downfall countless times. Suppressing his frustration, he managed to smile, saying, Wanwan, let us depart. I have borrowed a carriage from young Master Xia. This way, your journey will be more comfortable. Xiao Wanwan raised an eyebrow at the man who feigned a smile towards her. Was he truly unbothered by her words? How shameless, borrowing Xia Zhe's carriage? Very well, she thought, she would gradually distance herself from him. Xiao Wanwan returned a smile, replying, then I shall thank you in advance, good age. Do not mention it, Wanwan, it is but my duty, Gu Xiaomu replied. Xia Zhe, feeling ignored, watched as the two exchanged pleasantries and departed, a dark cloud of displeasure shadowing his expression. Zhongshi, standing by, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow and quietly suggested, young master, shall we not leave as well? Let us go, Xia Zhe replied curtly. With a rumble, his wheelchair was pushed away by Zhongshi as they left the inn. On the expansive dirt road outside, deep ruts marked the passage of wheels. In the center of the road, a resilient little flower blossomed, swaying gently in the breeze as if beckoning to passers-by. The sound of approaching carriage wheels gradually grew louder, and in an instant, the vibrant flower was crushed under the weight of a passing cart. Such a pity. On this broad path, there were only 2 carriages and a group of people. 5 skilled warriors rode protectively in front and behind the carriages. Leading the way were Zhongshi and Gu Xiaomu, while inside the last carriage sat 2 young maidens. One of them, filled with excitement, drew back the curtain and extended a small hand into the air, as if attempting to capture the fresh breeze that brushed past. The scenery before them was a tapestry of verdant hills and crystal-clear waters, the fragrance of wildflowers wafting through the air, invigorating their spirits. She inhaled deeply, savoring the untainted air. Miss, what are you saying? What is oxygen? Xuanxia's puzzled inquiry interrupted Xiao Wanwan's reverie, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh dear, I let my thoughts slip, she stammered. I merely meant the fresh air here. Oh, miss, your knowledge is truly impressive. How haughty, I have never heard of such a thing, Chuanxia replied, feeling somewhat foolish. I must learn more from you in the future. With a nervous laugh, Xiao Wanwan fell silent, leaning against the window to enjoy the pure, unpolluted air. She mused to herself, surely, the night sky here is filled with beautiful stars, I must remember to gaze upon them. The carriage swayed rhythmically, resembling a cradle, and Xiao Wanwan felt herself drifting towards slumber. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Help, someone, please. The sudden outcry jolted her awake. What is happening, she wondered, but before Chuanxia could respond, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Miss, be careful. Chuanxia exclaimed, catching her to prevent her from toppling over. The anguished cries of a woman echoed again. Don't touch me, help, is anyone there? Miss, it seems the cries are coming from nearby, Chuanxia said, peering out the window. Jiu Zhamu, riding alongside, approached their carriage and instructed, Chuanxia, stay here and protect your mistress. I will go ahead to see what has transpired. Understood, Gu Xiaxia, Chuanxia replied. Jiu Zhamu nodded and urged his horse forward, hastening towards the front carriage where Xie was seated. Young Master Xie, it appears there has been some trouble ahead. Could you please ensure Wanwan's safety while I investigate? Yes, Gu Xiaxia, go ahead without concern, Xie replied graciously. Thank you. With a sense of purpose, Gu Zhamu gallantly departed from the caravan. Xie watched him ride off, a frown creasing his brow. Zhongshe returned from scouting the situation and reported respectfully, Young Master, it seems the family has encountered mountain bandits. Ah, Xie replied, feeling a sense of relief. Since they were merely common bandits, Gu Zhamu's prowess would suffice to handle them alone, rendering any assistance unnecessary. He then cast a glance at the rear carriage, where the woman sat, her face etched with worry as she peered outside. Remembering Gu Zhamu's request to protect her, a wave of irritation washed over him. Zhongshe, he called, let us move our carriage forward. Of course, young master, Zhongshe replied, unaware of his master. Chapter 15 The hero saves the damsel. A young maiden gazed upon the lifeless bodies of her fallen servants scattered across the ground, collapsing in fear. She clutched her collar. It would save you from any unnecessary pain, wouldn't it, brothers? Ah, our elder brother speaks true. The girl's lips turned pale as she summoned her courage. With a trembling voice, she threatened, do you know who my father is? How dare you touch my carriage? My father is the esteemed magistrate of Luan Town. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will not let you go. The scarred visage of the bandit leader manifested no fear upon hearing her threats. Rather, he feigned terror and mocked, oh dear, my brothers are so frightened, it has been 800 years since I last laid eyes on a woman, and now that a gem has graced us, how can we let you slip away so easily? Surely, we must indulge ourselves first. The girl, realizing her threats bore no fruit, began to plead. Please, spare me, I can give you any amount you desire, just do not harm me. Suddenly, a bandit stealthily approached her from behind, seizing her in a tight embrace as he attempted to overpower her. The maiden, terrified, struggled and cried out, ah, help, save me. The other bandits, rubbing their hands together, leered at her, saying, elder brother, we shall help you capture her. Good, come here, he. 3 bandits promptly discarded their weapons and advanced to restrain the girl's hands and feet. Let go of me. Do not touch me, she wept, but to no avail. Your cries are futile, the bandit sneered as the helpless maiden could only close her eyes and weep softly. Suddenly, a voice resonated nearby like that of a savior. You brutes, how dare you bully a woman? With a resounding thud, the surrounding bandits were instantly swept away. Who goes there? The bandit leader, panic-stricken upon witnessing his comrades vanish, clutched the girl's collar and pressed his blade against her delicate neck. He fixated on a shadowy figure moving swiftly towards them, its face obscured. Release that girl. Are you bold enough to reveal your true self? What, afraid now? The maiden, who had tightly shut her eyes, felt her heart race at the sound of the young man's voice. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the shadow morph into a striking young man, ethereal as a specter. Just a mere boy, and you dare to play tricks before me? Do you know who I am? Gu Chaomu's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in an instant, a gleam of steel flashed, and before the bandit could finish his sentence, his head was severed cleanly from his body. The girl, still in shock, found her wrist grasped firmly by a strong hand as the blade that had threatened her was deftly deflected. The headless bandit's neck gushed crimson, yet the girl remained unscathed, having been pulled away just in time. With a swift motion, she found herself twirling in a romantic dance, as if waltzing gracefully. Entranced by the young man's handsome visage, she momentarily lost herself, her eyes glimmering with joy. The young man, noticing the faint blush upon her cheeks, smiled softly, his hand resting on her waist. Are you unharmed, fair maiden? I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. The 2 youths, their faces flushed with innocence, felt an awkward warmth in their shared intimacy. From a distance, Xiao Wanwan, observing the scene from her carriage, was filled with excitement. Wow, is this not the iconic moment of the hero saving the damsel, twirling in an embrace? Though the scene appeared somewhat cliché, she couldn't help but marvel at its sweetness. Indeed, the hero must always be present to rescue the fair maiden. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she gasped, covering her lips. Wait. That girl cannot be one of the hero's harem, can she? Contemplating the narrative, she recalled certain clues of the hero had 5 prominent consorts, the first being herself, followed by Xie, and the third, the stunning Zhou Xinyue. Could she be the very maiden saved by the hero? Surely, this must be the one. Yet, she also recognized that Zhou Xinyue was among those who envied her, as she was the daughter of the martial arts alliance leader, wielding power and influence. Accustomed to being spoiled and willful, she would lash out at anyone who displeased her, even the hero himself had to concede to her whims, thus, on the surface, she would garner the hero's favor more readily. Consequently, Xiao Wanwan found herself with yet another rival intent on her demise. Exasperated, she felt her mind racing. What a predicament, it's as though I must guard against every encounter, truly exhausting. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind. But wait. We have only just begun our acquaintance with Miss Zhou. I had intended to distance myself from the hero, thus making my disinterest cleared. I could facilitate their union. With that thought, Xiao Wanwan's sharp eyes fixed on the carriage ahead, a sly smile creeping upon her lips. She could subtly redirect Xiaze's jealousy towards Miss Zhou. Suppressing a giggle, she praised herself inwardly. Hee, I am truly clever. Beside her, Xuanxia observed the shifting expressions on the maiden's face, mistakenly believing that her mistress was discontented with the hero's closeness to another woman. Miss, do not be troubled. Gu Xiaoxia is a person of great integrity, a paragon of righteousness. He merely caught that maiden to prevent her from falling. He still holds affection for you. Affection for me, what a ludicrous notion. She regarded Xuanxia with incredulity, disdain etched across her features. Xuanxia, you ought to cleanse your eyes. Xuanxia, bewildered, recalled her mistress's prior declaration of disinterest in Gu Xiaoxia, realizing her misstep. Bowing her head, she apologized. My apologies, Miss It was Xuanxia's folly. Oh, I cannot bear to speak with her any longer. Within the carriage ahead, a pair of obsidian eyes glinted ominously in the shadows, fixated on the intimate scene before him. His clenched fists betrayed his mounting jealousy. Once more, he questioned why he was not the one embraced by Gu Qiaomu, why he was denied such affection. Xiaze seethed with envy as he watched a mere acquaintance bask in the hero's warm embrace. He recalled a time, 5 years prior, when Gu Qiaomu had shown him such care and fondness, and now, however, his affections were entirely devoted to that woman. Suddenly, a woman's face flashed in Xiaze's mind, stirring a mix of emotions within him. He raised his hand to part the curtain adorned with silver trim. Peering into the carriage behind there, he beheld the woman, her face a blend of excitement and sorrow. A smirk tugged at the corners of Xiaze's lips. It seemed Gu Qiaomu's act of heroism had proven quite advantageous. At the very least, he was eager to witness how Xiao Wanwan would unravel. Chapter 16. Embracing the beauty, Gu Xiaomu, having successfully returned to the camp, rode straight to Xiao Wanwan's carriage. Chun Xia, who was beside Xiao Wanwan, reminded her, Miss, young hero Gu has returned. Yes, I have seen, she replied. With such a towering figure approaching on horseback, how could she possibly miss it? Moreover, the steed he rode was accompanied by that young lady. With a flourish, the man dismounted, extending a gentlemanly hand to assist the beauty on the horse to alight gracefully. However, Miss Zhou, whether by design or mere chance, stumbled as she dismounted in front of a multitude of onlookers, accidentally losing her footing. Ah, Miss Zhou, be careful. Her delicate form fell directly onto Gu Xiaomu, her soft bosom colliding with his face. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to a dramatic plot from a film. The young woman's neckline, slightly torn from the mishap, revealed a hint of her porcelain skin, akin to two warm balloons pressing against the man's face. The surrounding members of the Xia family, mounted on horseback, were taken aback by the spectacle, hastily averting their gazes. Ah, miss, do not look. Yet, Xiao Wanwan, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was captivated by the burgeoning intimacy between the pair. Suddenly, her vision was obscured by a hand that covered her eyes. She grasped Chun Xia's wrist, gently tugging it down as she admonished, let go, I am fine. But Chun Xia, still dazed, murmured, how foolish. Such a splendid scene is a waste not to behold. As her hand was forcibly removed, Xiao Wanwan resumed her role as an amused spectator, witnessing a romantic encounter that seemed straight out of a television drama. At that moment, Zhou Xianyu was suspended in midair, cradled by the man beneath her, whose face was buried in her ample cleavage. She froze, acutely aware of his warm breath against her chest, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ah, she exclaimed, hastily distancing herself from him, apologizing, I am sorry, young hero Gu. I did not mean to. Gu Xiaomu, who had been enjoying the softness of the woman, now found his face flushed as he sensed a warm trickle threatening to escape his nose. He pinched it shut, clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness. Ahem, as long as Miss Zhou is unharmed, it is all well. The two singletons exchanged bashful glances, their faces aglow with embarrassment and flirtation. Had the original Xiao Wanwan witnessed such a scene, she would surely have been incensed, berating them without restraint. Yet the current Xiao Wanwan was not the same. She found it rather advantageous to have another woman diverting Gu Xiaomu's attention, sparing her from his feigned affection. Internally, she scoffed at the notion of being scrutinized by the knowledgeable, feeling an unwelcome sense of discomfort and fear. At that moment, Gu Xiaomu caught sight of Xiao Wanwan leaning against the window, observing them. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he noted her impassive expression, surmising that she must be upset. He hastened to clarify, Wanwan, please do not misunderstand, stop. Xiao Wanwan interjected. You need not worry. That is a relief, Gu Xiaomu thought, pleased by her unexpected understanding. It was indeed rare, saving him the trouble of placating her. Oh, let me introduce you, brother Gu. This is the daughter of the magistrate from Luan town we just passed. Since we are headed in the same direction, I thought we might escort her home. Would it be agreeable for her to share your carriage, Wanwan? Xiao Wanwan felt exasperated. Why inform her of this, regardless of her opinion? It would be done. The narrative arc dictated such outcomes. Was he trying to showcase his benevolence and camaraderie? With an additional woman present, should she refuse, it would cast her as a petty, willful antagonist. She smirked slightly and replied, since Brother Gu has already made the decision, what need is there for my consent? Ah, so Wanwan agrees then, that puts my mind at ease, he chuckled. With that, Xiao Wanwan drew the curtains, losing interest in the scenery beyond. Observing her reaction, Gu Zhamu remained convinced she was upset but chose not to dwell on her temper. As long as she did not cause a ruckus, all was well. That he turned to the bashful young lady before him, saying, Miss Zhou, I hope you will graciously share a carriage with Wanwan tomorrow. Luan town is just ahead, we shall arrive shortly. Thank you, young hero Gu, you are exceedingly kind, she replied, her voice laced with gratitude. Not at all, he responded bashfully, scratching his head at her praise. Please, board first. I shall inform my companions in the front carriage. Of course. Inside Xieze's carriage, the atmosphere was stiflingly dark. The man who had been observing Gu Zhamu retreated into the carriage early, his pallor ghostly, breath shallow and labored. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his bandaged hands tightened into fists, betraying his pain. His face, shrouded in a mix of white and dark hues, twisted in agony, his lips pressed together to stifle any sound. He grasped his heart, trembling as he reached beneath his wheelchair's armrest to press a hidden switch. A small, colorful vial sprang forth, which he opened hastily, swallowing the solitary pill within. Tilting his head back, his dark hair cascaded behind him as he swallowed, the tension in his face gradually easing, returning to its previous pallor. As Gu Zhamu approached the carriage of Xieze, he called, Young Master Xie, are you there? Xieze, momentarily taken aback, did not draw back the curtain but responded with a faint voice, Young hero Gu, what brings you? Ah, I was just saying that the young lady I rescued earlier is from Luan town. Since our paths align, I thought to escort her home first before we continue our journey. What do you think, young Master Xie? Your noble heart is commendable, young hero Gu. I shall defer to your judgment, Xieze replied, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing his evident fatigue. Gu Zhamu had long recognized Xieze's frail constitution, often plagued by ailments beyond remedy, and felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Very well then, I shall express my gratitude to young Master Xia on behalf of Miss Zhou, he said, deciding not to disturb Xieze's rest any longer. Indeed. With a gentle kick to his horse, Gu Zhamu departed from the carriage. The vehicle rolled away, leaving behind the scene of earlier commotion. Inside, 3 individuals occupied the carriage. On the left sat Xiao Wanwan and her maid, while on the right was Zhou Xianyu, who had just taken her seat opposite them. Chapter 17. Questioning her, the young woman fixed her gaze on the resplendent Xiao Wanwan opposite her and could not resist inquiring, Miss, I am Zhou Xinyue, what is your name, where are you headed? What is your relationship with Gu Dage? Xiao Wanwan, upon hearing her questions, furrowed her brow slightly. The tone of her inquiry seemed to hint at a probing into her identity. Fear not. No one here is vying for her Gu Dage. No, except for the gentleman on the carriage ahead, Xieze. She regarded the inquisitive Miss Zhou and raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. Miss Zhou, my name is Xiao Wanwan. As for our destination, it is rather impolite to disclose matters concerning us wanderers of the Jianghu are best left unexamined. Jianghu, upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's words, Zhou Xinyue could not help but scrutinize her, noting her glamorous appearance, accompanied by a maid, traveling in such an opulent carriage. She bore no semblance to a Jianghu individual, but rather resembled a wealthy young lady. Are you also a person of the Jianghu? Indeed. The woman across from her expressed skepticism, struggling to believe. Chuanxia, Xiao Wanwan's maid, observed the outsider's doubt and expressed her discontent. What kind of look is that? Are you doubting my mistress's words? My lady is indeed Xiao Wanwan, sensing Chuanxia's intent to proclaim her identity, quickly interjected, Chuanxia, be silent. Taken aback by her mistress's sudden command, Chuanxia hesitated. Typically, when someone questioned her, Miss would become quite incensed, asserting her status as the beloved daughter of a leader to quell dissent, and now, as she endeavored to explain, her mistress appeared somewhat irked. Yes, Mississippi. Zhou Xinyue, eager to hear more, felt vexed by the abrupt cessation of conversation. What she truly yearned to ascertain was the nature of the relationship between her savior, Gu Zhamu, and this woman. Since you are also a Jianghu person, what is your relationship with Gu Dage? Xiao Wanwan was well aware of her intent. Was she not merely afraid that her connection with Gu Zhamu was more than ordinary? Given that she had already posed such a question, what more could be done? She could only clarify everything for her. But first, she needed to dismiss the maid who was oblivious to her thoughts. Xiao Wanwan cast a glance at Chuanxia. Chuanxia, go outside and sit with the coachman, keep an eye on the surroundings and ensure no one approaches the carriage. Complying with her mistress's command, Chuanxia nodded resolutely, understood, Mississippi. After bowing, she exited the carriage. Zhou Xinyue perceived the enigmatic nature of the young woman before her. Must she send away her own maid simply to converse? As Chuanxia departed, Zhou Xinyue turned to Xiao Wanwan and inquired, Miss Xiao, may I speak freely now? In truth, my relationship with Gu Dage is akin to that of siblings. Siblings? Indeed. Xiao Wanwan displayed a naive smile, rendering Zhou Xinyue momentarily unable to discern the truth. After a moment's contemplation, she remained unconvinced. Gu Daxia is so dashing and suave. You share no blood ties, how could you possibly feel nothing for him? Surely, you are deceiving me. What are you saying, Miss Zhou? Although we are not related by blood, it does not necessarily imply affection. Zhou Xinyue appeared impervious to her words, lost in her own doubts, her expression tinged with discontent. If you do not harbor feelings for him, why do you persist in following him? As women, your little secrets cannot elude my perception. Why would you deceive me? If you indeed have feelings for him, let us regard each other as rivals and see whom Gudage ultimately favors. No. This woman immediately assumed she must have feelings for Gu Zhamu? Was she so quick to adopt an adversarial stance? Xiao Wanwan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She could scarcely articulate a response, yet the incessant chatter left her exasperated. Did they not notice the disdain she had shown Gu Zhamu earlier? Did they believe she was merely jealous? How absurd! What was it that drew their affections towards that soft-spoken man, Gu Zhamu? Was it his chivalry? Xiao Wanwan conceded that he possessed a modicum of gallantry, but it was hardly notable. Would he come to the aid of a hapless brute in peril? Was it his looks? However, Xieze within their company was even more striking. If it were merely a matter of appearance, the argument fell flat. Although Xieze himself held admiration for Gu Zhamu, Xiao Wanwan inwardly scoffed. In essence, it was merely the protagonist's halo, rendering those around him enamored and unforgettable. Was her own future destined to mirror that of a cannon-fodder female supporting character, meeting her demise at the hands of Xieze? Such a prospect was truly disheartening. A fleeting image of that impeccably handsome face, devoid of compassion, invaded her mind, sending shivers down her spine. How terrifying! And then there was Xieze, a resource she could surely exploit. Why bother clarifying her disinterest in Gu Zhamu? This entourage held more than just that one man, and there was, at the very least, another individual far more extraordinary, Xieze. A plan began to form in Xiao Wanwan's mind. She could use Xieze as a shield. After all, he would likely not suspect nor care. Even if Zhou Xinyue were to disclose it, no one would believe her. She cast her eyes toward the antagonistic Zhou Xinyue and smiled, waving her hand. Miss Zhou, I assure you, my relationship with Gudage is genuinely that of siblings. In truth, I have someone I admire within this very group. Zhou Xinyue's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with newfound hope. Curiosity enveloped her as she asked, "Who is it? Come, lean closer, and I shall whisper it to you. This is my secret, even my maid is unaware. You mustn't reveal it, or I shall be doomed." Such an exaggeration. Zhou Xinyue's intrigue only deepened. Then tell me, I promise not to breathe a word. She immediately. Xiao Wanwan leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "It is the master of the carriage we are currently seated in, the one in front. He is the one I admire, and it is for him that I ventured into the Jianghu. Therefore, do not insist that I have feelings for Gudage." Zhou Xinyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Upon hearing the truth, she was overjoyed. This revelation meant she had one less rival in love. Zhou Xinyue's perception of Xiao Wanwan shifted markedly, her demeanor now far more amiable. "So you truly do not? I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding. It is a relief to know." No need to fret. Xiao Wanwan nodded with a smile, her thoughts silently urging, "So, please, do not trouble me again. Miss Zhou, you mustn't breathe a word about my feelings for that gentleman. He remains oblivious, and I am rather bashful. It would be quite embarrassing." "I understand. You need not worry, Sister Wanwan." Zhou Xinyue's demeanor shifted rapidly, instantly becoming affectionate as she took Xiao Wanwan's hand, gently patting the back of it while calling her Sister Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan inwardly scoffed. Just moments ago, she regarded her as a rival, yet now she was so swiftly addressing her as Sister Wanwan. Moreover, how could she, at merely 17, presume to call her sister? The supporting female character was already 17. Observing Zhou Xinyue's appearance, she seemed of similar age. This female lead was truly akin to a Sichuan opera performer with her rapid transformations. "Wanwan, I know you share a brotherly bond with Gu Xiaoxia. I hope you can aid your elder sister in winning his heart. My future happiness depends on you, will you?" Xiao Wanwan felt as though she might bleed internally, her lips twitching. She was expected to intervene in this? "You may enjoy your pursuits at your leisure. I shall take my leave long before that." She intended to let the antagonist Xieze take the reins of this rivalry. She had no intention of offering her any advice, having already resolved to make her the scapegoat. Instead, she merely smiled faintly, chuckling softly. Chapter 18. The body immune to all poisons. On the carriage, a beautiful figure reclined in a wheelchair. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if sensing something, and her inky black eyes slowly opened. Gazing downward, she noticed a green venomous snake that had mysteriously appeared, slithering up the side of the carriage. Its emerald eyes, marked by a vertical slit, were fixated on the man within, flicking its forked tongue menacingly. Though Xieze's body appeared frail, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. He extended his long, bony fingers toward the snake, attempting to seize it. Feeling threatened, the snake opened its gaping maw and lunged at the man's pale wrist, which bore a hint of greenish markings. Despite being bitten, the man merely curled his lips into a smile, remarking, "You are indeed beautiful. What a pity it is to resist in vain, for it will lead you only to your demise." With a sharp glint in his eyes, he regarded the elongated creature, which, before him, resembled a lifeless rope devoid of struggle. In the next moment, he mercilessly severed it with a silver needle he held. With a soft thud, several fresh, writhing segments of the green flesh were left on the floor. The venomous snake, even without its body, clung tenaciously to the man's wrist, its grip unyielding, unperturbed. He did not remove the snake from his grasp but instead leaned back in his wheelchair, observing the dark crimson blood oozing from his wrist, gradually turning the snake's head into a shade of deep black. With a final thud, the snake's head rolled lifelessly to the ground. Xieze remained calm, producing a slender silver needle to prick an acupoint on his wrist. The flow of dark, unusual blood ceased. His body was infused with toxins, rendering the venom from the snake inconsequential. Indeed, there was no poison in this world that could instill fear in him, for he was, in essence, the most formidable toxin crafted by his father. Thus, he was impervious to all poisons. However, a new toxin administered by his father recently had severely compromised his health. He cast his gaze upon the floor, where a shattered, colorful porcelain bottle lay, and pursed his lips, lost in contemplation. At the entrance of the Zhou family residence in Luan Town, a middle-aged man exited, humming a tune. This man was Uncle Zhou, the steward, who had just departed on an errand. The guards outside, initially languid, immediately straightened upon seeing him, greeting him with respect. "Steward, are you heading out on business? Do you require one of us to assist you?" The two guards were exceedingly attentive, which pleased the steward greatly. "There's no need. Given your eagerness, I shall assign you both to guard the front courtyard later," he chuckled. "Thank you so much, steward." The two guards rubbed their hands together in delight. In the front courtyard, they could slack off without anyone noticing, earning better wages without the burden of standing idly all day. "Rest assured, with us on watch, not a single mouse will slip through," they assured him. "Excellent," the steward replied, reminding the guards at the entrance. Just then, a caravan unexpectedly arrived at the Zhou residence. The two house attendants, stationed at the entrance, alerted the steward. "Steward, who are they?" Uncle Zhou turned his gaze toward the caravan, noting that it was unfamiliar. If it were a Zhou family caravan, it would undoubtedly bear the family insignia. He instructed the two guards, "Keep a close watch at the entrance, I shall inquire." "Yes, sir." Uncle Zhou approached the caravan and addressed a young man who had just dismounted. "Excuse me, have you come to the Zhou residence for a specific purpose? Your young lady has encountered bandits on the road." "What?" The steward gasped, panic overwhelming him as he turned to rush back and deliver the news. "This is terrible. The young lady is in danger. Wait." The young man swiftly grabbed him, nearly causing the steward to stumble. Fortunately, a firm hand supported his back, preventing him from embarrassing himself on the street. "Your young lady is unharmed. She is currently inside the carriage." "Is that true?" "Indeed." Gu Chamu led him to the second carriage and gently knocked on the door. "Miss Zhou, we've arrived at the Zhou residence. Your steward has come to escort you." "All right." Hearing the young lady's voice from within calmed Uncle Zhou considerably. He watched as Zhou Xinyue descended from the carriage and stepped forward, concern etching his features. "Miss, I heard from this young hero that you encountered bandits. Are you all right? Are you injured?" "Steward uncle, I'm fine." Zhou Xinyue discreetly glanced at the young man opposite her, smiling as she continued, "Fortunately, thanks to Gu Xiaoxiao's rescue, I am unharmed." Uncle Zhou could tell that his young lady had developed feelings for this young man. It turned out that he was her savior. He patted his chest in relief, saying, "You have frightened me terribly. If anything were to happen to you, the master would surely be distraught." Shifting his gaze to Gu Chaomu, he expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to you for saving the young lady. Please, it is only what a chivalrous man should do. Now that we have safely escorted Miss Zhou home, we must continue our journey. Farewell." Zhou Xinyue, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety, grasped the man's hand. "Gu, can't you stay here for a little while?" "Just for one night." Gu Chamu hesitated. Zhou Xinyue furrowed her brows and exchanged a glance with Uncle Zhou, who immediately understood her intent. He stepped in front of Gu Chamu, pointing out, "Young hero, look how dark it is becoming. There are no signs of life in the surrounding 10 miles, and wild wolves roam the mountains. It would be exceedingly dangerous to remain outside at night. Why not stay here with your caravan at the Zhou residence? Our master will certainly host a grand feast to express our gratitude for your timely rescue of the young lady." Gu Chaomu considered this, recognizing the night was indeed drawing near, and he was beginning to feel fatigued from their journey. Staying at the Zhou residence for a night seemed reasonable. He finally agreed. "Very well, I shall first consult my companions. If they consent, we will stay the night and trouble you once more." "Not at all a trouble." Zhou Xinyue waved her hands eagerly. She knew she had successfully persuaded him, her face brimming with joy as she smiled shyly at the young man. "Miss, wake up." Jiao Wanwan, who had been soundly slumbering with her head resting on Chuanxia's lap inside the carriage, was abruptly roused by the voice. Chuanxia gently shook her. "Miss, wake up, they are about to disembark." As Chuanxia helped her sit up straight, Jiao Wanwan stretched lazily, yawning sleepily. "Where are we?" "We have arrived at Luan Town." Were we not supposed to continue our journey?" Chuanxia explained, "I just heard Gu Chaomu agree to stay at the Zhou residence for the night. We are fortunate to benefit from this as well. We can join them." "Oh, what do you mean benefit, as if anyone cares?" Jiao Wanwan replied, shaking her head helplessly. "Even the maid beside us is eager to praise the male lead, isn't she?" "Truly, the male lead's aura is irresistible, everyone is drawn to it." "Let us be on our way then." "Yes, Mississippi." Chapter 19. The medicinal ointment. As Jiao Wanwan and her maid Chuanxia descended, they unexpectedly encountered Zhou Xinyue and Gu Zhamu at the entrance. Zhou Xinyue was the first to spot Jiao Wanwan and, like a sister, waved her hand. The men accompanying her looked upon this gentle woman with delight, their eyes brimming with satisfaction as they regarded Zhou Xinyue, whose cheeks flushed slightly in response. Shyly, she called out, "Sister Wanwan, come here quickly, Sister Zhou will take you inside." Chuanxia, standing beside Xiao Wanwan, couldn't help but express her confusion. Miss, why does that young lady address you so intimately? Who could say? Along their journey, Chuanxia was entirely unaware of the conversation Xiao Wanwan had shared with Miss Zhou. After discussing the earlier topics, the two had not spoken further. Eventually, Xiao Wanwan succumbed to her drowsiness and fell asleep within the carriage. Later, when Chuanxia entered the carriage, she found her mistress resting against the interior. To avoid disturbing her slumber, she gently placed Xiao Wanwan's head upon her lap, yet, she had no inkling of how their camaraderie had blossomed. With a faint smile, Xiao Wanwan steeled herself and approached. However, the sound of Xiezei's wheelchair being wheeled down caught her attention. Let us proceed inside, the man said, his voice deep yet seemingly devoid of strength, a stark contrast to his usual charmingly arrogant demeanor. Curiously, Xiao Wanwan turned to glance back, only to lock eyes with the man in the wheelchair, clad in white with a fur cloak draped over his shoulders. He appeared cold. His long, inky hair cascaded around him, glistening with droplets of sweat upon his forehead. The purple ribbon that once held it now vanished, as if he had just emerged from a life and death struggle. His pallor was striking, save for his dark, piercing eyes that contrasted sharply with his porcelain-like complexion, reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll, fragile to the touch. Despite his stunning features. In that fleeting moment, his gaze was clear, and the air around them seemed to still. Xiao Wanwan could even discern the subtle tremor of his long eyelashes. A jolt of astonishment coursed through her. Was he not the embodiment of beauty? Upon noticing her unabashed gaze, his expression swiftly soured, revealing a demeanor that was both aloof and forbidding. As Xiao Wanwan blinked again, his attention had already shifted away. She could only withdraw her gaze and continue on her path. Zhou Xinyue, who had been observing Xiao Wanwan, noticed her fixation on the individual behind her and cast a glance over her shoulder. She was taken aback by the strikingly handsome man before her, whose beauty rivaled that of any woman. Suddenly, everything fell into place for her. She understood why Xiao Wanwan had developed feelings for him. Who could resist such allure upon first sight? Though Zhou Xinyue admired his captivating visage, her heart belonged solely to Gu Zhamu. Watching the pallid young man, who appeared gravely ill, she couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding regarding his fate. Perhaps, as her father often lamented, such beauty was destined for a fleeting existence, akin to the tragic fates of the concubines in the palace. A wave of sympathy washed over Zhou Xinyue as she considered Xiao Wanwan's affection for someone so unwell. It must be a source of heartache for her. The anguish of unrequited love must be unbearable. Xiao Wanwan would scarcely dare to openly profess her feelings, for those around her would likely disapprove of their union. Zhou Xinyue felt a profound empathy for the lovers fated to remain apart. She had already devised a plan. If Xiao Wanwan could help her win Gu Zhamu's heart, she would, in turn, assist Xiao Wanwan in conveying her feelings to the ailing gentleman. In her naivety, she believed her intentions noble, convinced she could do a great service for another. Yet, if Xiao Wanwan were to discover her scheme, she would surely retaliate with a resounding slap, berating her for meddling in affairs that did not concern her, and for attempting to match her with a villain. Regrettably, Xiao Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of Zhou Xinyue's thoughts. As she caught sight of Zhou Xinyue's almost conspiratorial smile, a shiver ran down her spine, as if she had been struck by an electric current. She mused, why does her smile send chills down my back? Surely, there is a hidden agenda at play. I must remain vigilant. At the entrance, Steward Zhou called out to them, young Master Gu, please follow me. I will show you to your accommodations. Thank you, Steward, came Zhou Xinyue's response. She did not accompany them, instead being attended by several young maids from the Zhou household. Before departing, she turned to Gu Zhamu. Elder brother Gu, I shall return to freshen up. We shall see each other this evening. Indeed, we shall meet then, Gu Zhamu replied, eliciting a radiant smile from Zhou Xinyue, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she took her leave. One of the maids guided Xiao Wanwan and her companion to a small courtyard in the western garden, designated for the female guests of the Zhou residence. They traversed a long corridor and arrived before a door. With a creak, the maid opened it and respectfully announced, Miss Xiao, this is your room. Xiao Wanwan offered a gentle smile in return, responding politely, thank you. The young maid stole glances at the beautiful young woman, her heart fluttering as she felt her cheeks warm. You are too kind, miss, she stammered before Chuanxia dismissed her. That will be all. I can attend to my mistress myself. Very well, the maid replied, closing the door behind her. Chuanxia approached the table to pour tea. Miss, there's still some time before the evening banquet. Shall I assist you with some ointment and perhaps a bath, so you may feel your best? Yes, that sounds splendid, Xiao Wanwan agreed. As she shed her verdant attire, Xiao Wanwan lay upon the bed like a fish awaiting preparation, ready for Chuanxia to apply the medicinal ointment. Chuanxia placed the garments aside and returned with the ointment, but as she began to apply it to Xiao Wanwan's bruises, she paused, struck by the sight of her mistress's flawless skin. For a moment, Chuanxia blinked in disbelief, staring at the smoothness of Xiao Wanwan's waist, unable to locate any sign of the bruise. Tentatively, she pressed her finger against Xiao Wanwan's side, questioning, Miss, is this where you were injured yesterday? Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Xiao Wanwan replied. Chuanxia gasped in disbelief. This is peculiar, what do you mean? Miss, the bruise on your waist, it's completely vanished. What, vanished? Xiao Wanwan was perplexed, she had only sustained the injury yesterday. How could it possibly be gone? She reached to touch her waist, where the pain had once been excruciating. Now, however, it was as if the injury had never existed. After thoroughly checking the area, she found no trace of discomfort. Relief washed over her. Had the wound truly healed so swiftly? The speed was astonishing. She glanced at the ointment Chuanxia held, her skepticism piqued. Is this ointment truly that effective? Chuanxia, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, oh, this is a special ointment crafted by our Qiao family. The master insists it can heal any injury. Is it truly that remarkable? Indeed, it is a specially formulated medicinal ointment called Jifugao, created by the master himself. How extraordinary, it has completely eliminated my bruises within a day. The efficacy was undeniably impressive. Xiao Wanwan began to contemplate a clever scheme. Xuanxia, might I request a portion for myself, just in case I find myself in need? Miss, these ointments are all intended for you. You may take as much as you wish without needing my permission. Excellent. How delightful. Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of relief, secretly plotting, before we depart, I shall discreetly take them all with me, such a precious remedy should not be squandered on others. Chapter 20. The appreciation banquet. The pale wrist was marred by a gaping black wound, a grotesque blemish wrought by coagulated blood. Zhongshi furrowed his brow, tenderly tending to his young master's injuries. Young master, why did you not inform me when the venomous snake slithered into the carriage? The toxin in your body has yet to subside, and now you have been further poisoned by the serpent's venom. How can your body endure this? Xiaze's eyes were devoid of warmth, reflecting a numbing indifference, as if the wound were not his but a mere abstraction. Zhongshi, fully aware, lamented internally. Indeed, the young master had long since developed an immunity to common poisons. The snake's venom was but a trifling irritant to him, yet, as he gazed upon the fresh wounds adorning his young master's hand, Zhongshi's heart ached. Sighing, he resumed wrapping the bandages around the wrist and palm with utmost care. Young master, it would be prudent to exercise caution henceforth, otherwise, I fear the spirit of the late madam would be deeply troubled. Humph. The madam, what concern could a deceased person possibly have for me? If she truly cared, why subject me to such torment? Why leave me in the clutches of my father, to be tormented to death, instead of taking me away from the Xia residence when I was but an infant? Xiaze's mind swirled with countless unanswered questions, steeped in discontent with the harshness of life. Zhongshi, sensing the chill emanating from his young master, recognized he had misspoken and wisely fell silent. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressively heavy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle rapping at the door, accompanied by the voice of a servant from the Zhou family, interrupted their contemplations. Esteemed guests, my master and young lady invite you to join the appreciation banquet. Zhongshi glanced at Xiaze, who offered no response, indicating that they would indeed attend the banquet. Thus, he replied to the servant outside, very well, we shall be there shortly. Once the shadow at the door departed, Zhongshi hastened his ministrations, ensuring the young master's wounds were properly tended to. He added, young master, given your injuries, it would be wise to abstain from alcohol unless absolutely necessary. Yes, I understand, Xiaze replied, accustomed to Zhongshi's incessant admonitions. It was as though all the love his father had failed to bestow upon him had been channeled through this loyal servant. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a tool of his father's surveillance, a means to assess the efficacy of his experiment. Consequently, he could not foster genuine affection for Zhongshi, for he harbored profound distrust of outsiders. His faith in the existence of benevolent souls, apart from Gu Xiaomu, was all but extinguished. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan had completed her preparations and received the same summons. Accompanied by Chunxia, she arrived at the entrance of the Zhou residence, where she encountered Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue. Xiao Wanwan grasped Chunxia's hand, using the light blue sleeve of her new garment to shield herself slightly, and stepped into the hall behind her. Gu Xiaomu's voice echoed unmistakably. Wanwan? Why do you flee upon seeing brother Gu? Xiao Wanwan froze momentarily, her body stiffening as she turned to offer a forced smile, feigning surprise. Brother Gu, Zhou Miss, you have both arrived. I was merely drawn by the delectable aromas of the feast. Not seeing you, I hastened to come. Oh, is that so? Gu Xiaomu chuckled, teasing her as he had done in the past. You truly are a little glutton. Xiao Wanwan found no amusement in his jest, feeling an unsettling wave of goosebumps wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xinyue stepped forward, affectionately taking Xiao Wanwan's hand. Sister Wanwan, you appear younger than I'd. Just call me Zhoujia, there's no need for such formality. How could I impose such familiarity? Zhou Xinyue cast a sly glance at Gu Xiaomu, signaling subtle intentions. What is there to feel awkward about? We may very well see each other quite often, but address me as Zhoujia, and we can look out for one another. Her meaning was clear, a desire to join them on their adventures. Although she was unaware of the intricate dynamics woven into the narrative, she felt compelled to embrace the title of Zhoujia, oblivious to the potential ramifications that might arise. Once clarity dawned upon her, Xiao Wanwan beamed with delight, exclaiming, Zhoujia. Zhou Xinyue's face lit up, knowing her intentions had been understood, which might facilitate her own aspirations with Gu Xiaomu. Sister Wanwan, let us proceed inside. My father awaits to host you properly. Thank you, Zhoujia. Not at all. To an outsider, the two young women appeared as siblings, yet little did they realize how divergent their thoughts truly were. As they entered the expansive hall, the arrangement was unlike that of ordinary households. Instead of a grand round table for communal dining, there were separate banquet tables on either side, each adorned with sumptuous dishes. The center was reserved for a stage, where at the far end sat the magistrate of Zhou County, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing his daughter enter unscathed, he promptly rose with the steward, his concern palpable as he approached to inspect her for injuries. Xinyue, let me see how you fared. I heard from the steward that you encountered bandits on the road, and I was nearly beside myself with worry. Father, I am unhurt. Zhou Xinyue gestured shyly towards Gu Xiaomu, introducing him. Father, this is my savior, brother Gu. The magistrate's face flushed with pride as he considered what manner of man could capture his daughter's admiration. Following her gesture, he beheld the handsome young man before him, exuding an aura of nobility, further solidified by the knowledge of his daughter's infatuation. Gu Xiaomu offered a courteous greeting. "Greetings, Magistrate Zhou." The magistrate, seemingly pleased with Gu Xiaomu, nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "A pleasure. You are my daughter's benefactor. I cannot express my gratitude adequately, so I have organized this banquet in your honor. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Zhou, shall do my utmost to assist you." Gu Xiaomu, flattered by the praise, responded with warmth, "Thank you, Magistrate Zhou, your generosity is commendable. I am certain the townsfolk hold you in great esteem as an exemplary leader." "Ha ha ha." The magistrate chuckled at the young man's words, visibly pleased, and beckoned, "Brave souls, please, take a seat. Make yourselves at home and do not stand on ceremony." "Very well, we shall not be formal," Gu Xiaomu replied, leading the way to a seat. Zhou Xinyue, delighted by her father's approval of Gu Xiaomu, eagerly took her place beside him, pouring tea and offering fruit, their demeanor resembling that of a devoted couple. Gu Xiaomu showed no inclination to refuse, relishing the attention. The magistrate, observing his daughter's affectionate gestures towards the young man, made no move to intervene, as if tacitly accepting Gu Xiaomu as his prospective son-in-law. Chapter 21. They are indeed a perfect match. Qiao Wanwan silently rolled her eyes. Is everyone in this world utterly enamored by the male lead? I must keep my distance to avoid being ensnared by his magnetic aura. She, accompanied by her maid Chuanxia, made her way to a position opposite them, settling down at a table on the left side. Just as she sat down, barely warming her seat, she caught an unusual glance from Zhou Xinyue across the way. It seemed to convey, "This is as far as I can assist you." What does that mean? Why can't I comprehend it? However, it wouldn't be long before she understood. A series of rumbling sounds echoed from the entrance. Xiaze, already changed into a new outfit, now wore the same shade as Qiao Wanwan, both adorned in light blue. It was as if they were donning matching couples attire. Startled by her own fanciful thoughts while sipping tea, Qiao Wanwan choked momentarily, her face flushing crimson. "Cough, cough." Chuanxia, in a flurry, gently patted her back, helping her regain her composure. "Miss, are you all right?" Once Qiao Wanwan had calmed down, she waved her hand to indicate she was fine. County Magistrate Zhou stared, momentarily dumbfounded, at the strikingly beautiful youth being pushed in on a wheelchair. It wasn't until his steward discreetly nudged him that he finally spoke up. "Another young hero has arrived. Please, take your seat." "Thank you." The young man smiled politely, while the middle-aged man behind him wheeled him to an available spot right next to Qiao Wanwan. Zhou's gaze remained fixated on the wheelchair-bound youth, his mind marveling at the existence of such unparalleled beauty. Is he truly human and not a deity? He found it hard to believe this was real. Qiao Wanwan, unable to bear looking at Xiaze, sensed someone drawing closer beside her. Stealing a glance, she realized Xiaze had indeed been wheeled to the empty seat beside her. Her heart raced with shock. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be seated next to the male lead? Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the vacant spot beside Gu Xiaomu had been removed, leaving only the space next to her. If Xiaze wasn't he to sit here, where else could he go? Help! At that moment, Qiao Wanwan locked eyes with Zhou Xinyue again, who winked at her knowingly. It dawned on Qiao Wanwan that everything had been orchestrated by Zhou. She felt a wave of despair. The other party firmly believed she had affections for Xiaze. Was she now trying to play matchmaker for them? It felt like a matter of life and death. Just imagining the person who might one day seek her demise sitting right beside her was an unnerving experience. Naturally, her heart raced with unease, perpetually on high alert. Even a simple meal felt fraught with tension, yet, she reassured herself that Xiaze wouldn't covertly harm her. After all, it would be too conspicuous to strike during the banquet, and Gu Xiaomu would not turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, sitting beside such a brooding man left her feeling rather unsettled. It was exceedingly awkward, with Xiaze seated just an arm's length away. Even the faint scent of medicine emanating from him felt amplified in her senses. How delightful! What was happening? Stealing a sideways glance, she noticed his long hair partially tied up, adorned with a translucent jade crown, complementing his fair complexion. His profile was flawless, seemingly sculpted with care. He exuded an air of icy aloofness, akin to a celestial being. Goodness, how could someone be so exquisitely beautiful? Jealousy welled up within her, yet, she noticed that his complexion appeared slightly worse than usual. Qiao Wanwan found herself lost in thought, momentarily forgetting to divert her gaze, fixating on him. Uncomfortable with the obvious scrutiny, Xiaze furrowed his thick brows, his enchanting eyes darkening like the depths of a starless night. Feeling the weight of her gaze, he turned to meet the eyes of the enigmatic woman beside him. What could she possibly mean? A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The tension in his brow relaxed as he bestowed upon her a devilishly charming smile. Oh, he smiled. Qiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. What did that mean? Simultaneously, she noticed a flash of metallic light from the bandaged hand of the man beside her. Upon closer inspection, she realized he held a slender silver needle. A chill ran down her spine, and she trembled. With the gentlest of threats conveyed through his gaze, he seemed to say, "I want to court death." The implication sent Qiao Wanwan's face paling instantly. She hastily averted her gaze, lowering her head in trepidation. Throughout the rest of the banquet, she dared not glance at him again. How embarrassing! Just moments ago, she had thought that this man wouldn't secretly plot against her. Had she forgotten who he was? He was the sickly yet dangerous Xiaze. He could do as he pleased without a second thought. She instinctively shrank her neck, fearing that one of his needles might end her life. Xiaze raised an eyebrow, observing the trembling woman beside him, and with satisfaction, withdrew the silver needle. The corners of his pale lips involuntarily lifted. It amused him how easily she could be deceived. She hardly resembled the arrogant Xiao Wanwan others described. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyue, who had been quietly observing their interaction, thought to herself, Xiao Wanwan truly wasn't lying, they indeed had something going on. That makes things easier. Jiu Zhamu is now hers alone. With a slight smile, she engaged Gu Zhamu in conversation. Dear brother Gu, look over there. Doesn't it seem that Wanwan and that young gentleman are a perfect match? What? Gu Zhamu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Zhou Xinyue's words. Who is Wanwan a match with? Zhou Xinyue pointed across the way, reiterating, I meant the lovely Wanwan and the gentleman beside her. They certainly seem well suited for each other, don't you think? A match made in heaven. I wonder if there's any romantic inclination between them? Ha ha ha, how could that be? Gu Zhamu gazed at the pair being discussed, his smile gradually fading. The two were indeed dressed in matching colors, and at that moment, they exchanged shy glances, the lady lowering her head in bashfulness. To Gu Zhamu, their interaction seemed decidedly peculiar. He acknowledged that Xiao Wanwan was undeniably beautiful. As for Xiaze, he was nothing short of a celestial figure, strikingly beautiful to the point of inciting envy. Together, they presented a stunning visual, clearly a striking pair. However, the notion of them being a couple was utterly impossible. He was certain that Xiao Wanwan's affections lay with him. Gu Zhamu, after all, how could she abandon the comfort of the alliance leader's residence to traverse the world with him if she didn't harbor feelings for him? Naturally, Xiao Wanwan could only belong to him. Her father's connections and wealth were invaluable resources. He couldn't possibly allow her to be taken by anyone else. Had it not been for his promise to the alliance leader not to lay a finger on her, Xiao Wanwan's beauty and grace could have easily captivated him. Regrettably, he could only watch from a distance, unable to partake. Thus, the limited resources and wealth at his disposal hardly sufficed to quell his desires. As a man, he had needs. Being with Xiao Wanwan required him to suppress his true nature while enduring her occasional whims and temper. It was maddening. Recently, he had intentionally distanced himself from her, yet, over the past few days, he sensed a change in Xiao Wanwan. She seemed less clingy than before. Now, hearing others suggest that she and Xiaze were a perfect match, his heart sank, feeling as though something precious was being snatched away from him. The one threatening to take it was none other than the handsome, powerful Xiaze. How could he possibly feel content? A surge of frustration welled up within him. How could Xiaze, a mere newcomer, dare to covet what belonged to him? As Gu Zhamu navigated the world, he needed allies to aid him in securing the future position of alliance leader. Xiaze, destined to become the head of the Xia family, was undoubtedly a crucial ally. Thus, Gu Zhamu felt increasingly agitated. He couldn't afford to offend Xiaze, nor allow him to win Xiao Wanwan's heart. He needed to devise a plan to increase his interactions with Wanwan. With determination, Gu Zhamu resolved that he would no longer neglect Xiao Wanwan, ensuring her heart returned to him. He fixed his gaze on the woman across from him, unwilling to let her slip away. It wasn't until a troupe of dancers appeared in the center, blocking his view, that his desire to possess her subsided. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts as a lady placed a piece of meat in his bowl. Brother Gu, do try this. All right. Gu Zhamu smiled gently at the demure young woman beside him, feeling quite fond of her. He couldn't help but think if only Wanwan possessed half of her gentleness and grace. Chapter 22. The regrettable sycophant. The moonlight was hazy, and within a guest room of the eastern courtyard, the voice of a woman resonated. Brother Gu, I wish to accompany you into the martial world. Zhou Xinyue stood before the man, her eyes brimming with a pitiful longing. Gu Zhamu gazed upon the woman's woeful countenance, his heart stirred with compassion. However, as a delicate maiden, following me into the martial realm would undoubtedly pose great peril. No, Brother Gu, my uncle traverses the martial world, Zhou Xinyue insisted. I was contemplating how to seek him out, and by staying by your side, I am certain I shall encounter him again. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, my uncle possesses a martial arts manual. What manual? Gu Zhamu inquired. I am not entirely certain, but it seems to enhance one's internal energy. I believe you might find it beneficial. As long as you allow me to accompany you, I shall help you locate that manual. Gu Zhamu was somewhat taken aback, feeling a flicker of intrigue within. He mused, how does she know that my internal energy has reached a bottleneck, and that I have been unable to break through? My master's teachings have been practiced only halfway. However, divine providence is on my side. It seems that whatever one desires, it quickly manifests. If I obtain the manual, I shall surely break through in my internal energy and achieve mastery of my techniques, with the position of martial alliance leader within my grasp. Gu Zhamu suppressed a smile, feigning concern for her. You, a defenseless woman with no martial skills, would be in great danger in the martial world. The county magistrate would never permit you to do so. Why? Why can Xiao Wanwan do it and I cannot? She can manage, and so can I. If you are worried for my safety, I can have my father hire capable protectors to safeguard me. Rest assured, Brother Gu, I shall not be a burden to you. Listening to her make arrangements, Gu Zhamu felt a surge of delight. Someone wished to assist him, and he would gladly accept. It would be best if Zhou Xinyue had someone to protect her. Even if something were to occur, he could throw caution to the wind and confront any danger. He loathed women like Xiao Wanwan, who were restless and caused him to constantly divide his attention to ensure their safety. Though that had been in the past, the current Xiao Wanwan was much more composed. He preferred women who did not trouble him, much like Zhou Xinyue before him. Gu Zhamu adeptly crafted his words. I do not mean to imply that you would be a burden. Brother Gu is merely concerned for your safety, otherwise, I would be heartbroken. Upon hearing the man she admired express concern for her well-being, Zhou Xinyue felt her heart swell, thumping loudly in her chest, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Gu Zhamu, observing her reaction, knew she had already been captivated by his charm. He gently caressed her hair, exuding an air of tenderness. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their tender moment, causing Zhou Xinyue to shyly step back. Gu Zhamu awkwardly withdrew his hand, feeling annoyance toward the intruder. Striding toward the door, he called out with a hint of irritation, "Who is it?" The voice from outside faltered for a moment before responding, "Apologies, young Hirogu, I did not mean to intrude." "It is I, Xiaze." Upon hearing Xiaze's voice, Gu Zhamu's earlier ire dissipated considerably. He swiftly opened the door and greeted the man in a wheelchair with a smile. "Brother Xia, what brings you here at this late hour?" Xiaze, with his striking features and piercing eyes, glanced at the woman in the room but chose to remain silent. Gu Zhamu, feeling awkward, explained, "Miss Zhou had matters to discuss with me, but now that we have concluded our conversation, she shall return home." Zhou Xinyue, picking up on Gu Zhamu's cue, blushed and said, "Then I shall take my leave." "Brother Gu, see you tomorrow." "Very well." Gu Zhamu watched as Zhou Xinyue departed, then turned to Xiaze with a hint of unease. "You must have overheard our conversation just now, please do not misunderstand. I agreed to Miss Zhou's request because her terms are advantageous to me." Xiaze's eyes darkened slightly, a tinge of disappointment apparent. So, Gu Zhamu was concerned that revealing his midnight rendezvous with Miss Zhou might jeopardize Qiao Wanwan's affections for him. "There is no need for you to explain, young hero Gu." "I shall remain discreet," Xiaze assured him. "Ah, that is a relief." Gu Zhamu exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "You are well aware of Qiao Wanwan's temperament, she is accustomed to being willful. If I were to upset her, she might leave without a word, leaving me to worry. To prevent her from growing suspicious, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Please help me keep my collaboration with Miss Zhou a secret, and I would appreciate it if you could publicly acknowledge our partnership." Xiaze's expression turned contemplative. So, Gu Zhamu wished to shield his collaboration with Miss Zhou under his name. Seeing Xiaze deep in thought, Gu Zhamu continued, "I am doing this for Wanwan's sake. If Miss Zhou and I are perceived as collaborators, Wanwan is bound to overthink and become upset." Every time Xiaze listened to Gu Zhamu speak, he could not escape the incessant mention of Xiao Wanwan, which irked him. "So, you wish for me to help you deceive her?" No, this is not deception. If I acquire the manual that Miss Zhou spoke of, I shall certainly not forget your kindness, Brother Xia." Xiaze found the proposition of rewards unappealing, as they held no value for him. However, he was reluctant to decline Gu Zhamu's request. After some contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well." The next day, a multitude of people gathered at the entrance of the Zhou estate. "Esteemed heroes, I hope you will ensure the safe passage of my daughter to Biluo Mountain Manor. I shall write to her uncle, who awaits you there. I hope we shall meet again in the future. Rest assured, Lord Zhou, with the esteemed Xia by my side, I guarantee Miss Xinyue's safety." Gu Zhamu suddenly invoked Xiaze as a shield, leaving the oblivious steward beside Xiaze in utter bewilderment. What concern did the young master have in protecting the county magistrate's daughter? For a moment, the steward stared at his master, who appeared indifferent to the matter, as if Gu Zhamu were not speaking of him at all. Had the young master made an agreement with Gu Zhamu without informing him? Qiao Wanwan observed the ongoing pleasantries and noted their reluctance to depart. She retreated to her carriage, patiently awaiting their departure. With the addition of a young lady, another carriage followed suit. Qiao Wanwan understood that Zhou Xinyue would accompany them, clearly due to Gu Zhamu's influence. However, she could not comprehend why Gu Zhamu shifted all responsibility onto Xiaze. Zhou Xinyue's presence should have been advantageous to him. Furthermore, she was perplexed by Xiaze's sycophantic demeanor toward Gu Zhamu, a waste of his striking appearance. Such a celestial being should command respect from all. Sighing, Qiao Wanwan rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing the approaching figures outside. The sound of wheels rolling reminded her that Xiaze was nearing. She cheerfully waved, her face alight with smiles, nearly calling out to him. Yet, he frowned slightly, casting her a look akin to that reserved for fools. Qiao Wanwan, feeling embarrassed, withdrew her hand and refrained from further actions. Chapter 23. He seems to be ill. What kind of expression is that? Despite her genuine kindness towards him, he cruelly tramples on her feelings in a mocking manner. It is utterly exasperating. Qiao Wanwan felt a surge of displeasure within her. Just then, Gu Zhamu, who had brought Zhou Xinyue along, spotted Qiao Wanwan lying by the window, peering through the curtains as she awaited his arrival. With a hint of confidence, he intended to exchange a few words with her. Pulling at the corners of his lips, he called out her name, Wanwan. Before he could finish uttering the second Wan, the woman in the carriage abruptly slammed the intricately carved window shut with a resounding thud. Rejected, Gu Zhamu's face darkened considerably. The curious Zhou Xinyue beside him inquired, "Brother Gu, what has happened to Miss Wanwan?" "Who knows, she often has inexplicable fits of temper," he replied. "Oh, I see, alright, you should board the carriage now. It is time for us to set off." "Very well." Zhou Xinyue, accompanied by a personal maid, was also flanked by a middle-aged warrior donning a bamboo hat, whose face remained obscured. However, the scars adorning his exposed arms were quite alarming. After Zhou Xinyue took her seat in the carriage, the convoy gradually began to move. Departing from Luan Town, the wheels rolled steadily along the path, making good progress throughout the day as darkness began to envelop the sky. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the rear of the procession, belonging to a servant girl of the Zhou family. Stop, young Master Gu, my lady is weary and requires rest." Gu Zhamu, who was leading the way, halted immediately, glancing at the dimming light. He conferred with Zhou Shi beside him. Steward, the next 100 miles are all countryside, with no settlements in sight. Everyone has traveled quite a distance and must be fatigued. Shall we rest here for the night? Very well, I will consult the young master. Thank you for your assistance. Zhongshu quickly returned with a nod towards Gu Zhamu, conveying the message to the caravan. We shall rest here for the night before continuing our journey. Everyone, please remain vigilant and check for any anomalies in the surroundings. Understood. The 5 guards dispersed, preparing for their protective duties inside the carriage. Chuanxia surveyed the external conditions and gently urged Xiao Wanwan, Miss, shall we disembark? All right. With Chuanxia's support, Xiao Wanwan stepped down from the carriage, where a warm bonfire was already beginning to flicker not far away. The group had halted near the riverbank, where tiny nocturnal sprites flitted about. Ribbit, a small green frog with round, dark eyes fixated on the buzzing insects around it, licking its moist tongue in anticipation. Nearby, a patrolling guard accidentally stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. Such a minor disturbance was enough to send the frogs leaping back into the depths of the water. The moonlit ripples danced briefly against the current before settling into tranquility once more, crackling and popping. Xiao Wanwan wrapped her cloak tightly around herself to shield against the chilly wind that intruded upon her warmth. The temperature dropped significantly at night, with only the bonfire providing any comfort. The flickering flames illuminated her face, casting a warm, rosy glow that was particularly delightful. Miss, the fish is ready. Here you go. Thank you, Chuanxia. You are too kind, miss, it is nearly my duty. Indeed. Xiao Wanwan accepted the offering without hesitation, feeling entirely at ease. Having someone to attend to her was truly a blessing. She need only sit back and await her meal. As she savored the perfectly grilled fish, tender and succulent with no fine bones, she found immense pleasure in each bite, her cheeks puffed with delight. This is delicious. Her happiness was evident as she relished the exquisite dish. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's enjoyment of the grilled fish, felt a swell of joy and curiosity. Could her cooking truly be so delectable? Watching her mistress eat with such gusto was quite heartwarming. However, while some found Xiao Wanwan's enthusiasm charming, others, notably the male lead, Gu Zhamu, looked on with disdain. To him, she appeared akin to a glutton, devoid of any semblance of ladylike grace. A mature woman's voice broke the moment. Brother Gu, would you care to try the grilled fish prepared by my maid? A freshly cooked fish was presented to Gu Zhamu. He smiled slightly. Thank you, Miss Zhou. As he accepted the fish, Zhou Xinyue's cheeks flushed, and with a teasing smile, she reminded him, Brother Gu, you still call me Miss Zhou? Just call me Xinyue. All right, Xinyue. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan had been keenly observing the interactions between the male and female leads. She found it rather peculiar that, despite their apparent chemistry, one party remained curiously unresponsive. Did he not fear being snatched away? She nibbled on the fish while discreetly glancing at the man in the wheelchair beside her. From her vantage point, she could see his brow furrowed, his gaze lowered in silence. It was unclear what troubled him, but his chest seemed to rise and fall unnaturally as the light from the bonfire revealed his pallid complexion, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The more she observed, the more concerned she became. What was wrong with Xiaze? Why was he sweating profusely without making any attempt to wipe his brow? Following the direction of his clenched fingers, she gasped. Was he enduring some form of distress? His clean fingertips turned white as he gripped the armrest of the wheelchair, as if he might shatter it at any moment. Something was indeed amiss. Xiaze, could it be that you are unwell? Xiao Wanwan cast a glance around, finally spotting Zhongshu returning from fetching water. She quickly urged Chuanxia, go call Zhongshu back and have him check on young Master Xie. Of course, Mississippi. Although Chuanxia did not fully comprehend the situation, she hastily complied. Steward Zhong, it seems your young master is feeling unwell. What? Upon hearing Chuanxia's words, Zhongshu's heart raced. He rushed to the bonfire where the young master sat, asking urgently, young master, are you unwell? Suddenly alerted by Zhongshu's inquiry, Xiaze's brow furrowed slightly. He wondered, how did he know? Regardless of how Zhongshu had come to this realization, he would not admit to it. After all, such ailments were burdens he must endure alone. With thin lips pressed tightly, he replied, I am fine. Please push me aside. As you wish. Zhongshu, not noticing anything amiss with his young master, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps Chuanxia had simply misjudged the situation, thinking her master was in distress. Xiao Wanwan, feigning indifference, listened intently while secretly feeling frustrated. Why was this man so obstinate, clearly unwell, yet he remained stubbornly silent? She resolved to ignore him henceforth. Putting aside her desire to help, she determined that everyone should simply look after their own well-being. Chapter 24. Is he dead? As the crackling warmth of the fire enveloped them, Xiao Wanwan and Chuanxia comfortably basked in its glow after finishing their dinner. Across from them, Zhou Xinyue stifled a yawn, her hand delicately covering her lips. Gu Zhamu, ever considerate, gently urged her, Xinyue, you should retire to the carriage for some rest. All right, Brother Gu, you should rest early as well. Gu Zhamu watched Zhou Xinyue depart, and with the newly free time, he gradually turned his gaze towards Xiao Wanwan, whose face was illuminated by the flickering firelight. Her expression was one of deep contemplation, as if her thoughts were adrift in a turbulent sea. Yet he felt compelled to remind her, Wanwan, it is getting late. You ought to return to the carriage and rest. With Brother Gu present, there is no need to worry about any impending danger. Oh, I will head back shortly, Xiao Wanwan replied absent-mindedly, her mind still wandering. Internally, she grumbled, always urging me to hurry, like a nagging mother. She could sleep whenever she pleased. Besides, even in his absence, the many members of the Xie family surrounding them would ensure her safety should danger arise. It was unlikely she would be the one to face it. With a slight curl of her lips, she silently chastised, "The male lead is truly fickle." Suddenly, a series of violent coughs erupted from behind her. Cough, cough, cough. "Young master, are you all right?" The group gathered around the campfire turned their attention to the source of the commotion. The man who had been moved from his wheelchair by Zhang Shi was now leaning against a tree, his condition alarming as he coughed violently, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Zhang Shi, supporting his master, shouted in vain, "Young master." Feeling that something was amiss, Gu Zhamu approached the scene. Qiao Wanwan paused, her brows knitting together in concern. Chuanxia beside her suggested, "Miss, should we go and check?" "Let us," she replied. As they drew closer, they beheld the man, his pallid face streaked with a sheen of sweat, appearing dreadfully ill, his long, closed lashes trembled slightly from the chill, and his lips bore a bluish hue. The sight made Qiao Wanwan shiver involuntarily. Even standing near him, she could feel an aura of icy despair. Jiu Zhamu knelt beside the colorless figure, checking his pulse, his brow furrowing with worry. He turned to Zhongshi and queried, "Has your young master been afflicted by cold poison for long?" Caught off guard by the question, Zhongshi hesitated, his eyes darting away. He could not divulge the origins of his master's affliction to outsiders. Instead, he fabricated a response, "Yes, the young master encountered nefarious individuals during his early travels, and this cold poison has plagued him for many years." "Is it possible that he possesses any remedy to alleviate his condition?" Gu Zhamu inquired, glancing at the others. "Oh, there is." At Gu Zhamu's prompting, Zhongshi recalled that his master had hidden medicine within the wheelchair. He quickly handed Xie over to Gu Zhamu and began searching the concealed compartment of the wheelchair, only to discover it was empty. "No, the young master's medicine is gone." Chuanxia, visibly anxious, murmured, "What shall we do now? Is there anyone here skilled in healing?" "Miss, do you think that Mr. Xia will not survive?" Qiao Wanwan rubbed her temples, replying, "How would I know? The martial artists present could easily overhear their hushed conversation." Zhongshi's face turned pale upon hearing them discuss his master's fate. Noticing his distressed expression, Qiao Wanwan felt a pang of alarm and quickly admonished Chuanxia, "Chuanxia, be silent." "Yes, Mississippi," I spoke out of turn. Feeling the weight of everyone's gazes, Qiao Wanwan cleared her throat and ventured, "Well, since Mr. Xia has been afflicted by cold poison and lacks medicine, could we not assist him in some way?" Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhongshi's eyes brightened with hope as if he were desperate for an answer. "How?" Gu Zhamu, intrigued, leaned in closer. Qiao Wanwan offered an awkward smile, pointing at Gu Zhamu. "Perhaps if Brother Gu were to embrace him, it could provide some warmth. Although it may seem a rather foolish remedy, it could help alleviate the cold poison somewhat. Who knows, if Mr. Xie awakens and realizes that I was the one who orchestrated their union, he might even thank me." However, her words elicited blank stares from the three present, who regarded her as if she were a simpleton, including Chuanxia. "What is wrong? This method, while precarious, could indeed offer some relief, no?" Gu Zhamu's lips twitched as he posed a rather peculiar question, "But why must it be me who embraces him?" "Indeed, why?" "Because he has affection for you. Your embrace would surely expedite his recovery." As Qiao Wanwan pondered this, she recognized the absurdity of her own thoughts and awkwardly scratched her face. "I was merely considering that Brother Gu is young and possesses a higher body temperature, making him more suitable." Gu Zhamu was momentarily speechless, convinced that this was not a viable solution. He perceived Qiao Wanwan's thoughts as naive and nonsensical. Redirecting the conversation, he asked Zhongshi, "How did your young master manage without an antidote previously?" "My young master has never disclosed his ailments to me. On several occasions, when he fell ill, he would isolate himself in his chamber, refusing food or drink, enduring the pain alone. We remained oblivious to how he survived those times." "Let us move, Mr. Xia closer to the fire and observe how he fares tonight. If we cannot alleviate his condition, we shall seek a physician at dawn." "Agreed." As Qiao Wanwan watched Zhongshi carry the fragile figure, akin to a shattered porcelain beauty, towards the fire, she felt a surge of pity. What a delicate and ailing beauty he was. The narrative had never hinted at such profound suffering endured by Xie. She merely knew him as a wheelchair-bound invalid, yet a skilled martial artist capable of defeating ordinary opponents with ease. Was the plot subtly shifting? Observing his half-lifeless state, she felt as though he might slip away at any moment. Sighing, she reminded herself that it was none of her concern. If Xie were to perish, it would alleviate her worries of becoming the cannon fodder in the future. How delightfully malicious her thoughts were. After all, he had sought to end her life. "Miss, shall we return to the carriage and rest?" "Yes, let us go. I hope to sleep soundly." She could only wish that upon waking, she would be greeted with good news, even if for others, it might be devastatingly bad. In a boundless expanse of white, layers of gauzy fabric hung like veils. A woman clad in a translucent, azure gown strode with purpose through the billowing folds, delicate bells jingling at her ankles. Her long, silken hair cascaded wildly behind her as she sprinted onward, glancing back over her shoulder as if pursued by some monstrous entity. "Wanwan?" The voice that called her name seemed like a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, echoing eerily in her ears. Her complexion turned ghastly pale as fear gripped her heart. "My Wanwan, where are you going?" Breathless and desperate, the woman pressed forward, seeking to escape this accursed place, yet, before her stood a towering figure, emerging from the fabric like a specter. She could not halt her momentum in time and collided with him. As she regained her footing and attempted to flee, delicate arms were seized by an overwhelming force, struggling against the hold. She could not discern the man's face but felt an unsettling familiarity that ignited terror within her. The man chuckled darkly, his presence enveloping her like a shroud of gloom, suffocating her breath. My Wan, you wish for my demise? It shall not be so easy. Even in death, I shall take you with me. The infinite shadows loomed larger in her vision until they consumed her entirely. Ah! Drenched in sweat, the woman awoke with a start, sitting upright. Clarity gradually returned, dispelling the nightmare's darkness, leaving only the soft glow of moonlight filtering into the carriage. Xiao Wanwan surveyed her surroundings. Xuanxia lay fast asleep, undisturbed by her abrupt awakening. Gasping for breath, she slowly calmed herself, whispering reassurances. It was merely a dream, and dreams are often the opposite of reality. I will not perish, I absolutely will not. Gazing outside at the dimming sky, Xiao Wanwan surmised she had only slept for 2 or 3 hours. I wonder how those outside are faring. Are they dead? Chapter 25. The doubts about her affection for Xieze. Suddenly, she felt that the dark figure from her dreams resembled Xieze, bearing a sinister smile that mirrored the threat he posed. It seemed she had been overly anxious in her thoughts, leading her to dream of a man who was now but a shadow of his former self, intent on coming to harm her. Deep down, Xiao Wanwan felt a lingering unease. She needed to step outside to ascertain his current condition. The owl perched on the branches hooted, its night vision fixated on a mouse. Satiated, it had no need to hunt. Its leisurely gaze shifted to the moving figure of a woman beneath the tree. Upon emerging from the carriage, Xiao Wanwan found no one in sight. By the roaring flames, there stood a man clad in white, resembling a saint draped in snow, his arms crossed over his chest. He lay in an elegant repose, like a sculpture in slumber. The flickering firelight cast upon his profile revealed a visage troubled by unrest. Xiao Wanwan felt a tinge of disappointment at the realization that he had not perished. She raised her gaze to the man, a wicked thought creeping into her mind. If he survived, would she be able to continue her existence unscathed? The likelihood seemed grim. Perhaps, while he remained weak, she could eliminate him. The very notion startled her. She was a woman of the 21st century. How could she consider taking a life? Murder was a crime. In that moment, her mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts, 2 inner voices arguing fervently. Yet, this was not the 21st century. Laws were not as stringent here. Moreover, failing to act might result in him taking her life next. With a sharp gaze, she discreetly surveyed her surroundings, confirming that no one was near. She steadied her steps toward the man. Crouching beside him, she extended her delicate hands, inching closer to his pale neck. Internally, she battled with herself. Squeeze, strangle him. This would grant you your freedom. With resolve, Xiao Wanwan closed her eyes and touched his cold skin, feeling warmth dissipate from her fingertips. So cold, she murmured softly. Don't blame me. I'm merely fighting for my life. With her eyes tightly shut, she began to apply pressure. Just then, the man on the ground sensed her touch and slightly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he beheld a figure radiating a soft glow, akin to a fairy. Cold and parched, he felt numbness enveloping him. Suddenly, he felt his throat constrict. The woman's palm sensed movement, and her entire body stiffened. The hand that had sought to tighten its grip immediately loosened. As he partially opened his eyes, his beautiful gaze became entranced by Xiao Wanwan. Startled, she thought, oh no, run. She quickly scrambled to her feet, preparing to flee, yet, a low, raspy voice called out to her, whispering something. Water? Xiao Wanwan hesitated, her desire to escape momentarily halted as she moved closer to him, straining to hear his words. Water. She glanced around the wheelchair beside him, spotting a water jug nearby. Grabbing it, she returned to Xieze's side, as if negotiating with him, saying, I shall feed you water, but you must promise never to kill me. Remember my kindness, understand? Anxiety gripped her heart. She feared that once he awoke, he would recall her murderous intentions. Thus, she resolved to appease him. Unsure if he was listening, she unscrewed the jug's cap and gently propped the man up, allowing him to lean against her as she carefully fed him water. In his drowsy state, he sensed the ethereal figure, her gentle hand exerting considerable effort to hold him close. Their bodies were intimately aligned, the warmth and softness of her form palpable despite the fabric that separated them. Even with his eyes closed, he could hear the rhythmic thrum of her heartbeat, a soothing cadence. He submitted willingly to her care. The cool rim of the water jug met his lips, and the precious liquid flowed into his mouth, reviving him like a flower in a desert receiving rain. He gulped eagerly, only to suddenly choke on the water. Cough, cough. Don't rush, she exclaimed, her expression flustered as she set the jug aside and gently patted his chest to ease his breathing. Gradually, he regained his composure, his gaze fixed on the indistinct figure before him, a friendly smile gracing his lips. Caught in the moment, Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened at his smile, momentarily lost in a daze. In the next instant, the man made a sudden, unexpected move. With a long arm, he encircled her waist, burying his head into her embrace, relishing the comforting warmth and softness she exuded. Xiao Wanwan froze, her body stiffening in shock, the sensations magnified as his head nestled against her most sensitive area. Overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed crimson. Pervert, she thought, her mouth opening as if to protest, but she held her tongue. Just as she contemplated how to extricate herself from this predicament, she heard him murmur in a husky voice, Thank you, Fairy, for saving me. Fairy, is he referring to me? She pondered, glancing down to find him seemingly asleep, gradually sliding down her legs until he rested there, his grip on her waist slackening. It dawned on her that he had truly succumbed to slumber, and he appeared serene, free from the distress that had once marred his brow. His breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling gently, as though liberated from the torment of illness. Xiao Wanwan leaned closer, studying his peaceful visage. Strands of hair fell across his face, and she reached out to gently sweep them aside, revealing his striking features up close. His complexion was flawless, his high cheekbones accentuated by the soft light. His dark brows were thick, his nose elegantly sculpted, and his lips curved ever so slightly. The delicate lashes framed his eyes, long and beautiful. How enviable. Usually, he threatened her with his fierce demeanor, yet now he resembled a docile child, peacefully asleep in her embrace. Overwhelmed by maternal instincts, she couldn't resist the urge to reach out her hands, which she would normally keep at bay from this man with whom she seldom interacted, and gently caressed his face. His skin is truly exquisite, she marveled, marveling at his porcelain-like smoothness. An impish thought crossed her mind, and she chuckled softly as she poked his nose, playfully crafting a pig face. Ha, how ridiculous, let us see if you dare to frighten me again. As she continued to tease his handsome features, the man stirred slightly, his brows knitting together in discomfort, which interrupted her mischievous antics. Unbeknownst to them, Zhongshi had returned, witnessing the intimate scene before him. The sight of a woman resembling Xiao Mengzhu, with the young master's arms wrapped around her waist, left him in shock. When had the young master become so close with Xiao? Zhongshi's eyes widened in disbelief, and the herbs he had gathered slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground and startling those nearby. Xiao Wanwan suddenly sensed movement behind her, her nerves tightening. Oh no, someone's back. She swiftly pushed the man away from her, her numb legs propelling her to flee the fire's warmth as she dashed toward the carriage. Sleep. Act as if nothing has transpired. Once Xiao Wanwan had departed, Zhongshi returned to Xiao's side, observing the young master still in a state of unconsciousness, lying quietly on the ground. A seed of doubt took root in his mind. Could it be that the person Xiao had affections for was none other than their own young master? Chapter 26. What is her perspective? In the early morning, a little bird perched itself atop the carriage, chirping incessantly, disturbing Xiao Wanwan from her slumber. Slowly, she opened her eyes, realizing that Xuanxia had already vanished, leaving her beneath a delicate layer of blankets. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and stretched comfortably. Taking out a bronze mirror, she tidied her appearance before stepping out of the carriage. As she emerged, she was met with the sight of Xiaoze, who had fallen ill the previous night, now seated comfortably in a wheelchair. Zhongshi, standing beside him, draped a thick mink cloak over Xiaoze and inquired, "Young master, do you feel any better?" "Yes, I am fine now," he replied. "The medicine for the journey has run out. It will likely take about half a month to return to the Xia residence. The message pigeon will reach my father soon, and he should send the medicine first. These days have been tough for you, young master," Zhongshi added. The man remained silent, indifferent to the absence of medicine. After all, the antidote merely alleviated pain. It offered no cure. The poison within him remained, as his father refused to relinquish his hold, treating him as an experimental subject. As long as he lived, he would forever be his father's puppet for experimentation. He had endured countless instances of pain, becoming numb to it over time. A shadow loomed in his eyes, and a trace of self-mockery danced on his lips. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed upon him and looked up, only to meet the eyes of the woman who had just stepped out of the carriage. He paused for a moment. The woman was adorned in a light blue gauzy dress, and the beams of sunlight filtering through the treetops enveloped her in a gentle glow. Her complexion was a delicate blend of white and pink, and her large, expressive eyes gazed at him with an innocent curiosity. The sunlight made her shine brilliantly, reminiscent of the ethereal figure he had encountered in his dreams the previous night. Xiaoze's brow furrowed, his dark eyes narrowing like a hawk as he scrutinized the familiar silhouette. A wave of self-mockery washed over him, and he chuckled to himself. What absurd thoughts am I entertaining? How could she possibly be the celestial maiden from my dreams? Am I losing my mind? Xiao Wanwan sensed the unfriendly gaze emanating from the antagonist and instinctively swallowed hard, turning her back to the man, too intimidated to meet his stare. Meanwhile, Zhongshi's eyes flitted between Xiao Wanwan and Xiaoze, curiosity peaking within him as he quietly asked, "Young master, what do you think of Miss Xiao?" Taken aback by Zhongshi's question, Xiaoze paused, confusion settling in. Could it be that even those closest to him had fallen under her spell? Zhongshi, standing beside him, had begun to advocate for her. Xiaoze's obsidian eyes darkened, a shroud of clouds enveloping his expression as he retorted with a sardonic smile, "What? Do you find her to be delightful?" Zhongshi, oblivious to his master's simmering anger, smiled sheepishly and offered his opinion. "I believe Miss Xiao is rather pleasant. She treats the young master well and is quite beautiful." Xiaoze's previously curling lips now fell into a frown. "Treats me well? What twisted reasoning is he employing?" Coldly interrupting, he snapped, "Is it that you have feelings for her?" No, I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts, young master." Xiaoze let out a cold laugh, incredulous that Zhongshi would dare ask for his opinion. "Zhongshi, you are well aware of my nature, are you not? Anyone who dares to challenge me must face dire consequences." Zhongshi, recalling the events of the previous night, suddenly realized the rivalry between Xiaoze and Xiao Wanwan. His face paled as he sensed his master's anger. "Since your loyalty no longer lies with me, there is no need for you to accompany me any longer." In an instant, Zhongshi's face turned ashen, and he hastily knelt to apologize. "Young master, it was my indiscretion. Please do not dismiss me." "Then keep your mouth shut. I shall grant you one more chance. Otherwise, you may leave voluntarily and spare me the trouble of taking action against you." "Thank you, young master. I shall never dare again. Go." "Yes." A cold sweat trickled down Zhongshi's forehead as he hurriedly assisted Xiaoze away. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he must tread carefully in the future to avoid incurring his master's wrath. The carriage continued its journey, soon arriving safely at the next destination, Yangwan Post Station. Surrounded by desolate wilderness, this official post station served as a resting place for travelers, primarily bureaucrats and wandering martial artists who dared not act recklessly in such a secure environment. Thus, the post station was relatively safer than ordinary inns. Xiao Wanwan and her companions planned to stay the night. She followed the group inside, but as Chuanxiao went to drop off their baggage, she was instructed to wait downstairs for dinner. Taking a seat at a small square table, she settled eye and eye in the distance. Gu Zhamu observed her, pondering how to cheer Xiao Wanwan up. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He sauntered over to her side without asking anything, simply taking a seat next to her. The small space, now occupied by two adults, felt rather cramped. Xiao Wanwan, who had been waiting for Chuanxia to return, felt quite displeased by the man's sudden intrusion. With so many other seats available, why did he choose to sit beside her? Did he not fear the jealousy of their companions? No, their jealousy was not the issue, rather, she feared being inexplicably resented by them. Gugu, this spot is a bit cramped, could you sit elsewhere? It's not cramped at all. It's just right. Was he out of his mind? Xiao Wanwan was at a loss for words, yet the man stubbornly insisted, with autumn approaching, the weather is cooling, isn't it more comfortable to be closer together? Gu Zhamu maintained a composed smile as he poured her a cup of tea. Wanwan, what would you like to eat? Gugu will order for you. I don't have anything in mind at the moment, you can order for yourself. Alright, then I shall order your favorite dishes, you are sure to enjoy them. That's not necessary. How could it not be? You must be hungry, Wanwan. What was wrong with him? Could he not understand her? To put it plainly, she simply did not wish to dine with him. Did she need to spell it out for him, shattering his pride, before he would comprehend her intent? At that moment, she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Zhou Xinyue. Zhou Xinyue appeared neutral, concealing any emotion, yet she politely smiled at her. Sister Wanwan, could you please make some space for me? I have a few words to discuss with Gugu. Xiao Wanwan felt Zhou Xinyue's arrival was quite timely. She flashed a radiant smile and relinquished the spot she had found distasteful. Of course, Sister Zhou. Please come and sit. Thank you, Sister Wanwan, you are truly kind. With joy, Zhou Xinyue took the seat next to Gu Zhamu, who had previously sat beside Xiao Wanwan. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Wanwan, but the man across from her continued to stare intently, making her feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Xieze also approached. Chapter 27 is sharing dishes. He gazed at Zhou Xinyue and Gu Zhamu seated closely together, a wave of jealousy darkening his countenance. Another woman vying for Gu Zhamu's attention? Xieze felt displeasure welling within him, yet the presence of another person stirred curiosity in his heart. Where was that woman? How could she permit other women to approach Gu Zhamu? Momentarily, he cast his gaze towards the two across from him and beheld Xiao Wanwan, her face adorned with a feigned smile. Realizing that she too felt discontent over this matter, his heart inexplicably found a semblance of balance. He mused, since Miss Zhou is someone capable of dealing with her, it is prudent to keep her around for now. He allowed Zhongshi to push him into one of the remaining two vacant seats. The waiter then began to serve the dishes. On another table, Chuanxia and the others were dining. The atmosphere among the patrons at this table grew somewhat tense as Gu Zhamu fixated on the woman across from him, nonchalantly eating without a care for himself, inadvertently drawing her attention. He lifted his chopsticks and deftly placed a piece of meat into Xiao Wanwan's bowl. Wanwan, this is your favorite braised pork. This one too, do give it a try, won't you? The woman, interrupted mid-bite by Gu Zhamu, froze momentarily, staring at the mound of food he had piled into her bowl. Caught in a dilemma, she was unsure whether to eat or not. The man opposite her, noticing her bewilderment, kindly smiled and said, Wanwan, all these dishes were chosen for you by me. They must be delicious. Do try some? Eat, eat, eat. Xiao Wanwan looked at the mountainous pile of food in her bowl, internally grumbling, I don't need this, alright, if I wanted some, I have hands to pick it myself. She couldn't discern whether Gu Zhamu's actions were intentional or accidental, but it certainly felt as though he was deliberately provoking her. Yes, exactly, she now sensed an overwhelming wave of resentment emanating from her side. Without needing to guess, she knew who was responsible for it. Xieze's exquisite visage bore a cloud of hostility, his dark eyes glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Damn it, Xiao Wanwan cursed inwardly, her teeth clenched in frustration. The woman beside Gu Zhamu, feeling slighted by his exclusive attention towards Xiao Wanwan, spoke in a feigned childish tone to the man beside her. Gugu, why do you only serve dishes to Wanwan and not to me? Xinyue would like some too. After speaking, she suddenly shot an electrifying glance at the man, her eyes sparkling. Struck by her gesture, the man smiled. Alright, I'll serve you some as well. Thank you, Gugu, she replied sweetly. The warm scene unfolding at their table felt toxic to Xieze. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure before Gu Zhamu, he would have unleashed his long-hidden anger upon the woman. With a crack, the chopsticks in his hand snapped in two. Xiao Wanwan, sitting nearby, heard the sound clearly. Her eyes widened in shock, akin to saucers, as she witnessed the breakage of his chopsticks. A chill crept up her spine, and she thought, oh no, is he going to hold a grudge against me too? I must find a way to placate him. As her chopsticks trembled in her hand, she looked at the towering pile of food in her bowl and devised a clever plan without considering the potential repercussions. Without a second thought, she transferred all the food Gu Zhamu had placed in her bowl to Xieze's. As she did so, she exclaimed, Mr. Xie, Gugu says this is delicious. You must try it. At her words, the table fell into a stunned silence. The couple across from her paused, astonished, while Xieze blinked in surprise at the dishes before him, realizing they were the ones Gu Zhamu had selected for Xiao Wanwan, now offered to him. What was her intention? Xiaoze's eyes flickered with an inscrutable meaning. Gu Zhamu, incredulous, asked, Wan, why are you sharing the dishes I chose for you with Mr. Xie? Ah? Xiao Wan, caught off guard by her impulsive action, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She forced a smile and explained, aren't we all teammates? You serve me, I serve him. Isn't it the most natural thing to help each other? In an instant, the entire table was rendered speechless. Zhou Xinyue covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, exclaiming, Sister Wan is truly innocent. Indeed, I'm doing this to save you. Xiao Wan thought to herself, desperate not to lose her own life due to the ire of the antagonist. She felt an exasperated frustration rise within her as she maintained a facade of innocence. Gu Zhamu sighed in resignation, muttering, it seems Wan still does not understand me. His words hinted that Xiao Wan was blissfully unaware of the affections directed her way, despite her obliviousness to the feelings of others. Of course, Xiao Wan understood, but she had to feign ignorance, otherwise, her future would be at stake. Xiaoze set down his chopsticks and addressed them, I am full, I shall take my leave. Very well. Zhongshi, seated nearby, promptly pushed the wheelchair-bound young master away from the inn's main hall. Xiao Wan glanced at Xiaoze's bowl, piled high with food, and noted that he had hardly touched his rice. How could he claim to be full? Clearly, it was not a matter of satiety but of anger. This was disastrous, all because of the male protagonist, Gu Zhamu. If it weren't for him, how could she have provoked Xiaoze? The resentment she harbored towards him surfaced prominently. Gu Zhamu observed the furious expression on Xiao Wan's face and felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for Xiaoze? The woman who usually clung to him had suddenly shifted her affections toward another. A wave of insecurity washed over him. No, Xiao Wan could only love him. He needed to have a talk with her tonight. Why did her demeanor change so drastically in Xiaoze's presence? Surely, that man had bewitched her. Later that evening, upon returning to her room, Xiao Wan reclined comfortably on her bed. Chuanxia closed the doors and windows before cheerfully saying, Miss, did you notice how well Gu Xiaoxia treated you during dinner? You must seize the opportunity, or else Gu Xiaoxia might be snatched away by that Miss Xiao. Xiao Wan shot upright, bewildered. What did you say? Miss, Chuanxia hopes you will appreciate Gu Xiaoxia's kindness and not let Miss Zhou take him away. Xiao Wan rubbed her ears in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had told Chuanxia countless times that she did not harbor any feelings for Gu Zhamu. Why did the latter persist in thinking otherwise? Chuanxia, taken aback by her terrifying gaze, nervously inquired, did Chuanxia say something wrong, miss? Xiao Wan pressed her lips together, impatiently reiterating, did I not tell you I do not like Gu Zhamu? Wasn't that just you being capricious? Xiao Wan was at a loss for words, feeling utterly drained. Damn those NPCs, Chuanxia clearly could not stand on the same side as her. Being near the male protagonist was perilous. No one believed her, and living like this was utterly terrifying. No, she must escape tonight. Chapter 28. May I assist you? Xiao Wan had just finished her morning routine, standing before the copper mirror to style her hair. Chuanxia, cradling some garments, glanced at Xiao Wan seated within and smiled, saying, Miss, I shall tidy up the clothes first. If you feel weary, you may rest. Very well, do hurry, Xiao Wan replied with a faint smile, watching as Chuanxia closed the door with a resounding thud. Once she heard the footsteps fade away, her excitement surged, and she sprang to her feet, fist clenched. Yes. I can finally leave. She hurriedly donned a travel-friendly dress and hastily tied her hair into a high ponytail, securing it with a sandalwood hairpin. Glancing at her reflection in the copper mirror, she revealed a delicate dimple. I truly exude the charm of a heroine, she mused. How splendid. Fully assembled, she approached the wardrobe, retrieving the carefully prepared bundle, ready to escape unnoticed that very night. As she reached the door, a sudden thought struck her. She paused, retracing her steps to rummage through the wardrobe. The healing ointment, I must take it with me. Should I incur any injuries while out, it would be essential for treatment. With half her body buried in the wardrobe, she searched fervently. Where is it? Ah, found it, so, you were here all along. Xiao Wan triumphantly extracted 2 bottles of ointment, raising them in victory and letting out a couple of hearty laughs. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, drowning out her mirth. Xiao Wan's nerves tensed, and she swiftly covered her mouth, falling silent as she listened intently. Wan, are you asleep? Upon hearing the male voice at the door, her good mood dissipated instantly. Why is it him again? The knocking continued, as Gu Zhamu, undeterred by the silence within, persisted. Wan, if you're awake, please open the door. What is this man thinking? It is late at night, yet he comes to disturb her. Moreover, with his incessant knocking, even if she were truly asleep, he would certainly rouse her. It seemed she had no choice but to open the door. How troublesome, she had to deal with the male lead before making her escape, wasting precious time in the process. Ugh. Xiao Wan gritted her teeth, suppressing her ire. Reluctantly, she set down her belongings and went to open the door. Gu Zhamu had his hand poised to knock again when the door creaked open slightly. Seeing the young woman, his face brightened. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by her discontented tone. Brother Gu, please cease your knocking. You are on the verge of damaging the inn's door. If you have something to say, do so quickly. It is quite late, and I am exceedingly tired. Oh. Gu Zhamu's expression faltered at her disdain. He had come over with good intentions to comfort her, yet she dared to express discontent. He consoled himself internally, reminding himself of her capricious nature, forcing a smile. You have encountered such behavior before. With a reluctant smile, he held up a box, suppressing his irritation, and said tenderly, Wanwan, I noticed you did not eat much earlier, so I brought you some supper. Oh. Zhao Wanwan feigned a yawn, casually offering a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Gu, but I do not require it. Please take the supper back and enjoy it yourself, or perhaps leave it for Sister Xin Yued. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest. With that, Zhao Wanwan showed no regard for Gu Zhamu's feelings, abruptly shutting the door with a loud bang. Hey! Wanwan! Gu Zhamu had not finished speaking when he was met with the cold shoulder of the willful young lady, a blow to his pride that stung fiercely. The door firmly closed before him, his eyes simmered with anger. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the food container, its contents spilling across the ground with a resounding crash. Fine, if you don't want it, then don't, he muttered, the words laced with bitterness. What a waste of my time and effort. With that, he stormed away from Zhao Wanwan's room, seething. Inside, the young woman cautiously opened the door, ensuring no one was around before stealthily slipping out with her bundle. Having been rejected, Gu Zhamu found himself brooding as he unconsciously approached Xieze's door. Recalling what Su Xinyue had said about their compatibility, he intended to inquire about Xieze's thoughts on Zhao Wanwan. Knock. He rapped on the door, which was promptly opened, but it was not Xieze who stood before him. Instead, it was the steward Zhongshi. Steward Zhong, where is young Master Xie? Oh, I apologize, but my young master has gone for a stroll. Did he mention where he would be walking? He did not specify. Very well. Does young Master Gu have something to discuss with my young master? Would you like me to convey a message? No, I'll speak with him tomorrow. Understood. Having failed to find the person he sought and unable to ask his pressing questions, Gu Zhamu's frustration deepened. The moon hung perfectly in the sky, casting a gentle light upon a stealthy young thief as she navigated the corridors. She soon found herself beside the high walls of the inn. Zhao Wanwan had observed earlier that both the main gate and the side entrance were guarded. The safest route, it seemed, lay over the high wall. Once she scaled that barrier, she would find herself amidst a thicket. Even if someone discovered her absence shortly thereafter, she could easily hide among the trees. She surveyed her surroundings for anything that might assist her ascent. Oh! Not far from her stood a sturdy tree, its slender branches reaching beyond the wall. How fortuitous, she approached and patted the tree, feeling a surge of joy. This tree should be able to support my weight. With that thought, she rolled up her sleeves and set to work. Zhao Wanwan secured her bundle tightly around her, pulling it to ensure it would not fall before releasing her grip. She clapped her hands together, wiping away the sweat as she prepared to embrace the thick trunk of the tree, placing her foot on the uneven bark. Like a koala, she slowly began to climb, her palms gripping the rough surface, causing her skin to chafe. She encouraged herself inwardly, come on, victory is within reach. Her delicate palms had turned a rosy hue from the friction against the bark. As she reached for the branches above, she felt exhilaration coursing through her. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. A cold blade materialized, piercing the very branch she clutched. Before she could react, a loud crack echoed, and the branch splintered. Zhao Wanwan's eyes widened in shock as her world spun. Following the branch's descent, she plummeted to the ground, landing painfully on her back. The impact left her reeling, her backside aching. What just happened? Why did the branch break? She pondered this question, but her thoughts were interrupted by a low rumbling sound emanating from behind her. Her senses heightened. She froze, overwhelmed by a sense of danger. Just then, a magnetic voice broke the silence, laced with curiosity. Miss Jiao, where are you headed? Her heart sank. Oh no, I've been discovered by the antagonist, Xieze. Panic surged as her mind went blank. She inhaled deeply, urging herself to remain calm and composed. Think of a strategy. How can I explain this? But before she could formulate a plan, she heard the man behind her chuckle coldly. Are you attempting to flee? How could he possibly know? I could assist you. Zhao Wanwan blinked in surprise. Turning to see Xieze not far from her, seated in a wheelchair, his smile sent a shiver down her spine. She quickly stood, waving her hands in protest. No. What are you saying, young Master Xie? I can't comprehend. Oh. Chapter 29. When confronted with the imminent danger of death, the man's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze upon her parcel, continuing, are you not attempting to flee? Upon being discovered, Zhao Wanwan swallowed hard, hastily concealing the package behind her. With a forced laugh, she replied, what fleeing? That is nonsense. I merely noticed the moon tonight. It appears exceptionally round and large. I simply wish to climb that high wall for a clearer view. Admiring the moon? Although seated in a wheelchair, the man was slightly shorter, yet his gaze bore an imposing intensity, as if he sought to see straight through her. Under his penetrating stare, Zhao Wanwan felt a thin sheen of sweat forming on her brow, yet she refrained from using her handkerchief, fearful that he might perceive her unease. With a bright laugh, she pointed toward the moon and reiterated, indeed, the moon tonight is particularly beautiful. Look, there are still stars accompanying it. What a lovely night. Upon hearing her explanation, the man let out a cold laugh. There is no need to deceive me. Your lies cannot fool me. Since you wish to distance yourself from Gushasha, I can assist you in escaping. What? A surge of panic coursed through Zhao Wanwan. She instinctively touched her face, her smile stiffening. Was her deception so transparent that he could discern it? Moreover, if she had not misheard, Xieze seemed to have offered to help her escape. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Xiaze was aware of her feelings for Gu Xiaomu and chose to grant her freedom, or perhaps her attentive care during his illness had moved him, prompting him to consider letting her go? A wave of excitement washed over her, and she asked again, "Is what you say true? Can you really help me leave?" The man's captivating peach blossom eyes lifted slightly. Given his understanding of Qiao Wanwan from her association with Gu Xiaomu, he recognized that she was likely trying to employ a strategy of feigned capture to incite concern in Gu Xiaomu, thereby manipulating him into searching for her. She clearly intended to use him as a means to facilitate her departure, ensuring that her absence would go unnoticed until it was too late. Xiaze perceived that the woman before him was incredibly troublesome, yet it was this very turmoil that presented an opportunity for him. He aimed to exploit this chance to ensure that she would vanish from this world forever. In doing so, he would eliminate a rival, leaving only a path of demise for those who sought to take what was his. With a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, he responded, "Of course, I can help you leave Gu Xiaomu's side permanently, ensuring you will never appear before him again." Yet, the remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, his gaze sharp and fleeting. "How will you assist me?" Xiaze's eyes flickered as he surveyed their surroundings. He could not end her life here, he would need to relocate. With a smile, he advised her, "Xiao, I know of a place nearby that is unguarded, allow me to take you there." "Wonderful. That sounds splendid." Qiao Wanwan beamed at Xiaze, following closely behind as he maneuvered his wheelchair. Her heart raced with exhilaration, convinced that this escape, aided by an antagonist, held promise. The villain had understood her sincere intentions, and she felt immensely grateful that he was willing to let her go. Truly, enduring a little hardship that day seemed a trivial cost, provided the villain remembered her kindness and chose not to harm her. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, it would be worth it. After all, Xiaze, despite his disability, was undeniably handsome. Beauty could indeed open doors. Lost in a whirlwind of fanciful thoughts, Qiao Wanwan followed Xiaze until they reached a concealed side entrance. Xiaze brought his wheelchair to a gradual halt. "We've arrived, it's just ahead." "Oh." Qiao Wanwan gazed at the dilapidated side door before the man, its floor overrun with creeping vines. The door appeared worn and abandoned, casting doubt in her mind. "Can we truly escape through there?" Xiaze's eyelids lowered slightly, and from a vantage point that remained hidden from her, a smirk tugged at his lips. Calmly, he replied, "You need only see for yourself to find out." "Well, that is true." Qiao Wanwan, not wishing to overthink, stepped past the man in the wheelchair, offering a brief thanks. "Thank you, I shall proceed." "Go ahead, and may you never return," he uttered, his voice taking on an ominous tone, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from a nightmare. In that moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if a dark intent loomed in the air. A faint metallic sound echoed, causing her to hesitate at the door, beads of cold sweat trickling down her soft cheeks. The man in the wheelchair focused intently on the woman before him, a glint reflecting from his hand. A sharp dagger had suddenly materialized, the blade shimmered ominously, reflecting the moonlight, casting its gleam upon her pale neck. Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in horror as she realized the lethal danger that had settled upon her. The realization struck her like a thunderclap. Xiaze did not intend to let her leave. Rather, he sought her demise. He had lured her to the secluded entrance with the intent to kill her, ensuring that her disappearance would go unnoticed, leaving everyone to believe she had simply fled, with no trace of her death ever to be discovered. A chill gripped her heart, and goosebumps coursed over her skin. Her lips turned pale as her body trembled involuntarily. Perhaps she had lingered too long in this spot, paralyzed by fear. The man behind her, now with a hint of amusement in his voice, inquired, "Qiao Wanwan, why have you not moved?" I cannot," she stammered. Regret flooded her. She should never have placed her trust in the villain's words. At that moment, her fate rested solely in his hands. She could guarantee that if she stepped through that small side door, her life would meet a grim and dread course through her veins. She could not afford to take that risk. If she lost this gamble, her life would be forfeit. Thus, she remained frozen, unable to move or even glance back. Xiaze pushed his wheelchair closer to her, the sound of its wheels echoing ominously in her ears, like the tolling of a death knell. With each approach, her breath grew heavier, and the blade in his hand drew nearer. Her senses heightened. She could even hear the faint whisper of the wind brushing against the blade, a chilling reminder of her impending fate. The reflective edge of the knife pressed closer to her back. Chapter 30. Oh my, never dared to escape again. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, calling out for her. "Miss, where are you? Miss?" Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened slightly. The oppressive aura that had enveloped her moments ago vanished in an instant. The sound of the wheelchair by her side came to an abrupt halt, and the murmuring noises gradually receded, accompanied by the departing voice of a man. "Miss Qiao, I wish you sweet dreams tonight." Qiao Wanwan was oblivious to how long she had stood there, her face pale from fear. It was not until her maid, Chuanxia, found her that she let out a cry of relief. "Miss, so you are here. I thought you had vanished, and I was terrified for you." Upon hearing Chuanxia's voice, the tension in Qiao Wanwan's body dissipated. With a soft thud, she collapsed onto the ground. Miss, are you all right?" Chuanxia hurriedly supported her, noticing the look in her mistress's eyes, which seemed to be pleading for salvation. Qiao Wanwan's lips quivered, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she sobbed quietly. Chuanxia, taken aback, anxiously inquired, "Miss, what is the matter, are you unwell?" With a muffled whimper, Qiao Wanwan vigorously shook her head, grasping Chuanxia's sleeve and burying her face in her embrace, weeping silently. Chuanxia, at a loss for how to comfort her, felt a pang of sorrow. "Miss, let us return home." Qiao Wanwan sniffled and nodded vigorously. A fear gripped her heart, and she silently vowed to never attempt to escape again, lest her life be at stake. As for whatever might transpire in the future, she would devise a strategy later. Once back in her room, Xiao Wanwan lay down and hid beneath the covers, refusing to emerge or utter a single word. After tidying up the rest of the room, Chuanxia found her mistress resembling a wounded creature. "What happened?" she asked, but Xiao Wanwan remained tight-lipped. Chuanxia could only sigh in resignation, reminding her, "Miss, I shall rest outside. If you need anything, please call for me." A sense of dread lingered in Xiao Wanwan's heart. It always felt as though her attempts to flee were thwarted, as if the narrative itself ensnared her. Even Chuanxia, sleeping in the same room, seemed influenced by the plot. Every word spoken was completely forgotten by Chuanxia, akin to the NPCs in the story who sought to unite Xiao Wanwan and Gu Chamu. Could it be that her fate was destined to be that of a mere supporting character, a foil to the male lead, but she was unwilling to accept such a fate? Xiao Wanwan bit her lip, filled with resentment. This wretched narrative sought her demise. To hell with it. Wait, today she had nearly been caught by Xie while attempting to escape, and she distinctly sensed his intent to silence her permanently. The plot had not originally included such a twist, yet it had shifted due to her actions. What if she were to clarify to Xie that she held no feelings for Gu Chamu? Would there be any changes? She felt a tinge of hope, for she had previously mentioned this to Chuanxia, yet it appeared that Chuanxia retained no recollection. However, if Xie differed from Chuanxia and genuinely believed her words, perhaps she could find salvation. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiao Wanwan's eyes as she lay hidden beneath the blankets, yet, her thoughts were swiftly interrupted. No, if Xie deemed her useless to Gu Chamu, he would undoubtedly eliminate her at the first opportunity. Thus, before clarifying matters with him, she needed to gauge whether Xie diverged from the NPCs. Indeed, from this day forth, she would show Xie more kindness, treating him like a sister. She would also endeavor to play matchmaker between him and Gu Chamu. Over time, he would surely come to understand his feelings for her, and perhaps he would cease his attempts to kill her. Yes, that was the plan. Since she could not escape the male lead's proximity, her only recourse was to win over the future antagonist, altering his perception of her. By offering him counsel and strategies, she would become the sole female companion to the male lead, thus freeing herself from the fate of a supporting character. With her resolve solidified, Xiao Wanwan felt a weight lift from her heart, and a surge of determination coursed through her. Lost in thought, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the rooster raised in the inn crowed early, startling Xiao Wanwan awake as she bolted upright, realizing it was already morning. Chuanxia entered just then, carrying a basin of water. Seeing her mistress awake, she smiled and said, "Miss, you are up so early, allow me to help you with your grooming." "All right." Xiao Wanwan settled before the copper mirror, watching as Chuanxia expertly tended to her long hair. "What are our plans moving forward?" "Young Master Gu mentioned that we must set off today to reach Anchi City before the end of the month." Xiao Wanwan nodded, contemplating the remaining time. Half a month should suffice to influence Xie. Once ready, she accompanied Chuanxia downstairs for breakfast. Gu Chamu and his companions had already gathered at a table. Upon seeing her, Gu Chamu did not let yesterday's slight affect his demeanor, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Wanwan, come eat breakfast. Afterward, we shall continue our journey." "All right." Xiao Wanwan promptly set aside her previous grievances, behaving as if nothing had transpired, and took a seat at the table. Gu Chamu eagerly served her a bun. "Hurry and eat, Wanwan." "Thank you." She found herself unable to refuse, accepting the offering. Nearby, Zhou Xinhua observed their interaction with a twinge of discontent, feeling that their rapport hardly resembled that of siblings. Though she harbored such thoughts, she refrained from voicing them, silently withdrawing her unfriendly gaze. Xiao Wanwan sensed many eyes upon her but could hardly tolerate the peculiar scrutiny from a particular individual. When she glanced back, she met Xie's captivating gaze, his peach blossom eyes glinting with an icy light as they fixated on her. Upon realizing Xiao Wanwan was looking at him, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a charming smile gracing his lips, as if he had uttered a word. "Die?" The chilling implication of his words sent a shiver down Xiao Wanwan's spine. Xie was threatening her, warning her against revealing last night's events. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively shrank back, refraining from making further eye contact, opting instead to continue eating breakfast like a timid turtle. Across the table, Gu Chamu suddenly inquired, "Young Master Xie, where were you last night? I came looking for you, but your steward said you had gone out." Xie, caught off guard by Gu Chamu's question, appeared momentarily astonished. Gu Chamu was actually seeking him out. However, this fleeting joy quickly subsided. He cast a casual glance at someone, responding nonchalantly, "Last night, I discovered a little cat attempting to escape by climbing a tree, so I lingered outside for a while longer. I did not expect young Master Gu to come looking for me. My sincerest apologies." Climbing a tree to escape? Chapter 31. Stealthily providing her with pastries. As Xiao Wanwan consumed her breakfast, she listened to their conversation, her complexion paling. The little cat mentioned by Xie was none other than herself, was it not? The woman, with her head bowed, felt her hands, which held the chopsticks, trembled. A little cat, Gu Zhamu, upon hearing his words, experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, but then recalled that they were at an inn where cats and dogs were certainly present. She assumed that Xie simply had a fondness for small animals, thus could not bear to see the little cat escape and wander alone. How compassionate of young Master Xie. Gu could only admire him. "Too courteous, it is merely a trivial matter," Xie remarked, casting a seemingly indifferent glance at the turtle-like figure of a certain individual. He continued, "I hope that little cat understands its own capabilities and does not entertain thoughts of fleeing. Otherwise, I can assure you, once it steps outside, it shall not return alive." Indeed, young Master Xie speaks the truth. The outside world is fraught with peril. It cannot compare to the comfort of life within the inn. Xiao Wanwan listened to their exchange, completely out of sync with their frequency. She discerned that Xie was obviously issuing a warning to her. If she dared to escape, it would be a path to death. Of course, she could not afford to attempt an escape now. With an additional antagonist keeping watch, what chance did she have to flee? Would she stake her life on it? Certainly not. She could not gamble with her miserable existence, which she needed to preserve. Under mounting pressure, Xiao Wanwan finally endured until it was time to leave the inn. She was the first to rush back to the carriage, even enlisting Chuanxia to help her procure all necessary items. Chuanxia, go to the inn's kitchen and have them prepare some pancakes for us to eat on the road. Yes, Mississippi. Although Chuanxia found it perplexing, as Gu Xiaoxia typically prepared provisions for her, she refrained from questioning why her mistress suddenly desired to gather pancakes. Was it possible she intended to eat them herself? Surely not. When had her mistress ever resorted to such humble fare? Despite her curiosity, she chose to remain silent, trusting that her mistress had her own reasons for doing so. In truth, Xiao Wanwan had already made up her mind. She intended to consume her own provisions, no longer wanting to burden others, especially the male protagonist. She did not wish to reach out for food from him. If the antagonist were to witness that, would it not deepen his resentment towards her? Her future objective was to win over the antagonist. Xie, nodding in satisfaction as she stroked her chin, Xiao Wanwan felt her plans were flawless. Little did she know, someone had already set their sights on her pancakes. On another carriage, Zhou Xinyue's maid inquired, Miss, I just saw Xiao Girl's maid carrying a bag of pancakes. I wonder what that is for. Pancakes? Yes. Zhou Xinyue, at a loss for an explanation, did not dwell on it further. Before leaving the inn, Gu Zhamu also brought along a box of pastries. Upon exiting the inn, he noticed Xie waiting for him. A momentary sense of vigilance overcame him, and he swiftly concealed the pastries within his coat. Nonchalantly, he approached and greeted, Young Master Xie, thank you for waiting. Shall we depart together? Xie, walking alongside him, cast a curious glance at the bulging outline beneath Gu's coat, asking, Gu Xiaoxia, what have you brought along? Caught off guard by the inquiry, Gu Zhamu's expression stiffened for an instant. With a foolish grin, he casually replied, Oh, it's nothing, just some essentials for the journey. Oh. Xie perceived that the other was reluctant to share but knew the man had taken a box of pastries from the kitchen. Why, did he have an affinity for pastries but was too embarrassed to admit it? He did not ponder it further and returned to the caravan, continuing their journey. By midday, the caravan once again halted in the countryside for a break. Chuanxia reminded Xiao Wanwan, Miss, shall we disembark for lunch? Gu Xiaoxia is awaiting us. Why, we have our own food, why should we eat someone else's? Ah. Chuanxia was momentarily bewildered by her mistress's words. Food, what food? Xiao Wanwan observed her confusion and sighed, directly pulling her bag closer and extracting a large pancake from within. Is this not food? Miss, are you certain you want to eat this? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy fragrant fish and meat outside? All that matters is filling our stomachs. What is wrong with this? However, miss, you are accustomed to finer fare. Can you truly eat such coarse pancakes? Xiao Wanwan pouted, if you cannot stomach it, then go eat outside. Do not concern yourself with me, and do not save me a portion. Upon hearing this, Chuanxia immediately realized her mistress was genuinely upset. Her face paled, and she quickly explained, Miss, please do not be angry. Chuanxia has always stood by your side. If you wish to eat pancakes, as your personal maid, I shall have no objections and will eat them with you. I am not angry. How I choose to eat is my own freedom. Perhaps I could not accept it before, but I have come to understand now. I must not be so willful. In the world outside, I must be self-reliant. I cannot depend on others for every trivial matter. Indeed, she meant not to rely on Gu Zhamu. If she were to ask him for food, how would she manage if she were to turn him away later? Would she need to wear a forced smile to curry favor with the male protagonist just to obtain sustenance? She believed that it was essential to coexist harmoniously with the antagonist and, most importantly, to avoid imposing on the male protagonist for trivialities. Whatever she could accomplish on her own, she should do so having thought through everything. Xiao Wanwan seized the dry pancake and took a bite. The piece, larger than her face, bore the perfect imprint of her youthful teeth. She raised her water flask and drank heartily. Although the pancake was dry, it was as sweet as a steamed bun, and she found it quite palatable. Chuanxia, on the carriage, followed suit, gnawing on her own dry pancake. At this moment, to say life was miserable would be an understatement, yet, it was not excessively difficult either. Chuanxia felt that her mistress was still harboring some lingering anger, which was why she was sulking. Thus, she could only endure the hardships alongside her. After a lengthy wait outside, Gu Zhamu grew curious as to why Xiao Wanwan had not yet emerged from the carriage. He approached and knocked on her door. Wanwan, why aren't you coming out to eat? Inside the carriage, upon hearing Gu Zhamu's voice, Xiao Wanwan hastily swallowed the pancake in her mouth. She gestured for Chuanxia to be quiet. Chuanxia nodded and covered her mouth. Xiao Wanwan then slightly opened the curtain and glimpsed Gu Zhamu waiting at the door. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, Gu, I'm not hungry yet. You all go ahead and eat without me. Wanwan, is it that you lack an appetite? Yes. Then that works out perfectly. The man smiled as he produced a box of pastries from his coat and handed it to her. Wanwan, these pastries are what I specially brought from the inn for you. With a touch of mischief, he whispered to her, make sure not to let anyone else know. Gugu has only brought you this one portion. If Xinyue finds out, she will surely be envious. Quickly, take it inside and eat if you're hungry. Ah. Chapter 32, turning to gift pastries to others. Was it specially brought for her? In her heart, Xiao Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly declined. Brother Gu, I don't need it, you should give it to Sister Zhou instead. Gu Zhamu's expression shifted, taking on a serious demeanor as he insisted, do not refuse, Brother Gu. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. Quickly, take it. Observing his gradually impatient demeanor, Xiao Wanwan could only awkwardly accept the offering. Very well then, thank you, Brother Gu. A smile slowly blossomed on Gu Zhamu's face as he watched her take the pastries. Then I shall return first. You can enjoy them at your leisure. All right. Once Gu Zhamu had departed from beside the carriage, Xiao Wanwan retreated inside with the pastries. Chuanxia, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, Miss, look, Sir Gu is truly kind to you. He knows you enjoy sweets and secretly brought you pastries. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at the pastries in her hands, Xiao Wanwan knew she would never eat the pastries meant for her by the male lead. But what to do with them? Should she give them to Chuanxia? Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. That's right, she could give them to Xie. She could deceive them by claiming they were pastries sent by Gu Zhamu. After all, Gu Zhamu had not disclosed to anyone that the pastries were intended for her. This way, she could both foster a connection between the antagonist and the male lead and make the antagonist happy. It was a perfect win-win situation. Ha! Xiao Wanwan chuckled to herself in delight. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's unpredictable mood, looked bewildered. Could it be that the miss has come to terms with things? Is she no longer angry with Sir Gu? With eyes gleaming with excitement, she inquired, Miss, you are no longer upset? Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Chuanxia. She warned her, Chuanxia, forget what happened just now. Do not ask or speak of it, understood? Understood. Miss, it seems Sir Gu has gone to find that Miss Qiao again. He appears to have given her something, yet he did not offer anything to you. Xiao Chui, Zhou Xinyue's maid, voiced her skepticism. She believed that this Miss Qiao did not share a sibling-like relationship with Sir Gu, but rather something more complex. Miss, we must remain cautious of Miss Qiao. Although Zhou Xinyue said nothing, she harbored similar doubts. For the sake of her own future, she felt compelled to inquire about the nature of Gu Zhamu's relationship with Xiao Wanwan. The woman fixed her gaze on Gu Zhamu ahead and instructed her maid, let us go over to Brother Gu. Very well. Brother Gu, why have you come alone? Where is Sister Wanwan? Oh, Wanwan is not hungry yet, so she chose not to come out. I see. Xinyue quickly beckoned him to sit. All right, I shall not be polite then. As the woman settled beside the man, she promptly asked, by the way, Brother Gu, I notice you are quite concerned about Sister Wanwan. However, I have yet to hear you speak of your relationship. What exactly is she to you? Gu Zhamu was momentarily taken aback by the question. It sounded vaguely familiar, as if Xie had posed a similar inquiry not long ago. He glanced at the woman beside him, who seemed intensely curious and eager for an answer. To be honest, Gu Zhamu found Zhou Xinyue quite likable, yet, he was unwilling to relinquish the advantages brought by the daughter of the sect leader, Xiao Mengzhu. Caught in a dilemma, he could only lie to Zhou Xinyue, saying, she is the daughter of an old friend of mine, whom I promised to escort on her travels through the martial world. She is like a sister to me. Upon hearing Gu Zhamu acknowledge that Xiao Wanwan was like a sister to him, Zhou Xinyue's heart steadied, and she secretly exhaled in relief. Sisters are delightful, she smiled gently. Henceforth, Sister Wanwan shall be my sister as well. You need not worry, Brother Gu. I will accompany you and take good care of her on the journey. Thank you, Xinyue. The two exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with sweetness and warmth. Nearby, Xie rested not far from the carriage, holding slender silver needles. His gaze was sharp, pinpointing the right spot. With determination, he thrust the needle into an acupoint on his thigh. Gradually, he began to feel the sharp pain in his leg, causing his beautiful eyes to wrinkle slightly. Noticing the discomfort on his young master's face, Zhongshu felt a flicker of surprise and cautiously asked, Young master, is your pain returning? Yes, after these days of acupuncture, I feel significantly better. That is splendid. The toxins in your body are being expelled in large quantities. Soon, you shall be free from the wheelchair. However, Xie did not share Zhongshu's optimism. His brow furrowed, and he appeared numb. Escaping the wheelchair was merely a temporary matter. Upon returning home, he would inevitably be rendered paralyzed again by the new poison concocted by his father. A woman discreetly evaded the surrounding people, stealthily approaching Xie's carriage. The man's eyes narrowed sharply as he alerted Zhongshu. Someone approaches, Uncle Zhong, you should take your leave. Yes, young master. Zhongshu sensed the approaching presence and bowed to Xie. He cast a surprised glance at the figure hiding behind the carriage. Was it Miss Qiao come to seek out the young master? As a subordinate, he felt curious but refrained from speculating about the thoughts of his masters. Thus, he departed, leaving them the space to cultivate their relationship. Unaware of Zhongshu's musings, Xie listened as the steward gradually distanced himself. At that moment, the figure behind him stirred. A somewhat disheveled head emerged from behind the carriage, as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle. Of the woman, weaving through the grass, had her hair in a tousled state and a leaf clinging to her lips. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She hurriedly spat out the leaf and turned her attention to the solitary figure sitting quietly in the wheelchair. Discovering that he was alone, her heart leapt with joy. Perfect, there was no one around him. She could sneak out and deliver him a snack without drawing attention or arousing any suspicion. With a slight smile, she tidied her appearance, still holding the unopened box of pastries gifted by Gujamu. Lightly stepping forward, she approached the man from behind. The hay beneath her feet crunched softly, a sound imperceptible to her but unmistakably clear to Siaze, who discerned the exact distance of her approach. Just as the woman was about to touch the man's shoulder, he suddenly turned his head slightly to gaze at her. Xiao Wanwan froze, her eyes widening. Upon meeting those captivating peach blossom eyes, she was entranced by the piercing blackness of his pupils, which seemed to penetrate her very soul. He parted his lips slightly, asking, "You came to find me, what is it?" Startled back to reality, Xiao Wanwan nearly dropped the pastry she held. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure swiftly, retracting her hand that had reached toward his shoulder and offering an awkward smile. "Hello? I actually came to discuss something with you." The man averted his gaze, coldly responding, "What is it?" Chapter 33. He has a taste for sweets. As Xiao Wanwan observed the man turn his gaze away from her, his back now facing her, she decided to stride forward boldly and present him with a box. "This is for you," she declared. Siaze, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a small hand before him, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he beheld the box containing pastries. It seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. With a hint of curiosity, he lifted his gaze and asked, "What is this?" "This is a box of pastries, meant for you," she replied. A glimmer of incredulity flickered in his eyes. "You brought this for me?" Xiao Wanwan's face broke into a radiant smile, though she noted the peculiar look he cast her way. Her expression faltered for a moment as she blinked, pondering whether he found it odd that she would suddenly present him with pastries. Fortunately, she had the words to mediate between the antagonist and the male lead. She quickly waved her hands in denial, saying, No, this isn't from me. It's from Gujamu." Upon her reminder, Siaze suddenly recalled that the box of pastries in her hand was indeed the one Gujamu had purchased before leaving the inn. He had once inquired about it, but the other party had been utterly disinclined to engage with him. Now, this box of pastries had ended up in Xiao Wanwan's possession, confirming that Gujamu had intended to gift it to her. Yet, here was this woman before him, her bright eyes sparkling innocently as she gazed at him. It was evident to him that she was a duplicitous woman attempting to deceive him. Clearly, these pastries were meant for Xiao Wanwan, yet she sought to pass them off as a gift from Gujamu to him. How laughable! Siaze stifled a cold chuckle within, his lowered eyelids concealing a hint of disappointment. His gaze scrutinized her as he inquired coldly, "If he wishes to send me something, why not deliver it himself instead of sending it through you?" Feeling questioned, Xiao Wanwan's eyes involuntarily blinked. After racking her brain for a preposterous excuse, she laughed heartily. "Perhaps Gujamu thought it would be awkward for a grown man to deliver pastries to another man, so he asked me to do it instead." She observed his skeptical gaze and, sensing his doubt, attempted to assuage his concerns with a meaningful tone. "Don't overthink it. It truly is from Brother Gu, please accept it. I must be on my way." Listening to her words, Siaze felt a tinge of oddity and frowned slightly. Without waiting for his acceptance, she thrust the box of pastries into his embrace, offering a faint smile. "Goodbye." With that, she vanished in a flash. Siaze lowered his gaze, the box now nestled in his arms, still warm with the lingering heat of her presence. A strange sensation washed over him, one that felt oddly familiar, though he had no recollection of ever having encountered this woman before. Although he was aware that these pastries were not a gift from Gujamu, receiving them from her stirred a complex array of emotions within him, an indescribable feeling. He picked up the box, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why had Xiao Wanwan behaved so unusually? Was it possible that her actions were a result of his previous threats? It seemed implausible that the daughter of a martial arts leader would resort to flattering someone whom she deemed beneath her. As he regarded the pristine pastries, a measure of relaxation washed over him. Since they were Gujamu's pastries, he certainly wouldn't disdain them. Though originally intended for another, they were his now. He harbored no fears of the woman poisoning him. Slowly, he opened the box to reveal several pieces of fragrant osmanthus cake nestled inside. He delicately lifted one with his slender fingers and brought it to his lips. In an instant, Siaze's eyes brightened. Having long been deprived of sweet delicacies, he found delight in the taste, his lips curving into a faint smile. The majority of his meals had been bitter concoctions of medicinal tonics, with sweet treats being a rare indulgence. He had always harbored a fondness for sweets, as the sweetness amidst the bitterness of life captivated him. Yet, few were aware of this secret. Perhaps others would scoff at the notion of a grown man enjoying sweets, but today, by pure happenstance, Xiao Wanwan had gifted him a rare treat. The sweetness melting upon his tongue mirrored the burgeoning warmth in his heart, a sensation he had never experienced before. Siaze mused that perhaps indulging in sweets from time to time was not such a bad idea. Although he remained perplexed by the woman's motives for presenting him with pastries, her intentions were clear enough. If Xiao Wanwan was so eager to appease him, he saw no reason not to engage her in her little game and discover what schemes she had in store. As he took another bite of the cake, the sweet flavor flooded his senses anew. His celestial visage, typically so composed, now bore a charming smile as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan, having delivered the pastries, rushed back to her carriage, blissfully unaware that she had caught the antagonist's attention. Upon returning, she sneezed unexpectedly. Achoo! Her maidservants exchanged worried glances, one asking, "Miss, have you caught a chill?" Xiao Wanwan rubbed her nose, feeling a slight itch. "No, it's probably just someone missing me." "Oh, I know. It must be the leader of the alliance longing for you. We shall see him in just half a month." Indeed. As she watched the maid's excitement, Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but feel a pang of wistfulness. Would she even survive long enough to meet the original owner's so-called father? If only she could, she would undoubtedly return home with him, living as the daughter of the alliance leader, free from worries and with servants to attend to her every need. Such a life would be blissful beyond measure, yet, pondering such things now was futile. Whether she would survive the future was still a looming question. The priority now was to curry favor with the antagonist and dissuade him from pursuing her life. Her self-imposed task was only beginning, and she must not let her guard down. She needed to communicate her intentions to the antagonist clearly. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's melancholic demeanor and the empty hands upon her return, could not help but ask, "Miss, where are your pastries?" Xiao Wanwan pressed her lips together and replied, "Didn't I tell you not to ask?" "But Miss, Chuanxia is just worried," internally rolling her eyes. Xiao Wanwan feigned nonchalance. "Don't fret. I went out and ate them all." "Oh." With that, Chuanxia fell silent, no longer pressing the matter. Xiao Wanwan felt confident that the antagonist would not disclose to Gu Zhamu that she had given him the pastries, for she had made it abundantly clear that he was too bashful to present them directly to a man. In the future, if Gu Zhamu insisted on gifting her, she would simply pass it along to Xiaze, facilitating their budding relationship. In this manner, she could remain close to Xiaze and earn his favor, ensuring that he would not so readily seek her demise. It was a win-win situation, and she could see no reason not to pursue it. With a hearty laugh echoing in her heart, Xiao Wanwan munched on her dry flatbread, while Chuanxia pondered if her mistress might be unwell, as her mood swings seemed too extreme and abnormal. She could only hope they would soon return to see the alliance leader and clarify everything that had transpired along the way, praying that her mistress's condition might yet be salvaged. Chapter 34 of the Plight of Refugees. On the bustling road, a procession of individuals was traversing. Not far from the roadside, many refugees lingered. "Miss, look over there," Spring Xia pointed out to Xiao Wanwan. Following her gesture, Xiao Wanwan beheld a group of men, women, and children clad in ragged, filthy garments, their faces gaunt and sallow, resembling beggars. "What has befallen them?" Before she could voice her inquiry, Spring Xia elucidated, "There is a famine in the north. The situation is dire. These individuals have fled from there, and they must have traveled several hundred kilometers. Alas, how pitiful! A famine truly claims lives, but why do they not seek refuge in the nearest town?" Xiao Wanwan pondered, observing the situation of the group, and seemed to grasp the reason. "Mommy, I'm so hungry." A woman by the roadside cradled a child who suddenly wailed. The mother, distressed, could do little but soothe him gently. "My dear child, please bear with it a little longer. Soon, there will be food." "No, I'm so hungry, I want to eat right now." Nearby, a burly man, his face contorted in rage, bellowed, "Damn it! Why all the noise? Can't anyone let me rest in peace?" The scolded mother turned pale, immediately apologizing. "I'm so sorry, big man, the child is hungry. It's natural for him to throw a tantrum. Please, for the sake of his youth, forgive us." TSK, good lady, you need to understand, you are utterly helpless now and can only rely on us men." The brute waved a wooden stick menacingly in front of them, frightening the mother and child. They instinctively clung to each other, trembling. The surrounding crowd, accustomed to such encounters, remained silent, merely watching. A group of refugees, no townsfolk wished to take them in. Until they found a town willing to accept them, they would have to rely on the strength of these men. Irritated by the sight of the mother and child, the brute suggested, "How about this, good lady, just abandon your useless son and sell him off. He could live better with another family. You could use the money and escape this refugee life." The mother's face turned ashen as she clutched her child tightly, refusing to let go for fear that he would be sold away. "How could I? He is my only surviving son, I cannot abandon him. What would be the meaning of my life otherwise? Please, don't lay a hand on my child." The brute sneered, "Then leave the line. You're just taking up our food without contributing, and it's bothersome." The mother covered her child's mouth and assured the brute, "He won't cry anymore, please don't chase us away." With a huff, the brute scoffed and walked away, leaving the mother to slowly release her grip and whisper comforting words to her child. "Don't cry. Otherwise, they will drive us away, and we will starve on the road." The child, understanding his mother's words, began to weep copiously. Xiao Wanwan observed the entire scene, sensing that their group seemed prone to causing trouble. It was no wonder that other towns were unwilling to shelter them. The plight of these refugees was of no concern to her. She withdrew her gaze, drawing the curtain, and ceased to look outside. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out with righteous authority. "Brother Gu, please halt." Gu Zhamu, who was leading the way, immediately gestured for the convoy to stop upon hearing Zhou Xinyue's voice. He rode over to her carriage and, noticing the worried countenance on her face, inquired, "Xinyue, what troubles you?" "Brother Gu," Zhou Xinyue pointed towards the group of refugees with a sympathetic heart. "Seeing their condition is truly heartbreaking, especially a child crying from hunger. I wish to help them, at the very least, to ensure they do not go hungry." While Gu Zhamu appreciated her compassionate intent, he replied, "However, we do not possess ample provisions." Zhou Xinyue's face fell further at his words, but then an idea sparked in her mind, recalling what Xiao Chui had once told her. Before departing from the post, Xiao Wanwan seemed to have taken a considerable amount of rations. Perhaps now was the time to distribute it among them. Zhou Xinyue's eyes brightened as she turned her thoughts towards Xiao Wanwan. "Brother Gu, Miss Wanwan has a plethora of dry rations in her carriage, perfect for sharing with them." "Dry rations?" Gu Zhamu mused, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "Indeed, my maid saw Spring Xia, Miss Wanwan's maid, carrying a substantial amount of flatbreads from the kitchen before we left the post. There's enough to sustain our convoy for several days." Zhou Xinyue's maid nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes." "What could she possibly need all that for?" Gu Zhamu pondered aloud, his expression puzzled. Zhou Xinyue, unable to contain her enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother Gu, look, Miss Wan Wan has no need for such provisions, we will require our food on the road anyway, let us persuade her to share the flatbreads with those refugees. You make a valid point, Gu Zhamu conceded, nodding. A young lady of her stature, accustomed to comforts, would hardly deign to consume coarse flatbreads. They might as well be put to good use as an act of charity. From a distance, the refugees watched the convoy come to a halt, their eyes filled with hope. Big man, shall we go check it out? Let us go. A few sturdy men, cautious of potential danger, decided to bring along some elderly and weak individuals as they approached. Zhou Xinyue, spotting the mother and child who had just been crying, felt a surge of compassion. Good lady, come here for a moment. The mother glanced around, ensuring she was being addressed, and pulled her child closer. Nervously eyeing the burly man nearby, she cautiously approached, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, could you spare some food? This group of ours has been starving for many days, and the child can hardly endure it. Indeed, we are innocent civilians fleeing the famine in the north, the burly man interjected, quickly dispelling any doubts about their character. So pitiful. Fear not, good lady. We happen to have some dry rations that we can share with you, as an act of kindness to assist you. Upon hearing of the food, the mother was overwhelmed with emotion, her tears flowing freely. Thank you, dear miss. You are truly a living bodhisattva, we will forever remember your kindness. The eyes of those around her sparkled with renewed hope, eagerly inquiring, where are the rations? Gu Zhamu, observing their eagerness, gestured for them to remain calm. The provisions are over there. I will distribute them according to the number of people present, please be patient. The refugees, anxious and fearful of being deceived, could only endure their impatience as they awaited the rations. Please hurry. We have several people on the verge of starvation. Zhou Xinyue encouraged. Do not fret, we will surely provide you with the food. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan, still unaware that her provisions had become the center of attention, wondered why they had not yet departed. Why are they still not moving? She asked impatiently. Shall I go and inquire? Spring Xia suggested. Yes, do so. As Spring Xia opened the curtain, she spotted Gu Zhamu and Zhou Xinyue approaching. Miss, young Master Gu and Miss Zhou are coming over, she informed. What brings them here? Xiao Wanwan stepped out of the carriage, her face etched with confusion as she asked, Brother Gu, Sister Zhou, why has the convoy not moved? Zhou Xinyue, upon seeing her, wore a smile that only heightened Xiao Wanwan's unease. Sister Wanwan, I know you brought some provisions from the post. Would you be willing to share them with the refugees behind us? Xiao Wanwan gazed at the refugees trailing behind them, her brow furrowing in concern. Chapter 35, targeting her provisions. They wish to offer alms, yet why not part with their own possessions? How dare they set their sights on her provisions? These are items I purchased with my own funds, why should I be compelled to share? Sister Wanwan, this is simply misguided. Those provisions of yours are merely sitting idle. So much is wasted, it would be more virtuous to give them to those in need. I can scarcely feed myself, how can that be deemed wasteful? If you wish to offer charity, why not contribute your own supplies? Sister Wanwan, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but that we scarcely have enough for ourselves. How could we possibly distribute to so many? Only the provisions on your cart are ample enough to be given to them. Sister Zhou, does what you say not seem rather absurd? You admit that you cannot spare any, then why feign generosity by offering what belongs to others? Is it not absurd for you to seek to bestow upon them, while I myself lack sufficient sustenance? You claim to be deprived, yet, does not Brother Gu hunt for you on the mountain? Is it too much to ask for you to part with a mere morsel? Pray, I do not require Brother Gu's assistance at every turn, thank you very much. My provisions are my own, why should I relinquish them for the sake of charity? Jigu Chamu could no longer contain himself. He recalled that Xiao Wanwan had only recently accepted his pastries and had no need for the flatbreads. How could she refuse to share even a portion with the refugees? This woman is exceedingly selfish indeed. No matter how much one attempts to alter her disposition, she remains the same willful and capricious heiress. He scolded the impolite and unsympathetic Xiao Wanwan loudly. Xiao Wanwan, do not go too far. Sister Xinyue is kind-hearted. It is precisely because she has no provisions to spare that she seeks you out. If need be, we can give you the money for the flatbreads to buy your provisions and donate them to the refugees. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Wanwan found it utterly ludicrous. Was she in want of money? In this desolate wilderness, it was food that she lacked. They dared to covet her provisions? Absolutely not. Xiao Wanwan clapped her hands and scoffed derisively. You are correct. She is indeed kind-hearted, but it is a foolish kind of kindness. She has not considered her own circumstances, yet insists on giving away what she believes to be goodwill. Sister Zhou Xinyue, chastised by Xiao Wanwan for her ignorance, turned pale with indignation. Sister Wanwan, how can you speak of me in such a manner? She said, her face contorted with grievance. Gu Chamu, standing beside her, was not pleased. He stepped in front of Zhou Xinyue, defending her. Xiao Wanwan, what are you saying? I speak only the truth. Listening to Xiao Wanwan throw a tantrum and continually oppose him, Gu Chamu felt his temper rising. He sternly rebuked her. Xiao Wanwan, do not be so selfish. Will you or will you not share? I will not, she replied defiantly, standing at the cart's entrance with her hands on her hips, looking down at them with a haughty expression. Why should I give you my belongings? Gu Chamu was at a loss for how to handle her, his frustration mounting. Yet, he could not resort to force. Behind them, a throng of refugees gazed in stunned silence. Xiao Wanwan's obstinacy was embarrassing him. The promise he made to the refugees was being undermined by this woman's retorts, leaving him utterly humiliated. Xiao Wanwan stood her ground, blocking the cart's entrance, glaring fiercely at the couple eyeing her provisions. "Miss," said Xuanxia, observing the escalating confrontation between her mistress and the young hero, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xiao Wanwan shot her a glare. "What, do you wish to speak on his behalf?" Xuanxia dared not respond. "Then that is well." Xiao Wanwan let out a cold snort at the pair before her, exuding an air of arrogance. CSA, listening to the commotion outside, slightly opened his previously shut eyes. What was occurring outside? It appeared that the young hero was quarreling with Miss Xiao over aiding the refugees. Oh, such a spectacle. CSA certainly would not miss the opportunity to witness this woman in a rage. He smirked and instructed Zhongshi, "Take me down to see." "Yes, young master." The wheelchair was moved to a spot not far from Xiao Wanwan's cart, and the man seated observed the unfolding drama with raised brows, quietly watching the individual who was so fiercely protecting her interests. Facing such a multitude, she exhibited remarkable boldness, unflinching in her declaration. "If you wish to offer charity, do so with your own provisions. Do not covet mine. I have no surplus food here." "Sister Wanwan, how could you possibly consume all those flatbreads alone? Share a few with them, and consider it an act of accumulating virtue." "What virtue do I need to accumulate? I have committed no wrongdoing, nor do I seek any blessings. Furthermore, is accumulating virtue truly more important than my own survival? How utterly absurd. Sister Wanwan, we are showing you respect. Do not take advantage of our kindness." "Ha, you amuse me. Are you not akin to robbers, engaging in moral coercion? Are you now forcing me to act?" The couple was left speechless by her retort. The refugees behind them began to stir restlessly. A few burly men exchanged glances and suddenly shouted, "Fellow villagers, the food is within this cart. Do not waste time talking. Hurry and rush in to seize it." "Good." Following the command, the refugees began to move, fixating on Xiao Wanwan's cart. They pushed past Zhou Xinyue, who stood in their way. "Ah," she cried out in alarm, as her maid was also shoved aside. "Call the hired hero, Su, come protect the young lady." Yet the middle-aged man, having listened for quite some time, stood unmoving with his sword in hand, arms crossed, his hat slightly tilted, coldly observing his employer's self-inflicted predicament. Zhou Xinyue fell to the ground, leaving only Gu Chaomu to step forward and shield her, embracing her to shield her from the chaos of the crowd, but Xiao Wanwan, amidst the throng, was not so fortunate. As she saw the refugees surging forward, she quickly cautioned Xuanxia behind her, "Protect the valuables within the cart." "Yes, miss." Xuanxia hurried inside to retrieve their belongings while Xiao Wanwan rushed down to shove back the approaching refugees, buying Xuanxia time to gather the packages. "Do not push. Stealing is against the law, do you understand?" But how could they heed her words? They merely saw her as an obstacle. The elderly, the young, and the infirm were all desperate for a morsel of food, pushing against her without regard for her well-being. Xiao Wanwan was jostled repeatedly, managing to keep her footing, aware that should she fall, a stampede would surely ensue, resulting in her potential demise or injury. The horses were also frightened, snorting nervously as they were squeezed by the tumultuous crowd. Xiao Wanwan was pushed to the rear, and the refugees behind her, perceiving her as an impediment, forcefully shoved her aside. "Get out of the way." Just then, she stepped onto an uneven surface, losing her footing and falling backward. In her frustration, she shouted, "Shit." Chapter 36. Embracing her, the young woman had firmly shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending pain of a fall, convinced that she was about to hit the ground. To her astonishment, however, a hand encircled her waist, and her entire body was lifted, altering her trajectory just in time. Instead of landing harshly, Xiao Wanwan found herself seated upon something soft. She felt the grip around her waist and the back of her knees tighten, the person's body seemingly tense and rigid. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the gaze of a certain individual. Shock coursed through her, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, the pair was in such close proximity that they could feel each other's warm breath brushing against their faces. Xiao Wanwan was perched atop the lap of Xie, who was seated in a wheelchair, their position undeniably ambiguous. The man's arms were still wrapped around her. Not only was she taken aback, but even Zhongshi, standing beside Xie, was astounded by the young master's sudden intervention. Before he could even process the situation, the young master had appeared beside Miss Xiao. Xie's beautiful eyes locked onto the astonished expression of the woman in his embrace, and he too felt a twinge of panic. He was bewildered as to why he had instinctively rushed to catch her when he heard her call his name. Xiao Wanwan blinked, a realization dawning upon her. Her eyes glistened with emotion. Could it be that the antagonist had saved her? This indicated that perhaps winning his favor was not entirely futile. The man studied her touched visage, his brow furrowing slightly as he posed a question. "Did you just call my name?" What Xiao Wanwan was momentarily at a loss. When had she called his name? Observing her confusion and refusal to acknowledge it, his eyes darkened slightly. Was he merely being self-absorbed? "Didn't you just call me Xie? Did I call you?" Xiao Wanwan recalled that, in the moment she was about to fall, she had indeed shouted something, "Shit," that was certainly not the most refined expression. At a loss for words, Xiao Wanwan wondered how to explain herself. She couldn't very well tell him that she had merely expressed her frustration in English. Could she? Noticing her evasive gaze, the man's expression darkened further. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "It seems you don't need my assistance after all, huh?" Just as she was grappling with the implications of his words, he effortlessly lifted her from his lap. With her feet no longer on solid ground, a wave of insecurity washed over Xiao Wanwan, prompting her to clutch his neck in alarm. "Xie, what are you doing?" The man, however, wore a cold expression, shooting her a glare before uttering two frigid words. Let go. Seeing the sheen of darkness in his eyes filled her with trepidation, and she reluctantly withdrew her hands. In the next instant, the man callously tossed her aside. With a thud, she fell to the ground like a marionette whose strings had been cut, landing painfully on her backside. Ow! Xiao Wanwan grimaced, clutching her rear, which felt as if it might split in two. She glared at the unsympathetic man, who showed no sign of concern. Tears welled in her eyes as she mentally cursed. Damn Xieja, so rude to a girl. He deserves to be single for life. No woman would ever love him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a pang of guilt. And oh, no, he prefers the male lead. Oh, how infuriating! Clenching her tiny fists in frustration, she pounded the ground. Zhongshu, witnessing the young master's lack of empathy towards Miss Qiao, internally sighed. Sigh, the young master is 20 now. When will he finally wise up? Look at how upset Miss Qiao is. Zhongshu was lost in thought when he heard the young master assign him a task. Uncle Zhong, take some men to deal with that group. Understood. Immediately, Zhongshu gestured to the guards behind him. Each guard brandished a knife, their expressions fierce as they followed him forward. The group of refugees hastily rummaged through the cart for food, clamoring in a frenzy. Give it to me, we haven't taken our share yet, don't snatch, it's all mine. A chaotic scene unfolded as men, women, and children fought over the scant provisions. A child was knocked to the ground, wailing, yet no one paid heed. The struggle only intensified for the meager remaining rations. Suddenly, 5 skilled fighters encircled the group with a flash of steel. One knife pierced through a flatbread, pinning it to the wooden cart. Everyone, freeze! Zhongshu's authoritative voice rang out. If you don't stop, I will show no mercy. The crowd gasped, halting their frenzied grabbing as they observed the fighters brandishing their swords, instantly turning meek as quail, afraid to move. Heroes, please do not harm us, we are merely ordinary citizens fleeing disaster. Ordinary citizens? Zhongshu scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Would ordinary citizens storm another escort and steal their belongings? The burly leader of the group chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it because we are so hungry that girl wouldn't share her food, so we had no choice but to act out. Just then, Xiao Wanwan, having been helped up by Chuanxia, overheard the refugees' shameless claims and felt a surge of indignation. So now they're blaming me, I have no obligation to share what's mine. Their urge to steal is their own fault, and now they dare to point fingers at me, truly shameless indeed. Miss, please calm down, there is no need to stoop to the level of these rogues. How could Xiao Wanwan calm down? Her food had been entirely taken. Leaving the cart in disarray, she stepped forward, addressing Zhongshu. Butler Zhong, make sure they face the consequences. Miss, we were wrong. If you hadn't forced us into a corner, we wouldn't have ended up like this. What do you mean I forced you into a corner? Did I ever say I would help you? It was they who drove you to desperation. Xiao Wanwan pointed at Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xingyue, who were helping each other up. Gu Xiaomu, feeling accused, was displeased. Xiao Wanwan, if it weren't for your unreasonable antics, how could things have escalated to this point? Me, are you out of your mind? Before she could finish, the refugees interrupted. Yes, the young hero is right. This young lady and her companion have good hearts, always willing to help. Pointing at Xiao Wanwan, who appeared elegant but was actually petty and selfish, they continued, if it weren't for your selfishness in withholding food, we wouldn't have been left with no choice but to resort to stealing. Chuanxia, incensed, rebuked them. Who allowed you to insult my lady? Speak again, and I'll tear your mouths apart. But the self-righteous refugees were undeterred. They saw that the very heroes who had initially intended to help them were now siding with them, their arrogance swelling. Look, such wicked masters have equally wicked servants. You've gone too far. Chuanxia was livid, her face flushed. At that moment, Gu Xiaomu stepped forward and reprimanded Chuanxia. Chuanxia, stop defending her. If she comes into the world of martial arts, she'll never grasp the greater righteousness. Ji Yushao, how could you say that? Chapter 37. Observing her distress, an inexplicable agitation welled up within Xiao Wanwan as she listened to their twisted reasoning, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. How utterly astonishing, was this truly the halo of the male lead? Everyone seemed to gravitate towards him, while here she stood, unjustly accused, feeling like an outcast. Xiao Wanwan pressed her crimson lips together, gazing at the disdainful and accusatory faces surrounding her. She was overwhelmed with frustration and indignation. Even more vexing was the unrelenting tide of tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, as if dictated by her very physiology. Beside her, Chuanxia recognized her mistress's plight and offered soothing words of comfort. My lady, we are broad-minded. Do not stoop to their level. These people cannot articulate their reasoning, even if they had any. Chuanxia felt her admiration for Gu Xiaomu gradually shattering, bitterness gnawing at her as she realized he had allied with these ruffians to bully her lady. Was this in accordance with his promise to protect her? It was enough to drive Chuanxia to despair. Xiao Wanwan sincerely wished to ignore the incessant blame echoing in her ears. The more she sought to dismiss it, the more her heart ached. She clenched her fists tightly, stifling her tears. At that moment, a man seated in a wheelchair not far behind noticed her emotional turmoil. His gaze darkened, astonished at her ability to endure. How could she remain so composed, refraining from acting irrationally as Gu Xiaomu suggested? Such beauty, marred by selfishness. What a pity to waste such exquisite features. He grimaced at the thought that they were unwilling to share their provisions. How wicked! Xieze listened to the murmurs of the outsiders, his own irritation beginning to simmer. With a cold command, he interjected, enough, cease your clamor. His voice, laced with authority, cut through the crowd's accusations. Everyone turned to the man in the wheelchair, his obsidian eyes resembling a tranquil yet foreboding abyss. Though seated, he exuded an aura of dominion that inexplicably instilled a sense of oppression. It became evident to all that he was the highest authority among them. His features, more striking than those of any woman, evoked surprise from onlookers of all ages. Yet, when confronted with his expressionless visage, their astonishment turned to trepidation, as if gazing upon lifeless matter. The man shifted his gaze, directing a command at Zhongshu. Distribute Miss Qiao's bread among them. We must continue our journey without delay. Yes, young master. A contingent of skilled individuals bowed respectfully to Xie and began organizing themselves to distribute Miss Xiao's bread, moving away in an orderly fashion. For those who required more, Xie ensured replenishments were made. The refugees receiving the provisions expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, heroes, you are our saviors. Zhongshi's expression shifted rapidly, and he felt a strong aversion towards these refugees. He waved dismissively, you are mistaken, this bread was provided by Miss Xiao. It is she whom you should thank. The refugees, upon meeting Zhongshi's gaze and then glancing at Miss Xiao, felt increasingly embarrassed. Zhongshi understood that these people were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. With a scoff, he offered no kindness. Go on, take your rations and move along, do not linger here. All right. Outside the carriage, the young lady managed to hold back her tears, though her eyes still shimmered with a hint of redness. As the breeze blew gently, she began to regain her composure. Chuanxia, having tidied up inside the carriage, emerged to see her mistress struggling to contain her emotions, feeling a pang of sympathy. My lady, the carriage is ready. Shall we enter? Very well. Just before stepping inside, Xiao Wanwan suddenly recalled something and asked anxiously, by the way, have our valuables been secured? They haven't been taken, have they? Seeing her mistress so concerned about their finances, Chuanxia felt relieved, assuring her, fear not, my lady. I have safeguarded your possessions with my life, they will not be lost. Good, then let us proceed. Indeed, my lady. Adjacent to an opulent carriage, a man and a woman exchanged glances. Jiu Chaomu released his hold on the lady, Xia Xinu, as her maid, Xiao Chui, approached. He then retrieved a vial of ointment and advised her, Xinu, return and check for any injuries, apply some salve. I have matters to attend to. Thank you, Brother Gu, for your timely rescue. Xia Xinu shyly accepted the ointment, gazing back at Gu Chaomu as he offered her a gentle smile before turning away. Once he vanished from her sight, her expression shifted dramatically, collapsing under the weight of her emotions. My lady? Xiao Chui, alarmed by the sudden change in her mistress's demeanor, hesitated. Xiao Chui, come with me. Yes, my lady. Instead of boarding the carriage, Xia Xinu marched directly toward a middle-aged man, a hired swordsman her father had employed. His arms bore scars from blades, and he wore a bamboo hat, slightly bowed, clutching a sword with his arms crossed over his chest. Upon her arrival, he exhibited no sign of movement. Xia Xinu's face flushed with anger, as she scolded him, Su, you were hired by my father to protect me, yet when I was in danger, you did nothing. What does this mean? Do you no longer wish to fulfill this duty? The man's eyes glinted with sharpness as he lifted his gaze, revealing a scarred visage. A deep scar traversed his right cheek, extending dangerously close to his eye, a sight that could instill fear. Both Xia Xinu and Xiao Chui were taken aback, their throats tightening as they instinctively stepped back, struggling to uphold her dignity. Xia Xinu boldly challenged him, what are you staring at? I am your employer. The man, regarding her with a hint of trepidation, replied impassively, I only protect my employer in times of danger, those refugees pose no threat to you. In truth, he harbored disdain for her. This woman, having stepped into the world, foolishly extended kindness, courting disaster for herself, and she ought to learn her lesson. Such trivial matters did not fall within his purview of protection. Xia Xinu seethed at his words. Had it not been for the young Hirogu, I would have been trampled underfoot, and you claim they pose no threat. My father employed you precisely to safeguard me, not to stand idly by. Her maid, Xiao Chui, noted that the scarred swordsman posed no immediate threat and joined in her mistress's bold reprimand. At that moment, Su tightened his grip on his sword, a chilling sound echoing as the blade shimmered menacingly in response to its master's rising anger. Xiao Chui gasped, quickly retreating behind her mistress. Realizing his mood was shifting, Xia Xinu tactfully warned him, I hope there will not be a next time. Do your job properly. With that, she turned on her heel, departing with her maid. The man released his arms, leaping onto his horse, preparing to rejoin the caravan. A group of satisfied refugees, clutching their bread, sat on the ground, devouring their rations as they watched the caravan roll away. Beside them, a burly man questioned De Zhuang, are we truly letting them go just like that? De Zhuang furrowed his brow, playfully tapping his comrade's forehead. Are you daft? Did you not see that strikingly handsome man in the wheelchair? I did. He is indeed quite handsome. It is the first time I have seen such beauty in my life. Exactly, their appearances are extraordinary, and they are surrounded by guards. Their status is surely not to be trifled with. If you charge in recklessly, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, De Zhuang shuddered, recalling the guards who could unsheath their weapons against commoners. We, as mere common folk, should not provoke them. Chapter 38. Not eating, then endure hunger. Crackling sounds echoed as red flames danced, sending sparks soaring into the air, mingling with wisps of white smoke until they vanished. In the shadowy forest, 2 campfires were established, nearly 10 meters apart. One fire was for the master's camping, while the other served the subordinates, yet amidst the guards of the Xie family, there sat an unexpected master, quietly roasting by the fire. The surrounding guards stole glances at the woman, perplexed yet hesitant to inquire further. Chuanxia settled beside Xiao Wanwan, glancing back at the nearby bonfire where they had begun roasting wild chickens. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing and delectable. Chuanxia felt a moment of doubt about her mistress's decision. Was it truly worthwhile to act this way? Miss, shall we not join them over there? Why should we? They do not welcome me, Xiao Wanwan huffed, still seething. She was infuriated by the fact that the flatbread she had purchased with her own money at the relay station had all been given away by the male protagonist, only to be insulted in return for her selfishness. How could she not be angry? Regardless, she would never approach the male protagonist again. It was simply too perilous. Xiao Wanwan's gaze fell upon the dogtail grass swaying in the breeze before her. It reminded her of the male protagonist, Gu Zhamu. With a fierce determination, she yanked it from the ground, tearing it into several pieces before hurling it into the fire, watching it burn to ashes. Yet, even this act of destruction could not quell her rage. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's sullen demeanor, sighed in sympathy. After all, the events of that morning had left her equally indignant. Gu Shaoxia, how could he be such a person? To ruin others' interests in the name of his chivalry is truly despicable. Sitting beside them, Gu Zhamu had roasted the wild chicken to perfection, its greasy, fragrant aroma filling the air. He shared portions with his companions. Cinny, here, have some with your maid. Thank you, good age. Zhou Cinny's maid accepted half a roasted chicken on her behalf. Gu Zhamu also offered some to Xiaze, who was sitting nearby, eyes closed in repose. Xia Xiong, this is for you. Xiaze, momentarily startled at Gu Zhamu's voice, opened his eyes, and smiled at the roasted chicken before him. No, thank you. I am unwell and cannot consume greasy food. However, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Gu Xiong. Very well, then I shall have it myself. Gu Zhamu returned to his spot, glancing at the half-chicken as if suddenly recalling someone. Xiao Wanwan. He turned his gaze toward the adjacent bonfire and beheld the lovely profile of a woman, lost in thought as she rested her chin on her hand, staring into the flames. Gu Zhamu felt compelled to appease Xiao Wanwan, so he picked up the half-chicken and approached her. The guards from the Xia family, sensing a private conversation was about to take place, exchanged glances and swiftly vanished from sight. Xiao Wanwan blinked, surprised to find herself alone. Curious, she noticed Chuanxia's alert expression as she spotted Gu Zhamu approaching. Miss, Gu Xiaoxia is coming. Xiao Wanwan turned slightly, catching sight of the bothersome male protagonist, her irritation flaring. She quickly averted her gaze, refusing to acknowledge him further. Gu Zhamu approached her casually, extending the half-chicken he held, saying, Wanwan, this is for you, please take it. What do you mean, this is for you? Do you think I am a beggar? You, Gu Zhamu, have committed wrongdoing and yet show no reflection on your actions, standing there and condescendingly offering this to me? What kind of attitude is that? Had it not been for him, she would not be enduring hunger now. It was infuriating that he thought she needed to rely on him. With a cold huff, she refused to accept it, ignoring him entirely. Gu Zhamu, taken aback by her dismissive response, felt his initial intention to soothe her vanish in an instant. Clearly, she was in no mood for consolation, stubbornly refusing to listen. Will you eat or not? He asked sternly. I will not eat your food, now or ever. Miss, Chuanxia interjected, glancing at Gu Zhamu's darkening expression, fear creeping in as she tugged at her mistress's sleeve. Be careful, Mississippi. Gu Shaoxia seems to be getting angry. Xiao Wanwan was no pushover. She yanked her sleeve away defiantly, fixing a frosty glare on the man. That if he was angry, so be it. Why should she, as the victim, have to ingratiate herself to him? How ridiculous. Wanwan, I understand you're upset about this morning's events, but you should consider saving so many lives is surely a joyful accomplishment, is it not? Wouldn't it lighten your heart? Xiao Wanwan found his words laughable. All their good deeds had placed her in the role of the selfish villain. While they basked in their own comfort, their ease was their concern, not hers. She felt not an ounce of comfort. Instead, she was blamed for being selfish. If it were you, would you be happy? You took my provisions to give to others. Did you ever consider my feelings? At her pointed question, Gu Zhamu was rendered speechless. The woman scoffed, continuing her mockery. Humph, of course, you wouldn't. How could you ever consider my feelings? I know what you care about, only your own reputation. Others' interests are entirely irrelevant to you. Wanwan, please don't overthink this. I only wanted to help them. We will compensate you for the flatbreads. Think of it as a sale. Sale? How laughable. Do you think, as the daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, I am lacking in wealth? Nearby, a wandering hero resting on a tree suddenly perked up at the mention of the Martial Arts Alliance leader's daughter, his scarred eyelids fluttering open as he regarded the couple below, his gaze fixating on the woman, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Gu Zhamu's face darkened further at her rebuttal, yet he refused to admit fault. He perceived her as being unreasonable, failing to grasp his intentions. Xiao Wanwan, it seems you are not hungry after all. Then do not eat. Xiao Wanwan, determined to remain steadfast, would not yield to Gu Zhamu. She had done nothing wrong and certainly did not need his pity. Indeed, even if I starve, I shall not touch what you offer. You may return to your place and never approach me again, that's final. An incomprehensible woman, get away from me. Gu Zhamu's disdain intensified as he listened to her tirade. Internally, he thought, not eating, then let her endure her hunger. Let us see how long this stubbornness lasts. He withdrew the half-chicken and, in a huff, returned to his own campfire. Zhou Cinny, noticing Gu Zhamu's displeasure, offered a comforting word. Good age, Wanwan is still young and does not yet understand your kindness. She will come to grasp it in time, do not worry. With Zhou Cinny's reassurance, Gu Zhamu's irritation gradually subsided as he feigned a thoughtful demeanor, sighing, I hope so, may she soon comprehend my guidance and grow up quickly. Then, when I take her on adventures, I won't have to fret so much. She certainly will. A warm smile graced Zhou Cinny's face, feeling relieved. It seemed Gu Dage did not harbor deep feelings for Xiao Wanwan after all. She could relax, knowing that Xiao Wanwan would not vie for Gu Dejia's affection. A familiar growl emanated from Xiao Wanwan's stomach, betraying her earlier bravado. The one who had stubbornly declared she would not accept Gu Zhamu's offerings now found herself enduring hunger, discomfort gnawing at her. Chapter 39. The elderly hero Susu Chunxia cautiously inquired, "Miss, are you hungry? Shall I go find someone to get you something to eat?" To be honest, Xiao Wanwan was rather prideful. It was difficult for her to voice such a request. Fortunately, Chunxia was there to assist her. Please go and ask," she replied. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurriedly called out to Chunxia, "Hey. Wait a moment. Miss, what is it?" Xiao Wanwan glanced stealthily over her shoulder, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered, "You mustn't let Gu Zhamu know, or I will lose face." "Rest assured, miss, I won't let Gu Xiaoxia find out," Chunxia assured her, and Xiao Wanwan felt relieved to let her leave. As she watched Chunxia depart, Xiao Wanwan sat alone by the campfire, occasionally adding some firewood to maintain its fierce blaze. Her stomach continued to grumble, and she placed a hand over it, sighing, "Alas. It's all the male protagonist's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be starving. It's infuriating." With a long branch, she swatted at the flames, sending sparks flying into the darkness, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the night sky. Suddenly, a mature male voice emanated from behind her. "Stop swinging that around, you might end up burning your face." The young woman turned to see a middle-aged hero, hired by Zhou Xingyue. He was not very noticeable within the group for a moment. Xiao Wanwan was at a loss for words. They were strangers to one another, perhaps merely jesting at her actions. Hence, she chose not to respond and restrained her movements. However, the man approached her and sat down beside her, removing the bamboo hat he wore. This piqued Xiao Wanwan's curiosity, and she stole a glance at him. To her surprise, his face was riddled with scars, giving him a fearsome appearance. His bushy eyebrows raised slightly as he scrutinized her, and the scar that traced down to the corner of his mouth seemed to pull at her heartstrings, nearly frightening her to death. Startled, her heart raced, and she quickly turned away from the intimidating figure. The man, observing her timid demeanor, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, little girl, are you afraid to look at me? You seemed quite bold when we first met." "Eh?" Xiao Wanwan felt puzzled by his words. This man did not seem as serious as his appearance suggested. Slowly, she turned back to face him. The middle-aged man revealed a toothy grin that contrasted sharply with his fearsome visage, resembling a jolly uncle instead. Gradually, Xiao Wanwan no longer found him intimidating. Her stomach grumbled once more, reminding her of her hunger, but regrettably, she had no food. There were others nearby, which made her feel quite embarrassed. The young woman awkwardly covered her flat belly and laughed sheepishly. The middle-aged man seemed amused by her predicament. He smirked slightly before producing a steamed bun from his bosom and tossing it to her. Xiao Wanwan instinctively caught it. The man did not wish to embarrass her further and remarked with mild dissatisfaction, "Look at you, so thin, how can you not eat?" With the clean bun in hand, Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of gratitude. "Thank you. What should I call you?" "My name is Susu, a wandering hero who has taken on this task along the way. You may call me Uncle Su." "Eh, aren't you a Su? Why not call you Uncle Su?" "Ha ha ha, that name sounds rather unappealing." "Just call me Uncle Su, both names are my parents' surnames. I can be addressed by either. Besides, doesn't Uncle Su roll off the tongue more easily?" "Ah, I see, thank you, Uncle Su." Xiao Wanwan felt warmth in her heart, appreciating the kindness of this hero, who seemed to care for her like a relative. Susu, witnessing the young girl smile, felt a surge of happiness within. Initially, he had merely intended to take on a task, perhaps escorting the employer to Biluo Villa, after which he would search for Qiao Qingfeng. Little did he expect to encounter Qiao Qingfeng's daughter, Xiao Wanwan. Along the way it felt like fate was on his side. His long-lost brother had become the leader of the martial arts world, and now, he had such a beautiful daughter. For years, he had been hiding from the pursuit of the Dark Pavilion, living incognito for 2 decades, and now, with his appearance aged, he could at last wander the world again. Sigh, Susu gazed at the adorable girl before him, happily gnawing on the bun, and lamented internally how swiftly time flies. It never returns. Eventually, he would reunite with his sworn brother. It seemed that while he protected his employer, he must also discreetly safeguard the young girl before him. After all, how could he face Qiao Qingfeng? No, it should be the current leader of the Qiao clan. Xiao Wanwan was utterly famished. The bun tasted incredibly sweet, and she devoured it in mere moments. Uncle Su eagerly offered her a second bun, urging her, "Hurry, eat up, 1 bun is hardly enough. You are too frail. To establish yourself in this world, you must be stronger." Xiao Wanwan did not quite grasp his meaning. Confused, she replied, "But I don't need to establish myself in the martial world. I simply need to go home and be a young lady." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Observing the girl's innocent eyes, he finally understood. No wonder she lacked any martial prowess. It turned out Qiao Qingfeng had not trained her in the arts. He burst into a hearty laugh, agreeing, "Your current mindset is correct. Once you return home, be sure not to wander out carelessly again. The martial world is not so easily navigated. One misstep could cost you your life." I understand," Xiao Wanwan replied, though she was unsure how he had discerned she had slipped away. Nevertheless, her trusting nature led her to believe he was not a bad person. Internally, she chastised the original owner of her body. The original owner was truly ungrateful, choosing to run away with that Gu Zhamu. Now she suffered all the indignities and had to follow the plot, trailing behind him. It was utterly frustrating. "That's enough from me. Your little maid will be returning soon. I must take my leave." "Okay, thank you so much, Uncle Su. I truly appreciate your timely aid." The middle-aged man smiled gently at her, then swiftly vanished from her sight, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. However, Xiao Wanwan felt warmth and fullness in her belly, confirming that this was no dream, but a tangible reality. Behind her, Chun Xia returned, carrying a small portion of food. She rushed to Xiao Wanwan's side and whispered, "Miss, this is some food I obtained from the guards of young Master Xia. Though it's very little, it should help stave off your hunger. You eat first, and I'll see if there's a river nearby to catch a few fish to roast for you." Xiao Wanwan looked at the meager portion in Chun Xia's hand, which was hardly the size of a bun, and felt a wave of emotion wash over her. How had they fallen to such a state? Chapter 40. Increasingly incomprehensible. Such a meager portion of food, the little maid barely had enough for herself, yet she was expected to share it. She resolutely declined. "There is no need, you may consume it, Chuanxia." "Ah." Chuanxia was perplexed by her mistress's words. Did the young lady find the provisions insufficient or perhaps unclean? Quickly, she clarified, "Although these rations are scant, they are indeed quite clean. I would never offer you anything unclean, so please do not hesitate to eat. You must be hungry as well. Do finish it." "No, I cannot eat while my lady has not." "Oh, do not worry about me. I am already full." "I can see you are trying to deceive me out of concern for Chuanxia, are you not?" Chuanxia insisted. "It is perfectly fine if I do not eat, the most important thing is that you do not go hungry." Xiao Wanwan was taken aback by the little maid's suspicious nature, misinterpreting her intentions. In truth, she did not harbor such benevolence. How could Xiao Wanwan be concerned for her, while neglecting her own needs? She awkwardly scratched her cheek and explained, "That is not my intention. I have already consumed a bun earlier, and I am quite full now. Please, you should eat." "Is what you say truly so?" "Of course, would I jest about my own well-being?" "Very well, then I shall eat." "Yes, do hurry and eat. Do not let yourself go hungry." "Understood, my lady." Once everyone had eaten their fill, they returned to their resting places. Xiao Wanwan sat beside the carriage door, waiting for Chuanxia to prepare the sleeping area inside. Gu Chaomu lay beside the fire, gazing at the woman sitting at the carriage entrance, pondering why was Xiao Wanwan so obstinate. Even now, she refused to approach him and acknowledge her mistake. Remarkably, this young lady could endure hunger without complaint. Xiao Wanwan, aware of his scrutiny, cast her gaze in his direction, only to find the insufferable male lead staring intently at her. She crossed her arms defiantly and shot him a disdainful glare, accompanied by a playful grimace. "Humph." Gu Chaomu's expression darkened with irritation upon witnessing her petulance. Xiao Wanwan relished in his vexation, wanting him to realize that she could very well survive without his assistance, and perhaps it was time for him to temper his self-importance. With a cold huff, the man turned away, no longer willing to gaze at the annoying girl. Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of satisfaction at having riled him. Chuanxia emerged from the carriage after finishing her tasks, informing her, "My lady, you may now enter and rest." "Thank you for your hard work, Chuanxia." "My lady, do not mention it. It is my duty." "Indeed, let us retire for the night." "Very well." As the night wore on, the group fell into a deep slumber, unaware of the passage of time. The flames dwindled, and Gu Chaomu, reclining beside the fire, breathed slowly. Suddenly, he heard rustling nearby. His eyes fluttered open, and before he could discern the intruder, he swiftly tackled the approaching figure to the ground. Drawing his sword, he heard a surprised voice whispering, "Good age, it's me." "Xin Yue?" The man recognized her in the dim light of the moon and gradually relaxed his grip on the sword, helping her into a seated position. Noticing that everyone else was asleep, he quietly asked, "Xin Yue, why are you out here?" "Good age," she replied, her eyes glistening, as she suddenly threw herself into his sturdy chest. The man stiffened, unsure of how to respond. "Xin Yue, what troubles you?" "I had a terrible nightmare, it was frightful." "Why didn't you wake your maid?" "She was exhausted from the morning's labors." "I couldn't bear to disturb her now." "Xin Yue, you are truly kind-hearted." The man found himself moved by her compassion. His previously uncertain hands began to gently caress her delicate back, providing her with a sense of safety. Feeling his warm hand against her back, the corners of her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. This was the outcome she desired. In that moment, they resembled two lovers who had stolen away for a secret rendezvous while the others slept. As she nestled closer, she wrapped her arms around his solid waist, her voice tinged with a soft sob as she recounted her nightmare. "I dreamt that many monsters were chasing me, threatening to eat me. It was truly terrifying." Good age, sob. "That was merely a dream, a fabrication. I am right here beside you, do not fear." "Good age, may I sleep beside you?" Gu Chaomu was momentarily taken aback by her forthright request. Soon, a flush crept across his face. The dim firelight revealed her cheeks, slightly reddened as well. His heart raced, a thrill coursing through him. However, the girl, now tinged with a hint of melancholy, began to retract her earlier words. "Perhaps I should not. You must think me shameless, good aged. I do not wish to be the kind of woman you would look down upon." Her demeanor, teasingly coy, was utterly captivating to Gu Chaomu. With a hoarse voice, he fought to maintain his composure. "Of course you may sleep here, we are not overly concerned with such formalities in the Jianghu. You need not fear my disdain." "Is that true?" "Thank you, good age, let us sleep now." "Very well." As they lay down together, facing each other with a sweet closeness, anyone observing them would surely have their thoughts run wild. This included Xiao Wanwan, who had awakened during their hushed conversation. She discreetly peered through the carriage curtain, taking in the romantic scene before her. It was simply delightful. Had everyone not been asleep, she would have certainly expressed her astonishment, lamenting that if the male and female leads did not engage in some sort of romantic entanglement at this moment, it would be a disservice to the genre. Forgive her for such whimsical thoughts, the excitement was palpable, she couldn't help but chuckle at her own musings. Did Sieze witness this scene between the leads? Would he be driven to murderous intent toward the female protagonist? With this question lingering in her mind, Xiao Wanwan's almond-shaped eyes wandered to the other side of the carriage. To her surprise, she locked eyes with a certain someone, his gloomy yet captivating gaze fixed upon her. He had been watching Gu Chamu, fixating on the woman drawing ever closer to him, until they lay side by side. His emotions were tumultuous, grappling with the sight of someone he cherished being claimed by another. A murderous impulse stirred within him, as he clenched a sharp dagger tightly in his hand, yet, beneath it all, he felt a flicker of curiosity. How would Xiao Wanwan respond to this situation? With a hint of melancholy in his eyes, he slightly turned, directly locking onto the girl peering out of the carriage window. It seemed she was smiling, his dark gaze deepened, pondering. Could she truly be so naive? Just then, she turned to meet his gaze, her expression morphing into one of sheer terror, as if she had encountered something dreadful. The fleeting sense of triumph vanished, replaced by panic as she withdrew her head back into the carriage. This only served to deepen his intrigue regarding her. He raised an eyebrow, increasingly captivated by the enigma that was this woman. As the night grew quiet, the girl inside the carriage felt a sense of unease wash over her. Suddenly, she shot upright, clutching her stomach, her complexion pale. Simultaneously, in another carriage, a man who had been resting with his eyes closed sensed something amiss and slightly opened his obsidian-like eyes. Chapter 41 of The Assassin of the Jianghu. The man, attuned to the slightest rustle of the wind outside, slowly opened his peach blossom eyes. A palpable aura of menace permeated the air, one he recognized all too well. His strikingly beautiful brows and eyes were tinged with a hint of disdain. In the dead of night, Xiao Wanwan felt a sudden discomfort in her abdomen. As she sat up, a warm surge of liquid rushed forth. Oh no! Her complexion turned pale as she realized she had completely forgotten about her monthly cycle. After nearly 2 weeks of travel, she had not given it a single thought. Out here in the wilderness, unprepared, it had come upon her unexpectedly. She quickly reached out to rouse Chuanxia. Chuanxia, wake up! What is it, miss? Spring Summer rubbed her eyes and slowly propped herself up, still groggy. Do you have any sanitary napkins? What? She stammered, no. Before could finish her sentence, a sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to a blade cutting through the wind. With her basic martial skills, immediately sensed the danger and shouted a warning, miss, danger. In a swift motion, she threw herself over, pinning her to the ground. With a couple of thuds, 2 arrows lodged themselves where they had just been sitting. What on earth? S mind was in turmoil as the voices of guards could be heard outside. An assassin! Protect the young master! Assassin! Spring Summer tugged at her, urging her to flee. Miss, we must run and seek help from Gu Xiaoxia. All right. The moment they emerged, they were met with chaos. Surrounding them were numerous figures clad in black, brandishing swords and daggers in a fierce battle. Gu Chamu and Sieze were surrounded by the most assailants, while Zhou Xinyue was momentarily safe, protected by the gallant Su Su. The two maids trembled in fear at the terrifying scene. They dared not approach, for their presence would only complicate matters. Noticing the dire circumstances, suddenly exclaimed, Miss, we should escape. That's a splendid idea, agreed, grateful that had finally come to her senses. Let us go, thought to herself. If they could navigate through this turmoil and distance themselves from the male lead, it would be for the best. Thus, the two maids clasped hands and stealthily sought a place to hide. However, just then, a commanding voice from behind them rang out, no one is to be spared. One of the black-clad figures had dispatched a guard from the Xie family. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a potential escapee and pointed his sword toward. There's another one trying to flee. Go, kill her. Yes. As the two women ran, they glanced back. Damn it, are they referring to us? Realization dawned upon them as they were discovered. Behind them, several black figures charged forward, brandishing knives with fierce intent. Terrified, they halted, too frightened to advance. They cautiously eyed the three assailants encircling them, slowly retreating to the center. In hushed tones, whispered to, Miss, I will hold them off, you must run. Panic gripped heart. She was deeply moved by selflessness. Gripping the maid's hand tightly, she replied, all right, but you must ensure your safety. Yes, miss, do not worry. The black-clad figures advanced, raising their blades. Kill. Miss, run. Spring Summer suddenly shoved aside. She had drawn a short dagger from somewhere, blocking the sword of the nearest assailant. Her expression hardened. She fought fiercely against the attackers, seeing her courage bolstered resolve, and she sprinted toward the forest. One careless move from a black-clad man resulted in a hidden strike from the little maid, injuring his arm. Hiss. He glared at the girl before him, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought that a seemingly delicate young lady had a martial artist in her company? The leader of the black figures signaled to his companions, I will handle this. You go after the fleeing woman. Yes, S eyes widened as she watched two black figures pursue her. Mississippi gripping her short dagger, she prepared to charge after them, but the black-clad man before her blocked her path, taunting her, your opponent is me, not them. Watching the black figures chase her, Miss S' heart seethed with fury as she gritted her teeth. She shouted toward the distant Gu Chamu, Gu Xiaoxia, quickly protect my miss. Having just dispatched the last black figure in his vicinity, Gu Xiaomu turned to where his voice had come from, but he could not spot. His heart sank. This is bad. Cannot defend herself, she is in grave danger. Bound by his agreement with the alliance leader, he could not allow to come to harm, otherwise, his future position would slip from his grasp. After slaying the final black figure, he swiftly withdrew his sword and leaped into the trees. He spotted fleeing in the distance 2 black figures in pursuit. Utilizing his lightness skill, he soared from the camp. The woman darting through the grass and trees paid no heed to the branches tearing at her pale blue dress. Breathless, raced forward, every nerve taut. Despite her exhaustion, she dared not slow down, for behind her stalked 2 black figures, hunting her like prey. Suddenly, one of the assailants leapt in front of her, forcing her to change direction and continue her frantic flight. Ah, you're too slow, girl, we're almost upon you. Ah, don't come any closer, as face blanched, her heart crying out in despair. Cursed plot, why had everything changed so suddenly? They were intent on ensuring she did not survive, weren't they? She fervently wished for anyone, to come and rescue her. Then, one of the black figures halted and addressed his companion. Stop toying with her. If we delay any longer, the boss will be angry. Very well, barely registered the fleeting shadow in front of her before a sharp blade sped towards her neck. Oh no, help, someone save me. She crouched down, covering her head. With a swift motion, the sound of blades clashing echoed in her ears. The pain she anticipated never came. Dazed, she looked up to see the black figure that had threatened her being thrown aside. The one who had intervened was none other than Gu Xiaomu, standing protectively before her. He extended his sword, instructing, Wan, stay behind me. All right, obediently, pushed herself up and ran into the nearby thicket, peering out to watch the unfolding chaos. A flurry of blades illuminated the scene, the battle fierce and tragic. The cries of the black figures echoed as they fell, one after another, under Gu Xiaomu's relentless assault. His presence was chilling, an embodiment of lethal intent. After dispatching the last of the black figures, he cast a glance toward the hiding, his eyes reflecting the ferocity of a beast driven by instinct. Chapter 42. They both fell down. The woman shivered momentarily. Gu Xiaomu was equally perplexed, suddenly confronting her with a fierce expression. Xiao Wan, why didn't you come to find me just now? Crouched in the grass, she slowly rose to her feet, feeling an inexplicable fear emanating from Gu Xiaomu. Unconsciously, she took a step back and murmured, I didn't want to trouble you. Isn't your leaving a trouble for me? The man stepped closer, and she continued to retreat. Observing her face pale with fright, he seized her delicate arm. Xiao Wan was startled by his sudden grip of the man, seemingly satisfied by her fear, threatened her, if you dare to leave my side again, I cannot guarantee that you won't become another's prey. Please, no. Xiao Wan, terrified, struggled to free herself from his grasp, only to find herself teetering at the edge of a steep slope. As she broke free, her foot slipped, and her body plummeted downwards. Ah, Wan. Gu Xiaomu had no time to react before reaching out to grab her. However, driven by her instinct to survive, she inadvertently pulled him down with her. They both tumbled down the slope, rolling like a ball until they crashed into the trunk of a tree, coming to a halt in silence. A silver needle pierced the heart of a cloaked figure, swiftly returning to its master's hand with a barely visible silver thread. The man seated in the wheelchair, clad in immaculate apricot-colored attire, remained untouched by the surrounding carnage. The last black-clad assailant at his side was effortlessly dealt with by his servant, Zhengshi. Young master, are you unhurt? I'm fine. What about the others? 2 sustained serious injuries, the rest are unharmed. Very well. Xiaozhe scanned the surroundings but did not see Xiao Wan or Gu Xiaomu. He questioned with curiosity, where is Gu Xiaoxia? I am unsure. It seems he went to rescue Miss Xiao. Quickly check. Understood. Zhengshi pushed Xiaozhe toward the woods, where they soon spotted another black-clad figure engaged in a fierce battle with Chun Xia, yet neither Xiao Wan nor Gu Xiaomu was in sight. His brow furrowed with unease, he instructed Zhengshi, eliminate him. Yes. Zhengshi drew his sword and advanced to deliver a lethal blow to the arrogant assailant. Once assisted, Chun Xia collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Zhengshi approached her and inquired, Chun Xia, where is your young lady? Suddenly recalling, Chun Xia gasped, oh no, 2 black-clad men were chasing after my young lady, Zhong Guanjia, please hurry and save her. All right, you return. I will go at once. Zhengshi arranged for someone to escort Chun Xia back to camp. Upon returning to Xiaozhe, he reported, young master, there are assassins pursuing Miss Xiao. Gu Xiaoxia must have gone to save her. It shouldn't be long before they return. Understood. Listening to Zhengshi's report, Xiaozhe felt an inexplicable unease brewing in his heart. He furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze, gently stroking his legs. In the dimly lit forest, only the faint moonlight illuminated the scene, casting a glow upon the woman's delicate face. Hearing the distant howl of wolves, she stirred slightly before slowly opening her eyes. As she gazed up at the half-moon and the starry sky, she found herself momentarily disoriented, unsure of her whereabouts. Propping herself up, she rubbed her forehead and caught sight of a familiar figure lying not far from her. Ha! Isn't that the male lead, she wondered. What is he doing here? Surveying her surroundings, her mind raced back through moments of brief amnesia. How had she ended up here? Where was this place? Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Ouch, she gasped, feeling warmth trickling down. Clutching her aching belly, memories flooded back. Her monthly visitor had arrived, and she had been pursued. Then, she recalled the male lead's intimidation, which had caused her to slip and fall. Looking up at the steep slope, which resembled a cliff, she marveled at her luck to have escaped injury, yet, as she peered a few meters away, her expression soured. Why is the male lead here? Piecing together her memories, it seemed he had tried to help her, only for her to drag him down with her. Xiaowan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This overused trope was enough to make her want to roll her eyes for eternity. I'm not even the female lead. Why must I create such an opportunity? Ugh, this is so frustrating, I have no idea how to face the male lead now. She anxiously ruffled her disheveled hair, internally reassuring herself, don't be afraid. After all, he was the one who intimidated me earlier, falling together is only fitting. Nevertheless, she knew she had to wake the male lead slowly. She pushed herself up. Ouch. Her ankle throbbed painfully, swollen like a pig's trotter. Realizing her foot was injured, Xiaowan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair. Dragging her swollen foot, she painstakingly made her way to the unconscious male lead. Hey! Gu Xiaomu, wake up! Seeing he remained unresponsive, she gritted through the pain, crouched down, and attempted to slap his infuriating face. Gu Xiaomu, wake up, our house is about to be robbed. Still no response? Raising her voice, she scolded the man, stud horse, if you don't wake up, your distant wife will be taken away. Just as she finished speaking, his bewildered eyes snapped open, locking onto her with intensity. With a dark expression, he asked, what did you just call me? Goodness. Xiaowan recoiled in alarm, patting her racing heart. Regaining her composure, she greeted him with a smile. Oh, Gu, since you're awake, shall we head back now? Gu Xiaomu pondered over what he had just heard, stud horse. He had no idea what it meant, but seeing her now docile demeanor, he chose not to press further. He stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and without a backward glance, instructed those behind him, let us go. They should have dealt with the assassins by now, and it's safe to return. Wait for me. Xiaowan called out, hastily propping herself up. Ouch, it hurts. She was in too much pain and ended up sitting back down. Gu Xiaomu, realizing she had not followed, turned to see her motionless on the ground. Impatience crept into his voice, are you coming or not? Of course, I'm coming, she nodded fervently. I just can't walk. My foot is injured. Silence enveloped them. Upon noticing her incapacitated foot, he sighed in resignation and returned to crouch before her, gently touching her ankle. He winced, don't move. Observing her tear-filled gaze and delicate demeanor, he realized she was indeed hurt. What could have been a swift return now turned into a burden, complicating matters, yet, he couldn't abandon Xiaowan. Suppressing his irritation, he turned away. Get on my back, I'll carry you back. What? Quickly. Okay. Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, her perception of the male lead shifting slightly. In this light, he appeared rather gallant for not abandoning her. As she reached to climb onto his back, he suddenly stepped aside. She awkwardly raised her hands, puzzled, what's wrong? His brow furrowed as he scrutinized her, asking a peculiar question, are you injured? Just a sprained ankle. That's not it. What? Xiaowan was baffled by his inquiry. He pointed to her skirt, which bore a faint stain of blood. Suddenly, the familiar pain in her abdomen surged again, and she instinctively clutched her belly. This discomfort served as a constant reminder of her predicament. How would she possibly explain this to the male lead? Chapter 43. Is she actually disdainful of her aunt? Where are you hurt? Let me see. Xiaowan was pressed by the man, her expression stiffening. This is her aunt's blood. Do you still want to look? What nonsense. She hastily waved her hand in denial. I've only sprained my ankle. Everything else is fine. Then whose blood is this? Xiaowan weakly admitted. It should be mine. The man's brows furrowed in displeasure, his tone reprimanding as he said, you claim you're not injured. I know you're still angry with me, but at a time like this, you shouldn't be so willful. Let me see how serious your injury is. Otherwise, how can I explain it to your father? The latter part of his statement, Gu Xiaomu certainly refrained from voicing, yet, the woman was extremely resistant, retreating steadily. No need, I'm really fine. This is just a normal physiological phenomenon. It will pass in a few days. What is a physiological phenomenon? The man clearly did not comprehend her words. He snapped in dissatisfaction. Speak properly. Xiaowan, her face pale, replied, it's just that women have those few days every month. Observing the male lead still utterly clueless, Xiaowan recalled how ancient people referred to their aunt. Oh, right, it's what you call menstruation. Upon hearing her mention menstruation, the lines on the man's forehead deepened instantly. He stood up, taking a few steps back, looking at Xiaowan seated on the ground with an expression of unmistakable disdain, angrily exclaiming. You woman, can't you even keep track of when your menstruation occurs? You have no preparation whatsoever and let a man see your. He seemed to find it immensely shameful, unable to utter the following words. This woman can't even predict her own menstruation, and yet expects me to be prepared. Gu Xiaomu, upon realizing that the blood on her skirt was menstrual blood, dared not approach her any closer. He felt it was bad luck, as if it would taint his fortune. He incomprehensibly remarked, how unfortunate. Can't you just hold it back? Unfortunate, hold it back, damn it. Xiaowan was taken aback. The male lead was indeed such a disrespectful man towards women. She loathed such arrogant men discussing women's matters. Infuriated, she retorted fiercely, you are quite amusing. You expect me to hold it back? Can you hold back your own urine? Or could your mother have held you back when she gave birth to you? The man, hearing her curse at him and utter such crude words, felt as if he were confronting a shrew. What are you saying? Did you not hear what I said? Do I need to repeat it? Xiaowan, how could you utter such vulgarities and insult my elder? This is your upbringing. How did I insult your elder? Clearly, you disrespected me first. I merely recited your own words back to you. Truly unreasonable. Observing the unrepentant woman, the man was evidently becoming more agitated. Xiao Wanwan found herself speechless towards the male lead. Any slight change in her perception of him shattered into countless pieces, utterly irretrievable. How could he consider menstruation dirty? What a peculiar mindset he possessed. Why was he so disdainful? Did he not reflect that he himself had emerged from a woman? Damn, she truly felt for his mother. Xiao Wanwan, aware of his anger, found herself even more incensed. Sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around herself, she ceased to acknowledge his presence. The two remained silent for a while. The man did not intend to carry the woman back. Surveying the surroundings, which were desolate and devoid of any sign of habitation, Gu Zhamu glanced at the pouting Xiao Wanwan. Impatiently, he reminded her, just wait here. I will find someone to come and take you back. Humph. The man, having witnessed Xiao Wanwan's capriciousness, felt his facial muscles tighten, yet his reason quelled the flames of his anger. Not lingering any longer, he strode away without a backward glance, leaving Xiao Wanwan behind. Once the sounds of his departure faded, Xiao Wanwan turned to look. Where was Gu Zhamu's figure now? Damn it, he really left, abandoning her here with nothing to defend herself. A distant howl of wolves echoed. Drawing closer, Xiao Wanwan surveyed the surrounding darkness, unable to discern any signs of life. Fear gripped her heart. She dreaded that, before the male lead returned, she might encounter a pack of wolves and meet her demise. If she were to truly encounter wolves, she would surely perish, her body torn apart, leaving not even a bone fragment. The very thought filled her with dread, causing her body to tremble. She needed to devise a plan. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a small recess beside a steep slope not far away. It would provide a shelter, at least until the male lead returned with someone to fetch her. Xiao Wanwan leaned against a nearby tree, mustering her strength to rise. She gingerly dragged her injured foot, inching forward little by little. The woman, panting, found the distance that had once seemed so close now felt infinitely far. Upon reaching her destination, she plopped down onto a patch of grass, exhaling in relief. Finally made it. This place is somewhat safer. I wonder when the male lead will return. Xiao Wanwan curled up, hugging her legs, resting her head on her knees, quietly gazing at the pitch-black forest outside. Only the moonlight, filtering through the leaves, cast a faint glow. Hachu, the woman sniffled, rubbing her cold shoulders. So cold. Xiao Wanwan sat there, unaware of how long she had been waiting. Even the weak moonlight was gradually obscured by layers of dark clouds. The last remnants of light faded, leaving her in complete darkness. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Time dragged on interminably. The male lead had still not returned. Could it be that she had been abandoned? Impossible. Her identity as the daughter of the Wuling Alliance leader still held value. How could the male lead abandon her? Her mind was in turmoil. An unusual sensation in her abdomen caused beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. The cold was intensifying, exacerbating the pain in her stomach. It felt as if her intestines were knotting, as if 1,000 knives were simultaneously slicing through her insides. The agony rendered her breathless. The woman could only lie on the ground, clutching her abdomen, instinctively curling up or gritting her teeth against the searing pain. Her lips turned white, mirroring her pallid complexion. Weakly, she muttered to this damned menstruation. Why must I endure this pain even while traversing through time? How unfortunate can I be? Xiao Wanwan, in so much pain that she had lost all strength, found her eyelids growing heavy. She noticed a cluster of fireflies slowly emerging from the grass before her, yet, she lacked the energy to appreciate their beauty, for she was on the verge of collapsing from the pain. As she waited, her eyelids drooped heavily. The hand clutching her abdomen gradually relaxed. Chapter 44. Sieze appears to be injured in a forest shrouded in darkness. Glimmering stars twinkled above. A firefly, trailing bioluminescent light, soared from the grass, its wings creating a gentle whirring sound. It alighted momentarily on the unconscious face of a woman, casting a soft glow that illuminated her pallid features and drew the attention of nearby female fireflies. Not far away, the rustling of grass signaled an approaching presence. With a sudden creak, the disturbance startled the firefly, causing it to flutter away from its perch. The brazen figure that disrupted its enchanting allure was a silhouette of a peach hue, expressing its displeasure. A pair of silver brocade boots appeared not far from the woman, and upon noticing her prostrate form, the figure paused briefly. Gradually, the peach silhouette approached her. Even with someone drawing near, the woman remained blissfully unaware, until she was effortlessly lifted into someone's arms. The pale blue hem of her gown, stained with blood, snagged against the branches, leaving a trace behind. Thus, she vanished into the depths of the forest. After searching the vicinity, an individual returned, only to discover that Xiao Wanwan had mysteriously disappeared. Clenching a fist, anger simmered in their eyes. How could Xiao Wanwan not have waited properly for me? This woman is truly troublesome. Let her face the trials of the outside world. Gu Zhamu ceased his search and began to navigate his way down the slope, slowly chirping away. The woman lay in the carriage, her body enveloped in a thick quilt, a damp cloth resting upon her forehead. Sitting beside her, Chunxia gently removed the cloth and caressed the woman's smooth brow. The once pallid face gradually regained its color under the warmth. Xiao Wanwan's eyelids fluttered, sensing the tender touch upon her forehead. It felt utterly comforting, a far cry from the harshness of the wilderness. Wait, why is it so warm? Has someone rescued her? Slowly, she opened her dreamy almond-shaped eyes and beheld the familiar visage before her. How is it, Chunxia? Am I not dreaming? Chunxia, noticing her awakening, was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed to embrace her mistress, tears of relief glistening in her eyes. Miss, you are finally awake. You truly frightened me to death. How did I come back? Xiao Wanwan queried, a wave of confusion washing over her. Could it be that the male lead had indeed found them and brought her back to the group? My lady, you are unaware, it was young Master Xia, Chunxia began, but before she could finish, Xiao Wanwan gasped in astonishment. What? Sieze? Chunxia waved her hand, chuckling, no, please let me finish. It was Butler Zhongshi, who carried you back. Oh, I see. A wave of relief washed over her. She had momentarily feared that Sieze himself had rescued her. But upon reflection, it seemed implausible. After all, the male lead had little desire to save her, and Sieze was confined to a wheelchair. Perhaps she had overthought it, yet there were still good souls in the world. At the very least, Butler Zhongshire had saved her from becoming a wandering spirit. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Wanwan smiled. Then I must extend my gratitude to Butler Zhong. Without him, I might have perished out there. Miss, how could you utter such disheartening words? You are blessed with great fortune and will come to no harm. Moreover, there is no need for you to thank Butler Zhong specifically, as I have already conveyed your thanks on your behalf. For now, you need only rest comfortably in the carriage. Yes, understood. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression changed. She hurriedly lifted the quilt to inspect her attire. To her surprise, she was not clad in the pale blue dress from yesterday. Chunxia, aware of her concern, reassured her. Miss, you experienced your monthly cycle yesterday and likely forgot to inform me. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything regarding it. Really? Xiao Wanwan pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this such a secret matter? Isn't it something every woman goes through? Nonetheless, such matters concerning a young lady's privacy must never be disclosed to men. Recalling her conversation with Gu Xiaomu the previous night, her lips twitched in irritation. What would happen if others learned of it? Chunxia, however, spoke with righteous indignation. This matter should only be known to your future husband. No one else may know. Is it that private? Indeed. It concerns a young lady's reputation. Very well, she conceded, deciding against confiding in Chunxia about the events of yesterday. Misunderstandings would only complicate matters further. Just the thought of yesterday's incident ignited her anger. How could Gu Xiaomu disdain a woman's monthly cycle? Frowning, she inquired of Chunxia, has that Gu Xiaomu returned? Chunxia thought for a moment and shook her head. The young hero has not yet returned. Young Master Xie's men are still searching the forest. Very well. In her heart, Xiao Wanwan harbored a small grudge, secretly wishing he would never return. Although she knew it was impossible, her dislike for the male lead was undeniable. Observing her mistress's irritation, Chunxia deftly shifted the topic, recounting the harrowing events of the previous day. You have no idea how perilous it was yesterday. I heard from Butler Zhong that your ankle was swollen. Are there any other areas in pain? Oh. Chunxia's reminder prompted Xiao Wanwan to recall her injured ankle. Astonished by Butler Zhong's perceptiveness, she attempted to twist her ankle slightly. Miraculously, it was completely healed. How could this be? My injury has vanished? Chunxia, noting her astonishment, clarified, it must have been Butler Zhong who examined you while bringing you back. The Xie family is renowned for their medical expertise, and Butler Zhong undoubtedly possesses some skill in healing. How remarkable! Xiao Wanwan exclaimed, delighted as she wiggled her ankle, now perfectly fine. After consuming the ginger soup that Chunxia had prepared, she felt considerably warmer, and the discomfort in her abdomen subsided. She sat up, leaning against the window, and peered outside at the bustling scene beyond the carriage. Among the crowd, she spotted Butler Zhong, carrying a set of blood-stained peach-colored garments. Wait, wasn't that Xieze's clothing? It bore traces of blood. Could it be that he was injured? Xiao Wanwan's mind raced, and she questioned Chunxia. Chunxia, can Jifu ointment treat wounds as well as fractures? Of course. This ointment crafted by the leader is exceptionally effective. Excellent. A triumphant smile graced Xiao Wanwan's face. Chunxia, somewhat puzzled by her mistress's underlying intentions, watched as Xiao Wanwan suddenly emerged from the carriage, clutching a box of Jifu ointment. She gazed at Sieze, who sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight while engrossed in a book. Dressed in white, he radiated an aura of purity, his physique subtly outlined by the light filtering through the fabric. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard, marveling at his delicate waist, which seemed even slimmer than her own. Indeed, Sieze possessed the qualities of a worthy recipient of admiration. His inky hair was secured by a single jade hairpin, and as the breeze caressed him, strands of hair delicately brushed against his refined brow, high nose, and soft, cherry-red lips. His ethereal beauty was further accentuated by the sunlight, captivating the heart. Unbeknownst to him, he felt the weight of a fervent gaze upon him, diverting his focus from the book. He listened intently as the sound of light footsteps approached. Slowly, he closed the book, just as a melodious voice called out his name, Sieze. Chapter 45. Whether you want it or not. With a jar of ointment in hand, Xiao Wanwan approached Sieze, covertly glancing at his arm. He was still holding a book, appearing unfazed, leaving her to wonder where he might have been injured. The man, curious about the sudden approach of the woman, turned his gaze slightly. Noticing her rosy complexion, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Miss Qiao, do you require something? He inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. Startled by his question, Xiao Wanwan quickly retrieved the ointment she had prepared in advance, extending it towards him. Sieze, you seem to have sustained an injury. I happen to have a box of ointment here for you. Just apply it to the wounded area daily, and in a few days, it will heal without leaving a scar. It's truly effective. The man, mistakenly believed to be injured by the woman, regarded her with a solemn gaze, his brow slightly knitted. In truth, he had not been harmed, and he was puzzled as to how she had come by such information. Yet, he felt a twinge of skepticism towards her goodwill. Why was she being so kind to him? Was there some ulterior motive, or was she being compelled to act in this manner? He raised his eyes to meet hers, observing the concern etched on her face. Her large, almond-shaped eyes sparkled like those of a playful Persian cat, and her cheeks bore the faintest dimples. There was a glimmer of expectation in her gaze. He raised an inquisitive brow, posing his question, where did you hear that I was injured? Xiao Wanwan's eyes had never strayed from his face, her expression shifting from curiosity to scrutiny, which unsettled her. For a brief moment, her smile faltered as she hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand, I mean no offense to I merely saw Butler Zhong holding your bloodied clothes earlier and wondered if you had sustained an injury. After all, we are companions who have faced life and death together while journeying to Anchi City, it is only natural that we look out for one another." Upon hearing her words, a shadow deepened in his eyes. His blood, he found it amusing that she was unaware the blood belonged to her. Indeed, he had concealed the truth well, aside from Zhongshi, no one else was privy to the matter. As he recalled his encounter yesterday while searching for Gu Xiaomu, where he stumbled upon a nearly frozen woman in the forest, he couldn't quite grasp why he had brought her back. Perhaps it was because she might prove useful to Gu Xiaomu, and he could not allow her to perish outside, thus, he had brought the woman back to the camp. Suddenly, a realization struck him regarding the blood. His ears flushed slightly at the thought that he had previously checked the woman's pulse and discovered her only had a minor injury to her ankle. Naturally, the blood was hers, it merely happened to coincide with her monthly cycle. He raised a hand to cover his lips, discreetly clearing his throat. Ahem, as a man, he felt a sense of embarrassment and found it inappropriate to explain that the blood was not his but hers. Lost in contemplation, his onyx-like eyes remained fixed on the woman before him. His intense gaze sent a tremor through Xiao Wanwan's heart. Why was Xiaze looking at her in such a manner? She sensed he might be overthinking her intentions. Was he perhaps misinterpreting her concern? With a stiff smile, she held the ointment aloft, her arm beginning to ache. "Here, this is for you. It is a special ointment personally crafted by my father, known as Jifu Gao. It is highly effective for treating wounds and scars. I have used it many times without issue, so please feel free to use it." His gaze shifted from her eager expression to the ointment she held, an inscrutable look forming in his eyes. He was utterly bewildered by her intentions. However, noticing the vigilance etched upon her face, fearing he might be apprehensive or possessive about cleanliness, she raised 3 fingers to assure him, "Rest assured, this box is new. I have not used it, it's completely clean." Yet, he promptly and decisively declined. "No need, Xia does not require any ointment." The 3 fingers she had raised froze in place, leaving her momentarily stunned. She gazed into his eyes, which resembled a tranquil lake, deep and unfathomable. She couldn't discern whether his words held truth or deceit. Xiao Wanwan glanced at her hand, questioning whether he found her offering distasteful. Although she was aware of his preference for the male protagonist, she doubted he would disdain a woman's gift to such an extent. Why would he refuse? Did he think her hands were unclean? Why was everyone so averse? Was she not showing concern for him? Shouldn't he respond differently? The ambiguity of his thoughts left her feeling exasperated. Nevertheless, she had resolved to forge a better relationship with the villain, Xiaze, aiming to diminish any hostility he harbored towards her. Thus, she was determined to ensure the ointment reached him, whether he wanted it or not. With newfound resolve, she tightened her grip on the ointment and cheerfully declared, "Regardless of whether you are injured now, I believe you may find this ointment useful in the future. Here." With that, she tossed the ointment towards him instinctively. He reached out, catching the jar deftly as she turned to flee. The ointment still radiated a hint of her warmth as he stood there, watching the retreating figure of the woman, her skirt a playful pink that danced in her wake. He stared at the ointment in his hand, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. As Xiao Wanwan hurriedly escaped the scene, a thrill coursed through her. She wondered if the villain would be angered or suspicious of her actions. Yet, she reasoned that he would eventually remember her kindness and refrain from treating her callously. If she could successfully sway Xiaze, then all her efforts would be worthwhile. Giggling to herself, her spirits lifted considerably. As she prepared to step into the carriage, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Girl, you're all better now?" Halting her steps, she turned to see the middle-aged man, Su, greeting her with a disarming smile that revealed his scarred visage. "Yes, Uncle Su. I am perfectly fine." Seeing her lively demeanor, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. "Knowing you are well brings me peace, Uncle Su." Xiao Wanwan felt a warm sense of affection for this elder who seemed genuinely concerned for her, almost as though they shared a familial bond. However, she could find no recollection of him through the original owner's memories. Could it be that Uncle Su was simply that friendly by nature? It was possible, as the saying goes, not to judge a book by its cover. Delighted by the elder's concern, she smiled and replied, "I owe my recovery to Butler Zhong, who found me in the forest and brought me back, otherwise, I might still be lying out there." "Zhong?" Su responded, puzzled by her words. "Isn't that the young master of the Xie family?" He wondered when he had become Butler Zhong. Realizing that Uncle Su likely did not interact much with the team, she understood his confusion. She glanced at Xiaze, who was basking in the sunlight, and pointed towards him. "Yes, he is the subordinate of that young master, the one you see over there, Uncle Zhong." Upon her explanation, Su's understanding dawned as he followed her gaze to the young man in white. Internally, he mused, so it was that young master who performed a good deed while wishing to remain anonymous. Chapter 46, what a remarkable twist of fate this is, to deceive the very person involved into believing that it was his steward who rescued her. The carriage obstructed the view, severing the connection between Xiao Wanwan and Xiaze, yet, Su's gaze was unmistakably evident. As Xiaze turned to follow the clear line of sight, he encountered the middle-aged man's profound stare, seemingly imbued with a hint of approval. Xiaze found himself utterly bewildered. He only knew that this middle-aged man was a hired martial artist from the Zhou residence. Following yesterday's assassination attempt, it was clear that the man possessed considerable skills. However, he bore no relation to Xiaze. Why then did he regard him with such an expression? The two exchanged glances, and the scarred middle-aged man offered Xiaze a slight smile. In return, Sieze courteously nodded in acknowledgement. As Su scrutinized him, mentally assigning scores. This young man was quite handsome and appeared modest. If he were to be with Chao Qingfeng's daughter, they would indeed make a fine match. Unbeknownst to the two who were being silently paired up in Su's mind, Chao Wanwan, seeing that Uncle Su had no further business, contemplated returning to the carriage. After all, she had sneaked out while Chuanxia was away and could not allow the nagging Chuanxia to discover her absence. Uncle Su, if there is nothing else, I'll head back to the carriage to rest, she said upon hearing the young girl's voice. Su withdrew his probing gaze. Oh, very well, do go. And quickly the middle-aged man, still smiling, watched as Chao Wanwan made her way back. His curious eyes darted once more to the young man, who had already vanished from sight. Initially, he had thought that the person most capable of caring for Chao Wanwan was none other than the young hero, Gu Shaoxia. However, yesterday's events had altered his perspective. He pondered with intrigue whether the young master of the Xie family harbored feelings for Chao Wanwan. Otherwise, why would he offer her such attentive care? Su's mind gradually drifted back to the previous night's events. After dealing with the assassins and surveying the scattered bodies, he had fulfilled his duty to protect his employer. Only then did he find the time to seek out Chao Wanwan and ensure she was unharmed, but to his dismay, there was no sign of her in the camp. He followed his instincts toward the forest, growing increasingly anxious to locate the daughter of Chao Qingfeng. As a sworn brother of Chao Qingfeng, he feared that something might befall her in his absence, which would weigh heavily on his conscience. As he traced the signs of a struggle up the slope, his keen ears suddenly detected faint sounds below. He quickly leapt into a tree, concealing himself and stifling his presence from anyone who might detect him. Moments later, a figure clad in apricot-colored attire ascended the slope, illuminated by the moonlight, creating a striking contrast against the dark forest. His elongated silhouette appeared almost ethereal, quietly traversing the woods like a ghost. From his perch, Su focused his gaze and realized that the man cradled a young woman in a light blue dress. This was indeed the girl he had been searching for, yet, her dress bore faint traces of blood, which had already stained the man's sleeve. The man, however, showed no signs of disdain. Su furrowed his brow, a wave of concern washing over him. One thought consumed his mind. Was the young girl injured? He couldn't ascertain the severity of her wounds, but he knew he could not reveal himself. As an outsider, he had to keep his connection to the young girl hidden. Watching from above, he felt a surge of worry as the girl whimpered, "It hurts." The man holding her paused, his deep-set eyes glancing down at the restless girl in his arms, his brow furrowing slightly. Sieze said nothing, instead gently lowering her legs and cradling her head closer to his chest, while his other hand sought her pulse. His fingers, slender and distinctly defined, lightly tapped her wrist as if tracing the delicate surface of water, leaving her unaware of his warmth. From his vantage point, Su observed the young master of the Xie family produce a small pill, his long fingers grasping a red medicinal tablet. He pressed it to Chao Wanwan's lips, administering it to her. Almost instantly, she appeared to find some comfort, her furrowed brow gradually easing. Once she relaxed, the man lifted her and continued toward the camp. Su, realizing only then that the young master was not as frail as he seemed, was left pondering whether the wheelchair was merely a ruse. As Sieze approached the camp, he suddenly halted. Meanwhile, Zhongshi, who had been waiting from a distance, felt a wave of relief wash over him at the sight of his young master's return. "Young master, have you found Gu Shaoxia and the others?" he greeted with a smile, stepping forward. As he drew nearer, he noticed the young woman in Sieze's arms. "Isn't that Miss Chao? Why is she in your embrace? Where is Gu Shaoxia?" Zhongshi glanced behind Sieze, finding no one else. He was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. "Young master, what has happened to Miss Chao? Why didn't Gu Shaoxia return with you?" At Zhongshi's inquiry, Sieze tightened his grip on the woman. Indeed, his initial intention had been to search for Gu Xiaomu, yet fate had led him to come across Chao Wanwan instead. He was unsure what had compelled him to take her back. His gaze darkened as he looked down at the young girl nestled against him, her pale face resting against his warm chest, akin to a contented kitten. She was so well behaved, reminiscent of a cherished pet. Seeing her comfort, a subtle smile crept onto Sieze's lips, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing the absurdity of his thoughts. This woman was his adversary. How could he have regarded her as a harmless Persian cat? A ridiculous notion. Sieze's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of disdain crossing his features as he urged Zhongshi, "Take her away and return her to her maid. Inform the maid that her mistress has sustained an injury to her foot." "Yes, young master," Zhongshi responded, momentarily stunned by the abrupt change in his master's demeanor. Before he could fully comprehend, Sieze had already thrust Miss Chao into his arms. Noticing the crimson stains on his master's sleeve, Zhongshi inquired anxiously, "Young master, are you injured?" It was then that Sieze noticed the vivid bloodstains on his apricot-colored sleeve. Chapter 47. The strange medicament. Sieze's expression momentarily stiffened. He gazed at the culprit nestled in Zhongshi's arms, still with eyes tightly shut, in a state of unconsciousness. He gently rubbed his temples and sighed. "It is of no consequence. This is not my blood, Uncle Zhong need not worry." "Very well, young master." Zhongshi seemed to have a realization. The young master had not sustained any injuries prior, thus, it must indeed be Miss Chao's blood. It appeared that the assassin had harmed her. "By the way, should we still seek out young Master Gu? Young master, what shall we do about Gu Chamu?" Upon hearing Zhongshi mention Gu Chamu, an inexplicable annoyance washed over him. He felt that the other party should not require his assistance. Soon, he would be able to return to the camp. Sieze waved his hand dismissively, indicating, "No need to concern ourselves. I trust he will find his way back." "Understood." As Zhongshi listened to the young master's words, it seemed he gradually lost interest in Gu Shaoxia. This was a promising development. Uncle Zhong cast a glance at the girl in his arms, filled with gratitude towards her. It seemed her presence had diverted the young master's attention. This was quite beneficial. At the very least, the young master would not be so fixated on Gu Xiaoxiang. Moreover, the young master had explicitly stated that he was to venture out in search of Gu Xiaoxia, yet returned with Miss Qiao instead. What a remarkable twist of fate. Zhongshi found himself secretly amused. Meanwhile, Xie, preparing to depart, regarded Zhongshi, who appeared to be in high spirits. His old face was alight with a grin, prompting Xie to voice his confusion and dissatisfaction. What are you grinning about? Hurry and take her back. Do not let her appear before me again. Oh, yes, yes. Zhongshi mused inwardly. He understood that the young master was being disingenuous, nevertheless, he would not expose his young master. He quickly cradled Miss Qiao and followed the young master out of the thicket. At that moment, Susu leaped down from a nearby tree. Watching the vanishing figures, he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After reflecting, Susu couldn't help but grow curious about the young master of the Xie family. Just which Xie family was this? For the sake of Miss Qiao Qingfeng's future happiness, he needed to ascertain the true nature of this young man. He would have to ponder whether that lad was truly suitable. The middle-aged man, bearing a scarred face, shook his head at his own musings. Matters concerning the younger generation were best left to them to navigate. His sole responsibility was to discreetly safeguard Qiao Wanwan. The young man, having left the sunlight behind, had already returned to his carriage. He stared at the medicinal ointment in his hands, his brow furrowing slightly. Since earlier, he had been enveloped by the woman's distinctive fragrance. Even after her departure, the scent lingered in the very spot she had stood. He felt a deep sense of perplexity. Yet, observing the ointment encased in an exquisite iron box, he seemed to grasp something. The aroma emanated from within the box. This ointment possessed a unique fragrance akin to that of Qiao Wanwan, a faint, delicate floral scent, yet not entirely so. It was difficult to articulate the precise nature of this aroma. It danced around his nostrils, providing an exquisite comfort. Xie extended his slender fingers and gently opened the ornate box. The ointment revealed itself before him, not the usual white but a pink-hued salve. He raised it closer to his nose. This was the scent. He had unwittingly encountered it before on Qiao Wanwan. Perhaps she had used this ointment, leaving behind its fragrance, yet, despite his extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs, he could not identify what this fragrant medicament truly was. Within it, there were numerous medicinal components for treating wounds. In this regard, Qiao Wanwan had not deceived him. It would indeed be beneficial for injuries. However, what was the source of this aroma? If, as Qiao Wanwan claimed, this ointment could expedite wound healing, then the meager herbs he was familiar with would prove useless. Thus, the most crucial ingredient in this concoction remained an enigma. Could it be that Qiao Wanwan, who had once been threatened by him, would truly not deceive him? Was there a possibility that something toxic, of which he had never encountered, lay within? He was not afraid of poison, he merely wished to prevent her from achieving her aims. If he could uncover certain truths, it would reveal whether she had been truthful. In his eyes, sincerity and deception equated to the difference between survival and demise. Hence, he had to ascertain what precisely this formula contained. The man's gaze darkened slightly. A thought crossed his mind. There was indeed someone who could assist him in this inquiry. Zhongshi, the steward assigned to him by his father. Having been by his side for over a decade, Zhongshi's knowledge of medicinal substances far surpassed that of a mere junior. He must have witnessed various spectacles. Perhaps he could shed light on the unknown elements present in this ointment? The man slightly raised his gaze, opening the curtains, and addressed the guards outside. Summon Steward Zhong to my carriage. Yes, young master. Just as Zhongshi returned from his errands, word reached him. Steward Zhong, the young master requests your presence in his carriage. Oh, very well. You may carry on with your tasks, I shall make my way there myself. Understood. Zhongshi felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had the young master, who typically preferred solitude, summoned him this time? He could sense the young master's lingering mistrust towards him. Zhongshi understood the young master's sentiments well. Initially, he had been a mere attendant to the head of the Xie family, having watched the young master grow up. He had also witnessed the young master being tormented by the family, reduced to a mere shell of a person. As a normal person, Zhongshi felt a pang of sympathy each time he witnessed the young master suffering at the hands of the family head, a man who relished in torment. Even the young master's mother, a rare beauty, could not escape the clutches of the Xie family patriarch. The young master had been born merely to fulfill an unfinished mission of his mother. Being born into this family had doomed him to a life of misery, forced to survive under the shadow of the family head. However, everything changed when the young master turned 15. He learned to resist, dragging the legs that had been crippled by the family's cruelty, and escaped from the Xie residence. On his journey, he faced peril, as those aware of his lineage sought to eliminate him entirely. Fortunately, he was saved by Gu Xiaoxia, who had intervened out of a sense of justice. It was after this incident that the head of the Xie family decided to place Zhongshi at the young master's side, partly to keep a watchful eye on him, and partly to relay messages, provide treatment, and deliver medicine. Thus, Zhongshi felt it was only natural for the young master to harbor some reservations about him. The watcher. As a result, he often accompanied the young master, preemptively fulfilling his needs. The young master seldom dispatched others to seek him out. However, this could be seen as a positive development, indicating that the young master now required his assistance. Thus, he was no longer a man of superfluous utility. Chapter 48. The medicine that can heal him. Zhongshi approached the carriage with a cheerful demeanor and a smile, brushing off the dust from his sleeves. He thought to himself, I must not carry even a speck of dust into the young master's pristine carriage. Once satisfied with his appearance, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the side door of the young master's carriage. With utmost respect, he inquired, Young master, how may I assist you? Upon hearing Zhongshi's voice, the occupant of the carriage shifted in his wheelchair. The young man swiftly drew aside the door curtain, revealing Xie, whose beautiful brows arched slightly. Indeed, there is something I would like to ask of you, Steward Zhong. Young master, please do not say such things. You are the master, and it is inappropriate for me to accept any requests from you. Very well. Xiaozhe did not argue further and immediately got to the point, producing a small box of ointment from his bosom and presenting it before Zhongshi. Could you take a look at this for me? It contains a peculiar substance. Do you recognize it? Zhongshi carefully accepted the ointment from the young master's hands and opened it, revealing a pale pink salve that emitted a unique fragrance. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, causing his pupils to widen momentarily. Xiaozhe observed Zhongshi's astonishment with curiosity. What is it? Does this ointment possess some extraordinary quality? Remarkable, simply remarkable, this ointment could prove to be immensely beneficial. Zhongshi exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he praised the salve. Xiaozhe, though somewhat puzzled by Zhongshi's fervent admiration, recognized that the ointment must indeed be extraordinary, perhaps it would be of great use to him. Determined not to let this ointment fall into his father's hands, Xiaozhe swiftly reclaimed the salve he had just handed to Zhongshi. Zhongshi stood momentarily stunned as the young master snatched the salve away. However, he quickly regained his composure and curiously inquired, Young master, where did you acquire this ointment? Xiaozhe tightly grasped the salve, a faint smile gracing his lips, albeit one tinged with artifice. First, you must answer my questions. Of course, young master, please proceed. What is the nature of this ointment? Why were you so astonished? Zhongshi did not conceal the truth, albeit feeling a bit embarrassed. I apologize, young master, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. As for this ointment, you are likely familiar with most of its ingredients. However, one particular component is derived from the blood of a living person. Blood of a living person? Xiaozhe echoed, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Earlier that morning, he had heard Qiao Wanwan mention that this salve was concocted by the leader Qiao Meng for her. The leader, known for his righteousness, would resort to using human blood in his remedies. How utterly astonishing. Intrigued, Xiaozhe urged, please, continue. Zhongshi nodded, memories surfacing in his mind. 20 years ago, a remarkable woman appeared in the martial world. It was said that her blood could cure all ailments. When a village was afflicted by a plague, it was only through the benevolence of this woman and her blood that the remaining villagers survived. This event caused quite a stir not only in the martial world but also within the imperial court. The relationship between the two was fraught with tension, akin to water and fire, with no room for coexistence. Upon learning of the woman's miraculous blood, many from both the court and the martial world sought her out, deploying considerable manpower and resources, yet they were ultimately unsuccessful in finding her. Not even a glimpse of her visage was ever seen. However, some in the martial world remained undeterred in their pursuit, including our own master, who was also searching for this elusive woman. Alas, as Zhongshi spoke, a wistful sigh escaped him. Years later, news spread that the young lady had perished. Since then, her legendary blood has been lost to the world. However, I have heard from my lord that a wealthy merchant in the capital unexpectedly acquired pills made from the blood of this deceased woman. On the night of the announcement for their auction, a family of 10 was brutally robbed and slaughtered by an unknown assailant. Listening to this tale, Xiaozhe was unaware of the details and found it somewhat exaggerated. Yet, he recalled how his father would often utter certain phrases while administering poison to him. Why is your body still so frail? How long must I wait for you to become her? When will my concoctions yield success? Previously, he had not understood his father's intentions. However, now it all seemed clear. His father was exploiting his body to cultivate an immunity to all poisons while simultaneously aiming to instill a medicinal property within him, transforming him into a living reagent. It dawned on him his father wished for him to die while simultaneously desiring him to live, all because of the existence of this legendary healer in the martial world. It seemed his father aspired to mold him into the next person capable of fulfilling his whims. Young master, this ointment contains that woman's blood, which may indeed benefit your health. The poison administered by our master can also be counteracted with it. In this way, you shall no longer need to endure such suffering. Xiaozhe's brows arched in intrigue as he contemplated. Could this ointment truly be of use to his body? Pray tell, where did you acquire this ointment? If our master were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. However, upon hearing Zhongshi mention his father, Xiaozhe's expression darkened slightly. It was evident that the emergence of this ointment posed significant danger. He could not divulge its origins to Zhongshi. Wait, if this ointment could assist in healing his poison wounds, then it could also cleanse the residual toxins within him. He could finally escape the torment inflicted by his father. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes as he vaguely sensed that Qiao Wanwan's father, Qiao Meng, must have some connection to that legendary healer. Otherwise, why would he use the woman's blood to create this ointment? Xiaozhe mused, considering how useful Qiao Wanwan could be to him. He could leverage her to glean information regarding the influence of the reagents within the martial world. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he found himself with yet another compelling reason to spare her life. How fortuitous. Was it merely a coincidence that she had brought him this ointment? Xiaozhe's gaze narrowed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he fixated on the salve in his hand. His enchanting peach blossom eyes glinted like a predator on the hunt, his thoughts consumed by another individual, piqued with interest. Having not heard the young master's musings, Zhongshi regarded him with mild confusion. Young master, is something amiss? Xiaozhe snapped back to reality, the calculating expression on his strikingly beautiful face gradually fading. He raised his gaze to meet Zhongshi's, curiosity lacing his tone as he queried, how can you be so certain that this reagent is derived from that woman? Have you seen it before? Or perhaps tasted it? Caught off guard by the young master's question, Zhongsher found himself momentarily speechless. The excitement he had felt just moments ago gave way to uncertainty. Young master, I have only heard it said that her blood carries a unique fragrance, mysterious and enchanting. Before he could finish, Xiaze interrupted, so you have never seen it? Why yes, I have not seen it, nor have I tasted it. Very well. This ointment was merely acquired from an external source. You need not report this to my father, as you cannot be certain of its origins. Indeed, young master, you are correct. I have overstepped my bounds. Just then, an irate voice erupted from the camp surrounding the carriage. Xiao Wanwan, how dare you sneak back here? Come out at once. Startled, Xiao Wanwan, who had been quietly sipping water inside the carriage, abruptly spat out the life-giving liquid she had just ingested. It's Gu Xiaomu. Chapter 49. Did he design it? Returning to the previous evening, a man wandered through the forest, searching for something. Jiyu Xiaomu, who had initially intended to leave and rejoin his companions, found himself halted midway upon hearing the distant howl of wolves. Memories of the pact he had made with the leader Qiao surged forth, compelling him to retrace his steps in search of Xiao Wanwan. He pondered anxiously, how could she, a frail woman with an injured foot, venture far? Surely, she must still be nearby, lingering in anticipation of his return. Otherwise, had she been snatched away by wolves? The more he considered, the more his unease grew, his countenance darkening with worry. Surely, she couldn't be foolish enough to succumb without a struggle, could she? The absence of her cries for help reassured him that such a fate was unlikely. After lingering at the spot where he had left Xiao Wanwan for an extended period, he scoured the surroundings throughout the night, yet found no trace of her. The night passed uneventfully. It was only with the arrival of dawn that he returned once more to inspect potential hiding places where she might have sought refuge. At last, in a hollow of a slope, he discovered a thread of pale blue fabric caught on a branch. The man crouched down, retrieving the thread with a fierce glare, his jaw clenched tightly, muscles taut with suppressed rage. Observing the flattened grass around him, it was evident that someone had tread upon it. Without a doubt, she had long since exited the forest and returned to the camp. Jiyu Xiaomu felt an unmistakable surge of anger welling within him. How could she have left without so much as a word? She had caused him to waste an entire night searching for her, denying him even a moment's rest, all for this insufferable woman. What a deceitful trickster she was. Clenching the thread in his hand, he unleashed his inner strength, tearing it apart. His eyes blazed with fury as he muttered threats under his breath. He resolved to uncover whether Xiao Wanwan had truly returned. Having left the forest, Gu Xiaomu arrived at the camp just as dawn broke. Approaching the encampment, he was met by Xiaze's men, who respectfully inquired about his well-being. Young Master Gu, you have finally returned. My master has been searching for you. Upon seeing them, Gu Xiaomu's first question was, has Xiao Wanwan returned? The guard hesitated for a moment before nodding. Miss Qiao returned last night. Receiving this confirmation, Gu Xiaomu's expression darkened instantly, his teeth gritting as he muttered, well. Xiao Wanwan, you possess quite the audacity. He fixed his gaze on the nearby carriage, striding purposefully toward it. Those around could easily discern that the recently returned Gu Xiaomu was in a foul mood. At the carriage's entrance, Zhou Xinyue, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, felt a surge of relief upon seeing him safe. Brother Gu, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Yet, the man seemed oblivious to her words, marching forward with an air of indignation. Zhou Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was heading directly toward Xiao Wanwan's carriage. Her earlier joy faded, replaced by dismay. Why was he not seeking her out first, but rather heading straight for Xiao Wanwan? Miss, it appears young Master Gu was quite angry. Should we not go and see? One of her companions suggested. Indeed, we must go, Zhou Xinyue replied, shaking off her sleeves as she and her maid Xiaozui followed him. Before Gu Xiaomu even reached the carriage, his voice erupted with fury. Xiao Wanwan, come out here this instant. Inside, the woman sipping syrup was startled by the bellowing voice. Almost choking on her drink, she coughed. What on earth is happening? Straining to listen, she recognized the voice calling her name. Was it not Gu Xiaomu? Xiao Wanwan, get out here now. His impatience echoed through the air, prompting her to reluctantly part the curtains and step outside. The moment she emerged, clad in a delicate pink dress, she appeared unscathed, her demeanor betraying no signs of injury. Jiyu Xiaomu felt a surge of anger. He had been thoroughly deceived by her the previous night. Seeing Gu Xiaomu's dark expression, Xiao Wanwan, flanked by Zhou Xinyue and others, inquired with a hint of confusion, Brother Gu, you're back, why are you so furious? Humph, and why shouldn't I be? He shot back, his gaze fixated on her innocent face, now filled with disdain as he considered her duplicitous nature. All her displays of vulnerability had merely been an act to elicit his concern and pity. He had witnessed such ploys from Xiao Wanwan before, and his inherent kindness had led him to believe her fabrications. Fueled by anger, he stepped forward, his hands clenched tightly. In a sudden, forceful motion, he pushed her shoulder, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. Ouch! As she landed, her palm scraped against the rough stones, sending a sharp pain coursing through her hand. She could feel warmth trickling from her palm, a clear sign of blood. The surrounding air fell silent, the shock evident, particularly on Zhou Xinyue's face as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Realizing his error, Gu Xiaomu felt a flicker of guilt for having pushed her so hard, yet it was quickly overshadowed by the memory of her deceit. Any trace of remorse vanished entirely. Looking down at her bleeding hand, Xiao Wanwan was filled with indignation. She had never been struck before, not even by her parents in her previous life, nor by her overly indulgent father in this one. The reality of being pushed down by that infuriating man was a stark contrast to her sheltered upbringing. The pain in her palm ignited her fury, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at Gu Xiaomu. Gu Xiaomu, what madness has overtaken you? Have I done anything to provoke you? On what grounds do you strike me? Chapter 50. She was pushed to the ground. The man opposite her appeared momentarily taken aback, observing the woman's eyes, which were brimming with tears yet fiercely defiant. He could not conceal his disdain. When did I strike you? Pushing me to the ground for no reason, does that not qualify as an assault? Gu Xiaomu found himself at a loss for words, muttering softly, I merely nudged you unintentionally. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over it? Although Qiao Wanwan did not catch his murmured words, it was evident that the man felt no remorse for his actions. Such trivialities could hardly quell the storm of emotion she harbored against the entire situation he had orchestrated, leaving her profoundly displeased. The willful and headstrong young lady deserved to be reprimanded, he thought with a cold sneer. Oh, how can you still have the audacity? Why did you return last night without a word? Look at your foot now. It appears you were hardly injured. Everything that transpired last night was merely your manipulation, was it not? Do you have any idea how your obstinacy caused me to waste an entire night searching for you, worrying about your well-being? That shove earlier was merely a lesson for you to reflect upon your own faults. What was this? Had Gu Xiaomu not walked away alone the previous night, even if he hadn't, what difference did it make? By the time he came looking for her, it would have been too late. Qiao Wanwan glared at him defiantly, asserting, I did not plot against you out of boredom. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. You still dare to lie? Do you think I would believe your fabrications and absolve you of your reckless behavior? Let me tell you, from this moment forward, I, Gu Xiaomu, shall never trust your words again. Believe it or not, I am too weary to explain myself to you. Engaging in lengthy explanations would only make him feel he was being evasive. He believed Xiao Wanwan to be a woman who only acknowledged her own imagination, relentlessly blaming her. Look at this, is this how you respond when you've done something wrong? You are utterly oblivious to what is happening outside, aren't you? Xiaozhe, who was unaware of the events unfolding, only heard the message conveyed by Zhongshi, young master, Gu Xiaoxia has returned. Push me out, he instructed. Yes, sir. As Xiaozhe's wheelchair was pushed outside, he witnessed a dramatic scene unfolding in the distance. Xiao Wanwan sat on the ground, glaring furiously at the man before her. Behind him, a group of onlookers stood, showing no inclination to assist her, as if she were being ostracized and bullied by all. The brightness in her almond-shaped eyes was clouded with tears, reflecting a poignant sorrow that tugged at Xiaozhe's heart. He frowned slightly, puzzled by the situation. What on earth happened? Let us go and see. Yes, sir. Zhou Xianyu, who stood behind Gu Xiaomu and had likely grasped the situation, stepped forward and advised Xiao Wanwan, who was lying on the ground, Sister Wanwan, you have erred, and this is your fault. Gugu has spent the entire night searching for you. Whether you lied or not is no longer relevant. Just look at how furious Gugu is. You should admit your mistake and sincerely apologize. I believe he will certainly forgive you. Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. I did not return alone last night. You know I fainted and was brought back by someone else. Why do you continue to blame me and force me to acknowledge this baseless error? Zhou Xianyu cast a furtive glance at Gu Xiaomu and, upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's explanation, her expression darkened further. You're being unreasonable. Thus, she continued to support Gu Xiaomu, urging Xiao Wanwan, look at how worried Gugu was for you last night. You wasted his time and energy. You ought to be grateful and offer him a proper apology. It's acceptable for a girl to suffer a little. As Zhou Xianyu concluded her statement in an increasingly hushed tone, Xiao Wanwan felt exasperated by the incessant admonishments. Then let us not bother at all. You truly never learn, she scoffed. Just then, the sound of Xiaozhe's wheelchair approached, causing Xiao Wanwan's expression to stiffen. She slowly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. She could not bear the thought of Xiaozhe witnessing her current plight. Wouldn't the antagonist revel in her humiliation? How utterly disgraceful, the man observed her as she faced criticism, head bowed, cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, projecting a pitiful demeanor that she dared not show him. He could sense her profound sense of injustice, which stirred a peculiar discomfort among those who watched her. Frowning slightly, he turned to Gu Xiaomu, inquiring, Gu Xiaoxia, what has transpired? Upon hearing Xiaozhe's voice, Gu Xiaomu ceased his furious glare at Xiao Wanwan. Sighing in exasperation, he replied, Xia, it's best if you do not get involved. Wanwan has made a mistake, and we are merely trying to reason with her. Oh, from the way you describe it, to outsiders, Xiao Wanwan seems like a child who has committed an egregious error and is now facing adult reprimands. But is it truly so? Xiaozhe found it hard to believe. Although this woman often found herself in trouble, it seemed implausible that she had committed any grave offense deserving such public shaming, especially when she had only just recovered from an illness. He couldn't help but wonder if there was a misunderstanding on Gu Xiaomu's part. Casting a glance at the woman on the ground, he wore a disinterested smile and curiously asked, what grave error has she committed to provoke such anger from Gu Xiaoxia? Might I inquire? Gu Xiaomu, observing Xiaozhe's curiosity, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 51. A great misunderstanding. Gu Xiaomu embellished the events of the previous night with a touch of exaggeration. Last night, I rushed to her aid, and we both tumbled down a slope, yet she threw a tantrum, deceiving me into believing she was injured, urging me to seek help for her. When I returned, however, she had vanished without a trace, leaving me to fret over her whereabouts throughout the night. Little did I know, she had already returned to the camp, comfortably resting in the carriage. Is this not excessive? She was unscathed yet failed to inform me of her return. As a wanderer in this world, I hold time in the highest regard. Not only did she squander my time, but she also wasted my energy. Truly, she has become so accustomed to her whims that it is imperative I take it upon myself to guide her on her father's behalf, otherwise, if she continues in such a reckless manner, who knows when our party shall reach in Chi City. Zhongshi, upon hearing Gu Chaomu's account, felt a flicker of disdain within him. Is this truly the cause of such thunderous wrath, to push a woman to the ground? Does this reflect the conduct of a chivalrous man? It seems rather that Gu Chaomu was being unduly petty. Moreover, the events he recounted were fabrications. The reality is that the woman on the ground was innocent. When the young master had carried her back the previous night, she was already in a deep unconsciousness, devoid of awareness. How could she have found the opportunity to notify him of her return? Zhongshi gazed at the frail and helpless Qiao Wanwan, who at that moment had her head slightly bowed. Her delicate visage was tinged with a faint blush, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as if about to burst into sobs. She bit her crimson lip, appearing pitiful. What man could witness such a sight and not feel a pang of compassion? Zhongshi wished to step forward and clarify the misunderstanding, but then hesitated, glancing at his master. His master merely furrowed his brow slightly, offering no indication of discontent. Encouraged by this, Zhongshi boldly interjected, addressing Gu Chaomu. Gu Xiaoxia, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Gu Chaomu listened to Zhongshi's words with a perplexed expression. Zhongshi shook his head and continued, Gu Xiaoxia, you have misjudged Miss Qiao. I found her in the woods last night, and by the time I encountered her, she was already unconscious, lacking any awareness. Her feet bore injuries, and I felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Therefore, I brought her back, unaware that you were searching for her. Thus, this incident cannot be considered Miss Qiao's fault. In truth, it is my oversight for not having someone remain at the scene to inform you of her return. Oh no, I would never dare to blame Zhong Guanjia. Gu Chaomu's expression darkened at Zhongshi's explanation. Could it be true? Had he truly misjudged Qiao Wanwan? Once Zhongshi finished speaking, he cast a furtive glance at his master, who remained as composed as ever, betraying no dissatisfaction regarding the assistance he had rendered to Qiao Wanwan. Zhongshi understood that his master was likely now aligned with Miss Qiao. Taking the initiative, he approached and gently helped the woman on the ground to her feet, expressing concern. Miss Qiao, you have injuries. How can you sit on the ground? Allow me to assist you. At this display of care, Qiao Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over, yet she managed to suppress them, grateful that she did not break down in front of everyone. She marveled at Zhong Guanjia's kindness. Not only had he rescued her the previous night, but now he was also intervening to extricate her from the misunderstanding with the male protagonist. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you, Zhong Guanjia. Not at all, Miss Qiao, Zhongshi replied. Xiaze, observing the situation unfold, wore a somewhat ambiguous expression, his gaze dimmed as he silently observed. Just then, Chen Xia returned and saw Zhongshi helping her lady. She hurried forward, taking Zhongshi's place, and anxiously inquired, Miss, what has happened to you? I'm fine, Qiao Wanwan began, but was abruptly interrupted by Gu Chaomu, who warned, since Zhong Guanjia has said as much, it is indeed my misunderstanding. However, you must remember, Wanwan, there cannot be a second occurrence, otherwise, I shall not come to your rescue again. You are not always fortunate enough to encounter someone as benevolent as Zhong Guanjia. Qiao Wanwan felt exasperated. This insufferable man, having misjudged her, not only failed to apologize but continued to berate her. I am well aware of that, and I kindly ask Gu Xiaoxia not to target me in the future. The man's ears pricked at her change in address, indicating her unwillingness to concede. Feeling a slight crack in his defenses, he retorted, I am a man of honor, how could I possibly target a frail woman? Do not slander me. Whether it is slander or not, all present can see clearly. Gu Chaomu, sensing the collective gaze of agreement directed at Qiao Wanwan, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His expression darkened, and he hesitated, uncertainty creeping into his demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianyu, observing Qiao Wanwan's misunderstanding of Gu Chaomu, quickly interjected with a smile. Sister Wanwan, Gu de Gu acted out of concern for you, which prompted his actions. You should make an effort to understand him. Qiao Wanwan pursed her lips, her heart filled with disdain. What a perfect pair, like a dragon and a phoenix, destined for each other. She huffed dismissively and chose not to expend any further breath on them. Gu Chaomu regarded the current Qiao Wanwan, noticing that the affection she once held for him had vanished entirely, replaced by a palpable disdain. After months of her adoration, witnessing such a change in her expression left him feeling inexplicably hollowed. It was as if Qiao Wanwan were gradually slipping from his grasp, evading his understanding. She resembled a fish, once lively within his net, now wriggling free from his control, yet, he remained convinced that he had committed no wrongdoing. Everything he did was for Qiao Wanwan's benefit. Her father had entrusted her to him, and it was only right that he take it upon himself to guide her. While his heart felt empty, his confidence remained unshaken. Gazing at the irate woman before him, he silently hoped she would recognize his intentions and mature quickly, understanding that all he did was for her sake, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. Meanwhile, Chen Xia, who had not been present during their exchange, stood bewildered by their dialogue, completely unaware of the preceding events. However, she could clearly sense Gu Xiaoxia's predatory gaze fixated on her lady. Taking a step forward, she placed herself between them, shielding her mistress and glaring back at Gu Chaomu. Realizing the fault lay with him, Gu Chaomu refrained from meeting their eyes. After a prolonged silence, Xiaze finally clapped his hands, breaking the tension. Alright, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us hasten our journey. We must reach the town by tonight to rest for 2 days and replenish our supplies. The group nodded in agreement. Then let us prepare. Very well. Before departing, Gu Chaomu cast one last glance at Qiao Wanwan, his expression devoid of warmth. Zhou Xianyu followed closely behind him as they left. However, Xia Zhe and his servant lingered, their attention suddenly drawn to Xiaowan Wan. As she prepared to leave, Xiaowan Wan caught a glimpse of the enigmatic gaze directed her way, her heart sinking. She thought to herself, with my current behavior towards the male protagonist, surely Xia Zhe's fondness for me will plummet, right? No, I haven't even had a chance to enhance my rapport with him. Am I now destined to accrue nothing but negative points? If so, my future will be even bleaker. Chapter 52. Her unique abilities. Xiaowan Wan wore a face of despair, while Chuanxia beside her remained oblivious to her thoughts. She gently reminded, Miss, shall we board the carriage? All right. As they settled into the carriage, Chuanxia innocently inquired, Miss, why were you being supported by Butler Zhang just now? Did you injure yourself again? Oh. Indeed, I was hurt. Xiaowan Wan suddenly recalled that she had injured her palm earlier. She lifted her hand, extending it towards Chuanxia. However, to her astonishment, aside from a smattering of dust, there were no other marks. How perplexing. Chuanxia, observing the outstretched hand, appeared slightly bewildered, mistakenly assuming that her mistress needed assistance in cleaning her hand. She promptly retrieved a handkerchief and began to wipe it clean. Miss, is your hand dirty? Chuanxia asked while tending to her. Xiaowan Wan blinked, gazing at her palm, her confusion deepening. Why was there no wound? She examined her hands, which Chuanxia had cleaned, and found no sensation of pain whatsoever. The injury she had sustained earlier had vanished without a trace. How could this be? It was inconceivable for a wound to heal so rapidly. Even if it were to form a scab quickly, it would surely leave a scar. Yet now, her hand appeared as though nothing had transpired. Surely, her memory could not be faulty. Reflecting on her earlier fall, Xiaowan Wan recalled that blood had smeared her sleeve. Following that memory, she glanced at her clothing and, indeed, found the evidence of blood, confirming that she had indeed been injured. Yet, within mere minutes, it had healed. She hadn't even applied the healing ointment, so how could the wound mend so swiftly? This could not be mere coincidence. Suddenly, she remembered that ever since her arrival in this world, she had been injured repeatedly, yet each time, she inexplicably found herself fully healed by the following day. She had always believed it was the ointment that worked wonders, but witnessing the current situation, her conviction wavered. As she pondered, Chuanxia's voice broke through her thoughts. Miss, I shall step outside to see how preparations are going. Oh, do hurry. Watching her maid depart the carriage, Xiaowan Wan found herself grappling with a lingering question. Suddenly, a thought sparked in her mind, and her eyes lit up. She retrieved a dagger from the package Chuanxia had arranged. Swiftly opening it, the blade gleamed, reflecting light directly into her eyes. A bold hypothesis took root in her mind. Could it be that her bodily wounds truly healed at an extraordinary pace? With the dagger firmly in hand, she glanced once more at her palm, swallowing hard. Fearfully, she shut her eyes and brought the blade down. Just as the sharp edge was about to make contact with her palm, it halted unexpectedly. Xiaowan Wan slightly opened her eyes, relieved at her sudden reprieve from reckless action. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such self-inflicted torment. Yet, even as she thought this, the dagger remained poised in her grip, gently grazing her finger. She reassured herself a small wound would suffice to prove everything. With a delicate touch, she let the blade glide across her fingertip, soon revealing a slender line of blood. Perfect, this will do. She hastily concealed the dagger. The ensuing moments were spent fixating her large, almond-shaped eyes on the minuscule wound upon her finger. Remarkably, within less than a minute, the injury visibly began to heal before her eyes. Xiaowan Wan was left astounded by this strange occurrence, her eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? Her body could truly mend wounds so rapidly. Thank goodness, could this be a special ability possessed by those who traverse realms? Did this mean that as long as she remained alive, her wounds would heal swiftly? A surge of excitement coursed through her. However, considering the boundless possibilities of this martial world, perhaps this was not solely her unique skill. She needed to inquire further with Chuanxia to grasp the realities of this realm. Just as she contemplated this, Chuanxia returned to the carriage, only to be met with the unsettlingly eager gaze of her mistress. It sent shivers down her spine. Miss, what troubles you? I wish to ask you something. Are there individuals in this world who can heal their wounds within mere moments without treatment? Miss, are you indulging in fanciful thoughts? How could such people possibly exist? Surely, you must have been misled by someone's tall tales. Even those with internal energy cannot achieve such feats. Internal energy? Xiaowan Wan echoed. Indeed, every martial artist possesses a degree of internal energy. Even young Master Gu has it, which is why his likeness still appears so ethereal. Ah, I see. Xiaowan Wan nodded in understanding. So, in this world, there truly were no individuals with self-healing abilities. Receiving confirmation filled her heart with joy. Did this mean that she alone possessed such an extraordinary capability? This was akin to her own golden finger. How marvelous, this was a secret she must safeguard from everyone. Henceforth, she would no longer fear the villains of this world. As for the male lead, she felt liberated from her previous trepidations. As long as she did not court disaster, the antagonists would not strike her down in a single blow. A little pain was of no consequence. Xiaowan Wan nodded to herself, her face radiating with glee, entirely shedding the earlier expression of grievance. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's sudden exuberance, felt a mix of curiosity and concern. What wild notions was her mistress entertaining? Would she develop a delusional disorder? Chuanxia genuinely worried about how she would explain this to the leader when the time came. As she considered Xiaowan Wan's newfound understanding of internal energy, Chuanxia mused in this martial world, there were indeed many with such abilities. If her mistress, a delicate maiden, roamed the realm alone, the danger would inevitably escalate. It was for this reason that they relied on young Master Gu during their travels. Of course, as long as they acted discreetly, all would remain well. Yet, gazing at her enchanting mistress, Chuanxia lamented that maintaining a low profile was becoming increasingly difficult. The rumbling of the carriage wheels broke through the hustle and bustle of the town streets, mingling with the vendors' cries of buns, buns, which drowned out the sound of their transport. Xiao Wanwan slightly parted the curtains, inhaling the fresh air, and caught sight of a throng of townsfolk gathered ahead. Officials clad in uniforms were affixing several white sheets of paper with bold black lettering onto a neatly arranged bulletin board, one of which bore a large likeness of a man. The depicted figure possessed shifty eyes, with long, narrow slits for pupils and a mustache resembling a crescent moon. A conspicuous large black mole adorned the center of his face, which was whimsically illustrated with a few strands of hair. Xiao Wanwan regarded the image, reminded of the antagonists from animated tales, and found it utterly amusing. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Chuanxia, intrigued, leaned out to inquire, "Miss, what is it? Have you seen something amusing? Look over there, the drawing the officials have posted. Doesn't that man look ridiculous? Can such a person truly exist?" Chuanxia followed her mistress's gaze and caught sight of the announcement, which prominently displayed the words flower thief. She elaborated, "It appears he is a notorious flower thief in this town. The notice claims he is a man of the martial world, skilled in combat and adept with poisons." Chuanxia's voice turned indignant as she continued, "He has already targeted 10 young women in this town, and it is likely that most of his attempts have been successful. The authorities are utterly incompetent, having failed to apprehend him, allowing him to continue his heinous acts against innocent girls. It is truly despicable." Xiao Wanwan, who had initially found humor in the image, was now filled with righteous anger. How could he prey upon young women so shamelessly? Such a villain did not deserve to live. If they could not kill him, he should at least be captured and mutilated. Indeed. Both mistress and maid felt a surge of indignation for the young women of the town. Chapter 53. The gradually unraveling piggy bank. The group arrived at their intended resting place in the quaint town, the Yuelai, and within the inn, Zhongshi addressed the guards of the Xia family, saying, "We shall reside here for the next couple of days. Please ensure that you prepare adequately for our journey in the morning." "Understood," came the reply. After arranging everything, he took the room number for a superior accommodation and approached the young master who was resting at a nearby table. "Young master, everything is arranged. Shall we depart?" "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Gu Xiaomu nodded at Zhou Xianyu, who was seated at the same table. As they watched Xiaze exit their line of sight, Chunxia, who had been delayed in checking in, finally approached with the room number, handing it to Gu Xiaomu with a smile. "Young hero Gu, here is your room number. Please enjoy your stay." Following her mistress's previous instructions, Chunxia had assigned Gu Xiaomu a standard room, while her mistress occupied the superior one. Hence, Chunxia returned with the sign for the ordinary room, which Gu Xiaomu noted was merely a plain wooden board, lacking the intricate carvings that adorned the plaque of the luxurious room he had previously occupied. It was evident at a glance that this was an ordinary room, causing him to momentarily lapse into thought. Casting a glance at the adjacent table, he noticed Xiao Wanwan, who was completely ignoring him. Understanding that she was upset, he felt his own accommodations had become exceedingly meager. Indeed, when wealth lay in the hands of others, they could easily manipulate him. If he were to gain possession of all of Xiao Wanwan's riches in the future, he would ensure she experienced the full extent of the humiliation he had endured at her hands. For now, he could only silently endure. A dark cloud shadowed Gu Xiaomu's countenance, yet he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction as he accepted the room number from Chunxia. Having completed her task, Chunxia returned to her mistress's side, oblivious to Gu Xiaomu's increasingly grim expression. This only served to heighten his discontent. Now even a maid seemed to have turned against him? He inwardly cursed, reflecting on the adage that a tyrannical master breeds equally tyrannical servants. Suddenly, a petite hand appeared before him, holding a cup of fragrant tea. Following the arm's owner, he beheld Zhou Xianyu, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she gently inquired, "Brother Gu, where will you be staying tonight?" "I shall merely find a place to rest," he replied casually. Upon noticing the wooden sign in his hand, Zhou Xianyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence, Brother Gu, you are staying here as well. I am in the room next to yours." Gu Xiaomu's eyes brightened at the revelation that she too occupied a standard room. "Really?" "Indeed," Zhou Xianyu affirmed with a smile, gesturing to her maid, who produced a room number that was adjacent to his. "For a man of my stature, staying in an ordinary room is quite trivial. But how is it that a young lady of such high esteem is also residing here? Shouldn't you be more discreet while traveling?" Zhou Xianyu believed that having stepped into the world of martial arts, she ought to embody the same fearlessness as Gu Xiaomu. "Staying anywhere is still staying, and it allows me to save some funds for unforeseen circumstances." Indeed, Gu Xiaomu nodded in approval. Zhou Xianyu's perspective was commendable. As a young lady of wealth, her awareness surpassed that of the disdainful Xiao Wanwan. While Zhou Xianyu smiled warmly, inwardly she grappled with confusion. Why did Gu Xiaomu constantly compare her to that other woman? What warranted such comparisons? She had done nothing to merit it. Did she not deserve better? A wave of irritation washed over her as she subtly questioned whether it was worth it to have secretly booked an additional ordinary room to accompany Gu Xiaomu. She realized her disdain for Xiao Wanwan lingered, even though she had not actively sought to claim Gu Xiaomu's affections. At the neighboring table, Xiao Wanwan listened intently to the exchange between the two protagonists. Zhou Xianyu was willing to share an ordinary room for the sake of the male lead. She inwardly applauded such self-sacrifice, marveling at the extent of her dedication. Yet, it was merely her own self-indulgence. Why would one choose to suffer alongside a poor man when one could enjoy better accommodations? As she mocked Zhou Xianyu in her thoughts, an unexpected chill enveloped her, emanating from the neighboring table. The sensation raised goosebumps on her skin. Chunxia, however, remained oblivious to her mistress's discomfort, suggesting, "Miss, everything is arranged, shall we return to our room to rest?" "Yes, let us go," Xiao Wanwan replied hastily, eager to avoid becoming a third wheel in the budding romance. In the blink of an eye, half a month had ascended into the inky sky. Chunxia was busy preparing the bed for her mistress, who, as a young lady of privilege, was accustomed to having others attend to her needs. She lounged comfortably at the vanity, having shed several layers of outer garments, clad only in a white undergarment, ready to retire for the night. As she gazed into the copper mirror, she slowly removed the silver hairpin she had worn throughout the day, feeling drowsy. She stifled a yawn, covering her lips. "Miss, are you feeling tired?" Chunxia queried with a smile. "Yes, a little," Xiao Wanwan admitted. Chunxia swiftly finished making the bed and urged her mistress to wait a moment. "All right," Xiao Wanwan replied, unhurried, smiling at her maid while internally lamenting how pleasant such leisurely days were. If only I were back at the leader's residence, protected by a doting father, how much better that would be. Sigh, when will I return? She rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the distant rooftops, vanishing into the moonlight. Xiao Wanwan blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Where had that shadow gone? She could only reassure herself that it was merely a trick of her imagination, perhaps a remnant of her earlier frustration with Gu Xiaomu. "Miss, the bed is ready. Please lie down, I will fetch some tea in case you need it later." "Very well, it is getting late. Be cautious and return swiftly." "Yes, Mississippi." Chunxia beamed at her mistress's concern as she opened the door, the hinges creaking softly as she stepped out. Xiao Wanwan sank into the soft, spacious bed of her superior room, burying her head in the plush covers, feeling utterly comfortable. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the doorway. A loud thud echoed, akin to something heavy hitting the floor outside the door. What was that sound? Xiao Wanwan sat bolt upright, peering toward the door. She saw a distinct black silhouette cast upon it, seemingly bending down to retrieve something. A rustling noise emanated from the floor. "Is Chunxia back?" she muttered softly, but the figure appeared too robust. Pausing, she felt a twinge of doubt gripping her blanket tightly. She heard the sound of the neighboring door creaking open. Hadn't Chunxia mentioned that the next room was unoccupied? Wait, she recalled Chunxia mentioning that Zhou Xianyu's maid had also secured the adjacent room, although she claimed it was an ordinary one. It should have been empty. Perhaps it was Chunxia passing by? Let me take a look, she decided, rising from her bed. She slipped on her shoes and hastily donned her outer garments before cautiously opening her door, glancing around. No one was in sight. Chunxia was absent as well, who had just passed by, listening intently. Xiao Wanwan's senses heightened in the darkness. Strange noises emanated from the neighboring room, triggering memories of horror films. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, but she quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? This is a martial arts world, not a realm of supernatural tales. Surely, it wouldn't tee her to check, would it? Curiosity compelled her as she stepped gingerly through her door. The narrow corridor before her was dimly lit by a few yellow lanterns, the rest cloaked in darkness. Creak, creak. The soft sound of her embroidered shoes echoed against the wooden floorboards. As she passed the neighboring room, she noticed the door ajar, a faint sound emanating from within the inky abyss. Xiao Wanwan's breath quivered, a sense of trepidation settling in her heart, yet curiosity gnawed at her. Could it be that Miss Zhou found the ordinary room uncomfortable and had returned? But why was there no light? With her mind racing, she cautiously approached the half-open door. Peering inside, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock as she beheld Zhou Xianyu, but her heart raced as she realized that Zhou Xianyu was being dragged into the darkness by a man grasping her wrist. Chapter 54 of The Flower Thief. What is happening? Zhou Xinyue appears to be in a state of unconsciousness, utterly unresponsive to her surroundings. Xiao Wanwan's heart races wildly. She gazes intently at the man before her, striving to discern his features. Who could he possibly be to treat Miss Zhou in such a manner? Just then, as the man passes by the window, the soft glow of the moonlight illuminates his face. His eyes are shifty, his mustache unkempt, and a dark mole mars his cheek. Xiao Wanwan's heart momentarily halts. This man's visage unmistakably aligns with the portrait of the flower thief she had seen that morning. This is dire. It truly is the notorious flower thief. Is Zhou Xinyue about to be victimized? No, she must swiftly seek out Gu Xiaomu for assistance. As soon as this thought crosses her mind, her feet remain frozen in place. She observes the man across from her momentarily halt, as if sensing something. His narrow eyes lift to meet hers. It is evident that he has noticed her. His mustache twitches with an insidious grin. Xiao Wanwan's heart sinks, her complexion pales. This is terrible. She has been discovered. She must flee, since her presence has already been noted. Xiao Wanwan abandons caution and sprints away. Behind her, a middle-aged man's lecherous voice echoes, "Hee hee, little beauty, where do you think you're running to?" Just the sound of his voice sends chills down her spine. She dashes down the corridor, desperately seeking a regular guest room to find Gu Xiaomu. However, unbeknownst to her, the shadow behind her leaps effortlessly onto the roof, engaging in a race against time with Xiao Wanwan. In an instant, he appears right before her. With a sudden halt, Xiao Wanwan realizes that this path is blocked, forcing her to retreat. She strides back, not daring to relax her pace. Breathless and frantic, she races down the corridor, knocking on doors as she passes. Is anyone there? Help, there is a flower thief here. Yet, for reasons unknown, there is no response from within. The flower thief, hearing her cries, becomes particularly exhilarated. Ah, little beauty, the people around here are already snoring like dead pigs. Your shouts are futile. Since you've interrupted my endeavor, you shall pay the price. Why not stop and entertain me for a while? Dream on. Xiao Wanwan thinks indignantly. Ugh, how repulsive. Listening to the vile words of the pursuer behind her makes her stomach churn. Regrettably, she cannot afford to stop and retch. She must keep running. Ahead, she spots a corner, her heart igniting with hope that she may elude her pursuer and find someone to assist her. The flower thief, observing that he is closing in on her, reaches out to grasp her. Yet, just as she makes a sudden turn to the right, she narrowly escapes his grasp. Not a single strand of her hair caught. The flower thief halts, cursing under his breath. Damn! This little beauty runs as swiftly as a rabbit. I refuse to believe that a weak woman without martial arts skills can outpace me. With determination gleaming in his eyes, he propels himself forward, vanishing from sight. The sound of her frantic footsteps reverberates in the corridor, yet despite the commotion, not a single person stirs. Xiao Wanwan is increasingly anxious. Her flowing hair dances chaotically in the wind, enhancing her disheveled beauty. As she continues her desperate sprint, beads of sweat trickle down her forehead, splattering onto the wooden floor like blooming lotus flowers. Is anyone there? She cries, panting heavily, unsure if she has lost her way or if some supernatural force is at play. The corridor seems interminable, as if she has been running for ages without an escape. Little beauty, you must be tired. Don't run, take a break. I can give you a delightful massage, he taunts, his laughter echoing ominously. Massage my foot. Xiao Wanwan grits her teeth, having just rounded another corner, her strength waning as the pursuer draws closer. In her mind, she screams, what to do? Should I confront him directly? As long as I survive, it'll be fine. But no, this is a flower thief, skilled in the use of sedatives. If I perish before I even have a chance, that would be disastrous. As she laments inwardly, suddenly, she hears a familiar whirring sound. She pauses, recognizing it as the sound of Xiaze's wheelchair. Her eyes light up as she turns to see Xiaze and his attendant, Zhongshi, making their way down the corridor, oblivious to the chaos behind them. Don't leave! Xiao Wanwan calls out, her breath ragged, her throat aching. Xiaze! Before she can utter his name fully, a large hand clamps over her mouth while another binds her tightly, rendering her unable to move, forcing muffled sounds from her lips. Her pupils dilate in horror. This is bad, she has been captured. The flower thief's lewd laughter fills her ears. He, I finally have you. Show, little beauty, be quiet, we don't want to be discovered. Xiao Wanwan watches helplessly as the figure before her prepares to leave, her heart plummeting. Just then, Xiaze, not far ahead, seems to sense something amiss. His keen ears catch not only the whir of his wheelchair but also the commotion behind him. His gaze sharpens, and with a swift motion, he slams his hand down on the armrest of the wheelchair. Silver needles, concealed within, shoot forth, propelled by his inner strength, slicing through the air as he flicks his wrist. The myriad silver needles whiz past Zhongshi, who pushes the wheelchair, heading in the opposite direction. The sound of the needles slicing through the air is deafening. Realizing the imminent danger, the flower thief hastily shoves Xiao Wanwan aside in a desperate attempt to shield himself freed from his grasp. Xiao Wanwan instinctively ducks, her survival instincts kicking in. The barrage of silver needles strikes the wooden pillars nearby, embedding themselves with chilling precision. Recognizing that he has been detected by a martial artist, the flower thief hastily retreats, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Wanwan, clutching her head, can no longer hear the taunts of her pursuer. Relief washes over her, and she collapses onto the ground. Miss Xiao, what are you doing here? Chapter 55. Mind your own business. Zhongshi, having just witnessed the young master's sudden action, felt a pang of confusion. Turning his head, he noticed Xiao Wanwan collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, the young master's silver needles had not harmed Miss Xiao. Upon hearing Zhongshi's genuine voice, Xiao Wanwan's heart swelled with joy. She hastily propped herself up, her body slightly weak, and rushed towards them, anxiously exclaiming, "You must hurry and rescue Zhou Xinyue. She has been knocked unconscious by a flower thief and is currently in the room next to mine. Please, go save her." Such a thing had actually occurred. Zhongshi furrowed his brow slightly, seeking counsel from the silent Xiaze, who sat in his wheelchair. "Young master, please go." "Understood, Miss Xiao, do not fret, Zhongshi will check immediately." "All right, follow me." Xiao Wanwan led the way, guiding them to the superior guest room, with Zhongshi and Xiaze trailing behind. The door to Xiao Wanwan's adjacent room, which had previously been half open, was now firmly shut. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she repeatedly cautioned them that she did not dare to approach. "It is right here. Very well, I shall take a look. Please wait outside, Miss Xiao and young master." "Okay." Without hesitation, Zhongshi forcefully pushed the door open, only to find the room devoid of any presence, let alone Zhou Xinyue. What is happening? Did Miss Xiao truly see Miss Zhou here? Yes, I am quite certain. Not a note of worry lingered in Xiao Wanwan's heart as she pondered, could Zhou Xinyue have been abducted by the flower thief? Zhongshi felt a flicker of doubt, questioning whether Miss Xiao had misjudged the situation, as he had searched thoroughly and found no trace of the flower thief's presence in this room. Yet, he understood that the young girl would never deceive him. Xiaze, observing silently from the side, remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. In an effort to clarify the facts, Zhongshi proposed, "How about we all proceed to Miss Zhou's room and investigate?" "You are right." Xiao Wanwan nodded in agreement. The trio approached an ordinary guest room, yet before they could knock, Gu Zhamu from the adjacent room heard their commotion and stepped out to investigate. "What brings you here, young hero Gu?" "We are in search of Miss Zhou. Xinyue should be asleep. I just checked on her, and her maid confirmed that she has already retired for the night." Xiao Wanwan, perplexed, remarked, "Asleep? How could that be? I clearly saw her in the room next door." Gu Zhamu, hearing Xiao Wanwan's unusual claims, began to suspect she was hallucinating. "Wanwan, do consider the time. Stop causing a ruckus and go to bed." "I am not causing a ruckus. I saw with my own eyes that Zhou Xinyue was struck unconscious." Just as Xiao Wanwan finished speaking, the door creaked open. Inside, Xiao Chui looked at the gathered individuals with confusion. Why are you all standing here instead of returning to your rooms? Gu Zhamu, clearly disbelieving Qiao Wanwan's words, turned to Xiao Chui. Where is your young lady? My young lady has already gone to bed, and you say there is no fuss. Qiao Wanwan, must you disturb everyone's peace so? I truly did see the flower thief knock Zhou Xinyue out. She was in the room next door. Upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's words, Xiao Chui suddenly appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Qiao Wanwan discerned her anxiety and was convinced she was lying. Perhaps her mistress was not even in the room. As a fellow woman, she felt compelled to ascertain Zhou Xinyue's well-being. However, Gu Zhamu, hearing her claims, became even more convinced that Qiao Wanwan was merely causing trouble. Zhou Xinyue had promised to sleep in the ordinary guest room. How could she possibly be near the superior guest room? He could not entertain the notion that a flower thief had struck her down, as he trusted the kind-hearted Zhou Xinyue would never deceive him. Only this willful Qiao Wanwan seemed to be spinning tales. If you don't believe me, summon your young lady and ask her. That will clarify everything. Qiao Wanwan thought to herself that she must see Zhou Xinyue today, or she would be restless. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from behind Xiao Chui, who was seeking me, but Qiao Wanwan froze. It seemed she really was inside as Zhou Xinyue stepped out of the room, locking eyes with Qiao Wanwan, her gaze sharp. You aren't hurt, are you? I have been in my room the entire time. What could possibly have happened? Sister Wanwan, she forced a smile, her eyes glinting with a warning. Qiao Wanwan understood her implication. It appeared that Zhou Xinyue did not wish for others to know what had transpired earlier. She acknowledged that she had meddled and shouldn't concern herself with others' lives and deaths, as they did not require her worry. Observing silently, Xieze could read the expressions shared between them. He knew Qiao Wanwan was not lying, for he too had sensed another's presence earlier, prompting him to use his hidden weapon. Thus, he did not need to explain to Qiao Wanwan. However, it struck him as peculiar that this woman, who was ostensibly a rival, would harbor concern for Zhou Xinyue. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Zhou Xinyue regarded Qiao Wanwan with disdain, reflecting on how uncomfortable it had been to sleep in such a mundane guest room, drafty and with an unyielding bed. As a young lady of high status, how could she possibly acclimate to such conditions? Thus, she had instructed Xiao Chui to remain on guard while she stealthily sought out a more comfortable superior room to rest in. Who would have thought she would be knocked unconscious along the way, losing consciousness? Upon gradually regaining awareness, she found herself back in her room, fearful of being discovered by Gu Zhamu, and hastily returned to the ordinary guest room just as Qiao Wanwan arrived. The idea that she had been struck down by a flower thief was entirely foreign to her. Zhou Xinyue had always believed herself fortunate. How could any misfortune befall her? Nevertheless, this incident had deterred her from venturing out alone again. She now blamed Xiao Wanwan for being meddlesome, nearly exposing her in front of Gu Zhamu. Thankfully, Gu Zhamu did not believe her, and she dismissively ordered them away. Since there is nothing amiss, you should return to your rooms and rest. It is getting late. Gu Zhamu, witnessing Qiao Wanwan's embarrassment at being exposed by Zhou Xinyue, feigned concern and remarked, Wanwan, it's best you return. Stop causing a scene. Be good. Alright. Qiao Wanwan managed a strained smile at the lying Zhou Xinyue and replied, I admit, I was meddling. Good night. Xieze's guard summoned Chuanxia to bring tea, who hurried over upon seeing her mistress. She gently supported her. Mississippi, there is no need for assistance, Chuanxia. Qiao Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. Since Zhou Xinyue wished to keep things hidden, she felt embarrassed to press further. Turning to leave, Zhongxia timely spoke up, cautioning her, Miss Qiao, should there truly be a flower thief, he has seen your face and will not spare you. Therefore, please ensure your doors and windows are securely fastened at night, and remain indoors. Qiao Wanwan, hearing Zhongxia's words, realized he too did not believe her. She nodded, responding vaguely before departing. Back in her room, Qiao Wanwan buried her face in her bedding, feeling utterly humiliated. How embarrassing. Who told you to be so sentimental? Look how hard they slapped you in the face. Chuanxia followed, perplexed. Miss, what transpired while I was fetching the water? Qiao Wanwan's expression grew darker as she sat up and recounted everything to Chuanxia. Chuanxia listened, her heart racing. Fortunately, young Master Xie's hidden weapon saved you. Indeed, yet they all refused to believe me. Is the flower thief truly that adept at concealing his presence? Do not worry, miss, as long as Chuanxia believes you, that is enough. Presently, Chuanxia was the only one who could be trusted. Qiao Wanwan sighed. I should meddle less in others' affairs in the future. Seeing her mistress sighing deeply, Chuanxia smiled gently, expressing her concern. Miss, it's best to rest early and not overthink. Just as Qiao Wanwan lay down, she suddenly recalled Zhongxia's warning, the flower thief might return. As she watched Chuanxia prepare to sleep on the couch outside, she hurriedly called out, Chuanxia, why don't you share the bed with me tonight? Miss, how can that be? You are the mistress, and I am but a servant. Qiao Wanwan dismissed the notion of master-servant relations. If something were to happen while she slept alone, how terrified would she be? She interrupted, come here quickly, I'm feeling scared. Chuanxia, observing her mistress's unease, hesitated but gradually set aside the distinctions of their roles and nodding, she agreed. Alright. Qiao Wanwan, seeing Chuanxia acquiesce, felt a surge of joy. She opened the blanket and shifted aside to make space for her. Come here. Before long, the moon was gradually obscured by clouds. The distant sound of the watchman echoed softly outside. The weather is dry, be cautious with fire. Qiao Wanwan tightly shut her eyes, drawing closer to Chuanxia, clasping her hand. Chuanxia reciprocated the grip, providing her a sense of security. Neither of them fell asleep. Suddenly, a column of smoke filled the room, colorless and odorless. It began to infiltrate the air surrounding the two women. The tightly clasped hands slowly loosened. Qiao Wanwan felt a momentary haze in her mind before clarity returned, filled with confusion. She opened her eyes to find Chuanxia seemingly asleep. Yet, why did the air feel thick with a white mist? Qiao Wanwan waved her hand, but it did not disperse. A sudden noise at the window caught her attention. Tension surged through her body as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. Her complexion paled as she quickly reached out to shake Chuinxia. Chuinxia, wake up, Chuinxia, but the person beside her lay utterly still, deeply asleep. Chapter 56 Hide and seek, she called out, but the slumbering Chuinxia remained oblivious. It was only then that she realized the mist enveloping the air was no ordinary fog, but a haze of narcotic smoke. This was dire. Surely the flower thief had returned for revenge. She was utterly perplexed as to why she had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Perhaps it was due to her body's remarkable self-healing abilities? Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. The doors and windows, meticulously secured by Chuinxia before sleep, creaked ominously at that moment, easily yielding to the flower thief's intrusion. A chill ran through Qiao Wanwan's heart. Abandoning her efforts to rouse Chuinxia, she hastily leapt from her bed, not even pausing to don her shoes, and dashed towards the door with urgency. With a creak, a figure clad in black leaped through the window just as Qiao Wanwan flung open the door and fled outside. The flower thief, with a sinister chuckle, remarked, "Little beauty, how is it that you remain awake? This time, you shall not escape." His malevolent voice echoed hauntingly in her ears. Her complexion turned ashen as she fled for her life. The flower thief's target was her. He would likely spare Chuinxia. As long as she could find a place to hide for the night, she would elude him, and all would be well. Clenching her teeth, she quickened her pace, pushing against the doors she passed, only to find them all locked. Desperately, she tugged at a neighboring room's handle, but it would not budge. The door was securely latched from within. Surely, there were occupants inside, but they seemed to be in a deep slumber. This room would not suffice. She quickly moved on to the next, with the sound of footsteps drawing nearer behind her. She could not afford to linger. He, little beauty, where are you? Big brother is coming for you. The voice of her pursuer grew louder around the corner, and panic surged within her. Targeting a room, she pushed the door, her hopes low. To her surprise, it creaked open. Peering into the inky darkness within, her eyes brightened with hope. This must be an unoccupied room. Without a second thought for morality, she slipped inside, securing the door behind her. In a precautionary measure, she seized a candlestick from a nearby shelf and concealed herself in a corner, her nerves taut as she fixated on the door. The chill of the wooden floor seeped through her bare feet, sending shivers through her heart, which raced with anxiety. She dared not avert her gaze from the entrance, contemplating that if the intruder dared to enter, she would strike him with the candlestick. Little beauty, have you hidden well? Brother is coming to find you. The voice grew increasingly close, and beads of sweat began to form on her brow. She pressed her lips together, stifling any sound, even holding her breath. The rhythmic pounding of her heart filled her ears, and if she could, she would wish for her heart to stop entirely to escape this peril. The moonlight filtering through the paper door illuminated the space, casting a stark glow that revealed the shadow of the flower thief just outside. His profile, adorned with a thin mustache, trembled with each step, a comical sight. Yet, Qiao Wanwan found no humor in the situation. She fervently prayed not to be discovered, otherwise, her fate would be sealed. Little beauty, where have you gone? Listening intently, she discerned that he was unable to locate her for the moment, and her anxiety began to wane. But soon, that relief vanished, replaced by dread as her heart constricted once more. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as he pushed against the door. Standing mere inches from her, Qiao Wanwan bit her lip, her face pale as she gripped the candlestick tightly, prepared to strike should he force his way in. The door resisted his push, eliciting a perplexed murmur from the flower thief. Not here. Where could a frail woman have run off to? Truly bizarre. Hearing those words, Qiao Wanwan silently prayed for him not to open the door. It seemed the heavens had answered her plea, for the thief relinquished his attempt, his shadow receding to the right, footsteps fading into the distance. At last, Qiao Wanwan's heart relaxed, the candlestick in her grasp damp with sweat. She loosened her grip, her palm pale and clammy, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Finally gone, she whispered in relief. Yet, just as she began to relax, an ethereal voice pierced the silence, resonating within her ears. Qiao Wanwan? A tall, dark figure materialized beside her, a chill enveloping the air. Her complexion drained of color as she steeled herself, raising the candlestick to strike at the looming shadow, but the candlestick found no target. Instead, her wrist was seized in a powerful grip, causing her to cry out in pain as she released her weapon, which clattered to the floor, spinning once before coming to rest. With a swift motion, the figure yanked her wrist, pinning her against the door. One hand restrained her delicate wrist, while the other slammed against the door beside her, creating an imposing barrier. Qiao Wanwan's back pressed against the door, panic coursing through her veins. For a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped her vision, her legs trembling beneath her. Thankfully, a strong hand held her up, preventing her collapse. Her mind raced with a singular thought. This was disastrous. She had evaded the flower thief only to be confronted by a specter. As the moonlight illuminated the figure before her, Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in shock. The ghost she had feared was none other than Xiaze. Chapter 57 The ghost is Xiaze. The woman stared at him in sheer terror, exclaiming his name, Xiaze. Indeed, in this martial arts world, the most strikingly beautiful person Qiao Wanwan had ever encountered was none other than him. The exaggerated expression on her face struck Xiaze as rather amusing. He observed her closely. She donned a loose mint-colored dress, disheveled, as if she had not taken the time to tidy herself. To his surprise, her delicate, rosy feet were bare. Making their way into his room, Xiaze's eyes flickered with intrigue, pondering, what trickery is she up to? With that visage, she had stealthily intruded into his chamber. Upon seeing him, her face displayed a look of shock. In this bizarre situation, it seemed he had become the intruder. Instead, the man wore a knowing smile, deliberately tightening his grip on her slender wrist, causing Qiao Wanwan to wince in pain. Ah, that hurts. Hearing her delicate voice, he finally released her wrist, gazing down at the woman who stood several heads shorter than him with an air of authority. His deep-set eyes briefly glanced at the candlestick on the floor, emanating a chill. With lips as red as cherry blossoms, he spoke coldly. What is this? You burst into my room, and now you wish to use the candlestick to murder me. Xiao Wanwan's expression stiffened at his icy words. How could that be? Surely, before she could kill him, she would become a porcupine pierced with needles. She hastily shook her head in denial. No, 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 how could I ever think of killing you? The man raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, scrutinizing her with patience as she scrambled for an explanation. Noticing his impassive demeanor, she attempted to ingratiate herself. What happened earlier was unintentional. I had no idea this was your room. The door pushed open so easily that I assumed it was unoccupied. When you suddenly appeared, I thought you were an intruder. Xiao Wanwan forced a sheepish smile. Oh, are you implying that it's my fault? No, no, she waved her hands and shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum, denying it with fervor. She dared not imply such a thing, her face drained of color, fearing that he might take offense and send her straight to the afterlife. His cold gaze resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey as he casually remarked, So, you believe you can enter someone else's room without permission? What peculiar habit is that? I assure you, it was out of necessity. His reminder prompted Xiao Wanwan to quickly place her index finger to her lips. Shou, keep your voice down. The flower thief I encountered has incapacitated my maid and seeks revenge on me. I am merely hiding from him. Young Master Xia, please allow me to stay here until he leaves. I promise to return once he is gone. The man did not respond to her plea, merely shifting slightly as if to open the door. Wait, wait. Don't open it. Xiao Wanwan gasped, hastily grabbing at his sleeve. He paused momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, she urged, You mustn't act recklessly. We have no idea of that thief's capabilities. It is just the two of us here, and I am a defenseless woman, while you, she faltered, suddenly realizing the implication of her words. Why was he so tall? Her gaze slowly drifted down to his legs. To her astonishment, the legs that had been seated in a wheelchair were now standing upright before her. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did I just see? She had witnessed Xia Zhe standing. His legs were perfectly fine, so, the reason he had been in a wheelchair was for what purpose? Did he harbor some undisclosed secret? As this realization dawned on her, she instinctively inhaled sharply. The man across from her was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that his long-hidden truth would be exposed before this woman. Following her gaze, he noticed her eyes were wide with astonishment, her rosy lips forming an I-shape in shock. His brow furrowed, and dark thoughts began to brew in his mind. Should he eliminate her to prevent her from thwarting his plans? He narrowed his eyes, studying the woman before him, a sinister smile slowly unfurling across his face. Gently stroking his smooth chin, he contemplated, Since you have uncovered my secret, I must consider what to do with you now. What? A siren blared in Xiao Wanwan's mind, her breath catching in her throat. What did Xia Zhe mean by that? Could it possibly be what she feared? This was it. She was doomed. In a panic, Xiao Wanwan instinctively retreated, while the man gradually advanced towards her. On the floor, her bare feet slowly retreated, drawing closer to his ornate shoes. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead as she pleaded, Xia Zhe, I promise I won't reveal your secret. Please, don't kill me. Do you think I would believe a woman who speaks only lies? I truly won't say a word, I swear. Yet he maintained that sinister smile as he cornered her against the wall, leaving her with no escape. The man's eyes glowed with a predatory light as he leaned closer, causing Xiao Wanwan to nearly burst into tears from fear. She hastily raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens, I, Xiao Wanwan, will keep today's events a secret. If I dare to speak of it, may the heavens strike me down. Truly, young Master Xia, you must believe me. The man regarded her desperate plea with a hint of mockery, a skeptical smile playing on his lips. He had never trusted that a woman could exist who would not weave deceit. Really? Yes, I speak the truth. Xiao Wanwan insisted earnestly, nodding like a chick pecking for grain, yet his gaze was fixated on her delicate, slender neck. Contemplating her timid demeanor piqued his interest. His long, defined fingers began to twitch slightly. With a celestial-like visage, he spoke coldly, However, I still believe that the dead are the best keepers of secrets. Before Xiao Wanwan could comprehend his intentions or react, his hand shot out, grasping her slender neck. Her face drained of color as she desperately clutched at his wrist, struggling against his grip. But the man merely smirked, tightening his hold. Don't kill me. Yet, with her throat constricted, she could scarcely utter a word. Her breathing became labored, and her complexion darkened as she fought for her life. Chapter 58. In truth, the one I adore is you. Xiao Wanwan felt a profound sense of impending death, her heart gripped by terror to its zenith. A rosy hue began to rise in her eyes as she gazed pleadingly at the man before her. Yet the man across from her regarded her suffering with a cold, unfeeling demeanor, akin to a soulless beast observing its prey gradually succumbing to the loss of life. Xiao Wanwan felt as though she were suffocating, her surroundings blurring into obscurity. At that moment, however, she distinctly sensed the tightening grip around her neck begin to loosen. A loud crash echoed from outside the door, followed by the lewd laughter of a middle-aged man. He, finally found you, little beauty. So, you were hiding here all along. Upon hearing the voice, the man's hand relinquished its hold on her neck. Without a second thought for whether the man had intended to kill her, she hastily covered her throat and coughed lightly, darting behind him to shield herself from the lascivious gaze of the intruder. The man did not protest, he merely raised an eyebrow, directing his attention towards the shadowy figure at the entrance. The lecherous man, having detected faint sounds from within, barged through the door. Upon seeing the enchanting beauty taking refuge behind the towering man, his gaze fixated on the man's face, and he momentarily froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, there's an even more exquisite beauty here, he exclaimed. Though he is a man, he is a uniquely stunning one. I've never tasted a man as allure before, this beauty surely won't repel me. The flower thief's bushy mustache quivered with delight as he chuckled lewdly, rubbing his hands together while stepping closer. Addressing the two beauties within, he cooed, "Fear not, my dear ladies, your brother here will take good care of you." Xiao Wanwan shuddered at his words, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She shrank further behind the man, her heart racing with anxiety. What could she do now? Meanwhile, the unparalleled beauty, Xiaze, felt a slight frown mar his otherwise deep-set features, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He was filled with disdain. How dare this intruder disrupt his affairs? Unbeknownst to the flower thief, whose confidence was soaring, Xiaze was already harboring thoughts of violence. The intruder approached, only to discover that this breathtaking man stood a full head taller than him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this man has such perfect proportions, his beauty outshines that of any woman, truly a rare gem." Completely oblivious to the man's martial prowess, the flower thief felt emboldened. In his pursuit of women, he had never been caught, and he had no fear of unarmed men or delicate women. He believed he needed no drugs to bend them to his will. As he drew nearer, a mere arm's length away from Xiaze, he remained oblivious to the dark energy emanating from the exquisite man. With a sly grin, the flower thief declared, "Since you wish to protect her, I suppose I shall start with you." His hand reached out towards Xiaze. The man opposite him merely curled the corners of his lips in a faint smile, an ethereal voice resonating with a chilling finality. "Oh, are you seeking death?" Before the thief's hand could graze the alabaster collar of Xiaze, a powerful grip suddenly clasped around his neck. In an instant, the flower thief realized the man possessed formidable skills. By the time he sought to resist, it was far too late. A sharp crack echoed as Xiaze swiftly snapped the thief's neck, a mere sound that silenced his feeble protests. As the flower thief's lifeblood poured forth, Xiao Wanwan cautiously peeked out from behind the man. The sight before her made her heart leap in terror. Xiaze had brutally twisted the thief's neck. The crimson blood had already stained the cold, pale skin of his wrist. Her complexion drained of color, her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream, her gaze fixed on the horrifying scene of Xiaze's merciless act. Frozen in place, Xiao Wanwan felt her blood run cold, her body involuntarily retreating as the reality of the situation set in. He had killed the flower thief with a single, effortless motion. As she struggled to comprehend the gravity of the moment, a lifeless body collapsed before her. Gazing at the thief's lifeless form, with his eyes still wide open and blood oozing from them, Xiao Wanwan held her breath, too terrified to move. He, Xiaze purred, his dark eyes narrowing as he observed her terror. A glimmer of amusement danced in his gaze. "I wonder, do you wish to meet the same fate?" Fear gripped her heart, and she quickly shook her head in denial. No, she did not want to end up like that flower thief, meeting such a gruesome demise. As Xiaze approached her step by step, her body trembled in dread. With hands clasped in a pleading gesture, she implored, "Xiaze, I beg you, do not kill me. I swear I won't speak of this to anyone. Just give me one chance. If I dare betray you, you can kill me then." The man regarded her with a faint smile, devoid of any warmth, and replied, "But how can I trust you?" Xiao Wanwan's mind raced as she sought any reason that might convince this villain not to take her life. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. What if she confessed her true intentions to unite him with the male lead, assuring him that she would never vie for the male lead's affections? If she could survive, she could help him win the heart of the male lead. However, to voice such sentiments seemed too abrupt. The villain might not believe her. As cold sweat trickled down her fair skin, she watched the man's bloodstained hands draw nearer. In desperation, she decided to gamble everything. With her eyes squeezed shut, she declared loudly, "Xiaze, I have always liked you. How could I possibly deceive you? Even if death awaits, I would never lie to you." "What?" The man paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. The murderous intent in his brow softened. She actually claimed to have feelings for him, yet, recalling her penchant for deceit, his expression darkened, a frost settling over him as his gaze turned more sinister. "Humph. Is it not Gu Zhaomu whom you adore? You two are rivals. How absurd for you to claim affection for me." Xiao Wanwan's heart raced at his retort. She herself could not fathom why she had uttered such nonsensical lies. Yet she felt a noticeable shift in Xiaze's demeanor. The atmosphere was less menacing, though he remained skeptical of her sincerity. Her voice trembled as she insisted, "No, I mean it. Ever since the first time I saw you, I have been deeply in love. Every night, your face fills my thoughts." Believing her acting to be commendable, she added a hint of bashfulness to her demeanor. "Seeing you brings me immense joy. How could I deceive you, someone I cherish so much?" Inside, however, she was engulfed by fear, a sentiment she could not allow to surface. Xiaze lowered his gaze, delving deeper into her fate, quietly observing her performance. He was curious to see what other tricks she might employ. Thus, he granted her an opportunity, extending 3 slender fingers, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Very well. I will count to 3, and you must reveal to me what your sincerity entails. Only then will I contemplate whether to spare your life." Chapter 59 shut his mouth. Upon hearing Xiaze's words, Xiao Wanwan thought to herself. Finally, there is hope. Her large, cat-like eyes brightened with anticipation. However, sincerity, what sincerity? Was Xiaze referring to his genuine affection for her? At that moment, Xiao Wanwan began to feel troubled. How was she to express this sincerity? She herself was oblivious. It was all just a fabrication of her imagination. Oh dear, the pit she had dug for herself was proving to be exceedingly difficult to fill. In her mind, a fierce battle raged on, her thoughts spiraling in a chaotic frenzy, and she could not conjure a single good idea. Gazing at the man's cherry-red lips as they parted and closed, she felt as though the numbers were counting down her life. 1, 2, those digits felt like a countdown to impending doom. Her eyes darted nervously to the man, who was slowly closing the distance between them, now merely an arm's length away. He let his gaze fall slightly, his eyes shimmering with a blue light, fixated on her pale, delicate face. Xiao Wanwan observed his jelly-like lips, which were slightly upturned, and she was about to utter the fateful 3 words, but alas, a singular thought consumed her mind to prevent him from uttering the final number. She impulsively lunged forward to silence him. Fixating on his crimson lips, she felt a rush of heat surge through her. Rising on her toes, she grasped his collar with her small hand and pulled him downwards. Her soft lips met his cool, thin ones, effectively sealing his mouth before the word 3 could escape. In that moment of clarity, she found herself already pressed against him, and steeling herself, she closed her eyes tight, continuing to press her soft, chilly lips against his. The moonlight streamed through the doorway, casting a gentle glow upon the intimate pair, illuminating them in a tender light. This allowed Xiaze to see her more clearly. His alluring peach blossom eyes widened slightly, his body stiffening, his breath caught in his throat. For the first time, he was treated in such a manner by another. His gaze flickered, locked onto the woman so close to him. She was tilting her head back, eyes tightly shut, her soft lips pressed firmly against his cool ones. The sensation of her warm touch gliding against his lips sent jolts through his very being. The delicate fragrance of her presence enveloped him, wrapping around his senses. The man felt as if he were ignited by a flame, a heat rising within him. His heart raced with fervor, each heavy breath brushing against her exquisite face, causing her long lashes to tremble slightly, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Even his pale skin began to bear a hint of crimson. How peculiar! What were they doing? Was she kissing him? What could this possibly mean? Xiaze's mind was awash with confusion, innocence emanating from him. Why was this woman touching him so? Yet, strangely, he found himself not disliking this sensation. Her soft lips against his felt delightful, imbued with a tingling warmth that was undeniably pleasurable. He slowly closed his eyes, yearning for more. Unconsciously, his hand began to rise, craving to encircle her slender waist. But soon, a sense of alarm struck him. No, she was his rival, she was his enemy. How could he desire to embrace her? This was surely a ploy devised by her. Regaining his composure, he abruptly opened his dark eyes and forcefully pushed the woman who was kissing him away. Caught off guard, Xiao Wanwan stumbled back, colliding painfully against the support beam of the room. Ouch, she gasped, cursing inwardly at this old rascal. Why must he always target her waist? She was bound to end up with a multitude of bruises. Clutching her waist, she steadied herself and looked up to see the man across from her, his rosy hue fading as he wiped his lips with his long fingers, seemingly with disdain. He glared coldly at the instigator of this chaos, Xiao Wanwan, an ember of anger flickering in the depths of his black eyes as he questioned, "What do you mean by this?" Seeing his anger, Xiao Wanwan felt a rush of anxiety. She had merely intended to silence his lips, and all she had done was brush against him lightly. She hadn't anticipated he would become enraged. Hadn't he been the one to proclaim he wanted to see her sincerity? If it weren't for his threat, she would never have recklessly given away her first kiss. As she gazed into his dark, stormy eyes, it felt as if he were about to resolve her fate. She couldn't help but swallow hard, tightening her smooth, exposed neck, and stammered, I was expressing my affection for you. Yes, affection. The man's expression darkened further, his brows furrowing in confusion. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? Was this truly how one expressed affection? He could not comprehend. His gaze involuntarily drifted to her plump, rosy lips, reminiscent of jelly, tempting enough to provoke the desire to devour them whole. His throat tightened, recalling that delightful sensation from earlier. He felt an unfamiliar warmth spreading through his body, causing his heart to race with unease. As his gaze deepened, he pondered she must have cast a spell upon him. It was the only explanation for why this woman made him feel such inexplicable comfort. Damn it, suddenly, the woman licked her red lips, sending a rush of heat through his veins. Xiaze instinctively covered his eyes, refusing to look at her any longer. The more he gazed at her, the more bewildered he became. Through his fingers, he shot her a disdainful glance, commanding, "Get out! Leave my room!" Hearing his hoarse, gravelly voice demanding her to leave, Xiao Wanwan blinked in disbelief, momentarily suspecting she had misheard him. Cautiously, she inquired, "Really, you will let me leave safely? Get out!" His irritable affirmation reinvigorated her spirit. She felt no sorrow. Instead, a sweet smile graced her lips. With joy, she exclaimed, "All right then, I shall take my leave. Good night, young Master Xia." With her delicate, pink feet bare, she scurried away from Xiaze's room like a rabbit. In that moment, the room was left with only a stunning man standing still and the lifeless body of a thief sprawled upon the floor. Xiaze stared at the doorway where she had exited. His long fingers moved from his eyes to gently touch his lips, which were now faintly warmed. A blush crept up his pale ears, yet, upon noticing the corpse on the floor, his gaze returned to its usual depth. He addressed the air, "Xiai." "Yes, master." Even before his presence could be perceived, his voice was heard. In the next instant, a figure clad in black emerged in Xiaze's chamber, ready to dispose of the lifeless body. "Take this to the county office." "Understood, young master." With a swift motion, the figure known as Xie hoisted the corpse, and in the blink of an eye, his shadow vanished from sight. The bloodstains on the floor were cleaned meticulously, as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon returning to her room, Xiao Wanwan found Chuanxia sleeping peacefully with the thief dealt with by Xiaze. Her heart settled, and after a quick wash, she nestled back into bed. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, yet Xiao Wanwan fell into a deep slumber, drifting into dreams. In a misty expanse, silence hung thick in the air. A woman donned in a nightgown stood in the center, bewildered. Where was this place? Xiao Wanwan glanced around, the fog swirling before her. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared, one of extraordinary beauty, yet twisted in a grotesque manner, resembling a demon, beautiful yet perilous. Xiao Wanwan was immediately frightened, turning to flee, but just then, a long, powerful arm reached out from behind, encircling her slender waist, gently caressing her abdomen, lowering his head, the expressionless face nestled against her alabaster neck, his cold lips brushing against her skin, revealing sharp teeth, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 60. What does it mean when two people kiss? The woman could only shiver uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Siaze, I beg you, don't kill me, why do you persist in holding on to me?" Yet, the low, menacing voice of the man echoed in her ears, tinged with barely contained anger, "Because you deceived me. You lied and said you loved me. If you do not truly love me, then I shall end your life, you deceitful wretch." Xiao Wanwan's face turned pale as she hastily retorted, "No, no. I did not deceive you. I love you, I genuinely love you, please, do not kill me." "Oh, is that what you claim?" he responded. "Do not mislead me, do not shatter my hopes, otherwise." In that fleeting moment of pause, his long fingers gradually ascended until they rested upon her throat. He continued to speak softly, "If not, the next person to have their neck snapped shall be you." The terrifying voice of Siaze from her dreams began to fade into a haunting blur. Startled, Xiao Wanwan sprang up from her bed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. Glancing around, she ensured she was indeed in her guest room before sighing in relief. So it was merely a dream. Thank goodness, she patted her chest to calm her racing heart. At that moment, Junxia, who had also begun to awaken, rubbed her eyes and noticed that daylight had already graced the sky. In a flurry of embarrassment, she hurriedly got out of bed and apologized to Xiao Wanwan. Miss, I do not know why, but I overslept today. I am truly sorry." "It's nothing. It is only natural after being drugged by that flower thief and remaining unconscious all night." Just then, she suddenly realized that everything from yesterday had not been a dream. She had truly kissed the antagonist. Zhongshu entered Xiaze's room, pushing him out. Upon seeing the faint shadows under Xiaze's eyes, he sensed something was amiss and inquired with concern, "Young master, why does your complexion appear so fatigued? Did your illness flare up again last night?" Xiaze coughed lightly twice but did not respond to his question. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he had been troubled by a particular matter all night long, which had robbed him of sleep, hence his current weariness. However, this was the perfect opportunity to consult the experienced Zhongshu. "Uncle Zhong, may I pose a question to you?" "Young master, please go ahead. I wish to know, what does it signify when two individuals press their lips together?" "What?" Zhongshu was momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected inquiry from the young master. Xiaze's expression stiffened as he reiterated, "I mean, when a man and a woman kiss, what does that imply?" Zhongshu, taken aback once more, was slightly astonished. "Young master, what has prompted this sudden curiosity? Did you witness something outside?" His old face flushed with embarrassment, yet, recalling that the young master was growing up, it was time he learned about such matters. With a hint of pink on his cheeks, he explained with a smile, "Such actions are only performed between married couples." "Married couples?" "Indeed, it is an expression of affection that occurs only after two people have become betrothed." Xiaze furrowed his brow, his expression deep in thought. A wave of confusion washed over him. Was her declaration of love truly such? Did she wish to become his wife, or was there another layer of meaning? As he pressed his lips together, the memory of that warm sensation stirred something peculiar in his heart. What if it is not between married couples? Would they still engage in such acts? Zhongshu was startled by the young master's question and quickly denied, "Of course not, this concerns the honor of both parties involved. Although there are indeed many rogues in the world who disregard reputation, our Xia family must uphold its dignity. Reputation is equivalent to honor. We must not allow ourselves to be ensnared by those with ulterior motives." Xiaze's gaze darkened, firmly affirming Zhongshu's words. He began to suspect that the woman's actions were a ploy against him. Zhongshu felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the young master's questions. How had he come to learn of such intimate matters? The young master, who seldom interacted with women, why was he suddenly so inquisitive? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that someone had performed such shameful acts in front of the young master? He had watched this child grow up, and though his life had been shaped by the rigors imposed by his father, he remained entirely unaware of matters of intimacy. The lingering toxicity of his upbringing had seeped into his very marrow. Perhaps the matters of intimacy ahead would prove to be quite daunting, let alone the future heirs of the Xia family. Alas, the master was consumed by madness, neglecting the young master, leaving him frail and weak, with no consideration for the future of the Xia family. Only he, an outsider, bore the burden of worry. He hoped that the young master would one day find a true partner who would love, understand, and accept him, but first and foremost, he must ensure that no one tarnished the young master's vision. With a hint of urgency, he inquired, "Young master, did you perhaps witness something regarding the intimate affairs of couples outside? Is that why you are so curious about these matters?" Xiaze stiffened at the question, his face growing slightly awkward. He could never reveal to Zhongshu that the protagonists in the story were himself and Xiao Wanwan. Thus, he feigned a cough and nodded, crafting an excuse for himself. Zhongshu, seeing the young master's admission, could only smile helplessly. He reminded him, "Young master, do not follow suit. Such intimate actions are reserved solely for married couples. Once you find a suitable lady and are wed, everything will become clear." Observing Zhongshu's expression filled with a motherly smile, as if he held great expectations for his future, Xiaze pondered, why must it always be a lady? His thoughts drifted back to Gu Xiaomu, the one who had once helped him in his youth. Though they had grown somewhat distant now, he believed that one day, she would grasp his true intentions. He longed to become the singular person in Gu Xiaomu's life that she needed. The kindness she had once shown him would be repaid in full, and anyone else who appeared beside her would become his rival. In this lifetime, he desired nothing more than Gu Xiaomu's affection. Others were merely insincere. Lost in these thoughts, Xieze felt a heaviness in his heart, his mind involuntarily recalling her half-believed declaration, "I like you. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you." The man scoffed coldly within. Absurd, she had merely uttered lies to survive, there was no need to take her words to heart. If she wished to play a part, Xieze had no qualms about indulging her in this charade until the day her fate crumbled, when he would personally ensure her demise. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as his fingers slowly curled, as though grasping the delicate neck of that woman. He tightened his grip, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. Seated at the guest table, Xiao Wanwan felt an icy chill run down her neck, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Wanwan, are we keeping you waiting? My apologies for the delay." Xiao Wanwan looked towards the descending man and woman, offering a soft chuckle. Chapter 61. To remember, he prefers men in stark contrast to the previous day. Gu Xiaomu now appeared to be an entirely different person. He gazed at Xiao Wanwan, whose face radiated concern, and inquired if he might join her for breakfast. "Wanwan, may we sit at your table and share a meal?" Xiao Wanwan glanced at the accompanying Zhou Xinyue, who offered a faint smile, concealing the true nature of her current fate. Indifferent, she nodded, of course. Having received permission, the two naturally took their seats beside her. Suddenly, Gu Xiaomu posed a question. "By the way, Xinyue, did you sleep well last night?" "Brother Gu, I am quite well," Zhou Xinyue replied, her gaze drifting momentarily towards Xiao Wanwan. "Aside from a minor misunderstanding with Sister Wanwan last night, everything is just fine." "Ah, that is reassuring," Gu Xiaomu responded. The subject of their discussion, aware that they were subtly alluding to her, closed her ears to their words, pretending not to hear. Given that they believed her to be deceiving them, she had no desire to contest their interpretation of the previous night's events. Moreover, the villain responsible had already been eliminated by Xieze, making his return to wreak further havoc impossible. Xiao Wanwan paid no heed to their conversation and turned to Chuanxia, playfully asking, "Why hasn't the food arrived yet?" "I am quite hungry." "Miss, please wait a moment, I shall inquire right away," Chuanxia replied. Xiao Wanwan flashed a dazzling smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "All right, I shall wait for you." Completely unfazed by the earlier exchange, she appeared cheerful. As the two at the next table fell silent, the sounds of a wheelchair rolling echoed through the inn. The onlookers turned to see a man being pushed forward, his face marred by an unusually dark pallor, which diminished his overall vitality. Those watching couldn't help but furrow their brows, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. What had happened to him? While awaiting her meal, Xiao Wanwan found herself holding a pair of chopsticks. She fixed her gaze on the man being wheeled closer, resting her chin on one hand and thoughtfully nibbling on the chopsticks. With such heavy dark circles under his eyes, could Xieze have gone an entire night without sleep? Could last night's events have affected him so profoundly? Surely not. Can a villain be so pure-hearted? Xiao Wanwan dismissed the notion, reminding herself that Xieze had no interest in her. It was unlikely he would suffer from insomnia due to her. Just then, Xieze settled naturally across from Xiao Wanwan, his gaze locking onto her with a hint of curiosity. For a moment, their eyes met, and she observed the frost gathering in the depths of his gaze, capable of freezing anyone in place. She couldn't help but force a smile, albeit stiffly, offering him a silent greeting. "Hello?" The icy demeanor of the man across the table softened slightly. Gu Xiaomu, sitting beside him, couldn't contain his concern. "Brother Xia, did you not sleep last night? Your complexion appears quite poor." At the mention of Gu Xiaomu, Xieze shifted his focus from the woman to him, wearing a faint smile. "I was unwell last night and could not sleep, but do not worry, Brother Gu. I shall recover swiftly." "Ah, I see," Gu Xiaomu remarked, a hint of regret in his voice. The last time Xieze had suffered a bout of poisoning, Gu Xiaomu had taken the time to consult Zhongshi, learning that Xieze was afflicted not only by cold poison but also by a myriad of other toxins. After 5 years in the martial world, he had never encountered a poison that could rival the complexity of Xieze's afflictions. Gu Xiaomu found it curious that, despite the Xie family's expertise in toxin creation, they had not devised an antidote for their own heir. Zhongshi had informed him that the only remedy for Xieze's pain came from the Xie family's concoctions, which could only alleviate symptoms but not provide a cure. Thus, Xieze endured the torment, relying on sheer willpower to persevere through his episodes of suffering. Gu Xiaomu gazed upon the striking figure of the man before him, his expression tinged with compassion. "Alas, Brother Xia, you truly have it hard. I hope we might encounter a miraculous physician in our travels who can treat you properly, sparing you from such anguish." Xieze offered a faint smile, his lips barely lifting. "Brother Gu, your concern is appreciated." "Alas, external remedies are of little use. My affliction has accumulated over 20 years, even a celestial being would find it a daunting task to save me." Xiao Wanwan, however, found it hard to believe. Recalling the previous night when he had stood before her, an imposing figure effortlessly dispatching an opponent, she thought, he was hardly affected. If it weren't for her own submission, he might have silenced her permanently. Her gaze lingered on his full, enticing lips, and she felt heat rise to her cheeks. Suppressing her bashful feelings, she marveled at the allure of such a man, soft and intoxicating, stirring her heart. But he preferred men. She glanced at the handsome young man seated next to her, Gu Xiaomu, and chastised herself. The beautiful man has his affections directed elsewhere. Although you offered your first kiss, he is unlikely to share your fervent attachment. Do not be too self-deceiving. Having kissed a great beauty without leaving behind a heart in disarray is already quite fortunate. Xiao Wanwan reassured herself, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Yet the man opposite her observed her every expression, his brow furrowing in evident displeasure, the depths of his eyes darkening with intensity. Finally, the long-awaited breakfast arrived. Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guests, came the announcement. Without hesitation, Xiao Wanwan seized her chopsticks and began to eat, disregarding the sentiments of those around her. The dishes were all her selection, and she had no intention of waiting for the others. Gu Zhamu watched as she joyfully indulged in her breakfast and, taking up a clean pair of chopsticks, attempted to serve her a dish. However, just as he was about to place it in her bowl, she deftly evaded his offering. The chopsticks paused midair as Gu Zhamu chuckled, "Wanwan, I'm serving you." Xiao Wanwan cradled her bowl protectively, as if safeguarding her treasure, and replied with a soft smile, "No need, I have my own hands. You all should eat quickly, or I might finish all the food myself." Very well, Gu Zhamu conceded, feeling a tad embarrassed as he withdrew his chopsticks. Seeing Gu Zhamu's expression darken, Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of delight. Zhou Xinyue, seated next to him, watched with sympathy and offered a veiled jab at the oblivious Xiao Wanwan. "Brother Gu, your kind-hearted nature should not be wasted on one who does not appreciate it." With that, she picked up her own chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into Gu Zhamu's bowl. "Brother Gu, I'm serving you." "Thank you, Xinyue." Xiao Wanwan observed their sweet exchange, mentally critiquing, "Oh, Xinyue? Look at the state of the villain across the table, his expression is positively thunderous." Stealing a glance at Xiaze, she noted his darkened countenance, fixated on the interaction between the two leads, as if he could shoot icicles from his eyes. She felt a momentary relief, glad that she had not incited his wrath. With a slight upward curve of her rosy lips, she began to earnestly enjoy her breakfast. Eyeing the tantalizing meat dish before her, she licked her lips and reached for her chopsticks. But with a sudden clatter, the chopsticks slipped from her startled grasp, falling onto the table. Chapter 62 Brother Mozilin. As Xiao Wanwan was about to pick up some braised pork, a large hand, cloaked in deep blue, suddenly grasped her wrist from behind. The chopsticks, momentarily stunned by their owner's reaction, clattered onto the table. She turned to see a figure clad in deep blue attire, wielding a sword, and wearing a bamboo hat that obscured his face, an enigmatic swordsman of the martial world. Beside her, Gu Zhamu was the first to regain his composure, swiftly seizing the wrist of the man who had inexplicably grasped Xiao Wanwan's arm. "Who are you? Release her." "Miss." The nearby breakfast diners, including the guards of the Xie family and Su Su, became alert. The Xie family members encircled them, swords pointed at the intruder. A certain individual in a wheelchair had discreetly produced silver needles, his gaze fixed on the man, dark and resolute, ready to shoot should any movement occur. A chilling aura of lethal intent surrounded them, yet the man standing behind Xiao Wanwan exhibited no fear. He coldly addressed the man who had interrupted him, "You should be the one to let go." His grip on Xiao Wanwan's wrist was firm, refusing to yield. The man slightly lifted his head, revealing a handsome, youthful face that radiated surprise as he gazed at Xiao Wanwan, his eyes sparkling with bright light, filled with affection. Xiao Wanwan felt a flicker of recognition. She seemed to have seen this face before. Who was he? The man, upon witnessing her unchanged beauty after a long absence, felt a twinge of anxiety, as if he were gazing at a stranger. He tenderly inquired, "Wanwan, how is it that you are here? Sister?" Although Xiao Wanwan sensed an inexplicable familiarity with the man before her, she remained oblivious to his identity. At that moment, a startled voice broke through from beside her. "Young Master Zilin." Realizing their acquaintance, Xiaze narrowed his eyes and sheathed his weapon, casually lifting a teacup from the table to sip leisurely. Zhongshe gestured to the Xie family guards encircling them. Following Zhongshe's command, the guards retracted their swords, retreating to the table where only Su Su remained, continuing his breakfast. Gu Zhamu, upon hearing that Zhuanxia recognized the man, mused, then Xiao Wanwan must know him as well. He observed the woman who had just rejected his advances, now caught in the grasp of a stranger, showing no sign of resistance. Feeling a pang of dissatisfaction, confident in his own allure, Gu Zhamu tightened his grip on the man's wrist, his expression shifting to one of slight anger as he turned his gaze to Xiao Wanwan, furrowing his brow. "Wanwan, who is he?" The man holding Xiao Wanwan's wrist, upon hearing the tone of inquiry directed at her, felt a surge of irritation and retorted loudly, "Who are you to question my junior sister so harshly? I demand to know your identity." Grasping Wanwan's hand so abruptly, "Your intentions seem dubious." "Humph, dubious intentions? Do you even know who I am? I care not for your identity." Release Xiao Wanwan at once. "Not likely. You should be the one to let go of my hand." The two men exchanged fiery glances, each wishing to duel the other, their mutual disdain palpable. Caught in the middle, Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment and struggled to free her wrist. However, the swordsman, trained in combat and possessing great strength, held her firmly. She coughed lightly, her voice barely a whisper, "Could you perhaps let go?" At the sound of her plea, the two men, in uncanny synchrony, turned to question her. "Sister, who is he? Wanwan, tell me, who is he?" Confounded by their intense scrutiny, Xiao Wanwan felt utterly lost. She glanced at the bamboo-hatted man, then at Gu Zhamu, opening her mouth yet finding no words to articulate. She was at a loss regarding her connection to this man, or rather, what his relationship was to the original owner of her identity. She could only turn her gaze pitifully towards Zhuanxia. Perceiving the awkward situation her mistress was in, Zhuanxia stepped forward to make the introductions. "Young Master Gu, this is young Master Zilin, the direct disciple of the Alliance leader and also the elder brother of Our Lady. Young Master Zilin, this is young Master Gu, a close friend of the Alliance leader." "What? A friend of my master?" Zilin regarded Gu Zhamu with a look of disdain, sizing him up as someone who sought to claim Xiao Wanwan for himself. He felt an intense dislike towards him, his eyes brimming with contempt. "What is wrong with my master's judgment? How could he associate with such a young man? Was this merely a ruse? Upon learning of the man's identity, Gu Xiaomu's tension dissipated, convinced that his connection with Xiao Wanwan was akin to that of siblings. He released his grip on Zilin. With a polite fist salute and a smile, he said, so you are the direct disciple of the alliance leader. That implies we are allies. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hardly consider it a pleasure. Were it not for my junior sister's presence, I would not have come to know you. Feeling slighted, Gu Xiaomu awkwardly retracted his smile, internally criticizing, why are all of the alliance leader's subordinates so insufferable? Mo Zilin disregarded the unfamiliar faces, his concern solely for Xiao Wanwan as he scrutinized her, even reaching out to touch her face. This startled Xiao Wanwan, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Avoiding his hand, she hardly knew him. Not only did he refuse to release her, but he also sought to stroke her face? Was he trying to create the impression that they shared something more intimate? A flicker of displeasure crossed her features, and with a swift motion, she yanked her wrist away from him. Let go. Though the man's hand was suddenly empty, he showed no sign of anger at her withdrawal, as if her behavior was a familiar occurrence. His gaze softened with affection as he asked, Wanwan, why are you here? Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Did this brother of hers not know that the original owner had fled from the alliance leader's residence? How could she explain without it sounding too abrupt? Lost in thought, she remained silent. Mo Zilin, not hearing a response from the one he cherished, was unperturbed. He narrowed his eyes, patiently waiting. Chuanxia, observing Zilin's unchanged demeanor, felt a twinge of worry, fearing others would misinterpret the nature of his relationship with Xiao Wanwan. This Mo Zilin was the legitimate grandson of the esteemed General Mo, whose father had once saved the life of the alliance leader. The alliance leader had thus promised to nurture the offspring of the Mo family. Zilin had begun his martial training at the alliance leader's residence at the tender age of 10, while the lady was merely 3. Having watched her grow, Zilin developed genuine affection for her, an open and earnest kind. But how could the lady possibly reciprocate such feelings? She had always regarded him with sibling affection, yet, upon reaching the age of 15, Zilin, now 22, had boldly declared his feelings, causing the lady to feel disheartened and gradually develop a disdain for him. However, Zilin persisted in his pursuit, often expressing his feelings in ways that were deemed excessive, further aggravating her animosity. Chuanxia called out softly, attempting to alert him, young Master Zilin, please comport yourself. Upon hearing Chuanxia's interruption, Zilin's expression darkened with anger. How could this Chuanxia, as Xiao Wanwan's personal maid, dare to take her out alone? What if something were to happen without any skilled protectors from the Qiao family present? His precious junior sister was a treasure to both him and his master, and he felt a surge of protectiveness. His voice, laced with authority, rang out, Chuanxia, you shall explain this to me. Why is my junior sister out in the martial world? Chapter 63 Return with me. Xiao Wanwan was utterly bewildered by the sudden change in the man's expression. A thud resonated in her ears. Chuanxia's face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling as she spoke. Young Master Zilin, please do not be angry. The alliance leader is aware of this matter and has specifically entrusted Gu Xiaoxia with the task of protecting the young lady and accompanying her to Anqi City. The alliance leader is waiting there for her, so you need not worry. The man's brows furrowed deeper, casting doubt on Chuanxia's words. How could his master allow his junior sister Wanwan to venture out? And who was this Gu Xiaoxia? He was none other than Gu Xiaomu. Mo Zilin's expression darkened as he gazed at the man Chuanxia had introduced. Once again, it was this individual. He did not appear to be a man of good character, and he posed a certain danger to him. Mo Zilin felt that Xiao Wanwan's nature was too innocent. She would certainly be easily deceived by such men. Jiu Xiaomu, the man in question, also looked at Mo Zilin. Noticing the skepticism etched across his features, he managed a forced smile. Yet, Mo Zilin merely furrowed his brows tighter, completely disregarding him. He turned to Xiao Wanwan and coaxed, Junior sister Wanwan, in this treacherous world, human hearts can be perilous. As a delicate woman, how can you remain among these rogues? How can your elder brother rest easy? Xiao Wanwan nodded inwardly, feeling the weight of danger. The man continued earnestly, how about this Wanwan, you come with me, and I will ensure your safe return home. Return home? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, her elder brother was concerned for her. Just look at you, after a year apart, you have grown so thin. I am truly distressed for you. Being with me is certainly safer than being with strangers. I have also gained enough experience in the martial world, and it is time for me to return. I will take you back safely. His earnest demeanor suggested he was not deceiving her. Perhaps returning with him would indeed lead her back to the comfortable alliance leader's residence, sparing her the anxiety of venturing to Anqi City, where she would be constantly on edge due to the villainous male lead. Excitement began to swell within Xiao Wanwan, and a smile graced her lips, revealing a delicate dimple. Mo Zilin, observing the flicker of joy on her face, felt certain that success was within reach. He slowly extended his hand, saying, Junior sister Wanwan, what do you think? Of course, it sounds wonderful. Just as Xiao Wanwan was about to reach out, Gu Xiaomu swiftly slapped his hand away. With a resounding smack, Mo Zilin's hand was firmly grasped by Gu Xiaomu, leaving it somewhat numb. Mo Zilin was taken aback and hastily withdrew his hand, but it was firmly held in place, evidently a provocation infused with internal energy. With a hint of warning, Gu Xiaomu addressed Mo Zilin, what a pity, young Master Mo. While your intentions are commendable, Xiao Wanwan cannot leave with you. The alliance leader has entrusted me with the task of escorting Wanwan through the martial world and ensuring her return to Anqi City to meet with the alliance leader. If Wanwan departs with you, how am I to explain this to the alliance leader? Chuanxia, overhearing young Master Zilin's words, recognized his ulterior motives and how he intended to deceive her young mistress. Young Master Zeline certainly harbored inappropriate feelings towards the young lady. If she accompanied him, her safety would undoubtedly be compromised. To protect her safety, Chuanxia stepped forward to support Gu Xiaoxiao's words. Young Master Zeline, we are nearing Anqi City. If we return to the Alliance leader's residence now, it will delay our journey significantly. It would be wiser to go directly to Anqi City and meet the Alliance leader. Upon hearing his servant side with those strangers, anger surged within Mo Zeline. With a fierce pull, he shook off the man who had been sparring with him discreetly. His tone towards Chuanxia became more severe. Chuanxia, how could you betray your master? I am Wanwan's elder brother, the one who truly cares for her, unlike them. How dare you, a mere servant, align yourself with outsiders against me? What punishment do you deserve? Chuanxia's face turned pale as she lowered her head. I apologize, young Master Zeline. I am merely following the Alliance leader's orders. Humph, what a convenient excuse. Have you not noticed how thin Wanwan has become? Even her once lively demeanor has vanished. Asa servant, allowing your master to suffer is truly a grave offense. Chuanxia, chastised, quickly knelt down. Young Master Zeline, please do not be angry. Ultimately, it depends on the young lady's wishes. If she agrees to return with you, then even if I face the Alliance leader's wrath, I have no complaints. With Chuanxia's words, the pressure shifted entirely to Qiao Wanwan. In an instant, everyone around turned their gaze towards her, seemingly seeking her decision. At that moment, Qiao Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have been so naive? Just moments ago, she had considered following this suddenly appeared elder brother, but with Gu Xiaomu and Chuanxia so adamantly opposed, how could she respond? Caught in indecision, she glanced around, observing Gu Xiaomu's furrowed brows, which suggested annoyance. Next to him, Zhou Xinyue's eyes seemed to urge her to make a hasty decision. Should she leave? This was indeed a rare opportunity. Her gaze darted about, seeking an answer. At that moment, a pair of deep, dark eyes pierced through her, radiating a chilling aura. Qiao Wanwan focused her gaze to find Xiaze, who, while sipping tea, exuded an air of indifference, yet, his eyes held a veiled threat, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. This reminded her of their encounter at the post station, when he wore the same expression, sending shivers down her spine. Was he threatening her? Surely he was. If he learned of her intention to leave, would he not resort to murder as he had before? Qiao Wanwan pressed her lips together, a chill running down her spine. After a prolonged silence, Mo Zeline spoke again. Wanwan, what will your choice be? Her choice. Watching Qiao Wanwan hesitate, Chuanxia grew anxious, her delicate voice urging her, young lady. Qiao Wanwan looked at her, noting Mo Zeline's increasingly grim expression, which filled her with doubt. Was Chuanxia trying to alert her to something? Perhaps this elder brother was not as benign as he appeared. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. I have decided not to return with you, elder brother. Chuanxia's face lit up with joy upon hearing the young lady's rejection, while Gu Xiaomu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Qiao Wanwan was astute enough to choose his side, otherwise, the prize he had anticipated would have slipped through his fingers. Just moments ago, Mo Zeline had reveled in the prospect of triumph, but upon hearing Qiao Wanwan's refusal, the smile on his face instantly faded. Chapter 64. The villain seeks her? Wanwan, my junior sister, you must contemplate this carefully. They are merely strangers, while I am your elder brother who has accompanied you through your formative years. By following me, you shall undoubtedly find security. As for them, in times of peril, they may abandon you without a second thought. Qiao Wanwan hesitated, at a loss for words. Deep down, she harbored doubts about Gu Qiaomu and his companions. Yet, could she truly trust the suddenly reappeared elder brother to safeguard her? Beside them, Gu Qiaomu observed Qiao Wanwan's troubled expression and chuckled softly, speaking on her behalf. Young Master Mo, I have journeyed alongside Wanwan for over 2 months. She is already an integral member of our team. Rest assured, I, Gu Qiaomu, am a man of loyalty and honor, not one to stand idly by in the face of danger. It is precisely for this reason that the leader entrusted me with Wanwan's safety on this journey. Mo Zeline, however, was indifferent to his claims of loyalty. He merely felt that Gu Qiaomu's presence was an unwelcome disruption to his time with Wanwan. Turning to Qiao Wanwan, he pressed her once more. Wanwan, are you truly not considering returning home with your elder brother? Thank you for your concern, but we are nearing Anqi City, and I wish to see my father, Qiao Wanwan replied, affirming her decision. Upon hearing her response, Mo Zeline's expression darkened, unmistakably angered. He clenched his jaw and spoke through gritted teeth. Very well, it seems I have overstepped my bounds. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword and strode away from the inn, his footsteps heavy. The onlookers had mixed feelings as they watched Mo Zeline depart. Gu Qiaomu, however, resumed his amiable demeanor and praised Qiao Wanwan. Your choice is indeed the right one, Wanwan. Do not fret. Brother Gu will ensure your safety on the road, and you shall come to no harm. Qiao Wanwan managed a strained smile, internally scoffing at his words. No harm, what a farce. She was uncertain how many times she had been injured, while Gu Qiaomu spoke with such audacity. After satisfying her hunger, Qiao Wanwan made her way back to her room with her maid. As they walked, Chuanxia sighed deeply before explaining to her mistress, Miss, it is fortunate you did not acquiesce to young Master Zeline. Qiao Wanwan, taken aback by Chuanxia's sudden remark, sensed something significant behind it. Why do you say that? Chuanxia puffed out her cheeks, indignation evident in her voice. Miss, have you forgotten what young Master Zeline once attempted to do? Noticing her mistress's innocent blinking, Chuanxia realized that Qiao Wanwan had not recalled those unpleasant memories. However, she herself remembered them vividly. Though Zeline was Qiao Wanwan's elder brother from childhood, he was also a fervent admirer of hers. There was an incident 2 years prior when Chuanxia had gone to fetch snacks for her mistress, who was sunbathing in the courtyard. Upon entering, she found Xiao Wanwan asleep with her delicate face resting on the stone table, while a tall figure loomed nearby. It was none other than young Master Zilin, who had intruded into her mistress's space. Seeing her dozing, he chose not to wake her but instead observed her with an unsettling gaze, bending down to inhale her scent like a predator. He even reached out, caressing her face tenderly. Chuanxia felt increasingly uneasy until the moment he leaned in closer, intending to kiss her mistress. Terrified, she dropped the food box with a loud crash, startling both of them into retreat. Xiao Wanwan awoke to see Imo Zilin beside her and, with a haughty tone, demanded, "Imo Zilin, what are you doing in my courtyard?" With a gentle smile, he replied, "Junior sister Wanwan, I was sent by master to undergo trials in the Jianghu, and I wish to see you one last time before I depart." "Then leave, why linger?" Xiao Wanwan thought bitterly, despising his presence. Why must he flaunt his uninvited intrusion before her? She loathed such obsequiousness. "Why do you still detest me so, junior sister?" he asked, feigning innocence. "Oh, so you are aware of my disdain? Then why don't you just leave?" she retorted. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Rest well, junior sister." He took his leave without acknowledging any plea from her, leaving her courtyard with a heavy heart. As he passed Chuanxia, who was bowing in respect, he paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he waved dismissively, signaling her to refrain from unnecessary formalities before departing. Chuanxia watched him go, then entered to find her mistress, still holding onto the fallen food box. She cautiously advised, "Miss, I have noticed that young Master Zilin's behavior is quite peculiar. He does not seem to be a man of honorable character." It was common knowledge among the Chow family that Imo Zilin harbored feelings for his junior sister, yet she consistently rejected his advances. The elders had once contemplated a union between their families, but Xiao Wanwan's aversion proved insurmountable. The leader of the Chow family, doting on his daughter, had long since abandoned the idea, allowing her to remain willful. Upon hearing Chuanxia's recollections, Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of regret wash over her. The elder brother had indeed harbored ulterior motives and sought to take advantage of her vulnerability. She silently rejoiced in her decision not to accompany him. Otherwise, she might have faced unforeseen dangers along the way. Although being with Gu Chaomu posed its own risks, at least he bore no ill intentions toward her. Indeed, a lecherous man was far more perilous. Xiao Wanwan stroked her smooth chin, nodding in approval of her recent choice as she proceeded toward her room. However, her path was abruptly obstructed by two guards from the Xia family, swords in hand. Chuanxia quickly stepped forward, shielding her mistress and questioning the intruders with a hint of caution. "What is the meaning of this?" The guards bowed respectfully to Xiao Wanwan. "Miss Xiao, our young master requests your presence." Xiao Wanwan was taken aback, incredulous. "Xia Zhe seeks me?" "Indeed, please accompany us," they urged. "Very well." Xiao Wanwan stepped forward, but Chuanxia was halted by another guard. In a state of distress, she called out, "Miss." With a furrowed brow, Xiao Wanwan inquired why they were preventing Chuanxia from joining her. The leading guard explained, "Our young master has only invited Miss Xiao." Why would the villain suddenly wish to see her? Surely, he did not intend to confront her about last night's incident. The possibility sent a chill down her spine, and her heart raced with dread. With no choice but to comply, she knew that declining would only provoke him further. Sighing, she nodded in resignation. "Chuanxia, I will return shortly. Please wait for me in our room. I shall be fine." "All right," Chuanxia acquiesced, though concern lingered in her eyes. "Miss, please take care. After all, that young Master Xia is quite the oddity." Chuanxia refrained from voicing her apprehensions, instead offering a faint smile to reassure her mistress. "Do not worry. I shall be on my way." Chapter 65. A picturesque scene. This scene was so poignant, it resembled a heart-wrenching farewell. The two guards of the Xia family could not help but clear their throats, inadvertently disturbing the atmosphere. "Miss Xiao, we must take our leave. My young master has been waiting for quite a while. If we tarry any longer, he may become displeased." Why the urgency? She was still unaware of how to confront Xia Zhe next. Little did she know the terrifying encounter that awaited her. "Let us go, let us go." The guards led her back to the guest room from the previous night, offering a gentle reminder, "The young master is inside, Miss Xiao. Please, do enter." "Thank you for guiding me," she replied. The guard momentarily lost his focus, nodding respectfully before stepping away, vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings from a distance. Xiao Wanwan withdrew her gaze, fixating on the door she had barged through the night before. She was acutely aware that a nightmarish man awaited her just beyond the threshold. Perhaps, lingering within, were the lingering spirits of those he had wronged. Her heart raced violently, thumping against her chest. Her trembling hand reached out, and she repeatedly reassured herself, it's all right. Yesterday, when the villain had the perfect opportunity, he did not harm me, and now, he would certainly not brazenly inflict harm." Her hand paused momentarily, then lifted to gently pat her pale face, forcing a smile by tugging at her stiffened lips. Only then did she place her hand on the door, which creaked open effortlessly. A sudden gust of fresh air swept from within, caressing her delicate, pale face and causing her long, graceful lashes to flutter. In the dim light of last night, she had not discerned the room's layout. Now, in the bright light of day, she beheld its true form. She had expected the villain's quarters to be dark and foreboding, yet to her surprise, it was a clean, elegant, and refreshingly unique space. Upon entering, she was greeted by a dining table, adorned with a slightly folded landscape screen. At the far end, a grand window lay open, revealing a picturesque view of the lakeside, accentuated by lush willow trees, a stunning panorama. A few egrets frolicked in the water, creating a living work of art. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying with it a faint aroma of willow, completely devoid of the heavy stench of blood that had permeated the air the previous night. A crisp sound suddenly drew Xiao Wanwan's attention behind the screen. It seemed another person was present. She did not step inside but instead shifted slightly to the side of the door, gently leaning against it to peer into the source of the sound. Gradually, a figure emerged from behind the screen, clad in white. He sat with his legs crossed by the window, gazing outward with his head tilted slightly. His long hair flowed like ink, swaying in the breeze. His strikingly sculpted features transcended mere beauty, defying conventional description. Those deep-set eyes emanated a sense of aloofness, as if he were a celestial being descended to earth, or a piece of immaculate white jade, untouched by the world. His exquisite visage melded seamlessly with the picturesque view outside, rivaling the beauty of the landscape itself. His flawless fingers traced the rim of a teacup placed at the window's edge, his long index finger caressing its surface gently. Xiao Wanwan, captivated by the stunning figure, found herself unable to suppress a swallow. A wave of jealousy washed over her. She longed to transform into the cup in his hand, awaiting his touch. Alas, snapping back to reality, she suddenly slapped her own face in a moment of panic. Xiao Wanwan, you shameless wretch, what are you thinking? Who was he that she dared entertain such thoughts? Surely, she must value her life. Amidst her self-recrimination, a voice, cool and mellow, drifted from within. Why hesitate? Since you are here, why not come in? At that moment, the image of the man lingered in her mind, his voice igniting a tingling sensation in her heart. As she lifted her foot to step forward, the grim memory of the lifeless body of the flower thief on the floor from the night before halted her in her tracks. She pressed her lips together tightly, too afraid to advance further. The man seemed to sense her trepidation, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Are you afraid? I am not, she retorted, her voice shaky. Liars. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She could not allow Xieze to harbor any suspicion of her stealing herself. She forced a stoic expression and boldly strode forward, determined to prove her honesty. She quickly passed the threshold and approached him, locking her gaze onto his entrancing features. With a sweet smile, her voice trembled as she spoke. Young Master Xia, I have indeed come in, haven't I? His eyes narrowed slightly, yet he regarded her with an air of contemplation, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. With a sudden motion, the door behind her slammed shut at his command, startling Xiao Wanwan and causing her body to shudder. Her lips paled, clutching her skirt tightly. She bravely inquired, Young Master Xia, what is the purpose of my summons? The man uncrossed his legs, revealing no intent to conceal his condition before her. With calm composure, he rose from the window and approached her with deliberate strides. Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of alarm as she instinctively took a step back, only to find her foot slipping on a slick object on the floor. She lost her balance and fell backward, her eyes widening in shocked eye. In the next instant, he reached out with a firm hand, grasping her slender arm with a swift motion. She was pulled into his embrace, her toes barely grazing the ground. The faint, sweet scent of herbs enveloped her as she pressed against his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against the delicate curve of his throat. Her body, in close proximity to his, felt the heat radiating from him, a tension that was unmistakably palpable. Realizing the intimate position they shared was entirely inappropriate, she quickly pushed against him, her mind racing. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently touched a sensitive area, eliciting a deep, throaty groan from him. Goodness! Xiao Wanwan's cheeks flushed a vivid pink, her heart racing. She felt faint, berating herself internally. How could the villain's voice be so alluring? Frustrated, she stamped her foot, oblivious to where she had touched him, the sound of his reaction echoing in her ears. It couldn't possibly be. Her face burned crimson, her thoughts spiraling into a whirlwind of inappropriate musings. She mentally scolded herself repeatedly. How could she, of all people, find herself in such a predicament? Though they had kissed, it had merely been an accidental brush, nothing more. Chapter 66. What do you want to do? Xiao Wanwan shook her head vigorously, dispelling the fantasies that clouded her mind. Yet, the man's grip on her arm tightened, drawing her body closer to him, her proud curves pressed against him, contorting into soft shapes under his force. A loud alarm rang in Xiao Wanwan's mind, and the blush on her face soared to the heavens. She forcefully pushed him away, creating distance between them, her arms wrapped around herself in a flurry of panic. Though I deeply regret this, what is it that you wish to do? The man opposite her breathed heavily, his gaze fixed on the girl before him, who appeared as if he had bullied her. His expression was one of incredulity. Just moments ago, this woman had inadvertently brushed against him in a way that left him uncomfortable, and now her first words were such. Xiaze's face flushed faintly, gradually shrouded in a veil of darkness. He chuckled softly and retorted, shouldn't that question be directed at you? Xiao Wanwan, you feigned to fall in front of me to elicit my assistance, didn't you? What? She thought he believed her fall was intentional. Impossible, she would never resort to such tactics to draw the antagonist's attention. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to the unidentified object on the floor that had tripped her. Pointing to the ground behind her, Xiao Wanwan explained, no, I tripped over something on the floor, which caused me to fall. The man, however, dismissed her explanation with a casual tone. What was on the floor? Xiao Wanwan turned to look, only to find the floor utterly devoid of any objects. Xiaze crossed his arms, coldly observing the woman before him, whose face was gradually paling. A mocking smile curled his lips. You truly are a deceiver, Xiao Wanwan. Even such a simple matter, you attempt to deceive me about? How can I trust you? As Xiao Wanwan continued to defend herself, beads of cold sweat forming, she stammered, no, I truly don't know where that object went, it must have been kicked away. Have you forgotten? I have affections for you, how could I possibly deceive you? Oh. The man responded slowly, yet, just a moment ago, you hesitated about whether to leave this group with your senior brother and return to the Qiao residence. Xiao Wanwan's expression froze, her mind racing. How did he know? Before she could articulate her thoughts, the man's icy gaze fixed on her, his voice laced with a subtle threat. Do you think I would allow someone who knows my secrets to leave unscathed? You would do well to be honest. Should I discover any intentions of escape, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Hearing his chilling threat sent a jolt through Qiao Wanwan. Xiaozhe continued, observing the fear on her face. Of course, as long as you remain by my side, I can guarantee that you will not meet an untimely demise on your journey to Anqiqing. What? An untimely demise? Both threats weighed heavily upon her. To survive, she could not gamble with her life. She had to obediently stay within this group. Forcing a laugh, she quickly denied, "Oh, that's absurd. The journey back to the Qiao residence is several times longer than going to Anqiqing. I, Qiao Wanwan, am no fool. Why would I choose such a torturous path? Besides, Xiaozhe, how could I bear to leave your side when I cherish you so?" After speaking, Qiao Wanwan even managed to wink playfully at him. The man, however, merely scoffed, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. Humph, you are indeed clever, otherwise, I would not dare to ensure your safe return to the Qiao residence if you were to leave this place. A shiver of relief coursed through Qiao Wanwan at her unspoken decision to remain. She wished to escape this place, fearing the antagonist's sudden change of heart, and forced a smile, resembling a frightened kitten, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky, sweetly pleading, "Since you, Azay, are aware that I won't leave you, may I return now?" Azay? The man felt a peculiar sensation at her endearment, the hostility in his demeanor softening. Yet, he sensed that despite her professed affection, she was always yearning to distance herself from him. Do you seem to fear me? Xiaozhe's gaze bore into hers, as if yearning for a confession. Internally, Qiao Wanwan cursed how shameless can the villain be. If it weren't for his constant threats and occasional attempts on her life, who wouldn't be afraid? Damn it, she was terrified, yet, she refrained from voicing her true feelings. Instead, she opted for clarity. Well, yes, a little. Could you perhaps be gentler with me? I adore you so much that I worry I might find your indifference unbearable, leading to my own sorrow. Gentle with you? He mused, as you are with good age? The instant the words left her lips, the man's pupils dilated. The previously softened expression morphed into one of sharp intensity, radiating an oppressive aura. His dark eyes narrowed, and he asked in a low, grave tone, "What do you know?" Ah. Qiao Wanwan momentarily froze, noticing the slight furrow in his brow. It dawned on her that she had misspoken. She began to speculate the antagonist likely wished to keep his affection for the male lead a secret. Oh no, she had struck a nerve with the villain. Qiao Wanwan's eyes gleamed with a spark of realization. She clapped her hands together, smiling brightly. Azay and Gudage share a deep brotherly bond. I have observed your interactions and, liking siblings myself, I find it exceedingly enviable. Therefore, I hope you can open up to me as well, and we can resolve matters together. Upon hearing her innocent thoughts, Xiaozhe's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. It appeared she was unaware of the deeper implications. With little reason to keep her any longer, he replied coolly, "In that case, you may leave." Oh, very well. As Qiao Wanwan stepped toward the door, a loud clang echoed behind her, making it seem as though she had been unceremoniously expelled. How utterly humiliating, she turned, raising her small fist, her indignation directed at the air where the villain stood. She swung her tiny fists a few times, even stamping her foot in frustration at the door. The scene was comical, resembling a chaotic street dancer. Allow her this moment of madness. She felt utterly stifled in front of the antagonist. Once she had vented her frustrations, she composed herself, smoothing her slightly disheveled dress, silently grateful that no one had witnessed her outburst. However, as she turned, she caught the incredulous gaze of the Xia family guard stationed nearby. How embarrassing. Qiao Wanwan cleared her throat a couple of times, attempting to mask her awkwardness. As she passed by one of the guards, she offered a modest smile and a heartfelt remark, "You've worked hard." The guard, still in shock, barely registered her words as she hurried away. Xiaozhe had already returned to his wheelchair, one hand resting on his forehead, the other idly toying with a slender, needle-like weapon, his tool for tripping someone. He stared at the glinting object, puzzled by the unfamiliar warmth that enveloped him whenever he touched that woman. Oddly enough, he found himself captivated by the fragrance she exuded. Holding her brought him comfort, even alleviating the pain in his legs. Was it the effect of some medicinal ointment she carried? She always bore the scent of that salve, and despite applying it himself, he never experienced a fragrance as potent as hers. Xiaozhe furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The wheelchair creaked as he swiftly concealed the weapon in its hidden compartment. "Young master." A voice from outside called. "Enter." The guard stepped into Xiaozhe's room and reported, "Young master, Miss Qiao just outside your door was behaving strangely. It appeared as though she was casting a spell." Chapter 67. A stroll in the market. Alas, the facade of the enchanting woman crumbles, a travesty against nature. As Qiao Wanwan muttered to herself, she proceeded directly to her chamber. Upon rounding a corner, she overheard the conversation of two wandering knights. She halted her steps, retreated slightly, and pricked up her ears to listen attentively. "Brother Lu, we must prepare our supplies in advance for our journey to Biluo Villa," one of them remarked. "Indeed. I have heard that they host nights and offer hot spring baths. Quite splendid, I must say," the other chuckled. "Ha, my friend, after such a long trek, we have yet to pause and relax. A luxurious soak in the hot springs there would truly be a blessing. Precisely, we ought to don our finest attire. It would be quite inappropriate to arrive in tattered garments. We might even be looked down upon by the other knights." "You are right, brother. Let us hasten to procure some new clothes today." The two gallant figures linked arms as they departed down the corridor, while a head peeked out from around the corner. Qiao Wanwan stroked her smooth chin, deep in thought. Our next destination seems to be Billuo Villa as well? They have hot springs there, how delightful. She surveyed her own attire, recalling the many dresses she had carelessly torn and discarded over the past few days. Nodding to herself, she declared, I must first acquire a few new outfits. It is settled then, I shall hurry back to my room and summon Chuanxia to join me in this shopping endeavor. With a snap of her fingers and a sweet smile gracing her lips, she cheerfully bounced back to her chamber, humming a merry tune. As she pushed the door open with a gentle creak, Chuanxia, who had been anxiously awaiting her return, visibly relaxed upon seeing the young lady return safely. Miss, you're back. Chuanxia, just in time. I have something to discuss with you, Xiao Wanwan replied. Something for me? Yes, do prepare yourself quickly, we shall go shopping today. Chuanxia's eyes lit up with delight at the prospect of an outing. Very well, miss. Sweet candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn for sale. Amidst the bustling street, a girl clad in a delicate mint green dress, accompanied by her maid, blended into the throng. Passers-by paused to admire her radiant beauty, their hearts stirred with astonishment. When did such a stunning lady appear in town? Xiao Wanwan paid little heed to the gazes of the crowd. Immersed in the vibrant atmosphere of the lively street, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, a stark contrast to her usual vigilance while traveling. Now, she felt liberated, free to indulge her whims. I crave candied hawthorn, she exclaimed, calling out to Chuanxia. Keep up, Chuanxia. I am off to buy some. Of course, Mississippi, I shall remain by your side. Excellent. Lifting her slightly long skirt, she hurried to catch up with the vendor shouting about the candied hawthorn. Blocking his path, she extended a finger and cheerfully proclaimed, Good sir, I would like a stick of candied hawthorn, please. The vendor, taken aback by the ethereal beauty before him, quickly handed her a stick with a grin. Here you go, young lady. Please enjoy. Thank you ever so much. Chuanxia rushed up behind her to pay the vendor one tael of silver. Here's your payment, no change necessary. The vendor, astonished at their generosity, felt slightly overwhelmed. Oh my. To receive such a sum from you two is quite extraordinary, I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Xiao Wanwan noticed Chuanxia trailing behind, not indulging in any treats. This simply won't do, she exclaimed, turning to her maid. Chuanxia, you must have a stick of candied hawthorn as well. It's delicious. Thank you, Mississippi. Chuanxia shyly accepted a stick from the vendor, her cheeks flushed with joy as she savored the sweet confection alongside her mistress. Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Such moments were truly worth it. In her heart, there was no distinction between mistress and servant. If kindness was bestowed upon her, she believed that joy should be shared. With a smile as sweet as the candied hawthorn itself, she reveled in the moment. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug at her mint green sleeve. Curiously, she looked down to see a scruffy little boy, around 5 years old, with a younger girl hiding timidly behind him, tugging at her sleeve. His eyes sparkled as he gazed up at her. Sister, you are so beautiful. The hawthorn vendor, recognizing the two little beggars from the town, grew alarmed at their approach. You rascals, don't touch this esteemed guest with your filthy hands, he scolded, swatting at the boy's grimy hand that clutched Xiao Wanwan's sleeve. The boy stepped back, clutching the frightened little girl behind him. The vendor turned to Xiao Wanwan, attempting to explain, Please don't mind them, young lady, these children are notorious beggars in our town. They approach anyone passing by to solicit alms, so quite bothersome, I assure you. As the vendor raised his stick to shoo them away, Xiao Wanwan quickly interjected, Wait a moment. The vendor paused, his expression one of confusion as he watched her advance towards the small beggars, candied hawthorn in hand. Chuanxia, puzzled by her actions, called out, Miss? But Xiao Wanwan continued her approach, kneeling down to meet the children's gaze. She extended her candied hawthorn towards them. For a moment, the children were taken aback, wondering if this lovely sister intended to share her treat. They reached out with their small, dirty hands, eager to take it. Just then, she playfully withdrew the hawthorn, leaving the boy empty-handed, his expression one of disappointment. Little brother, did you truly mean what you just said? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at her question. The child, earnest and truthful, nodded vigorously. Yes, sister, you are so beautiful. In the 2 years I have been begging in this town, I have never seen anyone as lovely as you. Ah, that is delightful to hear. Xiao Wanwan beamed, thoroughly pleased with his words. Turning to the siblings, she declared, Very well, let me treat you both to some candied hawthorn. Really, they gasped in unison. Of course, with such sweet words, I simply cannot refuse. Rising to her feet, she gestured to the vendor behind her. With a beaming smile, he hastened over, eager to make a sale once more. He generously handed the children sticks of candied hawthorn, each generously coated in rich, orange-hued caramel, glistening with sweetness. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, brother, this is candied hawthorn, it's my first time trying it. It's so sweet and delicious. Yes, it's my first time too. Chapter 68. The sweet-tongued child receives candy as they observed others indulging in candied hawthorn. It was finally their turn to savor the treat. The child licked the sugary exterior, feeling a surge of sweetness within, their face adorned with a blissful smile. The little boy looked at Xiao Wanwan, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, sister. It seemed they had grasped the notion that flattering the sister could lead to more sweets. They chirped sweetly, Sister, you are so beautiful, both in appearance and in heart. My sister and I adore you. Ha ha, you little flatterers. Xiao Wanwan beamed at the children's compliments, but on the other hand, she felt compelled to buy them some additional treats. She took out an extra piece of silver and handed it to the shopkeeper, instructing, once they have finished, if they wish for more candied hawthorn, please indulge them, this is to cover their expenses, consider it my treat. Certainly, miss, rest assured. Little brother, little sister, I must attend to other matters now, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy your treats and be careful not to overindulge. Okay, thank you, sister. For the first time, the two children felt cared for, a slight sting in their noses. You're welcome, spring and summer, let us be on our way. Very well, miss. The two, one carrying a skewer of candied hawthorn, departed from the children's view. Little beggars, remember that kind young lady. There aren't many good souls in this world who do not disdain you and treat you kindly. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the boy with the candied hawthorn revealed a gap-toothed grin, nodding enthusiastically, yes, rest assured, shopkeeper. My sister Yen-er and I will certainly remember that sister. On another street, Spring and Summer could not help but praise their mistress. Miss, you are truly kind. This kindness is nothing extraordinary. I simply cherish hearing the children's praises, which is why I rewarded them. Oh, I understand now, Miss intends to teach them the art of flattery. This way, even begging will become much easier? Haha, think as you will. Xiao Wanwan mused inwardly, reflecting on her spontaneous act, devoid of ulterior motives. Look, the government notice board has been updated with the latest news. Upon hearing the commotion of the townsfolk ahead, Xiao Wanwan exchanged a glance with Spring and approached to discern the unfolding events. What has happened? Look, the government notice board states that the flower thief met a tragic end last night. What a relief for the heart. The townspeople murmured in astonishment, engaging in fervent discussion. This is indeed a momentous occasion for our town. Indeed, that rogue had frightened the young girls of our town into seclusion. Now he is finally gone. Ha ha ha, I wonder which hero dealt him such a fate, his demise was truly deserved. Yes, many heroes have recently arrived in the city, perhaps they have avenged us by eliminating that vile flower thief. The crowd gathered before the government notice board buzzed with joy. Miss, are they referring to the flower thief mentioned in yesterday's notice? Yes. Last night, Spring had been rendered unconscious and was oblivious to the events. Xiao Wanwan had chosen not to inform her about the flower thief's demise at the hands of Xieze. Upon hearing the good news, Spring could not help but exclaim, how splendid. The flower thief who tormented women brought about his own ruin, he has been justly punished, this is indeed a cause for celebration, and our townsgirls can finally feel at ease. Indeed, Xiao Wanwan nodded in agreement. She, too, supported Xieze's decisive actions the night prior, though she had felt a twinge of fear then, yet, allowing that rogue to remain would likely have endangered even more women. Death, for such a villain, could serve as a form of atonement. Miss, look, ahead lies the largest ready-made clothing store in the town. Following Spring's gesture, Xiao Wanwan beheld a grand clothing store not far ahead. The entrance was bustling with ladies and gentlemen, their faces aglow with satisfaction as they emerged, curious about the exquisite garments within. Xiao Wanwan eagerly took Spring's hand. Shall we venture inside? Yes, certainly, Mississippi. As they approached the entrance, an attendant respectfully guided them inside. Not far away, Zhou Xinyue and her maid were strolling when they caught sight of Xiao Wanwan. Ah, miss, isn't that Miss Qiao ahead? Indeed, how surprising, she seems to have the leisure to shop for clothes. Shall we go over and observe her? Zhou Xinyue frowned slightly, perceiving her maid's suggestion as somewhat sneaky. She chastised, observe what, do you think your mistress is a voyeur? Seeing her mistress's displeasure, the maid's face paled, and she quickly apologized, Mistress, I certainly did not mean that. Did you not, then speak appropriately. Then, shall we return now? Return? With empty hands, how could we? The maid, looking at her mistress's open palms, was utterly confused. What do you mean? This street is not exclusive to her. We are merely passing by, intending to check out the clothing. Yes, you are right. I was foolish to suggest otherwise. The maid finally understood her mistress's subtlety. It seemed they were indeed going to investigate what Miss Qiao was up to. Dear guest, please mind your step. Xiao Wanwan was led deep into the store by the attendant, who assessed the patron's attire to gauge the price range of their desired purchases. Upon entering, they were shown exquisite ready-made garments for selection. Xiao Wanwan admired the opulence within, noting the many ornamental vases and jade pieces. Should a customer accidentally graze one, the clothing store would undoubtedly profit handsomely. However, the array of splendid garments was remarkable, displayed on traditional hangers for all to see. Pleased, Xiao Wanwan nodded in approval. The attendant, sensing her satisfaction, prepared to extol the virtues of the offerings. Miss, this section features our finest garments, while this area showcases unique pieces crafted by our embroiderers this month. Xiao Wanwan quickly waved her hand to interrupt. That's enough. I do not require recommendations. I will browse at my leisure. You may attend to your other duties. Very well, should you find a garment you fancy, do not hesitate to summon me for assistance. All right. As the attendant departed, Spring eagerly presented a garment to Xiao Wanwan. Miss, this dress is exquisite and suits you perfectly. Indeed, it's beautiful, a peach-pink dress adorned with delicate white gauze, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, soft and lovely. Yes, this outfit will enhance your beauty even further, showcasing its true worth. Very well, please set this aside for me. But do not forget yourself, it is a rare occasion to visit a clothing store, and you ought to select a new outfit as well. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Spring's heart swelled with joy, yet a thought crossed her mind, and her excitement gradually waned. As a mere maid, how could she dare don garments of the same caliber as her mistress? She quickly declined. No, miss, I already have plenty of clothing. It is truly unnecessary. Xiao Wanwan discerned that Spring's words were disingenuous. What woman does not possess a desire for beauty? Xiao Wanwan recognized her friend's modesty. With a sigh, she expressed her disappointment. Oh, I had envisioned us donning new garments together at Biluo Mountain Villa. Just look at your attire. How many times have you worn it on our journey? After the last encounter with the assassin, your clothing is patched and worn. Should we visit Biluo Mountain Villa, others might think I am mistreating you. Moreover, we are destined for a hot spring retreat, and of course, you must acquire a new outfit. Spring's eyes glimmered with emotion at her mistress's thoughtfulness, her heart swelled with gratitude. Chapter 69 is essentially akin to not wearing anything at all, is it not? Yet, the previous statement clearly indicates that Chuanxia does not concur. What kind of mistreatment is this? The young lady has been exceptionally kind to her. Chuanxia hurriedly spat twice and earnestly replied, the young lady treats Chuanxia with such kindness, always sharing her delectable treats and delightful amusements. How could such a wonderful young lady possibly mistreat me? To outsiders, my resplendent appearance juxtaposed with your patched attire might indeed give rise to such speculation, wouldn't it? Are you certain you do not wish to make a purchase? Chuanxia felt a slight constriction in her throat as she gazed at the young lady's expectant face. She understood the young lady's intentions were benevolent, and she absolutely could not dampen her spirits. Thus, she relaxed her demeanor, nodded, and joyfully declared, young lady, I shall buy it. Very well, proceed to make your purchase, I shall cover the expenses. Thank you, young lady. With the young lady's assurance, Chuanxia boldly ventured aside in search of garments that pleased her. Concealed nearby, Zhou Xinyue and her maidservant overheard their exchange. Xiaocui gazed enviously at the scene before her, then cast a glance back at her own mistress as Zhou Xinyue noticed the scrutiny of her companion and chided her, what are you staring at? Hasn't your mistress ever paid you your wages? Xiaocui inwardly retorted, is that even comparable? Their young lady gives gifts directly. When comparing this young lady to others, it was evident that she was rather stingy. It was no wonder that the maidservants of others would go to great lengths to protect their mistresses. Zhou Xinyue observed that her maidservant seemed dissatisfied and furrowed her brow in discontent, saying, what, are you still not satisfied? Be wary, or I shall deduct your wages. Or do you wish to become her maidservant? No, young lady, Xiaocui has absolutely no such intentions. Zhou Xinyue let out a cold snort, deeming it a waste of time to observe Xiao Wanwan. Since she was merely purchasing clothes and not engaging in any other endeavors, there was no need for her to linger here, particularly as it could jeopardize the rapport between her and her maidservants. A young lady of high birth, befriending her servants as if they were sisters, how utterly ridiculous! Zhou Xinyue felt a surge of displeasure. Her maidservant, Xiaocui, was indeed an ingrate. Was it not enough that she treated Xiaocui well? Turning to discreetly observe Xiao Wanwan, she suddenly straightened up and instructed her maidservant, let us return, I am certain Brother Gu misses me in my absence. Yes, young lady. Xiaocui secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself, truly, my mistress is rather self-absorbed. Following her mistress's lead, Xiaocui could only glance longingly at the beautiful garments within, which grew increasingly distant until they exited the garment pavilion and she finally withdrew her gaze. Without the salesmen hawking their wares or the exuberant Chuanxia, Xiao Wanwan relished her newfound freedom, slowly admiring the exquisite clothing. She was particularly taken by a set of azure garments, layered beautifully. They were undeniably stunning and seemed quite expensive. Even the bodice featured a large red floral pattern. Xiao Wanwan found it somewhat garish, yet it was still acceptable, as it would be worn underneath, out of sight. She reached out to assess the quality of the fabric. It was exceptional. In ancient times, without the embellishments of modern technology, one would never encounter shoddy craftsmanship. The bodice's fabric shimmered softly, smooth as water, and felt pleasantly cool against the skin. Wearing it in summer would undoubtedly be a delight. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, momentarily dazzling her. She turned to investigate the source of the light and discovered a set of exotic garments tucked away in a corner. Curiosity piqued, she approached to inspect the ethereal outerwear, made from a delicate layer of red gauze, adorned with numerous golden embellishments and beads, all interconnected by fine silk threads. The dazzling display of gold twinkled amidst the sheer fabric. Particularly striking were the intricate decorations that connected at the shoulders and formed a shape leading to the chest area. A diminutive golden bell artfully concealed the décolletage. Glancing further down, she noticed a matching set of jewelry, reminiscent of a skirt, with tiny beads and golden bells cascading like fringes around the waist, leaving the interior utterly void. Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of confusion wash over her, staring at the sheer garment, which seemed to consist solely of the gossamer layer. She was astonished, pondering, could this possibly be intimate apparel? A sudden epiphany struck her. A sly smile crept across her lips as she fixated on the garments before her. She finally conceived a plan to assist Xieze in pursuing the male lead. When they eventually journeyed to Biluo Mountain Villa, they would surely share a hot spring experience, wouldn't they? This presented an excellent opportunity for interaction. The attire in front of her was the key. If the antagonist donned this outfit and appeared in the same hot spring as the male lead, what kind of impression would it create? Imagining the breathtakingly beautiful man with an ethereal visage, clad only in this delicate pink gauze, with the golden bell adorning his chest, and the sensuous fringes at his waist tantalizingly revealing glimpses of skin as he moved, wow! How alluring, it was simply exquisite. Who could possibly resist such temptation? If it were her, she would gladly become a devoted servant at the feet of such a handsome man. A silly grin spread across Xiao Wanwan's face as she unconsciously wiped away the drool that threatened to spill. Young lady, Chuanxia has selected her garments. The voice of Chuanxia startled her, prompting her to quickly check her face for any signs of inappropriate moisture. Satisfied that all was well, she turned to Chuanxia and said, "Oh, splendid, let us expedite our purchase and depart." Purchase? She spat, having momentarily misspoken. We should swiftly acquire the garments and return to the inn. Very well. Xiao Wanwan called over a passing attendant and pointed to the garment discarded in the corner, saying, "Good sir, please wrap this piece for me as well." The attendant, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Miss, are you certain you wish to purchase this one?" "Indeed, I desire to acquire that garment." "Is there a problem?" The attendant hesitated, glancing at the pure and lovely young woman, struggling to find the right words. Chuanxia, displeased, stepped in to shield her mistress from the attendant's scrutinizing gaze, casting a fierce glare and warning, "What is with that look? If my mistress wishes to buy it, then wrap it up post-haste." "Miss, please do not be upset, it's just that this garment is meant to be worn without anything underneath." "What?" Chuanxia was taken aback, while Xiao Wanwan quickly placed a finger over her lips. "Shoo! Lower your voice." "Oh, very well." Chuanxia's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded the sheer fabric before her. Such transparent garments, with nothing worn beneath, was that even considered clothing? Wouldn't that be tantamount to not wearing anything at all? Chapter 70 of The Young Lady actually has such a quirk. Contemplating to herself, she thought the young lady must be unaware, which is why she desires to purchase this attire. While she was reassuring herself, she overheard the young lady responding to the servant's inquiry. "My lady, are you still certain you wish to buy this after learning about its nature? Such things are typically reserved for the pleasures of wealthy gentlemen and their wives." "Of course, I intend to buy it." Before the servant could finish, he was met with the young lady's firm affirmation. "What?" Both individuals present widened their eyes in disbelief, suspecting their ears might be deceiving them. Yet, Xiao Wanwan reiterated with utmost sincerity, "I shall purchase this set of clothing." "My lady, this is it." Xiao Wanwan preemptively interrupted Chuanxia, offering her comfort. "Do not worry, I assure you, it is not for my personal wear." "Then for whom do you intend it? Surely, you do not mean to give it to the leader? That would be utterly inappropriate. The leader has never considered seeking a new wife. If you bring such items back, it would surely break his heart." "What nonsense are you conjuring? This is certainly not for my father, I merely find it visually appealing. Is it not acceptable to collect it?" Hearing her words, Chuanxia released a sigh of relief. If the young lady merely intended to collect it, that was acceptable. "My lady, this attire must not be revealed to outsiders." "Indeed." Xiao Wanwan casually replied, urging, "Let us hasten to finalize the purchase. Once completed, we shall return to the inn." "Very well." In the end, Xiao Wanwan procured 3 ensembles, one in peach selected by Chuanxia, one in azure chosen by herself, and the last, a sensuous sheer garment, meticulously wrapped in fabric, adorned with all its jewelry intact. Chuanxia also selected 2 new outfits, joyfully clutching both her own and the young lady's garments as they exited the garment pavilion. As the proprietor of the garment pavilion passed through the display area, he suddenly noticed that a long-neglected sheer garment was missing. He hurriedly seized the passing servant and inquired, "Xiao Feng, what has become of the sheer garment I left in the corner?" The servant known as Xiao Feng, who had been responsible for attending to Xiao Wanwan, sensed the proprietor's concern and asked anxiously, "Master Su, is that garment not for sale?" "Not exactly. It has merely lingered there for so long without any lord or lady daring to purchase it. Now that it has suddenly vanished, I wish to inquire about its whereabouts." "I see." Xiao Feng exhaled in relief, chuckling, "Master Su, someone has just purchased that garment." "What?" Master Su was taken aback, hastily pressing Xiao Feng for details. "Did you explain its significance to the customer?" "Rest assured, master. I have already clarified its nature to the young lady, she still chose to buy it." Upon hearing this, Master Su could not help but sigh in amazement. Incredible, it appears that even younger patrons are drawn to such things. After returning to their quarters, Chuanxia, clutching the discreet bundle, placed it within the larger one and cautioned the young lady, "My lady, I have tucked this package deep inside. It must not be discovered by others." In Chuanxia's eyes, it was the elusive garment. When she learned of its purpose, she was utterly taken aback. The young lady actually fancied such risque items? As her maidservant, she vowed to protect the young lady's clandestine secret with her life. "Oh, Chuanxia, you are overthinking this. When you first laid eyes on it, you did not ponder so deeply, did you?" "Indeed. If discovered, we shall simply claim it as an ordinary garment, for aside from its embellishments, it bears no significant difference from other outerwear." "If we say nothing, who would ever suspect it is a toy of passion?" "My lady." Chuanxia was taken aback by the young lady's unabashed use of such a term. Although she typically did not understand the young lady's inexplicable phrases, she was now acutely aware of their meaning, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Pouting, she exclaimed, "Please, my lady, do not utter such scandalous words in the presence of others." Xiao Wanwan inwardly chuckled. "Oh, Chuanxia, you are but a naive soul, I shall refrain from teasing you further. Otherwise, you might burst into tears." "Very well, I understand, Chuanxia. I shall remain silent." Xiao Wanwan reassured her with a gesture to cover her mouth, smiling to ease her worries. After a delightful day of shopping, Xiao Wanwan enjoyed an exceptionally restful night. The dawn arrived swiftly, and they prepared to embark on their journey to the next destination, Biluo Mountain Villa. The carriage awaited them at the entrance. As Xiao Wanwan was assisted into the carriage by Chuanxia, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. Halt! Junior sister Wanwan, wait for your senior brother. Before Xiao Wanwan could fully enter the carriage, she heard a somewhat familiar male voice from outside. Looking toward the approaching horse, she recognized her senior brother, Mo Zilin, whom she had encountered the previous day. Beside her, Gu Xiaomu, who had not yet mounted, frowned slightly, expressing his irritation. Why is he here? Zhou Xinyue, who stood nearby, brightened at the sight and whispered conspiratorially to the man, that gentleman must have come for Sister Wanwan. Yesterday, Xinyue had sensed an unusual connection in the exchanged glances between the young man and Wanwan. Pretending to accidentally let slip her words, she covered her mouth with a feigned look of remorse. My apologies, Brother Gu. I misspoke. It's no trouble, your observation is not without merit. Gu Xiaomu acknowledged, realizing that Xiao Wanwan's relationship with that man was rather intimate, to the extent that it suggested a prior familiarity. Zhou Xinyue noticed Gu Xiaomu's darkening expression and concluded that her embellishments had successfully deepened his disdain for Xiao Wanwan. Meanwhile, Xiaze, who had yet to mount, watched silently from afar, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Young Master Zilin, why are you still here? Chuanxia urged, please step aside. Wanwan is preparing to depart. If you have matters to discuss, do so here without delaying our time. Junior sister Wanwan, I have given it considerable thought. Since you do not wish to return with me to the leader's estate, I shall accompany you on your journey to Anchi City to find Master. In this way, we can return to the estate together, and I can rest assured. He actually intends to follow her. Was there such a scene in the narrative? Xiao Wanwan found it curious, as she recalled that the only significant male characters present before the demise of the supporting female character were Xiaze and Gu Xiaomu, unaware of Mo Zilin's involvement. Could it be that this was a butterfly effect? This suggested that the predetermined narrative of death could indeed be altered. Xiao Wanwan felt a mix of speculation and excitement. Mo Zilin observed the gradual change of color on his junior sister's face, thinking to himself, I knew it. Junior sister Wanwan does not harbor ill feelings towards me, she merely struggles to accept my affections due to the complexities of love and status. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Wanwan was oblivious to his thoughts as she feigned a sigh and replied, if you intend to accompany me, you must first consult my companions. This journey is not solely at my discretion. Mo Zilin, however, cast a disdainful glance at those around him, noticing their unfavorable expressions. He then raised his voice, speaking boldly to ensure everyone could hear him clearly. What concern is it of yours? I do not require your protection, nor will I be a hindrance. The vastness of this world is not dictated by your whims, or I choose to go, none can impede me. Rest assured, junior sister, I will remain by your side and safeguard your well-being. Very well, do as you please, senior brother. Xiao Wanwan ignored him, bending to enter the carriage. Mo Zilin, however, was elated, instinctively following alongside the carriage. Chuanxia, observing the young lady's stillness, voiced her concern. My lady, are you truly comfortable with young Master Zilin following us? Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly and retorted, what alternative do we have? Can you persuade him otherwise? Chuanxia, recalling Mo Zilin's stubborn nature, shook her head. Indeed, if young Master Zilin could be swayed, even a pig could climb a tree. Chapter 71. If you push me again, I shall become a nun. With the addition of another team of horses, the procession departed from the small town, heading northward in grand fashion. In days devoid of electronic devices, the journey was spent in conversation and admiring the scenery, a means to alleviate the monotony of the road. Beside her, Chuanxia was already dozing off little by little. Observing her slumber, Xiao Wanwan could only smile helplessly as she retrieved a coat from her pack and gently draped it over her. Awakened slightly by the subtle movement, Chuanxia, with drowsy eyes, glanced at her and, still steeped in sleepiness, weakly murmured, Miss, I'm sitting here. If Chuanxia is tired, I'll just continue to sleep. Very well, came the allowance from her mistress, and the little maid's voice gradually faded as she succumbed to sleep once more. The cheerful chirping of birds flitted alongside the road as the carriage rumbled past. The birds, much like everyone else, busily tended to their own affairs, one of them clutching a caterpillar as it ascended the tree trunk, flapping its wings with excitement as it hurried back to its nest to feed its young. Xiao Wanwan leaned quietly against the window, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at the picturesque landscape outside. The pace of the carriage was leisurely, allowing her eyes to wander farther afield, delighting in the joyful lives of the woodland creatures. How serene! Xiao Wanwan reveled in this existence. She closed her eyes, savoring the gentle breeze that caressed her cheek, her silky hair dancing in the wind like delicate ribbons in the air. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves broke the tranquility. Wanwan, junior sister. Xiao Wanwan slightly opened her eyes, only to have her view obstructed by a man on horseback. A flicker of displeasure stirred within her. The man, captivated by her beauty, momentarily lost his composure. Upon regaining himself, he smiled warmly and inquired, Junior sister Wanwan, are you bored? Would you like me to keep you company? I do not wish to converse. Junior sister, why must you be so cold and unyielding? It pains me to hear it. Ha, if that is the case, let us not talk. I wish to admire this beautiful scenery. Mo Zilin felt a pang of sorrow at her words, implying that the landscape was more appealing than he. How can junior sister still be so oblivious? He lamented inwardly. She simply wished for peace, to gaze at the view and pass the time. As long as he did not obstruct her line of sight, it was sufficient. Oblivious, what should I understand? Xiao Wanwan was utterly perplexed by his comments. Mo Zilin, of course, could discern her confusion from her delicate features and, with a tender gaze, endeavored to explain. Wanwan, you are now 17, well past the age for a young lady to marry. You should consider it, lest your father grows worried. Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brows, her expression souring as if she had bitten into something unpleasant internally. She scoffed, why must one be pressured into marriage in this fantastical martial world? Moreover, wasn't he this young man approaching an age where he should be contemplating his own nuptials? Why was he fretting over her becoming an old maid? How absurd! If he had nothing to say, he ought not to intrude on her peace. Did he not realize how unwelcome his words were? With a forced smile, she retorted sarcastically, brother, I recall you are a full 7 years my senior, correct? Indeed, he nodded, somewhat bewildered yet pleased that she remembered his age. The young woman smiled, a hint of mockery in her tone. Well then, since you are older than I, why not take a moment to contemplate your own matrimonial prospects? If you delay any longer, you might well become a venerable old man. You speak true, he replied, eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xiao Wanwan, completely oblivious to her sarcasm. He misinterpreted her words as concern for him, believing they were well matched in age. Feeling a sense of disquiet, Xiao Wanwan wondered why he appeared so elated. Mo Zilin eagerly proclaimed, Junior sister Wanwan, since we are of suitable age, does that not make it even more appropriate? Appropriate? For what? To marry? What? Mo Zilin, brimming with self-importance, declared, you seem quite astonished. How dense can you be? Very well, upon our return to the Lord's estate, I shall personally propose to your family. From that day forth, the Qiao family and the Mo family shall be united. Would that not be splendid? Stop. Xiao Wanwan hastily interrupted his fanciful musings, clarifying, I'm sorry, brother, but you are not my type. What type? What do you like? I will have someone prepare it for you. No, I do not harbor those feelings for you, brother. Tiomi, you are merely an ordinary elder brother, please do not misunderstand. But we share no blood relation. How can you be so certain that your feelings for me are not love? I am well aware of my own feelings, she asserted. Wanwan, I understand your innocence. You do not comprehend the depth of my feelings for you. I know you reject my affections due to our sibling-like bond, but one day, I will break this barrier and have our master arrange our marriage. Why must this man be so obstinate? Can he not grasp my repeated refusals? Xiao Wanwan thought, exasperated, observing the self-absorbed man continue to speak without acknowledging her explanations. The original owneress' aversion to him was not without reason. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wanwan attempted once more to clarify, brother, please listen. My feelings for you are akin to those I hold for any of my other brothers. There is no distinction. Perhaps you have misconceived my sentiments. Now that I have made myself clear, you should relinquish such notions. How could that be? Every smile and frown you display is etched deeply in my mind. You are still unaware of the conflict within yourself, but I promise to provide you with the security you need. Wanwan, you must believe in me. Our family's union is a future long envisioned by our elders. When you marry into the Mo family, you will be the wife of a general, and I will bestow upon you a life of wealth and power. This declaration, Xiao Wanwan could not help but chuckle. What a farce! She, Xiao Wanwan, the daughter of the martial alliance leader, lacked for nothing. Power was of no interest to one who aspired to retreat into the mountains. Growing increasingly irritated, she retorted coldly, brother, why can't you understand simple words? I do not fancy you that if you dare to pressure me, I shall take my vows and become a nun. Chapter 72. Competing to offer grilled fish. Mo Zilin was utterly bewildered by Xiao Wanwan's indifferent voice. Did she truly express a desire to become a nun? Was it so difficult to admit that she held feelings for him, or was there some significant matter weighing upon her, something so grave? Mo Zilin, of course, refrained from pressing her further, tempering his obsessive state. With a hint of tension in his tone, he earnestly urged her, Wanwan, please don't contemplate becoming a nun. There are still so many wonderful places in this world yet to be seen that if you become a nun, you'll be confined to the nunnery, eating vegetarian meals and reciting prayers, deprived even of your favorite meat. How unwise that would be. I, as your senior brother, also do not wish to see you without your beautiful long hair. So, please, do not act impulsively and do something you might later regret. But, senior brother, you have been pressuring me all along, she retorted. In order for you to recognize reality, I could only choose to live with the Buddha. Nonsense. Wanwan, do not speak such folly. The Buddha is indeed quite clever. I shall no longer press you in the future. Xiao Wanwan lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Really? Seeing his junior sister return to her normal self, Mo Zilin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Of course. Your senior brother will wait for you to gradually understand my sincerity towards you, that will suffice. His heart still brimmed with self-admiration, yet his expression remained agreeable. Xiao Wanwan found herself questioning this man. Had he truly given up so swiftly? He still wore that same cheerful smile, which made her a tad suspicious. The view before her was obstructed by the large figure of the man, and she had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Thus, Xiao Wanwan feigned a yawn and apologetically said, I'm sorry, but I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Senior brother, please arrange things as you see fit. I shall retire inside to rest. Very well, junior sister Wanwan. Your senior brother will always be by your side, protecting you. Rest easy. Xiao Wanwan promptly retreated into the carriage, drawing the curtains tightly, leaving not a single gap exposed. In the dimness, she let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her. Finally, there was tranquility. Although Mo Zilin was merely a side character in the butterfly effect of their journey, he was still not to be underestimated. Caution was still necessary. They had traveled quite a distance, and due to the presence of two young ladies of high status in their party, they could not allow them to become overly fatigued. Thus, they were compelled to find a suitable spot in the woods to eat and rest at midday, allowing both the horses and themselves to recuperate before continuing their journey. The crackling fire, though bright, did not rival the brilliance of nighttime flames. Its purpose was solely to provide delicious hot meals to satisfy their hunger. Moziline and Gu Zhamu sat beside the fire, each holding fresh fish they had caught from the river, sizzling and roasting over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma of grilled fish. The two seemed to be in a competition, closely watching each other's fish, constantly flipping them. With a hint of pride, Moziline proclaimed, "My fish is ready, I shall bring it to my junior sister. She will surely adore my grilled fish." With that, he picked up the grilled fish and merrily headed towards Qiao Wanwan's carriage. Gu Zhamu, perplexed by this turn of events, wondered how he had managed to grill his fish so swiftly despite them catching fish at the same time and grilling over the same fire. Panic surged within him as he watched Moziline head towards Qiao Wanwan. Oh no, the grilled fish intended for Qiao Wanwan had been snatched away. Determined to earn Qiao Wanwan's affection, Gu Zhamu realized he had to exert more effort. Otherwise, this man would come and whisk Qiao Wanwan away. He could not allow Moziline to monopolize all the attention. This sparked a fierce competitive spirit within Gu Zhamu. Without caring whether his fish was ready, he hastily grabbed his own grilled fish and chased after Moziline, intent on presenting it to Qiao Wanwan first. He even disregarded the presence of Zhou Xinyue beside him. "Brother Gu, where are you off to? I'm here too." Zhou Xinyue shouted after him. As if entranced, Gu Zhamu offered no reply, racing to catch up with Moziline. Beside Zhou Xinyue, Xiao Chui whispered, "Miss, are they heading towards Miss Qiao?" Her face stiffened as she turned to see them indeed approaching Qiao Wanwan's carriage. A wave of anger surged within her. What was it about Qiao Wanwan that drew so much attention? Both of them were vying to present her with grilled fish. Zhou Xinyue's stomach could no longer contain its hunger, growling audibly. She clutched her belly and glared at the carriage. It was truly maddening to feel envy and jealousy. So many men were captivated by her. She clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, tearing it apart in a fit of emotion, gritting her teeth as she muttered Qiao Wanwan's name with venom. Qiao Wanwan, not far away, resting against a tree was Su Su, nibbling on a bun while observing the two men rushing to present grilled fish to Qiao Wanwan, shaking his head in bemusement. He mused, the daughter of Qiao Qingfeng is indeed quite popular, but then again, it makes sense. With her beauty and amiable nature, how could she not be adored? Yet, Su Su's gaze flickered towards another man nearby, who sat in a wheelchair, seemingly indifferent, not even raising his eyes to acknowledge the commotion. Su Su was taken aback. The person he assumed would be with Qiao Wanwan appeared utterly unmoved by her being pursued by other men. Doubts began to creep in. Had he misjudged the situation? Perhaps there was nothing between them after all, yet, outwardly, he still harbored hopes that these two children would end up together, reminiscent of his own love story with his wife, who was isolated from the world. In his youth, he too was a dashing figure, and his wife, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Regrettably, their time together was short-lived due to the myriad of conflicts in the world. As Su Su's gaze darkened slightly, he took the last bite of his bun, slowly caressing the scar beneath his eye. His wife had vanished, just like his youthful visage. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanwan, seated at the entrance of the carriage, raised a large bun to her lips, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, she was interrupted by the hurried footsteps of two men, accompanied by their bickering voices. "I arrived first." "What do you mean you arrived first? It was clearly me." "Step aside, don't disturb me while I enjoy my grilled fish with junior sister Wanwan." "Ridiculous, Wanwan wouldn't want to eat your undercooked fish. If she desires grilled fish, it shall be mine." "You outsider, why are you competing with me?" "Outsider? Don't speak so formally, my relationship with Wanwan is far closer than yours as her senior brother." Qiao Wanwan, listening to their incessant bickering, instantly lost her appetite. Unable to restrain herself, she tucked away the bun and snapped, "Enough. What on earth are you two arguing about?" Hearing Qiao Wanwan's impatient voice, Moziline quickly extricated himself from Gu Zhamu, donning a smile as he stepped forward, offering the grilled fish. "Wanwan, I've grilled this fish for you. Do try it and tell me how it tastes. This is a skill your senior brother has honed through his adventures." Gazing at the grilled fish he presented, its golden, crispy exterior emanating a tantalizing aroma, Qiao Wanwan felt tempted but was reluctant to accept food from someone else's hand. Just then, Gu Zhamu, having rushed forward, swatted the fish away, sending it flying in an arc. "My grilled fish!" Moziline cried out in dismay, rushing to catch it. In that moment, Qiao Wanwan found herself facing Gu Zhamu, who also offered her a perfectly cooked fish, smiling warmly. "Wanwan, please have my grilled fish. It is just right, and the bones are minimal. It is perfect for you. If it's not enough, I can grill more." All Qiao Wanwan could think was, what on earth are they up to? Chapter 73. You must intervene. Gu Zhamu thrust the grilled fish forward, urging the lady. Wanwan, quickly take Gu Deji's grilled fish, it must be far more delectable than that fellow's. Just as Qiao Wanwan contemplated declining, she was abruptly jostled by the returning Moziline, causing the fish in Gu Zhamu's hand to tumble to the ground with a thud. The two burly men then commenced a brawl. "What do you mean by this? Wanwan, my junior sister, would never indulge in your grilled fish. Since you've sullied mine, you shan't partake either." Gu Zhamu retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "Is it that you cannot bear to see Wanwan reach for my fish? If so, then do not follow our party." "Am I following you? I am merely concerned about your kind. With such a person as you, who knows what mischief you might inflict upon my junior sister? Hence, I have come to safeguard her." "Humph, how ridiculous. What could I possibly do to Qiao Wanwan? She would be delighted." "What, you wretched beast, how dare you utter such shameless words? Are you still defiant? I shall inform you that your junior sister left her home solely because of me, not because of you." Gu Zhamu's arrogance was palpable as he spoke to Moziline with contempt. Mo Zilin clenched his fists, glaring at Gu Xiaomu with fervent rage, grinding his teeth as he spat. You despicable scoundrel, just watch, I shall teach you a lesson. Come then, do you dare? Let us retreat to that grove yonder and spar. Let us go, who fears whom? With that, the two leapt away, their lightness of foot carrying them swiftly to the nearby grove, where the sounds of their clash echoed, reverberating through the trees. Xiao Wanwan, witnessing their quarrel over such a trivial matter, wore an expression of disbelief. Is this not akin to a schoolyard brawl? Meanwhile, Chun Xia, returning with water, could not help but voice her confusion as she inquired of Xiao Wanwan, who sat at the carriage door. Miss, I just saw young Master Zilin and young Hero Gu inexplicably fighting in the grove. What is happening? Before Xiao Wanwan could utter a word, the anxious voice of Zhou Xianyu broke through, calling out to the men engaged in their altercation. Good, cease this fighting. With a resounding crash, the trees in the grove suffered collateral damage as the two impetuous youths clashed, swords clanging against bark, leaving innocent trees to bear the brunt of their conflict. The woodland creatures fled in fright, uprooted from their homes. Xiao Wanwan could not help but scoff internally. Why must they destroy the trees while squabbling? Yet, her penchant for spectacle compelled her to beckon Chun Xia to fetch some snacks from the carriage. She settled cross-legged at the door, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the fray unfold. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? Despite her fervent pleas, Zhou Xianyu found herself exasperated as she turned to see the instigator of this ruckus leisurely snacking. Flames of indignation surged within her. She rushed up to Xiao Wanwan, her tone laced with urgency. Wanwan, you must persuade Gu Degu and your senior brother to cease this fighting. If it continues, someone will surely be harmed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry. Xiao Wanwan, expressionless, continued to nibble on her seeds, lifting her gaze slightly to her with an innocent query. Why must I? Zhou Xianyu's frustration only intensified at this response. Why? Is it not clear that this mess is of your making? They are fighting because of you, as the party involved. Should you not intervene to stop them? But I did not instigate their fight. I am also innocent in this matter. I care not, you are the cause of this trouble, and you ought to intervene. I cannot bear to see Gu Degu harmed on your account. If that happens, I shall never forgive you. Xiao Wanwan listened to Zhou Xianyu's moral coercion, her expression one of distress. She lamented, Oh dear, Sister Zhou, consider this, they are adults, and if they wish to fight, how can a mere weak woman like myself possibly intervene? It would likely prove futile, and could even be perilous. Surely, you overestimate my capabilities. I truly cannot persuade them to stop. She mused to herself, shall I act like those scenes from drama, standing beside two men engaged in a street dance battle, shouting, Stop! Stop, do not fight on my account. The thought brought a smile to her face, and Zhou Xianyu, witnessing Xiao Wanwan's evasion of responsibility while secretly chuckling, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. She questioned once more, Xiao Wanwan, will you go or not? Sister Zhou, they are merely sparring, it is of no concern, besides, it is beyond my control. Xiao Wanwan replied with a smile, offering her a handful of sunflower seeds. Would you care to join me in nibbling on these? Zhou Xianyu furrowed her brows, glaring at the seeds in Xiao Wanwan's hand, feeling as though she were being mocked for her futile efforts. In a fit of frustration, she slapped the seeds from Xiao Wanwan's grasp, scattering them across the ground. I do not require them. Alas, if you refuse to intervene, I shall do so myself. With that, Zhou Xianyu stormed off without a backward glance. Xiao Wanwan called out cheerily to the retreating figure, Very well, I wish you the best of luck, Sister Zhou. Free from Zhou Xianyu's insistence, Xiao Wanwan resumed her leisurely munching, her keen eyesight tracking the shadowy figures of the two combatants in the forest. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianyu and her servant continued to urge the fighters to cease their brawling, but the two, lost in their fervor, paid no heed. Neither side appeared to gain the upper hand, their skills evenly matched, leaving the outcome uncertain. Chun Xia, observing her mistress's nonchalance as she snacked, could not help but express her thoughts. Miss, that Zhou girl is truly excessive. How can she blame you for the quarrel between young Master Zilin and young Hero Gu? Perhaps it is due to the absence of someone to provide her with grilled fish, Chun Xia chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Ah, jealousy, it seems. Zhou is envious of the affection showered upon you. Affection, nay, it is but exploitation. Come, join me, let us speculate on who shall emerge victorious in this contest. Very well, Mississippi, I shall gladly comply. Chun Xia, taken aback by the unexpected invitation, settled beside Xiao Wanwan at the front of the carriage. Xiao Wanwan extended her hand, offering some of her sunflower seeds, and together they indulged in the spectacle, thoroughly entertained as if watching two monkeys perform tricks. Young Master, young Hero Gu and Miss Xiao's senior brother are engaged in combat in the woods. Should we intervene? Xia Zhe, resting with eyes closed, slightly opened them, his voice indifferent as he inquired, what has transpired? According to Miss Xiao, they are fighting on account of Miss Xiao, came the reply. Xia Zhe's brows furrowed as he cast a glance toward the other carriage, spotting the root cause of the turmoil leisurely indulging in her snacks while observing the spectacle, his expression tightened with confusion. He could not fathom Xiao Wanwan's demeanor, she seemed utterly unconcerned for Gu Xiaomu's safety, instead delighting in the unfolding drama. Could it be that she truly bore no feelings for Gu Xiaomu? Chapter 74. She is the daughter of the alliance leader. The two men engaged in a fierce altercation, yet it was ultimately the diligent persuasion of butler Zhongshe that brought about their separation. Both men bore bruises that rendered their appearances quite unsightly, with swollen faces and battered noses. Jiu Zhaomu and Mo Zilin exchanged disdainful glances whenever their eyes met, each refusing to acknowledge the other. In this discord, Xiao Wanwan found herself caught in the middle. Consequently, she resolutely declined to assume the role of mediator, choosing to remain isolated and unresponsive to both parties. While Mo Zilin faced a setback with Xiao Wanwan, Gu Xiaomu felt a sense of delight, inwardly cursing Mo Zilin. He deserves it. Although he had not yet won Xiao Wanwan's affection, he remained unperturbed. As long as she did not leave with Mo Zilin in the next moment, he would tolerate her temper tantrums. The following day, the entire group arrived at their destination, the Bai Luo Mountain Villa. This inspired a poetic reflection. The grand gates of the villa stand open wide, as various heroes from the Jianghu arrive. The ground is strewn with welcoming grass, and the estate looms large like a palace. The entrance was adorned with a majestic archway, exuding an air of elegance. All arriving heroes were required to register with the gatekeepers to obtain accommodation tokens before they could freely explore the premises. As the caravan entered, they proceeded to verify their information with the gate personnel. A middle-aged man, around 40, sat at the entrance, pen in hand, diligently recording the details of each hero. In line accompanying him were several attendants clad in uniform, tasked with guarding the premises. "Hey, Master Qi, could you do me a favor and let me through?" The man known as Master Qi furrowed his brow as he glanced at the registration book, then raised his gaze to the sycophant before him. He barked orders to his guards. "Drag this man out. He has no connections to the Jianghu and no significant ties to the court. Such a beggar has no right to enter Bai Luo Mountain Villa and enjoy its benefits." A group of guards clad in dark attire swiftly ejected the intruder. Observing this scene, Xiao Wanwan inwardly pondered, is there truly such a threshold to enter Bai Luo Mountain Villa? Next. Individual hero from the Jianghu, Gu Xiaomu. After Gu Xiaomu had registered, he stepped aside for the woman behind him. "Zhou Xianyu, brimming with spirit, announced, I am Zhou Xianyu, the niece of Zhou Jiang, ranked 23rd on the Jianghu leaderboard, here to pay a visit to Bai Luo Mountain Villa." Upon hearing her claim to be the 23rd ranked hero, the registrar's eyes lit up, and he scrutinized the young woman before him. "Ah, so you are Zhou Zhan's niece? What a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Xianyu suddenly felt a surge of confidence as she realized her uncle's status had granted her some recognition. "You are too kind. You must be here to see Zhou Jiang, who has been residing here for some time. Please, do come in." "Thank you." As Gu Xiaomu walked ahead, it was the first time he heard Zhou Xianyu speak of her uncle. 23rd on the Jianghu leaderboard. This was no small feat. After all, he had wandered the Jianghu for 5 years and had yet to break into the top 30. This indicated that Zhou Xianyu's uncle was indeed formidable, potentially possessing hidden skills. Perhaps, through this meeting, he could persuade her to teach him a technique or two. With many heroes residing at Bai Luo Mountain Villa, if he could engage in sparring with those ranked in the top 30 and emerge victorious, he would claim their ranking for himself, becoming one of the new top 30 martial heroes. A tremendous advantage of visiting Bai Luo Mountain Villa. The registrar, smiling, handed Zhou Xianyu a room token for the villa, whispering, "Miss, please do convey a few good words about me to Zhou Jiang." Zhou Xianyu assured, "Rest assured, I will not forget your kindness." As the trio stood in line, they waited patiently until it was finally Xiao Wanwan's turn. Next. Xiao Wanwan approached the registrar alongside her companion, Chun Xia. The registrar, upon lifting his gaze, was met with the sight of a beautiful young woman, appearing delicate and fragile, entirely unlike a typical hero from the Jianghu. He thought to himself, surely, this young lady has taken a wrong turn. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional demeanor, Master Qi inquired, "May I ask your name, young lady? What is your standing in the Jianghu, or does anyone in your family traverse its paths?" At a loss for words, Xiao Wanwan hesitated, unsure of how to introduce herself. Glancing at Chun Xia for assistance, Chun Xia stepped forward, amplifying her presence as she declared, "My lady is the daughter of the Wulin Alliance leader, Xiao Wanwan." "What?" The registrar nearly dropped his brush, inadvertently marking an extra stroke on the pristine paper. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the young woman before him, disbelief evident in his gaze. How could such a beautiful young lady be accompanied by a maid who would utter such a lie? With confusion, he queried, "I have heard that the Alliance leader dotes on his daughter. How could he allow her to be here alone?" "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning our honesty?" Chun Xia retorted. Just then, Mo Zilin, who had been standing behind, interjected with a hint of annoyance, "Master Qi, if you do not recognize my junior sister, you should at least know me." Upon recognizing Mo Zilin, the registrar's demeanor shifted instantly. He sprang to his feet to welcome him, exclaiming, "Is this not the Alliance leader's prized disciple, young Master Mo? It has been ages since we last met. If I had not been here, I would have thought your eyesight was failing you." "You speak in riddles, Master Qi." "Please clarify," Mo Zilin replied coolly, stepping forward to gently address Xiao Wanwan. "Wanwan, do not be afraid, they must be blind to not see that you are the most cherished daughter of our master." The registrar was left bewildered, glancing at Xiao Wanwan, who remained silent. In astonishment, he asked, "Is this young lady truly the Alliance leader's daughter? Indeed, who else in this world, aside from my junior sister Wanwan, deserves my kindness?" Mo Zilin glared at Master Qi, silently cursing him for daring to doubt Wanwan's identity. He softened his tone as he addressed Xiao Wanwan, yet subtly threatened the registrar, "Wanwan, how shall we deal with him? Perhaps we should inform the villa's young master about this gatekeeper who frequently overlooks those deserving of recognition." Upon hearing this, Master Qi's face paled, and he quickly knelt before them, along with his guards. Flustered, he stammered, "I was foolish not to recognize you as the Alliance leader's daughter, Miss Qiao, please forgive my oversight." Xiao Wanwan was taken aback by the sight of a middle-aged man nearly 50 years old kneeling before her. It felt as though it would shorten her own life. She instinctively stepped back and urged, "Oh, please rise, it is not so serious, everyone makes mistakes, and it is only natural for you to fulfill your duties diligently to ensure the villa's safety. I bear you no grudge, please stand." "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Chow. I shall not forget your kindness," Master Chi replied, hastily returning to his post to complete the registration. He presented her with the token with utmost respect. "Miss Chow, please take this villa token." "Thank you." Chun Xia accepted the token on behalf of her mistress. Master Chi added with a smile, "Do not mention it, and young Master Mo, please do not harbor unnecessary suspicions, they may only lead to your own misfortune." Indeed, Master Chi acknowledged. "Wan, let us depart." As the three exited, Master Chi swiftly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a cold demeanor as he called out, "Next." Chapter 75. The welcoming banquet. With a gurgle, Xiaze was pushed forward, and Master Chi gazed at the nobleman seated in the wheelchair. For a moment, they were both captivated by his striking appearance, staring at him in astonishment. It wasn't until the young man cleared his throat twice, seemingly uncomfortable, that Master Chi snapped back to reality. The middle-aged man beside the handsome figure presented a token for him to examine, smiling as he said, "My young master hails from the Xie family in the capital, engaged in trade with the martial world. You should be familiar with this." Master Chi looked at the smooth jade pendant in his hand, utterly flabbergasted. "This is not." He raised his gaze to the frail man before him, momentarily rendered speechless. "Master Chi?" A nearby guard, noticing his momentary daze, gave him a gentle reminder. Master Chi blinked and returned to his senses, asking once more, "Is it truly the Xie family from the capital?" "Indeed." "Very well." Understanding the implication, Master Chi refrained from further inquiries and inscribed the words "Xie family of the capital" in the registration book. With both hands, he presented the mountain villa's token. "Please, Master Xie, enter." The pallid young man in the wheelchair nodded slightly and smiled, slowly being pushed inside by Zhongshi. A group of young individuals waiting not far from the entrance beheld Xie's arrival. Gu Chamu smiled and remarked, "Brother Xie, you've completed your registration as well, let us proceed together." The individual stationed at the entrance to register the guests watched as their procession departed in a grand manner. Among them were Zhou Zhang's nephew, the daughter of the Alliance leader, the apprentice of the Alliance leader, and a hidden young master from the Xie family, who had come from the capital. It was as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Perplexed, he pondered, "Today is not a day of activities at the villa, why has everyone gathered at this time? I wonder if the young master will host a banquet to properly welcome this group of heroes." To facilitate their stay, he implored Gu Xiaoxia and Miss Chow to remember that his young master was a member of the Xie family, here for trade. The only three aware of Xie's identity, Gu Chamu and her maid Xiao Wan, were duly advised by Zhongshi and showed no resistance, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well. We truly appreciate it." Xiao Wan, observing the individual pushed by the Xie family's guards, did not lift her gaze, as if this matter bore no relation to her. She understood well why Zhongshi was so concerned. After all, the Xie family, renowned for their poison-making prowess, was regarded as a devil in the martial world. Even the most formidable experts could fall victim to their toxins, with no remedy in sight. How could they not be wary? Although the Xie family straddled the line between right and wrong in the martial world, they were deemed evil by righteous sects, and their elimination was deemed necessary for peace of mind. Thus, Xiaze's presence at Biluo Villa, accompanied by ordinary members of the Xie family for trade, was undoubtedly the safest option. The male and female guests were segregated into separate courtyards. Consequently, Xiao Wan accompanied Zhou Xinyue to the opulent female guest quarters, which boasted both mountains and water. A wall separated them from the male guest quarters occupied by Gu Chamu, Xiaze, and others who had entered the villa at the same time. As Zhou Xinyue was led by a maid, she cast a glance back at Xiao Wan, raising an eyebrow and chuckling softly. "I never would have guessed, Wan, that you are the daughter of the Alliance leader. No wonder you are so willful, even Brother Gu indulges you." The latter part of her statement was uttered in a lowered voice, yet Gu Chamu and her maid could hear it distinctly. Not receiving a response from Xiao Wan, Zhou Xinyue donned a proud smile and, with genuine kindness, reminded her, "Do not fear, little sister Wan, my uncle, who ranks 23rd in the martial world, is also staying here. He has a close relationship with the villa's master, so even if the sky were to fall, he would shield us. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me. Sister Zhou will take good care of you, just as Brother Gu does." "All right, I shall remain here." "Thank you, Sister Zhou." "Very well, Wan, your room has arrived, I shall take my leave now." Little Cui, who had been led away by Zhou Xinyue, turned back to glance at the departing young lady. Curiously, she inquired of her mistress, "Miss, since she is the daughter of the Alliance leader, why does she still require your assistance?" Zhou Xinyue shot her a disdainful look and replied, "Little Cui, I've told you to familiarize yourself with the realities of the martial world. How could you not know this? Although Xiao Wan's father is the Alliance leader, he is merely a hereditary one, and his name does not appear on the martial world rankings. My uncle, however, is genuinely ranked 23rd, an undeniable honor. So what is Xiao Wan's father, just an inconsequential martial arts disciple?" The astonished little Cui nodded in understanding, her admiration growing. "I see now. So your uncle is indeed one of the most formidable heroes among your acquaintances. No, not just one of them. Thus, your confidence is well founded." Little Cui felt a renewed sense of pride following her mistress, her face glowing with satisfaction. Inside their room, Xiao Wanwan and her maid were busy arranging their belongings. Chuanxia remarked, "Miss, I believe Gu Xiaxia did not simply bring Zhou Xingyue here. We must also rest for a few days before making any plans." I understand. I have heard there is a hot spring here. I wonder if the host will allow us to use it. If we could enjoy a soak, it would be quite delightful, akin to a vacation. Indeed, if we could bathe in the hot spring, you could showcase your new attire. Oh. Reminded by Chuanxia, Xiao Wanwan recalled, yes, the new clothes. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Chuanxia opened it to find a young maid delivering a message. "Miss Xiao, our young master invites you and the other new guests to the reception hall." "Very well, please lead the way." Stepping outside, not only were Xiao Wanwan and her maid present, but also Zhou Xingyue and her maid. "Sister Zhou." Zhou Xingyue beamed, taking her hand affectionately. "Little sister Wanwan, do not worry. Simply stay by my side." "All right." The two made their way to the reception hall, which dazzled with golden opulence and spaciousness, accommodating over 100 guests. The path led directly to the main seats at the far end, flanking guests on both sides, yet a space was reserved for their group. The maids led them to a position not far from the main table, where Gu Chamu, Xie and Mo Zilin were already seated among nearby guests. The grand hall was filled with 30 to 40 guests, the majority obviously members of the martial world, seated with swords in hand. They laughed boisterously, their raucous voices echoing as if in a bustling marketplace, utterly disregardful of those around them. A rugged martial artist seated next to one of the rowdy guests kindly cautioned him, "Old Three, do be mindful of your image. There are many notable figures present. You young ones are so reserved, you're making me feel embarrassed. You must not let the young master see you like this, he dislikes such boorish behavior. If he takes offense, he may very well throw you out." Old Three, impatient, replied, all right, I'll keep it down." With a loud thud, a wine jug was slammed onto the table, creating a noticeable crack that nearly shattered it. "Easy now." The coarse Old Three clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, "This table is quite flimsy. It can't compare to my stone table. Get this ruffian a sturdier one." A young man's voice rang out from outside. The table of the boisterous Old Three was swiftly replaced by servants. As everyone turned to see who had arrived, they couldn't help but admire. "Is this the young master?" The composed young man exuded an aura of nobility, his internal strength evident at around 60%, rivaling most of the martial artists in the reception hall. Zhou Xingyue, spotting the individuals beside the young master, joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle." Chapter 76 Reception. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhou Xingyue promptly rose from her seat, greeting with a smile. The middle-aged man accompanying the young master, upon noticing the standing lady, couldn't help but express a hint of curiosity as he approached her and inquired, "Are you Xingyue?" "Indeed, uncle. Xingyue has come to pay her respects to you." How is your father faring?" "My father often thinks of you, but there is no need for concern. He is now a beloved county magistrate, living quite well in Luan town." "That is wonderful. I have been away from the Jianghu for quite some time and was beginning to think everyone had forgotten me." "How could that be? Your name is well known, even beyond the Jianghu. How could anyone forget you?" Xingyue certainly knows how to flatter, making even the elders blush." "This is Zhou Jian's," came the curious voice of the young master. Zhou Jiang finally realized and explained to the young master, "Oh, right. Young master, this is my niece, the daughter of the county magistrate of Luan town." "Greetings, young lady." The youthful young master, Shen Muli, displayed his amiable nature, smiling gently, "Since everyone is acquainted, let us sit together and engage in pleasant conversation." "Thank you, young master." "Oh, we are all family to Zhou Jiang. There is no need for formalities." "Very well." Zhou Xingyue felt honored and slightly overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed with pink as she responded. Once seated, young master Shen Muli raised his wine cup and addressed the guests. "Today, we are graced with numerous esteemed visitors. As my father is away, the duty of hosting falls upon me, the young master. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you will kindly overlook them." The young master is being overly modest. "You are the future lord, and your hospitality is equivalent to that of the elder master. It is our fortune to meet such a promising young master here. Thank you all for your understanding. You have arrived at an opportune time. We have prepared hot springs for everyone at the back mountain. With the weather turning colder, a soak in the hot springs is quite fitting. Aside from this small offering, I have little else to provide, but I hope you find some comfort during your stay. The hot springs of the manor are renowned. I have heard that the hot currents cascade down from the mountain. It is said that these springs possess remarkable effects, leaving those who bathe in them feeling exceptionally rejuvenated. We were just planning to try them out. It is truly admirable of the young master to share such delights with us." "That is nothing. The main goal is for our guests to enjoy their time at Biluo Manor. There is also a martial arts arena available. Should any of you heroes wish to spar, please feel free to do so. However, I kindly ask that you exercise restraint to avoid any fatalities, as that would put the manor in a difficult position." Of course. We are all aware of the manor's rules and would never cause trouble here." "You need not worry, young master." "That is good to hear. Please, esteemed guests, make yourselves at home and do not feel constrained. The young master is truly commendable." "Indeed." Seated at the head of the table, Shen Muli received the compliments with a modest smile. He then noticed a strikingly handsome man among the guests, whose complexion appeared rather pale. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the man, though he couldn't quite recall where he had encountered him before. However, guests assigned to the front are generally of notable standing, and he had little leisure to introduce everyone individually. He slowly withdrew his gaze, lifting his cup to savor the wine's fragrance, addressing the assembly. "Now, please enjoy the welcoming banquet I have prepared for you all." With a clap of his hands, a troupe of dancers entered the hall, gracefully performing with elegance and splendor. Splendid! The assembly of heroes applauded heartily. Xiao Wanwan watched with rapt attention. Coming to Biluo Manor was indeed about enjoyment. After the feast, there would be hot springs today. She needed to devise a plan to deliver that outfit to Xiaozhe. Xiao Wanwan glanced discreetly towards Xiaozhe, who sat several people away. His perfect profile resembled that of a sculpture, sitting upright, seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Imagining that outfit adorning him, the male lead would surely fall in love with Xiaozhe's exquisite figure. After all, the protagonist of this martial arts novel, known for his prowess, has never turned away from handsome men and beautiful women. Regardless, surrounded by a throng of stunning individuals only accentuates the male lead's charm. Mo Zilin, gradually approaching Xiao Wanwan, observed his junior sister's delight and couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Wanwan, you seem particularly pleased. Do you enjoy these performances?" Awakened by his voice, Xiao Wanwan realized Mo Zilin had approached her without her noticing. "Brother." "Yes, Sister Wanwan, that if you enjoy watching, when we return home, I can arrange for some dancers to entertain you whenever you feel bored." "There's no need, brother. I'm not that fond of it." "Alright, but if you have any preferences, do let me know. I will ensure everything is arranged for your happiness." Thank you. You should return to your seat and enjoy the meal. It is quite improper to be here at my table during mealtime." "Understood." Mo Zilin obediently took her advice, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Xiao Wanwan turned her thoughts back to her own table, no longer glancing in his direction. Mo Zilin, shaking his head in resignation, suddenly felt an unusual gaze fixed upon him. Following the unwelcome stare, he caught sight of a flash of red among the heroes, recognizing an old acquaintance from his past adventures in the Jianghu. The woman in the red attire, with a strikingly beautiful face and bold crimson lips, curved into a smile, seemingly saying, "Long time no see." His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt crossing his features. How could she be here? As he continued to observe her, the woman cast him a flirtatious glance before rising and departing the reception hall. Mo Zilin's muscles tensed, and he seized the opportunity to slip out of the hall unnoticed. Meanwhile, Gu Chamu took a swig of wine, eyeing the illustrious Zhou Jiang nearby. He appeared amiable, yet Gu could distinctly sense the potent inner strength emanating from him. With Zhou Jiang right before him, he felt compelled to introduce himself. "Zhou Jian, I am Gu Chamu, a wandering hero for 5 years. I have heard many tales of your exploits, and upon seeing you, it is clear they are well deserved." Zhou Jiang paused, his hand holding the wine cup momentarily still as he appraised the young hero before him. "Oh? You are the lad who accompanied Xin Yue?" Zhou Xinyue, upon hearing her name, promptly set down her utensils and stepped forward to acknowledge, "Yes, uncle, this young hero Gu has assisted me greatly along the way and I have yet to introduce him." She inclined her head slightly toward Gu Chamu. "Brother Gu, I sincerely apologize." "Xin Yue, there is no need for such formality. Brother Gu is not a man of petty grievances." Zhou Xinyue nodded with a smile. "Well, young man, you appear to possess innate martial prowess. May I inquire how many layers of inner strength you currently possess?" Suddenly put on the spot, Gu Chamu's expression stiffened. Generally, those with deeper inner strength could discern the capabilities of juniors, but now Zhou Jiang was prompting him to declare his own strength. Was he testing his self-assessment, or was it a subtle jab at him? Gu Chamu was unsure of Zhou Jiang's intentions and could only respond with a strained expression. "As for me, my inner strength currently stagnates at the 6th layer." His voice grew softer as he spoke. Chapter 77. How about I help you win her over? Gu Chamu, upon hearing Zhou Jiang's laughter, raised her gaze slightly, a trace of bewilderment crossing her features. Zhou Xinyue, standing beside her, was utterly perplexed by the cryptic exchanges typical among those of the martial world and found herself unable to interject. She felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that her relatives might inadvertently offend Gu Chamu. Thus, she silently clasped her hands together in prayer. After all, this was akin to a scene where one introduces their beloved to their family. She yearned for her relatives to appreciate Gu Chamu and hoped that Gu Chamu would harbor no disdain for her elders. However, the next words from Zhou Jiang eased the tension for both women. "Young man, you are quite honest. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Zhou. As a junior, it is imperative that I exhibit sufficient sincerity towards my elders." Splendid. Gu Chamu reciprocated with a modest smile towards her seniors. Observing her uncle's satisfaction with Gu Chamu, Zhou Xinyue's anxiety dissipated, her heart swelling with joy. She had always known that the person she admired would surely win the affection of her elders. The promises she made to him now seemed to hold hope. Brother Gu would undoubtedly express his gratitude to her. In the garden during the day, the gentle sound of flowing water beside the tranquil rockery felt particularly jarring. The usual chirping of birds was now replaced by an eerie silence. A man tread upon the grass, the crunching sound echoing around him. It was not until he caught sight of a flash of red near a secluded rock formation that he made his way there. Clenching his fist, he reached out and forcefully grasped the shoulder of the woman who turned her back to him, compelling her to face him. His voice, laced with fury, demanded, What brings you here?" The woman in red, unperturbed by his ruthless grasp, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Her captivating fox-like eyes met the ire of the man before her. "Zilin, must you be so heartless? After all, we are old acquaintances. Shouldn't you be excited to see me again? What is your purpose here? Do you believe I want to expose your true identity to everyone? She chuckled softly regardless of the hand gripping her shoulder. She leaned closer, the corners of her lips curling in a beguiling smile. The man's brows furrowed deeply, fully aware of her nature. Instinctively, he pushed her away, yet in the process, the vibrant red fabric of her attire was torn asunder. To his shock, beneath it, she wore nothing, revealing a vast expanse of her flawless skin, which danced enticingly before his eyes. Unashamed, she stretched the neckline of her garment further, teasingly on the verge of unveiling her exquisite form. A flush of panic crossed Mozeline's face, and the heat surged through the hand that had gripped her shoulder. He quickly released her clothing, shutting his eyes in a fit of anger. What is the meaning of this? Put your clothes back on. Oh, is the esteemed Mo still feeling bashful? She observed the crimson hue blossoming on his cheeks, her laughter laced with mischief. With her slender finger, she traced the contours of his fluctuating chest, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "But dear Mo, weren't we quite intimate before? Why are you shy now? You certainly didn't have this attitude then, you were quite the assertive one, leaving me unable to rise from bed." As she uttered the last word, she breathed softly against his ear. The man was forcibly reminded of the foolish deeds that had transpired during his early days in the martial world, where his desires had led him astray. He opened his eyes in a surge of rage, fixing her with a furious glare. With a forceful shove, he pushed the disheveled woman away, his face practically bleeding from embarrassment. "You witch, get away, were it not for your despicable tricks, I would not be so scandalous in front of outsiders." Words failed him, and he bit down on his lips in frustration. "Oh? Is that so?" The woman lightly tapped her lips, her tone sultry. "Weren't you enjoying yourself back then? You should be grateful to me for introducing you to the pleasures of manhood. Do not dare to equate yourself with me. You harlot, you witch. I will ensure everyone knows your true identity and banish you from the Billual Mountain Manor." "Mozeline, what benefits do you gain from revealing my identity? Are you not afraid I might inform your junior sister about our past?" "What?" The man was momentarily stunned. How could this witch know about his affection for his junior sister? "Are you surprised that I know about your feelings for her?" She laughed, her eyes glinting with mischief. "It was evident in the way you gazed at her just now. Unfortunately for you, she seems quite indifferent to your affections." "Do not speak nonsense, my junior sister holds feelings for me, our bond cannot be disrupted by an outsider like you." "Ha, how naive. Look at your face, it is turning a ghastly shade. Tell me, do you know why your junior sister feels nothing for you, or perhaps, Mozeline, would you like me to assist you in winning her over?" Upon hearing the witch's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, yet he could not shake off his doubts. He furrowed his brow, remaining tense. The woman, sensing his apprehension, offered her reassurance. "Rest assured, my motives are simple. I merely wish for you to keep my identity a secret. I am here merely for amusement, not to create chaos that could pose a greater threat to me. So, trust me." "Is that true?" "Of course." "Very well, I promise not to disclose your identity, but what plan do you have to ensure my junior sister willingly stays by my side?" "Isn't that simple?" The woman smiled faintly, producing a small vial from her hand and extending it towards him. Mozeline stared at the vial with suspicion. "What is this?" "You've used this medicine before, surely you know better than I." Mozeline's heart raced with caution. "Are you giving me an aphrodisiac? What is your intention? Isn't this a means to help you?" The woman grasped his hand, placing the vial in his palm. "Rest assured, this potion is colorless and tasteless, posing no harm to your body. It merely requires a warm body for a night, and it will work wonders. It will not affect your junior sister adversely. You know from experience that this potion invigorates the spirit." He recalled that one encounter with the witch, where he had indeed felt invigorated, his energy seemingly boundless, filled with pride and satisfaction. He had thought it was her trickery, leading him to a frenzy, but it turned out to be the effect of this aphrodisiac? "Well then, take it and use it as you see fit. I must return to rest." She released his hand, the absence of her warmth replaced by the chilling breeze, yet, the object in his grasp felt exceptionally warm, igniting a blush upon his cheeks. Could this be the key to winning his junior sister's heart? The woman valued purity above all, and perhaps, just perhaps, his junior sister would indeed succumb to his charms. Chapter 78. 3 requests. The banquet had concluded, and night had long since descended. Jiu Zhaomu, accompanied by Zhou Xanu, made their way to the courtyard where Zhou Jiang resided, seeking to obtain the martial arts manual. Zhou Jiang sat in a room with an open door, his fingers lightly tapping the table's surface. Understanding the unspoken cue, Gu Zhaomu respectfully poured a cup of tea for him in advance. "Senior Zhou, please enjoy this tea." Zhou Jiang gazed at his young niece, surprised by the extraordinary nature of this young man, who had come to beseech him for the coveted lightness martial arts manual. This manual was his prized possession, the cornerstone of his skills. It was this very technique that had earned him the commendable rank of 23rd in the martial world, enabling him to evade capture, launch surprise attacks, and thus attain a reputation that garnered admiration wherever he went. Yet, here was this brash young lad, boldly requesting his manual. How could that be permissible? Though he found the young man quite likable, he was still an outsider, uncertain of his character and reliability. He was not inclined to acquiesce to this request without due consideration. Zhou Xinu, sensing the tension, interjected, "Uncle, I understand how significant this manual is to you, but it is equally important to Brother Gu. Could you perhaps grant him a portion of it for a trial?" "I appreciate your sentiment, but it would be unwise for me to hand over the manual without just cause," Zhou Jiang replied. Gu Xiaomu, attuned to Zhou Zhang's concerns, quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Senior Zhou, I would never betray your trust. Should you grant me this manual, I would pledge my lifelong loyalty to you as your disciple." "Indeed, uncle, Brother Gu has made his intentions clear. You should consent to his request." Zhou Xianyu added. Zhou Jiang observed his niece's anxious demeanor. Recognizing her fondness for the young man, with a soft sigh, he addressed Gu Xiaomu, "While I hold you in high regard, this manual is not something one may simply take at will. If you wish to acquire it, you must first pledge yourself to me as a disciple. Secondly, you must engage in a duel with a skilled master at the training grounds in 3 days' time. Should you emerge victorious, the manual shall be yours." Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's stipulations, Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xianyu exchanged glances. Elated Jiyu Xiaomu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zhou. Do not be too hasty in your thanks, for I have one final demand," Zhou Jiang stated. "What could that be?" "You must agree to become the fiancé of my niece, Zhou Xianyu." Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. "A fiancé?" "Indeed, I cannot entrust my manual to an outsider. If you refuse, the manual shall remain out of your reach." Zhou Xianyu's face flushed crimson, her gaze shifting to Gu Xiaomu, who appeared equally astonished and not particularly pleased. Panic surged within her as she sensed his reluctance, fearing he harbored no affection for her. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored Zhou Jiang, "Uncle, please do not pressure Brother Gu. Our relationship is not of that nature." Zhou Jiang, however, paid her no heed, fixating instead on Gu Xiaomu. "Your choice now lies before you. Will you strive to obtain this manual, or will you attempt to seize it from me?" "Uncle!" Zhou Xianyu exclaimed, shocked that matters had escalated to this point, both parties' expressions darkening. Gu Xiaomu gradually regained his composure, directing a look at Zhou Xianyu. Her eyes were slightly red, as if on the verge of tears, her pitiful countenance evoking deep sympathy. The young man furrowed his brow, his lips parting and closing in contemplation. The 3 requests posed to him were not entirely unfavorable. He had always harbored feelings for Zhou Xianyu and had no aversion to being with her. However, he could not allow Qiao Wanwan to discover this arrangement, for he feared it would jeopardize his standing with the martial alliance leader. Rising from his seat, he cast aside his garments and knelt before Zhou Jiang, clasping his hands in earnest reverence. "Master, I humbly request to pay my respects." Zhou Xianyu's tears halted abruptly as she beheld Gu Xiaomu's sudden kneeling, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. "Ha ha ha." Zhou Jiang erupted into hearty laughter, assisting Gu Xiaomu to his feet. "You have completed the first requirement. As for the second, we shall see how things unfold in 3 days. Regarding the third," he then turned to his stunned niece, smiling, "I shall take it upon myself to arrange for you both to become engaged. Once your name is known in the martial world, we shall finalize your union." "Yes, thank you, Master Da. I ask that you and Xianyu keep this agreement between us, as I wish to avoid any doubts about my capabilities." "Ha ha ha, of course, that is certainly acceptable." Zhou Xianyu, still recovering from her earlier shock, listened to her uncle's jovial laughter, and a revelation began to dawn upon her. "Brother Gu truly wishes to marry me." Her large eyes sparkled with moisture, and a gentle warmth enveloped her as she felt a large, warm hand upon hers. Turning her gaze to the man before her, she bestowed upon him a soft smile. The moonlight was just right, and the courtyard of the male guest quarters welcomed an additional presence. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wanwan, clutching a modest package, approached Xieze's room with determination. She noticed the flickering candlelight in the window and proceeded directly toward it. Inside the dimly lit chamber, candles illuminated the space, particularly the desk where 2 candles stood, casting light upon a pair of slender, fair fingers that deftly held a brush, writing with grace. Following the defined knuckles upward, the candlelight played upon the high bridge of his nose, accentuating the elegant contours of his face. His lips, tinted a rich red, were a stark contrast to the pale complexion that rendered him almost sculptural. At that moment, a shadow flitted across the room. A dark guard, Xie, approached with respect. "Young master, Miss Qiao is approaching." Xieze paused, glancing toward the door, his charming features betraying no emotion. "Understood. You may leave now. N01 is to approach the room unless necessary." "Yes, young master." With a swift movement, Xie vanished from sight. Xieze resumed his writing, the paper soon adorned with the bold, sweeping strokes of Qiao Wanwan's name, each line imbued with vigor yet possessing a sharpness akin to a sword. Qiao Wanwan smoothly reached the door of Xieze's chamber and raised her hand to knock, but before she could, his magnetic voice resounded from within. "Since you have arrived, just come in." "Eh?" Qiao Wanwan marveled. He knew I was here even before I knocked? Could he possess the ability to see through doors? Accepting the invitation, she pushed the door open with a creak. The room was bathed in the warm glow of candlelight. Upon seeing Xieze seated at his desk, she stepped inside, cradling her package, and gently closed the door behind her. This outing was meant to deliver a secret weapon to Xieze, and she was determined to keep it hidden from Chun Xia. Xieze noticed the delicate embroidered shoes of the young woman before him, and he swiftly covered the sheet of paper bearing her name. Lifting his gaze, he regarded her with inquisitive interest. "Miss Qiao, what brings you to my humble abode?" Chapter 79. The Hidden Dagger. Qiao Wanwan gazed at the man illuminated by the flickering candlelight across from her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Stealthily, she retrieved a meticulously wrapped parcel from behind her and presented it to him. "Ace, this is for you." Xieze, hearing the affectionate way she addressed him, furrowed his brows slightly in bemusement. Assessing the parcel in her hands, he inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" With a playful smile, she placed the package on his desk and explained, "This is a gift I have prepared for you." "A gift?" He echoed, his curiosity piqued as he observed the unexpected addition to his desk. He extended a slender finger, poised to touch the parcel. At that moment, the woman, slightly flustered, pressed down on the package, preventing him from brushing against its edge. A deep, inscrutable gaze fell upon her as Xieze scrutinized her. Xiao Wanwan offered an awkward smile, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment. After all, the contents were intimate garments. It was rather inappropriate for an outsider like her to be present. Thus, she felt compelled to provide Xieze with a calming prelude to avert any misconceptions. I shan't linger on trivialities. Let me clarify the nature of this gift. She released her grasp and gestured towards the parcel with her delicate fingers, stating earnestly, inside, you will find an outfit I have chosen for you. When you and Gu Xiaomu visit the hot springs, you can wear it. This is crucial for nurturing the bond of brotherhood between you two. I hope you will make good use of it, That is all I wish to say. You may explore the contents at your leisure. I must take my leave now. With that, she turned on her heel and dashed away. The door slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud, leaving Xieze without the opportunity to utter a single word. His eyes concealed a complex blend of emotions, his long lashes casting shadows over the parcel. He chuckled softly, hand resting on his forehead, puzzled by the notion that this woman had gone out of her way to present him with a gift. He had always believed that the concept of receiving a gift was something he would remain estranged from throughout his life, yet here he was, the recipient of a present from the very woman he least favored. For the first time in his life, he found himself feeling a warmth in his heart, a departure from his usual cold demeanor, as he examined the gift with curiosity. What could possibly cultivate a brotherly bond between him and Gu Xiaomu? What kind of brotherhood required nurturing? One he was entirely unaware of. Slowly, Xieze extended his fair, elegant fingers, untying the delicate bow that secured the package. The plain brown fabric fell away, revealing the contents within. He paused, staring at the jewelry and the sheer garments, momentarily taken aback. He lifted a finger to gently caress the gossamer fabric, his brows knitting together in contemplation. Was this truly intended for him, or was it, in fact, Xiao Wanwan's own attire? Yet, why was there only an outer garment? Confusion clouded his thoughts. He noticed a piece of white paper nestled within the package, inscribed with the words inner wear. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps this ensemble was mistakenly given to him by Xiao Wanwan. Or perhaps she intended to entice him. Was this her subtle way of revealing such translucent garments? His expression hardened, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. He hastily returned the garments to the parcel, restoring it to its original state, and stowed it away in a box, leaving it undisturbed. Meanwhile, back in her room, Xiao Wanwan lay on her bed, her heart racing with excitement. She had finally delivered the outfit. Now, all that remained was to see when they would venture to the hot springs. Her mind was abuzz with thoughts of how to assist Xieze in winning over Gu Xiaomu. She envisioned herself secretly observing the unfolding events. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Chuanxia, who caught sight of her mistress lying on the bed, trembling with excitement. Miss, are you laughing foolishly again? Oh dear, the symptoms along the way have not diminished at all. In the morning, after breakfast, Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue were taken by Zhou Jiang to the martial arts competition arena at the villa. The spacious venue featured several large areas, including training grounds and a combat arena, equipped with an array of cold weapons and concealed projectiles, allowing everyone to train at their convenience. Early in the morning, a crowd had gathered, queuing to demonstrate their martial prowess in the arena. On the stage, martial artists were engaged in fierce combat, clad in white and black, neither conceding ground to the other. Ultimately, a younger warrior in white was sent flying from the stage by a powerful blow from a man in black. The spectators erupted in applause. Bravo, bravo. Following closely behind Zhou Jiang, Gu Xiaomu watched the glimmering figures on the stage and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Senior Zhou, who is that? Zhou Jiang paused, gazing toward the arena with a thoughtful expression. He replied to the younger generation behind him, let us go closer and listen to what others are saying. Very well, Senior. Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xinyue approached the crowd gathered near the arena, listening intently to the fervent discussions of this person is simply extraordinary, managing to defeat over 10 opponents without a moment's respite. Indeed, he must be the young master of the Gongsun family. I was wondering who he was. It turns out to be him, Gongsun Yu, with his internal strength reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level. No wonder. As Gu Xiaomu absorbed their conversation, she realized that the young man on stage had achieved the pinnacle of the 7th level of internal strength, a significant advantage over her own abilities. While beginning to cultivate internal strength is relatively straightforward, progressing further becomes increasingly challenging. A martial artist capable of reaching the 10th level is regarded as the foremost in the realm of martial arts. Currently, Chang Chen, the top-ranked martial artist in the world, has only reached the 9th level. It was apparent how formidable Gongsun Yu must be, given his youth and already remarkable mastery. Presently, Gu Xiaomu's internal strength stagnated at the 6th level, making it difficult for her to advance without alternative methods. With a tinge of envy in her gaze, she observed the imposing figure of the man in black standing confidently on the stage. He brushed off the dust from his garments nonchalantly and called out to the crowd below, who else wishes to challenge me? Step forward and give it a try. Who would dare? Surely, it would be a futile endeavor. Anyone who steps up will only find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Indeed, he is so powerful, supported by a formidable family background. Who would dare provoke him? Yet, some individuals looked down upon Gongsun Yu, perceiving him as merely a product of his family's influence. Among them was Feng Laosan, who had recently arrived at the villa with Gu Xiaomu and her companions. He boldly brandished his hefty hammer and bellowed, since none of you dare, let me take my turn. Oh, the young master in black produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, snapping it open with a flourish. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded the approaching boisterous man, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 80. A soothing soak in the hot springs. However, it wasn't long before Feng Laosan, who had signed up for the competition, was sent tumbling off the stage, his body sprawled out in a most undignified manner, thanks to a powerful kick from the man in the dark robe. A resounding crash echoed through the hall, shaking the very floor as Fong Laosan, in his brutishness, created a gaping hole beneath him. The spectators could hardly bear to watch, murmuring in wonder, Gongsun Yu truly is formidable. These nameless wanderers of the martial world come seeking defeat. Indeed, Gongsun Yu, so remarkably young, had already secured the 30th rank on the martial arts leaderboard. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaomu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This individual was, astonishingly, the 30th on the leaderboard. If he could defeat him at the villa, wouldn't that mean he could claim his rank? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of ambition ignited within him. At that moment, he was suddenly jolted by Zhou Jiang's voice. Young man, I have but one final request for you, and it concerns him. Master, are you referring to Gu Chaomu? Gazed in astonishment at the man on the stage before turning back to Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang smiled gently, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, You are correct. I wish for you to compete against the esteemed Gongsun, who ranks 30th on the leaderboard. Gu Chaomu's lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped. Was Zhou Jiang's expectation of him not excessively high? Unfazed by Gu Chaomu's inner turmoil, Zhou Jiang seized his wrist and raised it high into the air, proclaiming loudly, My disciple, Gu Chaomu, will compete against you tomorrow, Gongsun Gongzi. Please reserve a spot for this duel. The crowd, drawn by the announcement, marveled at the sight of the man. Isn't that Zhou Jiang, ranked 23rd in the martial world, when did he take on a disciple? The onlookers were puzzled, as Gu Chaomu appeared a stranger to them. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the weight of their whispers, Gu Chaomu's face turned a shade of grey. Oh, so it is Senior Zhou. Very well, tomorrow we shall meet here, and I, Gongsun, shall await your disciple's challenge. Returning to his room, Gu Chaomu was engulfed in distress. He tugged at his hair, which had become a disheveled mess from his anxious grasping. Frustrated, he thought, why must Zhou Jiang be so cryptic about not wanting to share his secrets? Why not simply state it? To pit a mere 6th level practitioner against a master at the pinnacle of the 7th level in a contest is sheer folly. Should I be bested in the arena, it would be a humiliation I could scarcely bear. How can I hope to establish myself in the martial world thereafter? Yet, for the sake of the secrets, he felt compelled to comply. He truly wished to engage with a master of the top 30 ranks, but only after breaking through his stagnation at the 6th level could he entertain such a notion. With his current feeble prowess, he would be courting disaster in a confrontation. He pondered relentlessly, seeking a strategy to address the impending duel with Gongsun Yu. While he acknowledged his inferiority in strength, he considered the possibility of employing alternative methods to distract Gongsun Yu, thus increasing his chances of victory. However, conventional hidden weapons would be glaringly obvious in the arena. If the crowd witnessed him employing such tactics, he would undoubtedly be scorned. Just then, a brilliant idea struck him as he recalled a striking visage. Eureka! A smile spread across Gu Chaomu's face. How could he have overlooked this? Although he could not wield hidden weapons himself, he could enlist another SA. He remembered Xiaze, who, confined to a wheelchair, was adept in the art of stealthy weaponry. His projectiles were so elusive that even an enemy could not discern the source of the attack until their last breath. Thus, Xiaze was the ideal ally for employing covert tactics. Regardless of how formidable the opponent, they would find it exceedingly challenging to guard against a concealed strike. With the prospect of Xiaze's assistance in the upcoming duel, Gu Chaomu felt a surge of confidence. Elated, he burst into laughter in his room, contemplating a visit to the hot springs that evening to discuss his plans with Xiaze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of crimson, Xiaze sat in his room, meticulously cleaning a set of sharp, delicate needles with a pristine cloth. Just then, Zhongshu entered, carrying a tray of tea, and informed him, Young master, Gu Xiaoxiao has sent someone to inquire if you would like to join him for a soak in the hot springs tonight. Xiaze paused his task, his enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with intrigue. He felt both joy and contentment and quickly replied, Very well, tell Gu Xiong I shall join him shortly. Zhongshu was taken aback, having assumed his master would decline the invitation. Yet, the decision had been made swiftly. Concerned, he cautioned, But, young master, your legs. Only then did Xiaze remember that his legs had fully healed, and he no longer required the wheelchair. Revealing this to Gu Chaomu might not be wise. Nevertheless, it was rare for Gu Chaomu to extend an invitation, and he could not refuse. Xiaze smiled reassuringly, It matters not, simply assist me in reaching the hot springs, and I shall manage the rest. I remain unchanged, just as I always have been. Understood, young master. Zhongshu comprehended his master's intent to conceal the condition of his legs and would follow his instructions. Typically, those lacking medical knowledge would not discern the current state of Xiaze's legs, and it was likely that Gu Xiaoxiao would remain oblivious as well. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from Qiao Wanwan's door. Hidden beneath the covers, she was engrossed in her reading and instructed her companion Chuanxia not to answer. Chuanxia, please check who it is. Of course, Mississippi. Upon opening the door, Chuanxia revealed Zhou Xinyue and her maid at the threshold. Where is your mistress? Zhou Xinyue inquired, a hint of displeasure gracing her features. She is still in her room. Miss Zhou, is there something you need? Chuanxia replied to Zhou Xinyue, clearly irritated, commanded, Quickly summon your mistress, I have delightful news to share. Very well, please hold on. Chuanxia closed the door and returned to the bedside, whispering to Qiao Wanwan, Miss Zhou is asking for you. Ah? Zhou Xinyue is looking for me? Indeed, I must go see what it is about. Qiao Wanwan dropped her book, hastily donned her shoes, and headed out. Why is it taking so long, miss? Gu Xiaoxia and the others may have already left, she exclaimed impatiently. Zhou Xinyue stood by the door, her gaze fixed intently. Growing increasingly agitated, she regretted coming to seek her out and thought perhaps she might still encounter Gu Dage on the way. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Qiao Wanwan's sweet smile. Sister Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Xinyue suppressed her irritation, offering a warm smile. Wanwan, Gu Dage and Xie Gongzi have gone to the hot springs tonight. I came to see if you would like to join us. What, they have already gone to the hot springs? Qiao Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. They moved so quickly? Her reaction was almost exaggerated. Zhou Xinyue, startled by her response, took a step back, placing a hand over her heart. Indeed, they just left. If we hurry, we might still meet them on the way. Would you like to come along, Wanwan? Excitement danced in Qiao Wanwan's eyes as she grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Oh, I absolutely must join." Chapter 81. The blossoming youth of spring opposite, Zhou Xinyue and her maid appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend a word spoken by Qiao Wanwan. What did you say? Oh, nothing at all. Once Qiao Wanwan regained her composure, she waved her hand dismissively. Sister Zhou, I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. Wouldn't it be suitable for me to soak in the hot springs? How about tomorrow or the day after? I shall indulge then. Please, do enjoy yourself today, and thank you so much for your kind invitation. Are you truly not going? Very well, then I shall go with the maid. Let us depart. Indeed, Mississippi. Zhou Xinyue shot Qiao Wanwan a glance of disdain before turning away, her expression shifting to one of irritation. Internally, she cursed, what a waste of my time. At the doorway, watching Zhou Xinyue leave, Qiao Wanwan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She certainly could not accompany her today, for she had a significant task at hand. To stealthily infiltrate the male protagonist's antagonist's bathing pool and ascertain whether her devised plan would succeed. Additionally, it would offer her a delightful visual feast, wouldn't it? A mischievous smile crept across Qiao Wanwan's face as she rubbed her hands together with ill intent. She then closed the door behind her, retreating to her chamber to await the opportune moment. Upon seeing her mistress return and burrow into bed, Juinxia, her maid, curiously inquired, Miss, did you not express a desire to visit the hot springs? Why have you declined Zhou's invitation? Oh, you wouldn't understand. Soaking in the hot springs is an experience best enjoyed alone. Not if I were to go now, I'd likely encounter a throng of people. Who knows, the private pools may even be fully occupied. It would be rather uncomfortable to bathe with onlookers. Indeed, Miss has a point. Shall we then plan for tomorrow? We shall see how it goes. We will certainly visit at least once. Our new garments have yet to be donned. Yes, Mrs. Right. Juinxia is also quite eager. By the way, Juinxia, I have a task for you. Please inquire about the journey from here to Anchi City, and while you're at it, bring back some provisions. Be sure to confirm whether my father is already on the road or if he awaits me there. Juinxia, listening to her mistress speak as usual, harbored no suspicions and nodded with a smile in response. Of course, Mississippi. Now, be swift, for I await your good news. Once Juinxia exited the room, Qiao Wanwan rose and cautiously peered outside. Confirming that the coast was clear, she donned a set of dark attire. She twirled before the bronze mirror, affixing a black mask to her face, rendering her unrecognizable aside from her distinctive eyes. Who could possibly identify her as Qiao Wanwan? Surely, no one will scrutinize my eyes closely enough to recognize me. Moreover, she was not the sole individual. The hot springs at Biluo Villa boasted multiple springs, dispersed across various locations, each equipped with partitions and ample space. Even if someone were to scream, the sound might not carry to another spring. Not far from the hot springs, walls shielded the visitors outside, rendering the occupants invisible. Within this secluded bathing area, a blanket of warm mist enveloped the surroundings. A pink peach tree stood by the edge of the spring, its blossoms in full bloom, shedding fragrant petals that floated upon the water, creating ripples that resembled exquisite lanterns. The water in the spring flowed gracefully, streaming from the connected springs, while excess water drained away from a lower point. Thus, the water remained perpetually pristine. However, at this moment, a figure had already settled into the water. Gu Zhamu, who had invited Xieze, clad in black undergarments, the steam caressed his taut chest, droplets cascading down until they mingled with the hot spring. Suddenly, the sound of wheels reached his ears, and his contemplative gaze brightened upon seeing the approaching figure in white. Gu Zhamu quickly stood. Brother Xieze, pushed in a wheelchair by steward Zhongshi, smiled apologetically upon noticing the man in the spring. My apologies for my tardiness, Brother Gu. Not at all, please come in, I shall make room. Xieze paused, realizing his error. Looking at the man seated in the spring, he quickly remembered Xieze was confined to a wheelchair. My apologies, I momentarily forgot your condition. Can your legs endure the hot springs? Of course, Brother Gu, fret not, although my legs are weak, I can still enjoy the springs without issue. Oh, that a relief. Gu Zhamu exhaled inwardly, watching his steward Zhongshi prepared to assist Xieze. He too hastily stepped ashore to lend his aid. Allow me to assist as well. Thank you, Brother Gu. With Gu Zhamu's help, Xieze was carefully lowered into the water, his white undergarments soaking through, taking on a translucent pink hue. He lifted his gaze to Zhongshi and remarked, Uncle Zhongshi, your presence is no longer required. You may step aside. Very well, young master. Before departing, Zhongshi issued a final caution. I entrust you, Sir Gu, to keep an eye on my young master. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Rest assured, with me here, Brother Xia will surely be safe. Excellent, then please enjoy yourselves. As Zhongshi departed, Gu Zhamu returned to sit beside Xieze. The mist swirled around them, the duo clad in contrasting black and white, resembling a pair of shadowy specters. Gu Zhamu glanced at Xieze beside him. Now, his long hair was loosely tied with a purple ribbon, cascading over one shoulder. Half of his hair was damp, his skin fair and radiant, accentuated by his exquisite, chiseled features. Gu Zhamu found himself irresistibly captivated by Xiaze's stunning visage. He watched as beads of steam condensed and trickled down Xiaze's chest, and the sensation jolted him back to reality. Flushing slightly, Gu Zhamu averted his gaze, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. He lamented internally, such a striking individual, why must he not be a girl? Ah, Brother Gu, what troubles you? Chapter 82. Brother Gu, do you have feelings for Xiao Wanwan? Gu Zhamu, nearly discovered, awkwardly replied, oh, I'm fine. Xiaze gazed at him with a smile in his eyes, suddenly reminiscing about the past. I still remember the first time I met Brother Gu. You reacted in much the same way. Reminded, Gu Zhamu's mind was flooded with memories. When he first ventured into the martial world, he encountered Xiaze, who was being pursued by assassins. At that time, he mistook Xie for a woman and approached to lend a hand, disrupting the assassins encircling him. Seizing the moment before they could react, he dashed in, scooping the seemingly helpless girl into his arms and, with a display of his proud agility, swiftly fled the scene. He carried her to a dilapidated temple to evade danger. At-15, Gu Zhamu had never seen such a beautiful girl before. He tried to showcase his masculine charm, spreading his metaphorical feathers like a peacock. There was even a morning when Gu Zhamu stealthily crept closer to the sleeping girl, captivated by her beauty. Yet he recalled tales from the martial world about women, and as he licked his lips and puckered up, he leaned in towards her delicate, fair face. Just as he brushed against her, her eyes flew open. Startled, Gu Zhamu stumbled back several meters, his face flushed crimson. He desperately stammered, I meant no harm, I just thought you were a girl. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not a libertine. The girl, however, appeared unconcerned, merely curling her lips into a gentle smile. It was not long before others arrived, kneeling before Xiaze and declaring, Young master, we are late. We deserve to die for our tardiness. What? They were addressing the girl before Gu Zhamu as young master. This revelation struck a devastating blow to his young heart, shattering his imagined world. Later, he learned that the girl he had rescued was not a damsel at all, but rather the young master of the Xie family. Xiaze.as memories flooded back, Gu Zhamu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I am truly ashamed, having mistaken you for a woman. My sincerest apologies. There is no need for apologies, Brother Gu, Xiaze replied. I have often been mistaken for a girl since childhood. It is not your fault. I should be grateful to you for saving me. Otherwise, Xiaze would not exist in this world. Your kindness has shown me that there is still warmth worth cherishing in this life. It was this warmth that had allowed Xiaze to endure through the years, even when pain and the specter of death loomed near. Xiaze's eyes glimmered with a tender emotion that momentarily bewildered Gu Zhamu. He sensed something peculiar in Xiaze's gaze. Was it admiration or something deeper? He could not decipher it, his own eyes darting away, trying to shift his focus. Flattered by Xiaze's praise, Gu Zhamu bashfully scratched his cheek, humbly replying, it was merely luck. Regardless, I owe you a great debt of gratitude, and I shall never forget it. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Zhamu paused, realizing he had to broach the subject of his visit. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Brother Xia. Oh? Please, go on, Xiaze encouraged. Gu Zhamu, sensing the urgency, continued, tomorrow, I am to compete at the Biluo Villa's martial arena against someone formidable, Gongsun who ranks 30th on the martial arts leaderboard. His skill and internal power far exceed my own. Defeating him will be an arduous task, and this competition is crucial for my future. I must win. Gu Zhamu looked intently at Xiaze, who was listening intently, and added, I know your expertise with hidden weapons is unparalleled. No one can detect your movements. Thus, I was hoping you might assist me by using your skills to give me an advantage. Ah, so Brother Gu wishes for me to help you by employing hidden weapons to injure your opponent? Exactly. Gu Zhamu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, he quickly recalled the moral implications of his request and felt compelled to clarify, please don't misunderstand me, Brother Xia, I am not typically one to resort to such underhanded tactics. I value fairness above all else, yet, winning this match is imperative, and I cannot find another way, which is why I seek your help. The outcome of this competition profoundly affects my future. I implore you, assist me. Given that Gu Zhamu rarely sought his aid, Xiaze had no reason to refuse. He offered Gu Zhamu a reassuring smile, nodding slightly. I accept your request, Brother Gu. Rest assured, tomorrow, his gaze sharpened, his smile darkening as he resolutely stated, tomorrow, you shall emerge victorious. Excellent, truly, you are a good brother, Gu Zhamu declared, extending his palm for a handshake. With a resounding clap, Xiaze met his grip, sealing their agreement. When I succeed in tomorrow's match and obtain the secret manual, I shall share it with you, Brother Xia. Xiaze said nothing in response, merely smiling faintly. Previously, Gu Zhamu had mentioned a mysterious manual possessed by the Zhou family. Xiaze had thought it was merely a passing comment, not taking it seriously, but now it appeared that Gu Zhamu was genuinely willing to share it. Perhaps he held a special place in Gu Zhamu's heart. After all, Xiaze felt a wave of satisfaction. But what of that woman? What position did she occupy in his heart? Suddenly, Xiaze asked, Brother Gu, do you have feelings for Xiao Wanwan? Caught off guard by the question, Gu Zhamu recalled what Zhou Xinyue had mentioned on the road, that Xiaze likely harbored feelings for Xiao Wanwan. His heart raced, and he stole a glance at Xiaze before bursting into hearty laughter. She is indeed beautiful, and I quite like her. However, she can be rather spoiled and headstrong. If only she could settle down like Xinyue, it would be splendid. Xiaze, hearing Gu Zhamu's candid admission of affection for Xiao Wanwan, felt a pang of discontent. The corners of his mouth fell. So, he truly did have feelings for her. His expression darkened, unaware of Xieze's turmoil. Gu Zhamu noticed his friend's sudden change in demeanor and surmised it was because he had learned that his brother also liked the same woman, and thus would refrain from pursuing her further. It was better this way, after all. He did not want to ruin their relationship over a woman. Suddenly, Xieze felt a tightening in his chest, realizing his condition was relapsing. He frowned, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He glanced at Gu Zhamu, who was leaning casually against the shore, seemingly unfazed. Panic surged within him. He wished to conceal his distress from others. Clenching his fists at his sides to suppress the pain, he forced a strained smile and said to Gu Zhamu, "Brother Gu, could you please depart a moment ahead of me?" Chapter 83. The allure of wetness. Gu Zhamu was suddenly taken aback upon hearing Xieze urging him to leave, a wave of confusion washing over him. What was the matter? Xia merely wished to be alone for a while. He assured Gu that he would certainly assist him tomorrow, urging him to return and rest in preparation for the impending competition. Given Xieze's insistence, Gu Zhamu saw no reason to linger. He felt that perhaps their earlier conversation had inadvertently incited Xia's ire, compelling him to seek solitude. Nodding, Gu Zhamu replied, "Very well, Xia, once you finish your soak, do return to rest early." With that, Gu Zhamu emerged from the water, donned his outer garments, and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a solitary figure in the water, head bowed, biting his pale lips, stifling some internal struggle. As Gu Zhamu distanced himself, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. The anxious voice of Zhongshu reached Xieze's ears. "Young master, why did Gu Xiaoxia leave on his own?" Xieze, without elaboration, issued a curt command, his tone tinged with irritation. "Zhongshu, I order you to leave. Do not approach without my permission." Though unable to discern his master's expression, Zhongshu could detect an undercurrent of displeasure in his voice. Considering that his master could now move his legs freely and that they were alone, he understood that Xie preferred solitude over the presence of others. Thus, he acquiesced. "Understood, young master. I shall take my leave." As those nearby gradually faded from sight, the lone figure in the spring let out a pained groan, clutching at his heart, gasping for breath through his pallid lips. His clenched fists bore the marks of his nails digging into his palms, struggling against a heart that felt as though it were being pierced by a multitude of fine needles. Each breath was accompanied by excruciating pain and spasms, his muscles convulsing as if electrified, every inch of him in relentless agony. The foreign energy within him rampaged through his body, causing his complexion to turn a ghastly shade. He shut his eyes, attempting to quell the torment with his own inner strength, his visage as pale as that of a dying man, devoid of vitality. Xieze could do nothing but endure, grit his teeth, and outlast his affliction. Surviving this was all that mattered. This illness, recurring at intervals, tormented him without the threat of death, yet it drove him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the spring, having located the antagonist's lair. To her astonishment, there was not a soul in sight. Xiao Wanwan mused, this must be divine intervention. She intended merely to sneak a glance at the spring, curious if Xieze had donned that particular outfit and whether Gu Zhamu remained under his spell. The mere thought thrilled her. Arriving at the entrance to the spring, Xiao Wanwan touched the black mask covering her face, ensuring it was secure before slipping inside. Clutching a branch to shield her face, she cautiously navigated closer, the mist obscuring her view, rendering the interior nearly invisible. All she could hear was the steady flow of water, devoid of any other sounds. Puzzled, she wondered if they had departed. Bending low, she concealed herself with nearby foliage and inched forward. As the scene gradually came into focus, she halted. It was unwise to approach further, lest she risk detection. Blinking rapidly, she watched as the mist dissipated to reveal a peach blossom tree, resplendent with pink blooms, gently cascading in the breeze, a breathtaking sight. Following her gaze downward, the spring, partially veiled by the mist, came into view. The water's surface lay undisturbed and tranquil, devoid of any presence. Had she misheard the rumors? Were they not at this spring? Frustrated, she stomped her foot in exasperation, flinging the branch aside, turning to leave. Yet, from behind, a heavy breath broke the silence. Xiao Wanwan furrowed her brow in confusion, glancing back in the direction of the sound. As she stepped closer to the spring, the mist thinned, revealing the interior. She discerned a vague figure in the water, her eyes widening in disbelief. There was indeed someone present. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she recognized the silhouette as familiar. The man stood with his back to her, but she could surmise it was none other than Xieze. Why was he alone here? Had that sound come from him? Gathering her courage, she called out softly, "Aze, why are you by yourself? Where is Gu Zhamu?" However, he remained unresponsive, not even turning to acknowledge her. A sense of unease washed over her. He seemed unlike his usual self. Summoning her daring, she approached him directly, peering over his shoulder. To her surprise, he had not adorned the delicate garments she had imagined. Instead, he wore only a white undergarment, soaked and becoming increasingly translucent in the water. Naturally, Xiao Wanwan's gaze was fixated on the enchanting surface, daunted by the implications below. Crouching behind him, she called out again, "Xieze, why no response?" Reaching out, she touched his broad shoulder, inquiring about his silence. The moment her hand made contact, Xieze's reddened eyes flew open. Before she could react, he abruptly yanked her downward into the water. With a splash, she found herself submerged, instinctively using her survival skills to navigate through the water. Once she regained her footing, she wiped her face free of droplets and coughed violently. Her vision blurred from the water, she barely discerned his figure before her wrist was seized once more. In an instant, she was drawn into his embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. As her vision cleared, she realized she was seated on his lap. His warm, strong arms encircled her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder, each breath he exhaled growing heavier against her pale neck. Their bodies were intimately close, an undeniable display of seduction, the position laden with ambiguity. Xiao Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to extricate herself from his grasp. "Xieze, what are you doing?" Yet, he seemed oblivious to her protestations, his breathing deepening, his throat contracting, parched and craving something elusive. His arms tightened around her slender waist, as if seeking some form of recompense from her. This was dire. Indeed, alarm coursed through Xiao Wanwan as she frantically beat against him. "Xiaze, please let me go. I am Xiao Wanwan, not Gu Chaomu." Despite her desperate efforts, she found herself unable to bridge the distance between them when, suddenly, his grip slackened. A surge of relief washed over her. She had escaped. Chapter 84. Oh dear, what are these kisses? As she lifted her gaze, she met the man's slightly astonished eyes. The pain coursing through his body was unbearable, his once tender brows and eyes now focused intently on Xiao Wanwan. How did she come to be here? Was this merely a dream? Yet, the warmth of holding her felt undeniably real. In that moment, the agony within him subsided significantly. A flicker of desire ignited within him. He was in pain, he wished for relief. Xiaze fixated on her incessantly moving lips, struggling to comprehend her words. However, judging by her expression, it seemed she was concerned for him. "Xiaze, why does your complexion look so dreadful? Are you unwell?" The man offered no reply, his deep-set gaze unwaveringly locked onto her eye. In the next instant, his large hand caressed the back of her head, leaning down to capture her lips. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened. The abrupt kiss rendered her mind blank. His inexperienced kiss brushed against her sweet lips, her fragrance enveloping him like a gentle embrace. He could sense the pain in his body gradually diminishing, but it was still insufficient. The man then parted his lips, biting down on her rosy mouth. Xiao Wanwan gasped in pain, caught off guard by the kiss. She had not yet gathered her thoughts when the man, like a playful puppy, bit down on her lip. It was infuriating. Kissing should be pleasurable, yet for her, it felt like a chaotic bite. Xiao Wanwan began to struggle, her words muffled. "Let go of me." But how could the man release his prey? He tasted the faint metallic tang of her blood, swallowing it down as a wave of pleasure washed over him, especially as the intense energy within him began to calm. The pain in his heart gradually faded away. Why was this happening? This woman's blood. Xiaze found it surprisingly soothing, akin to a vampire savoring the essence of his victim. Xiao Wanwan felt as if she were being drained dry. She defiantly turned her head, rejecting his kiss. In her heart, she screamed to the sky, "Doesn't he know how to kiss? Only bites." She could not help but shout in anger, "Xiaze, you biting dog, let go of me." Suddenly, voices from passers-by outside echoed. Did I just hear something inside? That can't be right. Let us check it out." Xiao Wanwan focused intently on the voices outside, her mouth no longer under her control. After being scolded, the man seemed to cease his assault on her lips. However, oblivious to the presence of others, he continued to indulge himself in her mouth. At this moment, it seemed only she felt urgency, desperately slapping the man's face to rouse him. She needed him to understand that there were visitors outside. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the approaching figures, her heart racing. Images of them being caught in a compromising situation flooded her mind. Would they be punished? No. The distant sound of a branch snapping underfoot broke the tension of the man. Feeling the relief from his pain, regained some clarity. He opened his eyes to find a pair of almond-shaped eyes anxiously staring at the entrance behind him. With a firm grip, he pulled her in for another kiss, submerging them both beneath the water's surface. The water rippled gently, pink petals floating atop, concealing the scene below. Nearby, two servants from the estate surveyed the surroundings. "Did you notice anything unusual?" Number 1 scratched his head in confusion. "Hey, didn't I hear something just now? You must have misheard. At this hour, the guests are all in their rooms sleeping. They wouldn't be here." "I suppose I was mistaken. Let us go." As the two departed, bubbles broke the surface of the steaming water, revealing two intertwined bodies. Xiao Wanwan surfaced, coughing violently, as if she might expel her lungs. Before she could gather herself, the man pulled her up once more, sealing her lips with his Xiao Wanwan was genuinely furious, kissing above water, kissing beneath. She almost drowned. This man was relentless in his pursuit. Oh dear, kisses, can't he discern the appropriateness of the situation? She opened her mouth and bit down hard on his soft lips, retaliating for his earlier actions. The man's lip split, blood spilling forth as he groaned, finally releasing her. Seizing her chance, Xiao Wanwan pushed the man away with all her strength and quickly rose to her feet. The man, caught off guard, remained dazed, only to have his head collide with a stone at the edge of the hot spring. A loud thud echoed, and then silence fell. Xiao Wanwan had barely managed to scramble ashore, hastily stowing her belongings in her pocket when she heard a noise behind her. Turning, she saw the man lying motionless beside the large rock. Xiaze, she called his name repeatedly, but he remained unresponsive. Panic gripped her heart. Cautiously, she approached, trembling fingers prodding his damp hair away from his face. "Xiaze, please don't frighten me." She exerted herself to drag him from the water, leaning him against her lap, gently patting his face. "Xiaze, what is wrong? Wake up." Suddenly, she felt warmth radiating from his body against her leg and reached out to touch him, only to find her hand stained with dark red blood. The memory of having pushed him, resulting in his head striking the stone, gnawed at her conscience. "Oh no, I've killed him." Her complexion paled, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Xiaze, please wake up. I didn't mean to. What should I do? I've committed murder." Sobbing, Xiao Wanwan cradled his head, remorsefully whispering, "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. I promise I won't do it again. There may not even be a next time." Scalding tears fell upon his pale face, causing his long lashes to flutter slightly. "Please." The sound of her weeping abruptly ceased as she heard his faint voice. Her heart leaped with relief. She observed the man with his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed in pain, and sighed in relief. "Xiaze, you're not dead." Wiping her tears, she continued, "Thank goodness I haven't killed anyone." The man's pale lips parted slightly, as if he were trying to speak. "What?" Xiao Wanwan leaned closer, straining to hear his words. He seemed to whisper, "So painful? Where does it hurt?" "Your head. Please tell me where it hurts. I'll help you." In his current state of unconsciousness, Xiaze could hardly respond or even acknowledge her. Recalling the medicine she carried, she reached to retrieve the vial, only to slice her finger on the sharp edge of the container, a crimson line appearing. Ugh, what a day I'm having. As her blood dripped onto the pink ointment, it resembled a crimson peach blossom blooming within the box. Well, it's still usable. She generously scooped a large dollop of ointment, applying it to his head without a thought. Where else does it hurt? Please tell me. The gentle caress of her hands led the man to vaguely see Qiao Wanwan's damp, delicate face, adorned with a flawed smile and reddened eyes gazing at him. Her words penetrated his consciousness like soothing murmurs to a child. Where does it hurt? Remember to tell me. Don't endure it. Do you understand? Okay. The man's throat moved slightly, yet he could not muster the strength to articulate the word, slipping back into unconsciousness. Chapter 85 of the newly acquired headband. After treating the wound on Xiaze's scalp, Qiao Wanwan realized that he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh dear, Xiaze, how is it that you have fainted again? She gently patted his cold, pale cheek, yet he remained unresponsive. Glancing around, she noticed that his wheelchair was nowhere in sight. Resolutely, she summoned her strength to hoist the man's body, attempting to carry him on her back. At her height of 1.68 meters, supporting a towering figure of over 1.8 meters proved to be quite a challenge. Struggling, she clutched his arms tightly, as his long legs dragged helplessly on the ground. Perspiring profusely, she exerted all her energy to carry him outside, hoping to find Butler Zhang for assistance. Suddenly, from his concealed vantage point, Sai, who was secretly observing while biting into an apple, spotted a figure in black emerging from the door of the hot spring where the young master was situated. To his dismay, the figure was dragging his young master, still dripping wet, behind him. Shocked, he dropped the apple, which thudded loudly against the ground, and his silhouette swiftly appeared before the black-clad figure. A glint of steel flashed as a short dagger was thrust menacingly before the black figure's eyes. What on earth? The woman, laboriously carrying the man, reached the entrance only to be confronted by a sudden shadow. A dagger pressed against her neck startled her into a gasp, cold sweat breaking out in an instant. As Xie focused on the black-clad figure, he recognized Qiao Wanwan and was taken aback that the commotion she caused did not rouse his young master. Furrowing his brow, he coldly inquired, Miss Qiao, what brings you here in such attire, and what has happened to my young master? Though Qiao Wanwan had never encountered this dark guard before, she understood from his words that he was one of Xieze's protectors. Breathing a sigh of relief, she quickly urged, please, lower your dagger and take your young master. Very well, the dark guard complied obediently. As the dagger was retracted from her neck, its sharp edge grazed a hair on her neck, sending chills down her spine. Here you go, she said, relinquishing the heavy burden to him, who effortlessly supported Xiaze. With a sheepish smile, Qiao Wanwan explained, I was merely passing by and have no idea what happened to your young master. You should take him to see a doctor quickly, otherwise, it could worsen. Understood, Miss Qiao. And please, do not disclose my discovery of him to anyone. It is getting late, I must take my leave. A farewell. Without waiting for a response, Qiao Wanwan hurriedly slipped away before they could accuse her. Xia Yi watched as she fled the scene, suspecting that the young master's fainting had much to do with Miss Qiao, yet, he was puzzled. How could a martial artist like his young master be incapacitated by someone as defenseless as her? To avoid making unfounded accusations, he decided to wait for his master to awaken before seeking answers. After examining Xiaze, he found only a small wound at the corner of his mouth, while the rest of his condition appeared stable. Why had he fainted? Could it be a sudden illness? Yet, his complexion seemed calm, and his lips gradually regained their color, showing no sign of distress. As a dark guard, he could not ascertain the young master's current state and resolved to return to Butler Zhang with him for further evaluation. Bending down, he hoisted the young master, who also stood at 1.8 meters, and swiftly vanished from sight. After running for what felt like an eternity, Qiao Wanwan finally arrived safely at her room's entrance. In her haste, she almost forgot something and dashed into the room. Inside, she found Chuanxia, who had just returned, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Seeing Qiao Wanwan clad in night attire, drenched from head to toe, with water droplets still dripping from her skirt, both women stared at each other in bewilderment. Miss, how did you get so wet? Qiao Wanwan hurriedly shut the door and windows, her eyes darting as she fabricated an excuse. Ah, Chuanxia, please don't ask. I just went out for a stroll and accidentally fell into a pond, staining my clothes black. Chuanxia raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Miss, that explanation seems implausible. What pond could darken clothing to such an extent? Let us not dwell on it. Do you not feel sorry for your mistress, who was turned into a drenched chicken? Qiao Wanwan feigned a pitiful expression, batting her lashes in a playful manner, attempting to divert attention. Chuanxia, unable to resist, sighed in resignation. Please wait a moment, Mississippi. I shall fetch some water for you to bathe and change. Excellent, do hurry. Once the hot water arrived, Qiao Wanwan was pampered by Chuanxia, eagerly jumping into the bathing tub for a thorough wash. The room soon filled with steam. Chuanxia took a moment to inspect her mistress's flawless skin, finding no injuries whatsoever. Colorful petals floated in the water as the woman playfully stirred them. Oh, how fragrant these petals are! Like a child, she gathered the petals and adorned her body with them, determined to cover herself completely in their scent. Qiao Wanwan gathered her washed hair to one side and said to Chuanxia, please help me place some petals on my back. Certainly, Mississippi. Chuanxia smiled at her mistress's youthful exuberance and patiently adorned her back with petals. Satisfied, Qiao Wanwan rested her arms on the edge of the tub, closing her eyes to savor the warm soak. Chuanxia found the sight of her mistress's delicate skin adorned with rose petals amusing, yet she could also appreciate the smoothness of her complexion, which emitted a faint fragrance that could be detected from several paces away, refreshing and uplifting. She hesitated to disturb Xiao Wanwan's bath and decided to tidy up the clothes her mistress had changed out of. Holding the damp black attire in her hands, Chuanxia inquired, "Miss, shall I wash this outfit?" With her eyes still closed, Xiao Wanwan abruptly opened them upon seeing Chuanxia reach for the night attire. "Chuanxia, just throw it away. It's too dirty to clean, best to dispose of it." "Very well." Chuanxia understood that her mistress must have been involved in something clandestine while wearing it, hence her desire to eliminate any evidence. She didn't press further, knowing that her mistress would not divulge the truth. As she prepared to leave, a damp purple headband fell from the sleeve with a soft thud. Chuanxia recognized it but knew it didn't belong to her mistress. Picking it up, she approached Xiao Wanwan and asked, "Miss, what is this?" "What?" Xiao Wanwan turned to see the glaring purple color. "Isn't this Yazay's headband? When did I bring this back?" Snatching the headband, she quickly concealed it behind her back. "Ah, this is my new headband. Isn't it pretty?" Chuanxia, innocent as ever, nodded in agreement. "Very beautiful. That's splendid. Now, you may go about your duties. I can dress myself later." "Of course, Mississippi, I shall take my leave now." Chapter 86, I will depart. Only after Chuanxia left did Xiao Wanwan retrieve the purple hairband from the water. The memory of the intense kiss lingered in her mind, causing her to grip the hairband tightly in her hand. Feeling an overwhelming heat rise within her, her fair skin flushed a deep crimson from the warmth. "What were you thinking, Xiao Wanwan? Was that a kiss?" It was clearly akin to being bitten by a dog. He must have mistaken her for Gu Xiaomu. Indeed, it was certainly the case. As she self-soothed, a twinge of regret washed over her. Alas, it seems that handsome men are always claimed by others. She scrunched her little face, shaking off the errant thoughts swirling in her mind. How absurd! If the villain did not kill her, what more could she wish for? Anyway, she would soon reunite with her leader father and return home. From that moment on, the affairs of the martial world would no longer concern her. Having made up her mind, she callously cast aside the item that did not belong to her and continued to soak in the bath. A clean, warm, damp towel was laid gently across the man's smooth forehead. Zhongshi sat at the bedside, drying the water from the comatose young master. He sighed and withdrew the towel, addressing Xie beside him. "The young master is out of danger. You may leave." "Yes, Steward Zhong." "Wait." Xie was about to take his leave when Zhongshi suddenly called out to him. "Are you certain you discovered the young master alone in the hot spring? The young master despises the presence of others. Even you are not permitted, let alone Xie, the shadow guard. How did you know the young master had fainted in the bath?" Moreover, it was evident that the young master's condition stemmed from an ailment, yet, just moments ago, when Zhongshi checked Xie's pulse, he felt the poison within the young master had lessened considerably. There was also a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of the medicinal ointment the young master had previously allowed him to smell. Though stronger. He was unaware that the young master had applied the ointment or what else could be affecting him. Observing the injury at the corner of the young master's lip, it did not appear to have been self-inflicted. Thus, he felt a flicker of doubt before Xie encountered the young master. Had anyone else been by his side? Upon being questioned, Xie lowered his gaze slightly. He had no intention of revealing the presence of Miss Xiao. After all, this matter required the young master's confirmation before any decisions could be made. Calmly and resolutely, he responded to Zhongshi. "Indeed, Steward Zhong, I noticed the young master had not emerged for quite some time, so I took the liberty to investigate and found him already unconscious in the bath, unresponsive to my calls, hence I brought him back." "Is there any further inquiry?" "None, you may go." "Understood." Once Xie departed, Zhongshi lowered his gaze to the exquisite young man lying quietly on the bed, noting that his complexion had improved significantly. He chose not to dwell further on the matter. As long as the young master was well, that sufficed. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret that the young master still did not trust him, even in times of illness, insisting on enduring the torment alone. He sighed deeply again. In his slumber, the man's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xie beheld a hazy pink silhouette before him, which uttered a single phrase. "Azay, if you feel any pain, remember to tell me. Do not endure it silently, understood?" He smiled unusually at the figure before him. His dark eyes sparkled with light, fixated on her, striving to discern who this vague figure was that treated him so gently. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted by his ear. The man's dreamscape shifted abruptly. He found himself standing in the midst of a lush meadow, under a blue sky dotted with white clouds, with birds soaring freely. Petals danced in the air, carried by the soft wind, entwining with the strands of his hair. Xie reached out to gently grasp a floating petal, its delicate fragrance strikingly real. "Azay! Azay!" A familiar feminine voice whispered in his ear, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Xie's brows furrowed slightly, as a visage began to materialize in his mind. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw a charming girl in a pink dress running toward him. For reasons unknown, he instinctively extended his arms, securely enveloping the girl as she leapt into him, her arms wrapped around his waist, holding him tightly. The rhythmic thumping of their hearts echoed clearly in the silence. He gazed down at the girl, who bore a gentle dimple, his eyes glimmering with an unexplainable emotion. Xie was oblivious to his own actions, puzzled as to why he felt such familiarity with her embrace. The girl lifted her gaze to meet his, her beautiful brows knitting together slightly, a hint of grievance coloring her features as she spoke. "Azay, you finally acknowledge me." "Xiao Wanwan? It is I, Azay. Why are you here?" "Azay, what do you mean? We are together now, why are you speaking such nonsensical words?" "Together, what does that mean?" "Just like this." As she finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, rising onto her toes, and pressed her lips against his. Their mouths met, lips brushing softly against one another, the sensation exceedingly vivid. The girl, beaming with delight, pulled away, observing him frozen in place, stifling a laugh as she said, "We kissed." "How can that not count as being together, don't you agree?" "Indeed, Uncle Jaume also said that only married couples may kiss each other." "Azay, I've pursued you so diligently. Why not return the favor? This lady may well take her leave, you know." "Leave?" Siazé was taken aback, tightening his hold around the girl's waist. With a hint of panic, he inquired, "Where will you go?" I won't tell you." Siazé frowned, recognizing that this was indeed a phrase she would use. The uncertainty it instilled within him rendered him profoundly insecure. "Azay, could you grant me a title, just like a married couple?" "A title?" Granting her a title would allow her to remain by his side forever, unyielding to separation? His eyes sparkled with realization as he raised his gaze to respond to Qiao Wanwan. However, the Qiao Wanwan before him transformed into a flurry of petals, scattering into the air. Her voice lingered in the air, echoing as she began to fade away. "Azay, farewell." Panic gripped Siazé. He had yet to voice his decision. Why was this woman escaping from his side? "Wanwan, don't go." He reached out to retain her, but to no avail. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warm glow upon the young man's pale skin. His handsome features bore a slight frown, as if troubled by a disturbing dream. He opened his peach blossom eyes, the corners tinged with a faint blush, his breath quickening, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Siazé stared at the ceiling, finally realizing he had merely been dreaming. Why had he dreamed of her, and why did her departure evoke such anxiety within him? He had even spoken of granting her a title. How absurd. With a creak, the door swung open. Zhongshu approached the bedside, noting that Siazé's eyes had fluttered open. Confirming he was awake, with concern, he asked, "Young master, this frightened your servant last night. Xia discovered you unconscious in the bath and promptly brought you back. Young master, you were unwell. Are there any lingering discomforts?" "I am fine." "Young master, your lip injury." Siazé was momentarily taken aback. He reached out to gently touch his lips, feeling a slight sting. Only then did he recall the events of the previous night, soaking in the hot spring with Gu Xiaomu when he suddenly fell ill, racked with pain. Not wishing Gu Xiaomu to witness his distress, he had urged her to leave first. In his haze of pain, he vaguely remembered seeing Qiao Wanwan and forcibly kissing her. Fragments of that intense encounter flooded his mind, causing him to press his forehead in exasperation, his previously pale skin now tinged with a faint hue. As he endured the pain, he remembered pulling Qiao Wanwan into the hot spring and, upon hearing her incessant chatter, silencing her with his lips. The moment they connected, the pain subsided, spiraling him into a fervor. Siazé cleared his throat, attempting to feign composure. "I'm fine, no need to worry." "Very well, young master." He recalled that he seemed to have sustained an injury to his head. Slowly, he reached back to feel the nape of his neck, finding no trace of pain. This was indeed curious. It was evident this was not a dream. How could the injury be absent? Yet, he distinctly remembered that the girl had also been bitten by him last night. The man's eyes darkened momentarily when he saw her again. Everything become clear. Chapter 87. "What about your injury?" As Qiao Wanwan stepped out of the guest room, she encountered Zhou Xinyue, who was passing by. With a polite smile, she greeted, "Sister Wanwan, today Brother Gu is competing against the heroes of the martial world. Are you planning to attend as well? Why not accompany me this time? You simply cannot refuse me again. Let us go together." Of course, Wanwan, now in good health, could not decline her sister's invitation. "Let us go, Sister Zhou," she replied, and with that, Qiao Wanwan and Xuanxia set off ahead. Zhou Xinyue watched the departing figure with a mixture of envy and determination, her handkerchief twisting tightly in her grip. It was she who had intended to bring Wanwan along, yet now it seemed as though Wanwan was leading her. This was unacceptable. If Brother Gu were to notice Wanwan first, all her efforts would be in vain. She had to catch up and ensure that Brother Gu understood she was the one who truly cared for him. "Xiao Chui, let us hurry and follow them." "Yes, Mississippi." Today's competition was of great significance, drawing a multitude of spectators to the arena. Among them was the esteemed young master of the manor. He had heard that Uncle Zhou had unexpectedly taken on a disciple who would be competing against the renowned Gongsun, currently ranked 30th in the martial world. Curiosity piqued, he was eager to observe what manner of person could so swiftly win Zhou's favor and audaciously challenge a figure of such repute. In the vast arena, a fighting stage stood prominently at the center, with a viewing platform positioned nearby for esteemed guests to enjoy the best vantage point. As he gazed down from the platform, he saw numerous guests gathered around the stage, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the contest. Among them was a striking figure seated in a wheelchair, quietly waiting for the match to begin. He found himself intrigued by this individual, whom the steward had identified as young Master Xia from the capital. However, despite his apparent lack of martial prowess, the young master could not discern the depth of his abilities at that moment. "Young master, you have come as well?" Shen Muley turned to his left and spotted Zhou Jiang approaching. He greeted him politely. "Uncle Zhou, are you here to witness the excitement? I heard that this is your disciple, and I was curious to see what kind of hero could capture your attention." It takes considerable courage to challenge a figure on the martial rankings. "Ha, young master, do not jest. My disciple's abilities are nowhere near your own. He must first pass the tests I set before he can face Gongsun. As for winning or losing, that will depend on his wits." "Oh, now I am even more intrigued. Very well, let us sit back and observe. Please." The attendants promptly brought forth chairs for their seating. The two settled on the viewing platform, their eyes fixed on the impending competition below. Zhou Xingyue and Xiao Wanwan arrived at the arena, quickly spotting Xiaze in his wheelchair and Gu Zhamu standing nearby. Zhou Xingyue let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Brother Gu had not yet taken to the stage. With an encouraging smile, she approached Gu Zhamu. Brother Gu. Xingyue, Wanwan, Gu Zhamu replied, recognizing their presence as a source of support, his expression brightening. As Xiao Wanwan walked alongside Zhou Xingyue, she sensed a chilling gaze upon her. Turning to investigate, she found Xiaze staring intently at her for a fleeting moment. She thought she glimpsed a shadowy darkness swirling in his eyes, but it vanished just as swiftly. Xiaze's gaze lingered on her rosy lips, yet he seemed oblivious to anything amiss. Why are you uninjured? He mused, recalling vividly the bite he had inflicted upon her, expecting to see a mark at the corner of her mouth. Now, however, he found himself perplexed, his eyes narrowing on Xiao Wanwan as if he sought to consume her entirely. A shiver ran down Xiao Wanwan's spine. As the sound of the wheelchair drew nearer, she stole a glance at him and noted his grim expression. Inwardly, she panicked, thinking, oh no, he wouldn't he still remember yesterday's incident, would he? But even if he did, what of it? He had been in a haze, and there was no proof of her having pushed him, causing his injury. The shadowy guards were unaware. Surely, she could deceive him. She could not let the antagonist discover that she had caused his injury, otherwise, he would seek revenge. Moreover, with Gu Zhamu present, he wouldn't he dare disclose their shared secret from last night. Yes, indeed, her mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, the man's deep, magnetic voice called out her name. Xiao Wanwan. Here, she responded, her reflexes kicking in as if she were a student summoned by a teacher. She nearly raised her hand in acknowledgement, only then did she realize Xiaze was already beside her, seated in his wheelchair. Xiaze was nearly at eye level with her, just a head shorter. He lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes cold as ice, penetratingly fixed upon her, his voice low and haunting. What of your injury? Xiao Wanwan felt a rush of tension, blinking innocently as she feigned ignorance. What injury? His enchanting, mesmerizing eyes pointedly gestured to the wound at the corner of his mouth, where a vivid crimson mark remained, a constant reminder of their encounter. His dark eyes scrutinized her expression closely, his brows arching with intrigue. The injury you caused me is here, yet where is yours? Xiao Wanwan's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her gaze darting nervously, beads of perspiration forming on her brow as she forced a dry laugh. What are you talking about, young Master Xie? I am not injured at all. Are you perhaps dreaming? You refuse to admit it? Shoo. Xiao Wanwan, wary of the surrounding onlookers, leaned closer and whispered, young Master Xie, how could I possibly deny it? But truly, I am unscathed, look. She edged closer, allowing him to see her clearly. Xiaze was momentarily taken aback by her proximity, his pupils widening as they roamed across her face. Her lips, red and inviting, resembled succulent fruit, and he found no trace of injury, yet, he remained convinced that he had indeed bitten her corner of the mouth. The faint, sweet taste of her blood lingered in his memory, igniting a sense of confusion within him, his ears flushing with a soft pink hue. He averted his gaze, his voice low and grave, enough, you may go. Very well. Xiao Wanwan, noting his disdain, felt no anger, rather, she secretly reveled in her triumph. Without lingering, she straightened up and stepped aside, maintaining a distance from the antagonist. She observed Xiaze's averted gaze, an expression of self-doubt upon his features, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, her constitution allowed her to heal from any injury. In mere minutes, her wounds could mend completely. By the time she returned to her room yesterday, the mark on her mouth had healed perfectly. Thus, Xuanxia had not discovered any trace of injury on her. Even if the antagonist still harbored doubts, there was no evidence to prove her guilt. As long as she refused to admit it, she would remain unscathed, and he could not hold her accountable. Hooray, ha, this golden opportunity is truly delightful. The man who harbored suspicions watched her subtle self-satisfaction with keen eyes, his expression darkening. How could he forget the events of yesterday? He knew well that this woman was weaving a web of lies. He remained oblivious to her reasons for infiltrating the hot springs last night, nor did he comprehend how she had concealed her injuries so effectively. Yet, the images of their entangled embrace flooded his mind, causing his ears to flush crimson. He found it inexplicably frustrating that this woman acted as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 88, helping her secure a victory. The esteemed Gongsun Yu has arrived at last. Upon hearing his name, Gu Zhamu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He turned his gaze towards the entrance, where a young man clad in dark robes gently waved a feather fan in his hand. From the moment he stepped through the door, the martial artists along the path eagerly parted to make way for him, exuding an air of authority and undeniable charm. The robed figure fixed his eyes upon Gu Zhamu, striding directly towards him. He halted before Gu Zhamu, swiftly closing his fan with a flourish. With a cheerful smile, he inquired, you are the disciple of Elder Zhou, may I know your name? I am Gu Zhamu, he replied. Excellent. The young man gestured towards the arena with his fan, extending an invitation. Shall we ascend? Please, I look forward to your guidance. Gu Zhamu offered a respectful fist salute. On the observation platform, the young lord of the manor and Zhou Zhang exchanged excited glances upon witnessing their confrontation. Indeed, with everyone gathered, the competition is about to commence, one remarked eagerly. Yes, I, Shen, am quite anticipating it, the other responded. The young man in dark attire leisurely ascended the platform, while Gu Zhamu began to take action. Good age, called Zhou Xingyue, her expression tinged with concern as she retrieved a talisman from her sleeve. This is a peace talisman I prayed for you. Please accept it before your match, it will bring me some comfort. Thank you, Xingyue. The man smiled gently, accepting the talisman and placing it carefully in his bosom. causing Zhou Xinyue's heart to swell with joy as she witnessed his reverent treatment of her gift. "I shall go up first," he declared. "Be careful, Gu Dage," she admonished. "Of course." Gu Zhamu tightened his grip on his sword, casting a glance back at Xieze. Upon seeing Xieze nod slightly, he found the courage to step onto the arena, ready to face an opponent whose martial prowess surpassed his own by several folds. Yesterday, Gong Sun Yu had triumphed over more than 10 challengers, setting an unbroken record. Now, a newcomer had arrived. One could only wonder what the outcome would be. Rumor had it that he was Zhou Zhan's disciple. Perhaps this individual possessed exceptional skills, which explained why the legendary hero had taken him as an apprentice. This match promised to be extraordinary. "Go for it." The crowd below erupted in cheers for the two combatants above. Gong Sun Yu regarded his opponent with a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. He could discern that Gu Zhamu's inner strength was beneath his OWN.AS for martial skills. He would need to assess them further, yet he felt no trepidation. Meanwhile, Gu Zhamu remained vigilant, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he gripped his sword, which slid effortlessly from its sheath. "Come on," he urged. "After you," Gong Sun Yu replied, without hesitation. Without further ado, Gu Zhamu lunged forward with his blade, but the robed young man effortlessly evaded the strike. Armed only with his fan, Gong Sun Yu's lack of additional weapons was a stark humiliation for Gu Zhamu, who continued to swing his sword at the evading figure. "Your movements are rather sluggish. Allow me to show you the correct angles," Gong Sun Yu chided, evading with ease and offering unsolicited advice, which only deepened Gu Zhamu's embarrassment. Feeling fatigued, Gu Zhamu sensed that his opponent aimed to exhaust him. The audience below held Gong Sun Yu in high regard, their expectations firmly placed upon him, while only Zhou Xinyue and Xieze harbored hopes for Gu Zhamu's success. Observing the spectacle with her arms crossed, Xiao Wanwan remained unperturbed, fully aware of the narrative's trajectory. Though the male protagonist appeared disadvantaged at present, she knew that the final outcome would inevitably favor him. "Since Gong Sun Yu is so confident in discerning my strength, why not engage me in a genuine duel?" Gu Zhamu challenged. "Do you truly mean that?" Gong Sun Yu mocked, his disdain evident. "You wish to fight me seriously, rather than playfully?" Gu Zhamu's frustration boiled over, his veins bulging as he glared at Gong Sun Yu. "Do not underestimate me, Gong Sun Yu. Ah, that spirit is commendable. Such defiance is what I seek in a worthy opponent." Gong Sun Yu responded with a sly grin, and with that, Gong Sun Yu drew a soft sword from his waist, its sound echoing in the air. When retracted, it resembled an ordinary belt, disguising its true nature as a legendary weapon crafted by a master swordsmith, renowned for its unbreakable flexibility, an instrument capable of striking with lethal precision while remaining inconspicuous. "Such a remarkable sword?" Gu Zhamu gasped. "Indeed, this is a relic thought lost to time. To see it in the hands of Gong Sun Yu is a rare fortune." "Indeed," spectators murmured, their excitement palpable. "Given its prowess, I wager Gong Sun Yu will triumph over Zhou Zhan's disciple," one declared, prompting a chorus of agreement as bets began to pile upon the wager board in favor of Gong Sun Yu. Yet, unexpectedly, a lone figure approached to place a bet on Gu Zhamu's victory. With a sharp sound, a modest sum appeared on the board, drawing the crowd's attention to a stunning young woman who confidently proclaimed, "I shall wager on Gu Zhamu." Her audacity sparked incredulous whispers among the onlookers, who questioned her judgment. "Miss," cried Chuanxia, hurrying to her side. "You cannot be serious. You do not understand the implications of this wager." Chuanxia attempted to reclaim the funds, but was met with resistance from the eager gamblers, who insisted, once a wager is placed, it cannot be retracted. The crowd reveled in the prospect of the naive girl's money becoming theirs. "Miss, you truly wish to bet on that newcomer?" they asked, incredulous. "Indeed, my wager is for Gu Zhamu," she affirmed, unfazed by their mockery. "Very well, let the games begin," the crowd cheered, anticipating the outcome with glee. As Chuanxia fretted, Xiao Wanwan reveled in her cleverness, fully aware that the amassed stakes on the board had reached a considerable sum. Knowing the direction of the plot, she relished the prospect of clandestinely profiting from this turn of events. "Young master, Miss Xiao has placed her bet," Xieze noted, his attention unwavering from the combatants. "Who did she wager on?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. "Gu Xiaxia," Xieze replied with a soft chuckle, feeling a sense of relief. "Then let us assist her in securing a victory." Chapter 89. The most underrated contestant. The two combatants in the arena began to exhibit their fighting spirit. Each wielded their respective swords, with Gong Sun Yu, the one most favored by the crowd, handling a soft sword that appeared to be a living instrument. As it danced with the motions of its master, it flowed through the air like a silk ribbon, striking at the enemy with precision. "Wow, young master Gongsuan's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. It resembles a dance." The spectators mused. It must depend on the type of sword he wields. Indeed, when mastered, a soft sword can rival 1,000 straight swords. "Look, that lad shows remarkable perseverance. He has yet to succumb." The crowd's gaze shifted to Gu Zhamu, the only individual who had managed to endure such a prolonged contest against Gong Sun Yu without being defeated. Typically, Gong Sun Yu would dispatch his opponents within mere minutes, yet this young hero displayed an extraordinary resilience, having nearly been knocked out of the ring several times, only to cleverly evade Gong Sun Yu's subsequent attacks. "That boy is merely holding on. Have you seen him land a blow on Gong Sun Yu? Not once." "Indeed, whether he loses now or later makes little difference. Gong Sun Yu will ultimately emerge victorious." The audience nodded in agreement as they watched the match unfold. A spectator standing beside Xiao Wanwan, with smug delight, leaned in to offer her a well-meaning warning. Ha ha ha, little girl, it seems your wager is destined for failure. Xiao Wanwan raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering, and replied calmly, but the victor has yet to be determined. Why the haste? Perhaps it will be you who ends up losing. Ha, that girl is easily deceived, let us wait and see. Very well, Xiao Wanwan retorted confidently, showing no signs of fear. However, her companion, Xuanxia, was visibly anxious, whispering in her ear, Miss, I know you hold great faith in Gu Xiaxia, but this wager is indeed misguided. If the leader finds out, I shudder to think of the consequences. Oh, fret not, I assure you, we shall walk away with a fortune. We can squander it freely along the way. What could be better? Miss, the leader's estate is hardly lacking in funds. If we run short, we can withdraw from any station. Why engage in such risky bets? Xuanxia's words were lost on Xiao Wanwan. Is the leader's wealth comparable to what we have now? This is a golden opportunity, I must seize it. She envisioned hiding away her winnings for personal use, ensuring a comfortable future even if she no longer resided in the leader's estate. Ignoring Xuanxia's earnest counsel, Xiao Wanwan fixed her gaze on the arena, eager to witness when the protagonist would turn the tide. In the arena, Gu Chamu found himself relentlessly attacked by Gongsun, who wielded his soft sword with abandon. All Gu could do was evade, struggling to mount a counteroffensive. Behold! Gongsun sword lunged towards Gu Chamu's forehead, prompting him to bend low and sidestep the strike, panting as he focused intently on his foe. Gongsun scoffed derisively, you, whose martial prowess is beneath mine and whose inner strength is even weaker, can do nothing but retreat. How did the esteemed Zhou Jiang ever take notice of you? Surely, it must have been through some underhanded means. Please refrain from making baseless accusations, young Master Gongsun. If you wish for a fair fight, then cease your evasion and face me like a true man. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Chamu's brow as he surveyed the arena below. Upon catching sight of Xie Zhe, who discreetly signaled him, he gradually straightened up, casting aside his sword in defiance. Very well, this time I shall not retreat, young Master Gongsun, let us engage. Good. You exhibit courage. Gongsun eyes glinted with malice as he infused his sword with inner strength, sending a cloud of dust swirling. He addressed Gu Chamu, let us see if you can withstand my technique and still rise to your feet. The two locked eyes, their surroundings thick with hostility. As they raised their swords, they closed in on one another, striking with precision. Clang, clang, the swords clashed, sending sparks flying like stars in the night sky. Gongsun gaze sharpened as he maneuvered his sword like a serpent, aiming for Gu Chamu's throat. Yet, Gu Chamu was quick-witted and agile, swiftly maneuvering his blade to parry the incoming strike. With a resounding crash, the two were thrust apart by their opposing forces. Gu Chamu, clearly at a disadvantage, bit his lip to stifle the blood that threatened to spill from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Gongsun, slightly winded, coughed lightly, though his condition was far less severe. This only served to intensify his disdain for Gu Chamu, who he regarded with a mocking grin. Ha! I expected something more formidable from you. It appears you are nothing extraordinary after all. Such arrogance was ill-advised. Gongsun observed the approaching challenger, his eyes darkening. Oh, do you still have tricks up your sleeve that you have yet to reveal? Though Gu Chamu appeared fragile in comparison, he possessed an inner strength that shone through. The audience below watched with bated breath, filled with concern. Is that boy truly intent on risking his life? Even injured, he continues to fight? Indeed, should the battle escalate, Gongsun will show no mercy. This is not merely a contest, it could lead to serious injury. Zhou Xinyue, with her hands clasped in prayer, watched the fierce struggle while listening to the murmurs around her, her heart heavy with worry for Gu Chamu's safety. Gu de gu. On the viewing platform, Shun Yuli was equally captivated by the unfolding drama. Concerned for Zhou Zhang's disciple, he turned to Zhou Jiang and asked, is everything alright? Should I intervene and halt this match? Ah, no need for that. My chosen disciple is not so easily defeated. Zhou Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Gu Chamu, admiring his resolute spirit and determination. He had faith that the young man would leverage his intellect to secure victory. Reassured by Zhou Zhang's confidence, Shen Yuli redirected his attention to Gu Chamu. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Jian's endorsement indicated that the youth possessed remarkable talents worth observing. Humph. Gongsun, growing impatient with Gu Chamu's feigned bravado, sought to conclude the match swiftly. He prepared to unleash his true abilities against this seemingly inferior opponent. Prepare yourself. With a flurry of movements, Gongsun summoned a swarm of sword illusions, bending and twisting towards Gu Chamu in a dazzling display that almost overwhelmed the senses. Gu Chamu had no option but to defend himself against the onslaught. The crowd collectively braced for Gu Chamu's inevitable defeat, anticipating a particularly humiliating loss. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible silver needle zipped through the air, striking with astonishing precision. Crack, in an instant, the soft sword encircling Gu Chamu shattered as if struck by an unseen force, the fragments glimmering like shattered glass, suspended momentarily before cascading to the ground. Gongsun, astounded at the sight of his weapon reduced to a mere fragment, widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth just happened? Gu Chamu's eyes sparkled with determination. He recognized that the moment had arrived. Channeling his inner strength, he swiftly appeared behind the bewildered Gongsun, seizing his arm and flinging him from the arena. Ah! Gongsun barely had time to react before he was propelled from the ring. The spectators below were equally taken aback, colliding with the unexpected arrival of Gongsun. Ouch! The very individuals who had previously dismissed Gu Chamu were now caught in the aftermath, utterly astonished. Gong Sun Yu, they exclaimed in shock. Get out of the way. Chapter 90. The clinking of coins bang, 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 the sound of drums echoed as someone announced loudly, Gong Sun Yu has been knocked off the stage, and Gu Chaomu has triumphed in this contest. Zhou Jiang, witnessing his disciple's victory, wore a radiant smile. Beside him, Shin Wuli stood up in disbelief and asked, Uncle Zhou, what just transpired? Zhou Jiang chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with cunning wisdom as he reminded the young master, does it truly matter what happened? Is it not more significant that my disciple has won? Shin Wuli paused, grasping his meaning, and ceased his inquiries, instead congratulating, indeed allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Uncle Zhou, for acquiring such a remarkable disciple. Wow! This is splendid, ha ha ha. The supporters of Gu Chaomu beneath the arena were undoubtedly elated, yet, the most jubilant of all was Qiao Wanwan, who was brimming with delight. She promptly skipped over to the betting board, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the pile of gleaming silver coins. So much silver, she exclaimed, beckoning Chuanxia to come over and collect the winnings. Chuanxia, come quickly. Coming, Mississippi. Chuanxia, though momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend that the gallant Gu had indeed emerged victorious. She could hardly believe how astute her mistress's intuition had proven to be. As she watched her mistress joyfully gather the coins, excitement coursed through her veins as she lent a helping hand to stow the winnings away. In the distance, Xiaozhe observed the exuberant collection of coins by the little money grubber, a gentle smile unwittingly gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a tenderness rarely seen, perhaps he was unaware of it himself. Meanwhile, the defeated gamblers could only stand by, watching Qiao Wanwan stuff coins into her pouch, now bulging with wealth, witnessing others claim their winnings stung more than their own losses. The entire group of gamblers was soon engulfed in a chorus of lamentations. Who would have thought that the least favored contender would emerge victorious? Indeed, my precious silver wasted on that little girl, one cursed, glancing disdainfully at the still recovering Gong Sun Yu. What a stroke of bad luck! Bah, what a worthless sword, its supposed brilliance is nothing but a deceitful ruse, inferior even to an ordinary blade. Exactly, it cost us our money. Humiliated and stripped of his dignity, Gong Sun Yu sought to flee the scene. However, Zhou Zhang's voice rang out from the observation platform, young Master Gong Sun, will you not leave your ranking behind? Gong Sun Yu's gaze darkened with resentment as he glared at the one who had usurped his position on the stage. Gritting his teeth, he replied, such is the way of the martial world, I must comply, I can only hope that this young hero does not cross my path again, for your rank shall only decline henceforth. Unfazed by the threat, the victorious Gu Chaomu merely dismissed Gong Sun Yu's words, responding with a self-satisfied laugh, I must thank young Master Gong Sun for granting me such a prestigious 31st ranking. This infuriated Gong Sun Yu, who, in a fit of rage, drew the ranking token bestowed upon him by the leader and flung it to the ground, the metallic clang echoing as it struck the surface. Even as he prepared to depart, he aimed to humiliate his rival further. Watching Gu Chaomu's expression twist in discomfort brought him some solace, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Yet, even in such disgrace, there were those willing to retrieve Gu Chaomu's 31st ranking token. Zhou Xingyue called for Xiao Chui to pick up the token from the ground, dusting it off before presenting it cleanly to Gu Chaomu as he descended from the stage. Brother Gu, congratulations on attaining the 31st rank in the martial world. Your reputation now echoes through the realm. Xingyue, I owe this all to you, without your support, I would not have reached such heights. Gu Chaomu expressed his gratitude, his demeanor radiating warmth. Brother Gu, you need not stand on ceremony with me. We are already close. Upon hearing the implications of her statement, Gu Chaomu quickly interjected, I must extend my gratitude to you, Xingyue, you are a true benefactor in my life. Indeed. Gu Chaomu's gaze wandered, searching for Qiao Wanwan, and he inquired of Zhou Xingyue, where is Wanwan? Her? Zhou Xinyue's smile faltered at the mention of another woman. Why do you inquire about her, Brother Gu? Nothing much, he replied, swallowing his thoughts. Congratulations, Brother Gu. Upon recognizing who had arrived, Gu Chaomu's face lit up as he turned to the man seated in a wheelchair behind him, saying, I greatly appreciate your support. Do not mention it. Brother Gu, your name now resonates in the martial world, I wish you boundless success in your future endeavors. Thank you. Zhou Xingyue, overhearing their exchange, perceived nothing amiss, only sensing a brotherly bond between them. She mused that had Qiao Wanwan not vied for Gu Chaomu's affections and instead allied with the disabled gentleman, she would surely have embraced her as a sister, sharing in their joys. Alas, Qiao Wanwan was not one to be underestimated. In the distance, Qiao Wanwan and her maid, having finished collecting their winnings, approached with bright smiles. Upon spotting her, Gu Chaomu called out, Wanwan, Brother Gu is here. Brother Gu? Qiao Wanwan looked at the charming figure before her, her radiant smile directed at him, and thought to herself, her joy must surely be in celebration of my victory. As she strolled closer, she stuffed coins into Chuanxia's arms, playfully patting her belly while laughing, take good care of this for me. Yes, Mississippi. Chuanxia's thin arms appeared almost comically swollen, reminiscent of a pregnant woman's belly, and she was momentarily at a loss for words regarding her mistress's antics. Qiao Wanwan, elated by her winnings, radiated joy even in the presence of the detestable Gu Chaomu. Approaching him, she donned a sweet smile and graciously praised him, Congratulations, Brother Gu, on your victory in the contest and for securing the 31st rank. You shall surely ascend higher and earn the respect of many. Your flattery is appreciated, Wanwan, but I am merely basking in the moment. He thought that upon returning to the leader's residence, he would relay this incident to the leader, solidifying his standing in their eyes. With the leader's support, the position of future leader would undoubtedly be within reach of his ambitions soared as he envisioned a glorious future in the martial world. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from behind. Xiaomu, even with your 30th rank, do not let pride consume you. Gu Xiaomu and the others turned to see Zhou Jiang approaching alongside the young master. How splendid it was for the young master to join them in their moment of triumph. Master, young master. Young master, Elder Zhou. They all greeted respectfully. Ah, no need for such formalities. Young Master Shen merely smiled at the victor, saying, your strategy is commendable. To defeat an opponent stronger than yourself and seize their rank is truly impressive. I am in awe. The young master is too kind, I merely relied on luck. Ha, if luck were a skill, one would fare well in the martial world. Thank you. By the way, since Uncle Zhou's disciple has claimed the 30th rank, might I propose a celebratory feast in your honor? Chapter 91 The drugging under the resplendent flames. Beneath the resplendent glow of the flames, silver goblets were raised high, reaching towards the heavens. With the enthusiastic voice of the young master of the manor, we gathered to congratulate the valiant Gu Xiaoxia, who, merely 3 days into his arrival at the Biluo Mountain Manor, had achieved an impressive ranking in the martial arts world. Congratulations, cheers. At this celebratory banquet, figures of various stature were present, all lifting their cups in unison to offer blessings to Gu Xiaoxia. It was the perfect opportunity to become acquainted with this promising newcomer in the realm of heroes. Gu Xiaomu basked in immense glory, receiving a plethora of gifts, ranging from the modest to the extravagant, his face adorned with a proud smile. Thank you all, I truly appreciate your kind sentiments, he expressed. Curiosity piqued, some inquired, Gu Xiaoxia, your remarkable talent at such a young age is truly impressive. We, the onlookers from the arena, were left in awe. Might we ask how you managed to shatter the legendary soft sword, said to be impervious to blades and spears? Could you enlighten us ordinary heroes? Indeed, the crowd was abuzz with curiosity. Upon being questioned, Gu Xiaomu cast a humble glance toward the side, where Xieze sat, seemingly indifferent while sipping his drink. Relieved, he casually replied, perhaps it was merely divine providence or sheer luck. Ah, how humble, Gu Xiaoxia, surely such a formidable sword could not be shattered by mere luck. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the flattery, Gu Xiaomu intended to refrain from further comments. However, Zhou Jiang, close to the young master, intervened, saying, Gu Xiaoxia is my newly accepted disciple, let us not press him with inquiries. After all, his victory today was no small feat. Zhou Jiang paused with a smile, tapping his temple lightly with a finger. His intellect played a crucial role. The crowd nodded in understanding, praising, so it was Gu Xiaoxia's cleverness that led to his triumph. No wonder Zhou Jiang chose him as a disciple, we were indeed foolish. Indeed, we all know that in the martial world, victory is paramount, not solely brute strength, there is always a way to counter any situation. It merely depends on who possesses the skill to do so, otherwise, how could the Chao family have maintained their position as leaders for 2 generations? Quite right. As they conversed, the mention of the Chao family elicited discontent from Chao Wanwan and Mo Zilin, who were seated nearby. Mo Zilin raised his voice to defend the Chao family. Zhou Jiang, please do not act as if we are invisible. Ah, young Master Mo and Miss Chao, I am fully aware of your presence. I meant no disrespect towards the Chao family, please do not take my words to heart. Humph, our Chao family is renowned for its fairness in the martial world. Were it not for Chao Mengzhu's efforts to rectify the realm and liaise with the authorities, who knows how many would have perished by now. Where would the martial world be without a safe haven for its people? Hearing Mo Zilin's increasingly serious remarks, the young master cleared his throat, sensing the gravity of the topic. This is a celebration for Gu Xiaoxia. We ought to focus on congratulating him. Others chimed in with feigned laughter. Yes, Gu Xiaoxia has achieved a commendable ranking. We must ensure that we celebrate until we are inebriated. Very well. Humph, Mo Zilin, who had no intention of attending this celebration for Gu Xiaomu, thought, what is there to celebrate for this rival? It was merely luck that led to his victory. It is of no significance to me. Yet, the thought of the witch's potion still lingering within him made him restless, thus, he seized this occasion to discreetly slip the potion into the cup of his junior sister. He glanced at her, diligently handling her chopsticks, barely touching her drink. Surely, she did not have a taste for alcohol. He summoned a servant and, without drawing attention, secretly added the white powder to the clean tea he had requested. The powder dissolved instantly in water, colorless and tasteless. Satisfied, he shook the teapot slightly and approached Xiao Wanwan with a tender expression. Xiao Wanwan, engrossed in her food, found the insincere praises from others rather unremarkable. Beside her, Xieze's demeanor only added to her discomfort, as he had not spared her a single kind glance since they had sat together. She attempted to engage him. How fortunate. You have also been assigned to this table, now we are neighbors. The man either glared at her or ignored her completely, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through her. She could only retreat, retracting her neck to avoid provoking him further. Alas, the intentions of a villain are inscrutable. Could it be that he still harbored resentment over her unannounced intrusion into the hot spring? Logically, he should have no evidence against her to justify his ire. He could not be that petty, could he? Yet, for all she knew, he might be different with outsiders. Had she been Gu Xiaomu, he would surely have been elated, but alas, she was not so fortunate. It was a blessing that he had not sought to harm her. She needed to find a moment to gauge his thoughts. As Xiao Wanwan poked at the peanuts in her bowl, pondering her approach, Mo Zilin's voice reached her ears. Wanwan shimmy? She turned to face him, smiling as she offered her teapot. Brother, what is it? Shimmy, you must not drink. I have prepared some flower tea for you. Tea serves as a substitute for alcohol. Do not force yourself, it is not worth jeopardizing your health. Suddenly reminded by Mo Zilin, Xiao Wanwan's mind sparked with an idea. Just moments ago, she had been troubled about how to communicate with the villain, and now a solution had presented itself. She beamed sweetly, instructing her maid, Chuanxia, to take the tea. She turned to Mo Zilin with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. Fortunately, you reminded me. I now know what to do." Mo Zilin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her words. Watching her produce a clean cup, he hastily urged his maid, Chuanxia, fill it quickly. Yes, Mississippi. The colorless and tasteless potion slowly flowed into the cup in Xiao Wanwan's hands. Mo Zilin's eyes widened, fixated on the cup, afraid to move. He was eager to witness her drink it. Once she did, within minutes, the effects would surely manifest, leaving her dazed. At that point, he would escort her back to her quarters, calling for Chuanxia to fetch water while discreetly taking her away. This was a plan he had executed before, and he was confident of its success. As Xiao Wanwan held the freshly filled teacup, she noticed that Mo Zilin had not yet departed. Confused, she asked, "Brother, is there something else you need? If not, could you please return to your seat? It is rather inappropriate to linger here." "Oh, of course, please, take your time, Shimmy." "Very well." As Mo Zilin walked away, he kept his eyes on her. Just as Xiao Wanwan extended the drugged teacup towards the disabled man sitting next to her, smiling politely as she spoke, Mo Zilin stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Chapter 92. "Who gave you this flower tea?" Xiaozhe observed Gu Xiaomu, who was surrounded by admirers, now a figure of great renown in the martial world. It was only to be expected that an increasing number of individuals of questionable character would gravitate towards him. Determined to prevent any deceit from befalling Gu Xiaomu, Xiaozhe was resolute in his intention to shield him from such eventualities. Yet, as he watched the subtle exchanges between Gu Xiaomu and Zhou Xanu, he detected an air of discomfort that caused his brow to furrow in concern. With a swift motion, he downed the contents of his wineglass in one go. In that moment, he felt an unsettling distance growing between himself and Gu Xiaomu, exacerbated by the fact that even his assigned seat felt achingly remote, stirring discontent within him. Lost in thought, he was oblivious to the knowing glance cast by Uncle Zhongshi, who, after a deliberate cough, drew his attention. At that moment, Xiaozhe felt a gentle tug on the cuff of his light blue sleeve. Turning to gaze in that direction, he discovered Xiao Wanwan seated nearby, having approached him unbeknownst to him, a teacup in her hand, with a rosy complexion and a bright smile. She said, "Young Master Xia, you still bear injuries and should refrain from alcohol. Here, I have brought you some tea." Xiaozhe's gaze lingered on her, shimmering with intrigue. He chuckled to himself at her apparent awareness of his injuries. Why, then, had she not feigned ignorance until now? It was rather amusing that she had come to express concern for him. In the midst of such a crowd, he would not voice his innermost thoughts but merely lifted the corners of his mouth in a subtle smile. Noticing that his expression was not one of gloom but rather appeared somewhat cheerful, Xiao Wanwan pushed the teacup towards him, her dimples showing as she said, "Here, tea is better than wine. It nourishes the body." "Thank you, Miss Xiao." Xiaozhe accepted the cup from her delicate fingers without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she shared her thoughts. "No need for thanks. I merely hope that everyone can coexist amicably and support one another." Her words seemed innocuous to others, yet Xiaozhe grasped their underlying meaning. He chuckled softly, pondering, is she truly afraid that I might take offense and harm her? What a timid soul. How could he possibly wish to harm someone as entertaining as Xiao Wanwan? With a slight smirk, he raised the cup she had offered to his lips and drank deeply. Meanwhile, not far off, Mo Zilin watched the scene unfold, nearly fainting from disbelief. Xiao Wanwan had actually given the medicine he sent her to a cripple. What a monumental waste. Thankfully, given the condition of the recipient, it would likely have little effect, perhaps just inducing a fever that would pass after a night's rest. He needed to devise a plan to ensure his junior sister drank it herself. Only then would his scheme proceed as intended. Mo Zilin remained fixated on the unfolding drama, eager to see whether his sister would consume the tea. As Xiaozhe finished the medicated tea, he began to feel an unusual warmth spread through his body, realizing he had ingested something potent that was causing this unsettling heat. His brow furrowed as he stared at the tightly gripped teacup, his breathing growing increasingly uneven. He reflected on the fact that he had not consumed anything else apart from the tea offered by Xiao Wanwan. His expression darkened as he raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the woman who still sought to refill his cup. This woman dared to scheme against him. Startled by his sudden intensity, Xiao Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed something amiss. She watched as beads of perspiration formed on his brow, his complexion flushed, and his lips parted, drawing in heavy breaths like a beguiling enigma. With innocent wide eyes, she inquired, "Young Master Xia, what is the matter?" Before she could finish, he seized her hand that offered the tea. "Miss. Young Master." Both Chunxia and Zhongshi, who were by his side, were drenched in cold sweat at Xiaozhe's sudden aggression towards Xiao Wanwan. Realizing they were in a public setting and he could not tarnish her reputation, Xiaozhe suppressed his impulse and released her delicate wrist. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a low, gravelly voice, "Who sent you this tea?" "Ah." Xiao Wanwan was taken aback, startled by his perceptiveness. How did he discern that the tea was not hers? If he were to discover that it was actually sent by Mo Zilin, would he think her insincere? With a nervous laugh, she lied, "This is my tea. I personally brought it to you, no one else." Xiaozhe scrutinized her eyes, which flickered evasively, betraying her deceit. He sighed, choosing not to press further. There was no point in pursuing the matter any longer. This woman was unaware she was being manipulated, desperately shielding the true orchestrator. It was difficult to determine whether to label her naive or foolish. Regardless, the priority was to leave this place immediately, relieved that he was impervious to toxins, allowing him to endure the effects of the poison and restore his well-being. With a raspy voice, he called for Zhongshi. Uncle Zhong, please take me outside. Yes, young master. Zhongshi, seeing the sheen of sweat on his young master's brow and sensing his discomfort, quickly assisted him in departing from Gu Xiaomu's celebratory banquet. Xiao Wanwan watched as Xieze left, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. An unsettling notion crept into her mind. Had she made a grave mistake? Did Xieze discover her deceit and grow angry? Chunxia, sensing her distress, asked, Miss, why did you give the flower tea that young Master Zilin sent you to young Master Xie, and to claim it was your own? It was evident that young Master Xie did not appreciate your gesture, thus wasting your good intentions. Sighing, Xiao Wanwan returned to her seat, resting her hands on the table and propping up her chin, feeling both helpless and troubled. Her actions were intended to appease the antagonist and ensure her own survival. If she did not treat the villain well, the first one to perish on the road ahead would undoubtedly be her. She hoped for a smooth journey to Anxi City, where meeting the female lead's father would resolve all matters. Chunxia replaced the wine on the table with tea, attentively suggesting, Miss, please have some tea. Thank you, Chunxia. Xiao Wanwan lifted the cup filled with tea to her lips, inhaling the fragrant aroma but refraining from taking a sip. In the distance, Mo Zilin anxiously awaited, his heart racing as he observed Xiao Wanwan preparing to drink the tea he had sent. As she listened to Chunxia's concerns, Miss, do not overthink it. Even if young Master Xie is a friend of Sir Gu, you need not compromise yourself to please him. Seeing you this way truly pains me. What? Xiao Wanwan questioned incredulously. You think my kindness towards Xieze is merely to curry favor with Gu Xiaomu? Listening to Chunxia's explanations with exasperation, she finally took a sip of the tea. At that moment, Mo Zilin's anxious heart settled as he felt a surge of excitement. Soon, his junior sister would be his own. Haha, Chapter 93. Has the aphrodisiac taken effect? In the next moment, Chunxia uttered an outrageous remark. Otherwise, Miss, you wouldn't be suggesting to Chunxia that you no longer hold affection for Gu Xiaomu, but have instead developed feelings for young Master Xia, would you? Put. Xiao Wanwan, having just sipped her tea, was caught off guard and spat it out. That, Mo Zilin, who had been watching from a distance, felt as if the weight on his heart had abruptly plummeted. Miss, be careful. Chunxia hurried to assist Xiao Wanwan, who whispered urgently, Chunxia, you mustn't speak such nonsense. Xieze is not of our world. Not of this world? Chunxia gazed at Xiao Wanwan with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, Miss, you are rambling again. Realizing her slip, Xiao Wanwan clarified, what I meant was, Xieze harbors feelings for Gu Xiaomu. He prefers males. The mindset of a villain is entirely different from that of ordinary folk. He is indeed not of our realm. No, what I meant is that our statuses and circumstances are different, you understand? Oh, now I see, Mississippi. Chunxia lowered her voice, saying, I've heard that young Master Xia is quite ruthless. He eliminates anything he desires, which is why I disapprove of your admiration for him. Indeed, but he should only be targeting those who pose a threat to him. Just then, a familiar voice broke the conversation. Junior sister Wanwan, have you drunk the flower tea I brought you? Xiao Wanwan turned to find Mo Zilin standing there. What brings you back? What did you just say? Mo Zilin's gaze fell upon the cup in Xiao Wanwan's hand, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He took the flower tea from Chunxia's hands and poured it personally for Xiao Wanwan. Senior brother, you could have let Chunxia do that, why do it yourself? Mo Zilin's eyes were fixed on the young woman before him, his heart whispering, I simply couldn't help but worry. I need to see you drink it. Yet his lips spoke differently. Senior brother insists, how could I entrust such matters to another? Soon, we will meet master again, and he will surely be delighted to see us together in Anxi City. Come, junior sister, today is a day of joy, allow me to toast you. Alright. The inexplicable words left Xiao Wanwan momentarily bewildered, yet she did not refuse. Mo Zilin watched as she gradually lifted the teacup to her lips, his heart racing with every beat. Soon, she would be his. With him watching, there would be no room for error. Are you young Master Mo? Interrupted, Mo Zilin turned to see an old friend of his father's. Uncle Lin? Indeed, it's me. I never expected you to remember me after all this time. Shall we step aside and catch up? But enough with the buts. Is there anything more important than reminiscing and sharing a drink with me? Mo Zilin glanced back at Xiao Wanwan, who had already put down her teacup and was partaking in the festivities, though she seemed somewhat oblivious. Perhaps the effects of the medicine were insufficient. Let us wait a bit longer. Very well. Thus, he found himself compelled to engage with his father's old friend, planning to whisk Xiao Wanwan away once she sensed something amiss. Before departing, he made sure to give Chunxia strict instructions. If anything occurs with your miss, you must inform me immediately. Ensure she avoids alcohol and drinks more flower tea. Understood, young Master Mo. You can rest assured. Indeed. Chunxia watched as Mo Zilin departed, leaning in to whisper to her Mississippi. Miss, young Master Mo seems rather unusual today, you should be cautious. Yes, you as well. Do not worry, Mississippi. Chunxia will keep a close watch on him and report any of his actions to you. You've worked hard, Chunxia. Miss, it is only my duty. It is no trouble at all. With a smile, she filled Xiao Wanwan's cup anew. Miss, please enjoy. As Xiao Wanwan lifted the untouched tea to her lips, a young maid emerged, accidentally brushing against her arm. The entire cup of tea splashed onto Xiao Wanwan, soaking her pale blue dress. Oh dear. Miss. Juanxia, incensed at the sight of her miss being splattered, scolded the young maid, how could you serve like this? The maid's face drained of color as she quickly knelt in apology. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. Understanding that the maid had not acted out of malice, Xiao Wanwan hastily urged Juanxia to calm down. It's alright, it's just a bit of damp fabric. I can simply wipe it off. How can that be? The dress is drenched, it's utterly unseemly. It's fine, once it dries, it won't be noticeable. Miss. In a back-and-forth exchange, the young maid pleaded, could you grant me a chance to make amends? I can take you to change your clothes. With tear-filled, pleading eyes, the 15-year-old maid looked earnestly remorseful at Xiao Wanwan, aware that servants in ancient times faced severe consequences for their mistakes, sometimes even losing their lives, softened and said, alright, you needn't kneel. Quickly, lead me to change. The maid's eyes brightened considerably as she wiped away her tears, expressing her gratitude, thank you for your kindness. Let us go. Juanxia, noticing Xiao Wanwan rising to leave, quickly inquired, Miss, what about me? Stay here for a moment. If anyone asks, just tell them I stepped out briefly. Understood. In the dimly lit courtyard, only one room glowed with candlelight, the flickering flame cast shadows upon a pale wrist, where a pulse was gently being checked. A striking young man, with hair cascading slightly over his face, exhibited a faint flush, his gaze iced out. A figure clad in black stood nearby, anxiously observing. Is the young master unwell again? No. Then why does he appear so peculiar? Ignoring the incessant chatter of Xie, Zhongshi turned his attention to the frail beauty seated on the bed. Young master, it seems you have been subjected to an aphrodisiac. Upon hearing those words, Xie displayed little reaction, yet Xie, upon hearing the term aphrodisiac, widened his eyes in shock. What? An aphrodisiac? He clenched his fists, filled with indignation. How could anyone dare to administer such a substance to the young master in his current state? His body cannot withstand it. Who is responsible for this? I shall eliminate them. Zhongshi frowned slightly, admonishing Xie, do not act recklessly. The young master has been drinking under my watch. There is no way someone could have slipped something in. The only tea he consumed was from Miss Zhao. Could it be that cup was tainted? His gaze flickered momentarily. He had just witnessed the young master's irritation as he grasped Miss Zhao's wrist, inquiring about the source of her tea. With this realization, everything clicked into place. Indeed, the tea was the source of the trouble. Chapter 94. Is Miss Zhao truly so desperate? He cast a glance at the somewhat weakened young master, who had painstakingly restrained himself with his inner strength, beads of sweat adorning his brow. He discreetly inquired, young master, could it be that cup of tea? Xie neither confirmed nor denied, merely maintaining a stoic silence. Zhongshi continued his analysis. It is astonishing that the young master remains oblivious. After all, that drug is colorless and tasteless. Such a concoction is only possessed by the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Xie furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that the owner of this drug is connected to the demonic sect? The individual who administered it directly to the young master harbored nefarious intentions. Indeed, Xie couldn't help but feel indignant on behalf of the young master. Noticing the young master's silence, Zhongshi grew anxious and asked, young master, what shall we do about this matter? Xie gently rubbed his temples, his tone devoid of emotion as he issued a calm command to Xie. Xie, go bring Miss Xiao Wanwan here alone. Yes, young master. Upon hearing the young master's words, Xie speculated that it was likely Miss Xiao who had administered the drug to the young master, his eyes widening in astonishment. Who could be so audacious? It turned out to be that very Miss Xiao who had appeared in the young master's bath last night. Now, she had been caught red-handed by the young master. He thought to himself, Miss Xiao is certainly doomed this time. With a swift motion, Xie disappeared from his location. Zhongshi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, worried that the young master might be so enraged as to execute Miss Xiao. He hastily interjected on her behalf, young master, please do not be angry, perhaps Miss Wanwan is unaware of the situation. Unaware, I have already given her a chance, yet she has not uttered a single truthful word. Or perhaps she mistakenly administered the drug to the wrong person? Listening to Zhongshi's words, Xie's frown deepened, and he let out a cold laugh, saying, you think she could mistakenly give it to someone else? To whom? Gu Xiaomu. Ah, young master, I was merely speculating, I am unaware of the truth. A slight tremor coursed through Xie's heart as he regained his composure, realizing how peculiar he had become. How could he waver over such a trivial matter? Yet, the earlier words of Uncle Zhong had left his mind in disarray, igniting a flicker of anger within him. That woman had professed her affection for him, yet she turned around to deliver aphrodisiacs to another? The thought alone soured his mood. He lowered his gaze, feeling a heavy weight in his chest, akin to a stone pressing down upon him, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Observing the young master's current demeanor, Zhongshi mused. It seems Miss Xiao has genuinely provoked the young master. Now, he is at a loss for how to proceed. All he could do was silently pray for Miss Xiao, hoping she would not incur the young master's wrath. Miss Xiao Wanwan returned to her chamber, changing into a set of emerald green attire. Before stepping out to the doorway, she addressed her maid, let us go. Yes. The maid, walking ahead with a lantern, expressed her gratitude incessantly. I am truly grateful to you, Miss Xiao. Had I offended you, my master would surely have flayed me alive upon discovering it. Do not worry, I will keep this matter to myself. After all, I know it was not intentional. Thank you, Mississippi. It is nothing. Under the moonlight, the path before them was illuminated solely by the yellow lantern held by the maid. The rhythmic chirping of insects from the grass created a delightful symphony. Just as they stepped outside the courtyard designated for female guests, a figure clad in black suddenly barred their way. Assassin! The maid gasped, startled, and instinctively retreated behind Xiao Wanwan, dropping the lantern, which arced through the air before landing firmly in the hands of the black-clad figure. The faint glow from the lantern cast a dim light upon the figure's face, and Xiao Wanwan recalled that this was the same individual she had seen last night, seemingly one of Xie Zhe's shadow guards. It is you? Since Miss Xiao remembers me, that is fortunate. There is no need for further explanation, my master requests your presence. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Wanwan, and she swallowed nervously. Xie Zhe is looking for me? Indeed, Miss Xiao, please. Is it regarding last night? Sighing, she conceded that there was no escaping this, and she might as well be forthright about it. At worst, he would merely reprimand her. After all, her ailment would soon resolve, and by the following day, she would be perfectly fine. Very well, please lead the way. The maid, filled with apprehension, tugged at Xiao Wanwan's sleeve. Miss, do you know him? Yes, you may return now and inform Chuanxia not to wait for me. I shall return to my chamber shortly. Understood, Mississippi. The maid cast a furtive glance at the shadowy figure of Xie, trembling in fear at his icy demeanor, before releasing her grip. Xie tossed the lantern back to the maid. Take this. Yes, yes. Xie required no lantern, the faint moonlight sufficed for his path. This way, Miss Xiao. All right. As Xiao Wanwan followed Xie, she realized they were straying from the correct course. Observing Xie ahead, she noted they were not heading towards Xie Zhe's quarters. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Are you certain Xie Zhe is seeking me?" Of course, Miss Xiao. His room is not here. Where are you taking me? Xie did not halt his steps but merely offered a slight reminder. My master prefers solitude and has moved from the original guest quarters to this location. Oh, I see. No wonder the route is different from the one I took 2 days ago. Dismissing her doubts, Xiao Wanwan continued to follow. For some reason, the shadow guard walked at a leisurely pace, suddenly uttering peculiar words. Pray tell, how fervently does Miss Xiao yearn for my master, to be so utterly consumed by desire? Xiao Wanwan felt her head spinning. She opened her mouth to inquire, what did you just say? Yet, the figure abruptly halted, and she barely managed to stop in time to avoid colliding with him. We have arrived, Mississippi. Xiao Wanwan beheld a modest courtyard featuring a candlelit room. Surely, that must be Xie Zhe's new quarters, she courteously remarked to Xie, thank you. However, he responded with a hint of a sinister smile, advising, wishing you safety. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan remained oblivious to the implications, feeling an unsettling chill from his smile, as if he were anticipating a spectacle. This instilled a sense of inexplicable dread within her. Would there truly be no repercussions? She gazed at the candlelit room ahead, steeling herself before advancing. Upon reaching the door, she was about to knock when it creaked open. Looking up, she found Zhongshi, the steward, gazing at her with an expression that seemed to plead for her well-being. Miss Xiao, the young master is inside, please, do enter. Very well. Chapter 95. A tender moment with a soft creak, a pair of exquisite floral shoes belonging to the woman echoed on the floor. The door at the entrance was gently closed by butler Zhongshi. She surveyed the interior furnishings, which were no different from those of the previous guest room. However, she remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Xie. Approaching the desk, she found it unoccupied, her gaze drifting towards the bed concealed behind the screen, which also appeared deserted. The woman's silhouette was cast upon the papered window by the flickering flames, forming a slender shadow. Calling softly, she inquired, young master Xie, are you looking for me? Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of trepidation, fearful of the unseen presence lurking about. The candlelight trembled slightly, swaying in the gentle breeze. As the elongated shadow danced, an even taller and narrower figure suddenly materialized beside her. In an instant, Xiao Wanwan sensed something amiss and turned sharply. Before her stood Xie Zhe, his face pale as death. Fortunately, she had prepared herself psychologically, so she was not startled. With no outsiders present, Xiao Wanwan stepped forward, feigning intimacy as she called out, Aze, why the silence? The man, his lips curling slightly, fixed his icy gaze upon her, the chill in his eyes almost palpable. Xiao Wanwan halted, her nerves taut, sensing an ominous shift. He appeared to be enraged. Aze, has something happened? Xie Zhe remained silent, extending his large hand to grasp her wrist forcefully. Xiao Wanwan found herself pulled into his embrace, his grip unyielding. Aze, what is wrong? Is there some misunderstanding? Could you please release my hand? That cup of tea was given to her by him, was it not? Suddenly confronted about the tea, Xiao Wanwan felt a wave of confusion wash over her and hurriedly nodded. Yes, what is it? Very well, let me ask you again. Who gave you that tea? What is going on? Could there be something wrong with the tea? Observing the man's darkening expression, her heart fluttered with doubt. His grip on her hand tightened further. I said, she stammered, her eyes brimming with tears. It was my senior brother who gave it to me. He said that drinking this floral tea is beneficial for health. I thought of sharing it with you. I'm sorry, I did not intend to deceive you. Upon hearing her earnest reply, the hostility on his face softened a little, and his grip slackened slightly. Xiao Wanwan cautiously inquired, is there something wrong with the tea? The man lowered his gaze, fixing her with a penetrating stare, unexpectedly responding, indeed, there is medicine in the tea. What? Xiao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. So that scoundrel had drugged the tea, and it was meant for her. Was he attempting to poison her? No wonder he had spoken strangely when presenting her with the tea. She had felt something was off at that moment but never anticipated that her senior brother, who had long harbored affections for the original owner, would resort to such treachery. She felt invigorated, resolving to inform the Alliance Master Father that he had taken in a villain wishing to harm his daughter. Wait, is it really poison? Glancing at Xiaze, who stood before her alive and well, she pondered how it could be poison if it hadn't tea affected him. Unsure, she decided to inquire further, what kind of medicine did my senior brother put in it? Does it matter? You, a woman who professes to love me, show no concern for my well-being after being poisoned? What do you mean I'm not concerned? My heart aches for you, let me see if you are alright. Xiao Wanwan's face stiffened as she anxiously grasped the man's sturdy arm, inspecting him closely. She even reached to feel his chest, her fingers brushing over him. The man made no move to stop her audacious actions, until his smooth chest was revealed before her fingers halted, the heat rushing to her cheeks. Stealing a glance at the man, she saw him pursing his lips, his dark eyes inscrutable. She cleared her throat, her cheeks flushed, and offered an awkward apology. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. As he raised an eyebrow, she flailed her hands in a panic, continuing, rest assured, I had no intention of disrespecting you. I just wanted to check for signs of poisoning in my haste. Put. The man couldn't help but laugh at her rambling, his lips curving into a smirk. Can one detect poisoning through physical examination? Right. Xiao Wanwan scolded herself mentally. This is poisoning, not an injury. Embarrassed, she felt the urge to smack herself for her foolishness, wishing she could vanish into the floor. All she could do was offer a sheepish smile. Yes, I completely forgot. She hastily adjusted the man's disheveled clothing before retracting her hand, covertly chastising her own lack of propriety. The man observed her little expressions with keen interest, his lips forming a subtle arc. What would her next expression be? With a hint of amusement in his eyes, he grasped her wrist and pulled her closer to him. Suddenly, he leaned down, his soft lips brushing against her delicate ear, speaking gently, weren't you quite bold yesterday? You even intruded into my bath to spy on me. Startled, Xiao Wanwan felt a chill run down her spine, her limbs stiffening as her lips quivered slightly. She was still racking her brain for a plausible explanation when she heard his melodious voice whispering in her ear, every word you spoke to me, I have etched in my heart. Ha! What words? She was momentarily taken aback, realizing only then that the man's broad hand had settled on her waist. As he tightened his grip, her soft body nestled against his chest, she could hear the rapid beating of his heart. Xiao Wanwan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his enchanting, almond-shaped ones. His eyes, as dark as obsidian, captivated her, drawing her in deeper, as if they held infinite mysteries waiting to be uncovered, both alluring and beautiful. Their breaths intertwined, and Xiao Wanwan felt herself frozen, even forgetting to breathe. Under the weight of his gaze, she felt an intense shyness wash over her. Thoughts swirled in her mind, filled with anticipation of his next move. In such an intimate position, could he be intending to kiss her? Her heart raced with wild imaginings furrowing her brows. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for what might come next. Yet, the man appeared to find amusement in her reaction, letting out a low chuckle as he uttered words that left Xiao Wanwan bewildered. Since you have acknowledged it, allow me to see how your injury is concealed. What? Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened in shock, unable to process his words. Before she could react, he drew forth a short blade from seemingly nowhere, its cold gleam flashing before her eyes. Chapter 96. A resounding slap at the celebratory banquet. Mo, having engaged in a brief conversation with an old friend of his father's, turned to find that Xiao Wanwan had vanished without a trace. Sister Wanwan. Could it be that someone has taken her away? Sister Wanwan has taken medication, she must not be taken by anyone. A sense of urgency gripped him as he hurried back to where Xiao Wanwan had been seated, only to discover that Spring Summer was the sole occupant of the spot. Young Master Zelene? Where is your young lady? Where has she gone? My young lady's clothing became soiled and was taken back to her room by the maid here to change. She will return shortly. Shortly? When exactly? Spring Summer was not entirely sure herself. Mo Zelene felt a surge of anger at Spring Summer's apparent nonchalance regarding Xiao Wanwan's absence. He scolded her loudly, as Sister Wanwan's personal maid, how could you not accompany her? What were you doing? Taken aback by his reprimand, Spring Summer felt a wave of indignation. Young Master Zelene, just a moment ago, the young lady said. Mo Zelene interrupted her, I do not care what your young lady said. When she left, she should have informed me. What was your response to my earlier inquiry? If anything were to happen to Sister Wanwan, I would hold you accountable. Humph. Young Master Zelene. At that moment, Spring Summer spotted the maid who had taken the young lady away returning, and seized the opportunity to inquire, where is my young lady? Why did she not come back with you? The maid replied, Miss Zhao was called away by someone and sent me to assure you that you need not worry, you may return to your room and wait. Before Spring Summer could respond, Mo Zelene, overhearing their conversation, seized the maid by the arm and urgently asked, called away? By whom? I am not certain, but it was someone she knows, and she left quite willingly. Spring Summer's mind began to race with speculation. The only person who had sought out the young lady previously was one individual. If she felt comfortable following that person, it must indeed be him. Though she was accustomed to hearing the rumors surrounding young Master Xia, she also harbored a deep-seated fear of him. Yet if the young lady was unafraid, perhaps there was no cause for concern. Very well, you may go now. I have received the message from the young lady, she instructed. Yes. Spring Summer dismissed the maid and turned to Mo Zilin, who still wore a face of skepticism. Young Master Zilin, please rest assured. My young lady knows her limits. Spring Summer is merely obeying her orders and will take her leave now. Mo Zilin's mind was consumed with thoughts as Sister Wanwan had consumed the tea he had tainted. By now, the effects should be manifesting. The mere thought of his beloved Sister Wanwan succumbing to the pleasures of another man filled him with dread. Who had summoned her away? A particular individual loomed large in his mind, casting a shadow of suspicion. He scanned the room, and indeed, the host of the celebratory banquet was conspicuously absent. His countenance darkened, veins throbbing at his temples as he gritted his teeth and uttered a name, Gu Jiamu. He burst forth from the banquet, frantically searching. He checked several guest quarters but found neither Qiao Wanwan nor Gu Jiamu. His anxiety mounted, and he muttered to himself, Sister, you must wait for your elder brother. I shall come to your rescue swiftly. As he passed a courtyard, he suddenly heard Qiao Wanwan's faint voice. Rushing over, he beheld a brightly lit room where the shadows of a man and a woman were cast against the papered windows, their intimacy unmistakable. They were embracing, appearing to be kissing. Then, to his horror, he saw the man's hand grasping the woman's, their fingers entwined. The woman gasped softly, Ah, that hurts. To an outsider, it sounded as if they were engaged in some romantic escapade. He stared in fury, his eyes aflame with rage, his very being ready to incinerate the house if it were corporeal. Sister, Gu Jiamu, how dare you harm my sister? I will kill you. Mo Zilin drew his sword and charged forward. However, two cloaked figures suddenly appeared before him, their faces obscured, blocking his path. Who are you? Step aside. Apologies, but our young master is occupied within, and it is not convenient for outsiders to enter. Occupied? Using my sister for his own purposes? I will not spare you. The cloaked figures unsheathed their weapons, ready to defend against Mo Zilin's advance. The clash of steel echoed, drawing the attention of those within. Qiao Wanwan watched in horror as the man cruelly sliced her palm with a dagger, blood streaming onto the floor. The faint scent of her blood filled the air. She instinctively jerked her hand back, clutching her wound, her face a mask of terror as she stepped back and demanded, Xiaze, what are you doing? Why are you hurting me? The man smiled seductively, slowly lifting the bloodied dagger to his lips, licking it with a predatory gleam in his eyes, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty vampire. It is precisely this flavor of blood that intrigues me. His gaze fixated on her wound, he reiterated, did I not tell you? I wish to see how you conceal your injuries. Qiao Wanwan's face blanched, panic setting in. Could he already know something? No, this was her unique secret. He must not discover it, otherwise, she might become his outlet for rage. The mere thought of him discovering her secret sent shivers down her spine. She could very well become a victim of his cruel whims. Even if she possessed several lives, it would not suffice for his amusement. Therefore, she must ensure he remains oblivious to her hidden strength. Noticing her blood flow beginning to wane, she resolutely pressed her nails into the wound, exacerbating her injury. The healing process slowed, blood continuing to trickle down. With a forced, pale smile, she replied, I possess no such skill in concealing injuries. You must have been dreaming that day when you thought I was hurt. No, I am acutely aware of your essence. What essence? As darkness clouded her vision, she inwardly cursed, are you a dog? What essence? Do you doubt me? Your blood possesses a unique aroma? My blood? Qiao Wanwan was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was blood not merely blood? Did it possess a distinctive scent? Could it be that her body's ability to heal stemmed from this peculiar blood? She dared not affirm or deny, for she herself was uncertain. Blood was blood. What other scent could it possibly hold? Surely he was mistaken. That is not the case. The man reached out again, seizing her injured hand, bringing it closer to his lips. In a surge of desperation, Qiao Wanwan raised her other hand and slapped him across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a vivid red mark on his pale cheek. Still fuming, she exclaimed, how dare you act like a vampire, seeking to drink my blood? Are you some kind of pervert? The man, momentarily stunned by the slap, remained motionless, his long dark hair obscuring his expression, leaving her to wonder what he might be feeling. Qiao Wanwan felt her palm burning with pain and wanted to utter something to mend her rash action, yet, realizing the gravity of the situation and that her healing time was running out, she had no time to dwell on it. She dashed out of the room, shouting to the fighters outside, stop, don't fight. Sister Wanwan, are you unharmed? Qiao Wanwan hastily exited the courtyard, urging, elder brother, we must leave. All right. The cloaked figure, Zhongshi, rushed back into the room, finding his master standing dazedly at the entrance. With concern, he called out, young master. Chapter 97, Keeping Distance. Mo Zilin closely followed Qiao Wanwan as she dashed out of the courtyard, observing her spirited demeanor with a hint of perplexity. As he reached her side to block her path, he noted her pallid complexion and, filled with concern, inquired, junior sister, have you not been bullied, have you? Qiao Wanwan, clutching a handkerchief in her palm, recalled Xieze's words about the poison in the tea Mo Zilin had given her, and a surge of anger ignited within her. How dare he concoct such a scheme against her, to poison her and yet have the audacity to utter such words? With a darkened expression, she coldly replied, senior brother, do not follow me any longer. What? Mo Zilin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly fell into step beside her, eager to explain, "Junior sister Wan Wan, I only intervened because I was worried for your safety, otherwise, that beast would have laid hands on you. As your senior brother and elder, I could not bear to witness such a scene." "Are you not aware of your own actions? How can you blame others? I never imagined you to be such a shameless person. Do not follow me again." Xiao Wanwan found his justifications particularly irksome. He seemed oblivious to his own misdeeds. Had it not been for Sieze alerting her to the poison, she might have remained unaware of the true malice harbored by this senior brother who professed to care for the original owner of her body. Having him near was akin to carrying a ticking bomb, one that could explode at any moment. Wanwan, what have I done wrong? Speak, and I shall amend my ways." Xiao Wanwan scoffed, her face marred by disdain. "Do not presume that no one is aware of your treachery." Mo Zilin's pupils dilated, staring in disbelief at Xiao Wanwan. "How did you know?" he stammered. You are aware? Otherwise, would you have had me watch as I drank that poison tea, falling into your trap?" "Wanwan, allow me to explain." "There's no need," she interjected firmly. "I merely hope you will not appear before me again. It is late, and I shall take my leave." "Wanwan, I was merely momentarily bewitched, it was not intentional." Indifferent to his explanations and pleas, Xiao Wanwan resolutely departed from the perilous vicinity, leaving Mo Zilin standing alone, watching her retreating figure with a growing sense of despondence. Under the moonlight, a figure clad in red emerged before him, clicking her tongue in mockery. "Oh, I never expected Lord Mo to display such a countenance, it is indeed a rare sight." Mo Zilin's face darkened, and he turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with this woman of the demonic sect. The enchantress regarded him with discontent. After all, he was the man she had shared an intimate night with. How could he so swiftly turn his back on her? With a slight arch of her brow and a teasing tone, she remarked, "Lord Mo, is it truly worth abandoning everything over such trivial matters? This is rather uncharacteristic of you. You wish, had it not been for the poison you administered, junior sister Wanwan would not be so incensed." She raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. "It seems your methods of administering poison are rather lacking if they were discovered so swiftly." "A witch indeed, yet your techniques are contemptible. Are you not condemning yourself? The poison was provided by me, yet you succumbed to its allure. The act of poisoning was your own choice. Why, then, do you place the blame solely upon me? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." Mo Zilin's face shifted between shades of pale and green as he drew a long sword from his waist, swiftly advancing toward the woman in red. Though the enchantress was the saintess of the demonic sect, she was no match for Mo Zilin's speed. In an instant, the blade was poised against her delicate neck, mere millimeters away from drawing blood. The demonic saintess widened her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her gaze fixated on the hand gripping the sword. Too afraid to breathe, the threat of death loomed over her, and Mo Zilin, observing her ashen complexion, smirked darkly, letting the sword slide down until it pressed against her pristine chest, drawing forth a crimson line of blood. With piercing eyes, he threatened, "If I see you again, do not blame me for your demise." With a swift motion, he sheathed the sword and departed, leaving the red-clad woman staring after him, her expression darkening as the smile faded from her lips. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, though it was not the wound that ached. Her scarlet lips parted slightly as she murmured a self-deprecating laugh. "Indeed, how could a righteous man ever regard a woman as wayward as I?" "Wayward?" She admitted it, but it merely meant she would flirt with men, never engaging in anything more with anyone other than Mo Zilin. He was her sole focus, yet he remained oblivious to her feelings. Even on that fateful day, when she suffered immensely, he merely viewed her as a casual dalliance. Had she not been captivated by him at first sight, she, as the saintess of the demonic sect, would never have ventured into this perilous world alone, meticulously seeking him out. Until she finally found him at the Billuo Villa. Yet, witnessing his infatuation with another woman pierced her heart deeper than any blade. In a moment of desperation, she resorted to administering an aphrodisiac. Her only desire was to bring him joy, yet all she received in return was his scorn and threats. Fuming, Xiao Wanwan sprinted back to her room. Chuanxia, having just tidied the bedding, beamed at her return and asked, "Miss, you're back. Young Master Xia was just looking for you." "Huh?" Xiao Wanwan paused, curiosity piqued as she regarded Chuanxia. "How do you know this?" Chuanxia had guessed correctly. "Wow, your intuition is spot on. Young Master Xia previously sought you out alone, so I deduced he would do so again." "Am I mistaken?" "Indeed, you are correct. Having met once, a second encounter was inevitable. Did young Master Xia have something important to discuss?" "What could it be? Merely a greeting, I suppose." Chuanxia, who had always struggled to comprehend her miss's words, hesitated to inquire further, yet for her safety, she felt compelled to warn, "Miss, please do not think me overly cautious. I believe young Master Xia is not an easy person to deal with. Encountering him in passing is one thing, but meeting in secret seems rather perilous." "Yes, you are right," Xiao Wanwan agreed wholeheartedly. After the recent incident, she had nearly exposed her secret abilities. In a moment of panic, she had even slapped him. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Reflecting on it was terrifying. Although she still had to orchestrate the romance between the male lead and the antagonist, she needed to maintain her distance from Sieze, otherwise, her secrets would inevitably be revealed. Chapter 98. The Peering of Wanwan. Death. Early the next morning, Xiao Wanwan adorned herself beautifully, but before stepping out, she recalled a matter of significance. "Springxia, could you please fetch me some gauze?" "Of course, Mississippi." As Springxia retrieved the gauze, she observed Xiao Wanwan wrapping it around her palm and couldn't help but inquire, "Miss, what are you doing?" Springsia, I accidentally injured my palm yesterday, so I need the gauze to dress it. Springsia glanced at her hand, noting the complete absence of any injury. Miss, indeed, I am deceiving you, Springsia. If I wish to avoid being labeled a trickster and to escape the accusations of being bullied, you must assist me in keeping this under wraps. Miss, why go to such lengths? Is this all for the sake of Gu Xiao? Xiao Wanwan tugged at the corner of her mouth. Very well, consider it my ploy to capture Gu Xiaomu's attention. So, will you help me or not? Whatever decision the miss makes, Springsia will undoubtedly support. Excellent. Mo Zilin, undeterred by Xiao Wanwan's words from the previous night, awaited her at the courtyard entrance early in the morning. Once she was ready, he doggedly followed her side. Junior sister Wanwan, I must apologize for my actions yesterday. I was momentarily bewitched and acted inappropriately. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Rest assured, I shall escort you back to the Qiao residence and accept Master S punishment. I promise I will not engage in such foolishness again.